machine code number system, binary numbers, it's 101 that is 5. So there's this little weird thing about the number 5, which also V for Vendetta. The V is very prominent. V in Roman numerals is also 5. Oh yeah, I remember now what I was gonna end this conversation with. You have been speaking a lot of the Mandela effect, and I am totally on board with what you're saying. I do not believe in the Mandela effect. I think it's an obvious psyop. However, concerning Dolly in the James Bond movie, I do remember her having braces, and I do not think it's a faulty memory. And I have a theory as how they pulled it off. I actually believe, nobody watches what do you call it in American? VHS tapes?
Yeah, VHS.
No, yeah. I believe that when they started putting out DVD on the markets and stuff like that, they're actually tried collecting as many, because people started selling off their old VHS tapes, and you would find them in flea markets all over the place. Old movies, that people. So I don't think it would be inconceivable that some, secret society, probably the Masons, would started buying up used copies of this movie and putting out edited copies on the market. But I'm pretty convinced that if one search high and low, you could probably come across an old copy, an old edition that hasn't been tampered with, where Dolly probably had braces.
Well, in this situation, this then would be an explanation that is not a Mandela effect explanation, because you're not reaching for the supernatural. You're suggesting something mundane. And that would be my point, is that when you're alleging one of these things, is the quote Mandela effect even on the table? Are we even looking at reality shifting? Or if there's anything to it, it's going to have to be man doing it, whether collective misremembering or maybe some intentionality on some of these might be possible. So yeah, I mean, it's fakeable in that sense. I just would never stretch to.
I think we should see it as fakeable. An example of stage magic trickery, and so I don't think one should dismiss the Dolly had braces thing.
Sure, like with Q.
How do you fake it? Because I think it's good. I mean, I consider your audience to be intelligent, so I don't really see it as a big problem. But it might be somewhat off-putting if someone is highly invested in the idea that Dolly had braces, and I would be amongst those people. I'm pretty sure Dolly had braces. But I do not think it is due to any supernatural changing of reality, but just mere trickery. And so we would be a nice idea to be open to it, and that is probably also one of the reasons why it seemed to be so immensely effective, the psyop, because
from the psyop side of the argument, yeah, there are some clues here. Like when the Mandela Effect movie came out, it was advertised on the Drudge Report, and on that same day they were advertising the new Mr. Rogers movie, and Tom Hanks was on there, and Chick-fil-A had a bunch of people showing up for some reason that day. And so the weird thing is the Drudge Report used the wrong Chick-fil-A logo. They used the Mandela Effect one. And then, of course, Tom Hanks figures prominently in several Mandela effects, including Mr. Rogers. So I saw, 3 Mandela Effect references, the Mandela Effect movie, and they got the wrong Chick-fil-A logo. And so that made me think, if there's anything at all to it, it's a mind game being played against the people who are looking into these areas of research. Like, it seemed to me, if there's anything to it, it's some kind of a psyop.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Hey, Tom Hanks, he also has this. I don't know if it's a twin brother, but apparently this brother who looks very, very much like him. And I've seen this theory that this is actually the same man. You know, Tom Hanks is playing his brother. It's just.
I've seen that too. This is an interesting one. And on this topic, if you've noticed for like the last 6 months or so, one of the trending stories has consistently been about Tom Cruise's deepfake, or someone who looks like Tom Cruise. But this Tom Cruise deepfake has been a consistent thing, or people see Tom Cruise and they say that doesn't look like him. So they've been reinforcing the idea of Tom and a twin, Tom and a copy, Tom and a deep fake. So more symbolism there. And of course,
Yeah.
the twin of Top Gun just came out, and there's so much we can go into, but you can
33 years later, isn't it something like that?
yeah, they started it. They announced it 33 years later, and all kinds of 33s around Tom Cruise. Divorces his wives at 33. The helmet that he wears, I think it's a U8, UGH or UHG 33. Anyway, uh, Top Gun, the second one, is now the twin gun, so another twin there. And Tom Cruise is very significant in the world stage, considering his close association with Stanley Kubrick. So I always look with fascination at what he's doing because supposedly he's going to the space station. So I kind of have this theory that when they when Tom Cruise goes to the space station, maybe that's the point where they're going to pull it. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's got some
Yeah.
historical role set up for him. He might even be Major Tom from Space Oddity. I don't know.
Yeah, entirely possible. Yeah, anyway, thank you very much, Tim, for accepting my call. I apologize, my English skills isn't really all that great. It's not my native language, but it was great talking to you. You
No,
have
nice talking to
an
you.
awesome show.
No, this is great. I appreciate you calling in. Call anytime. I'm glad I opened up the Skype. Have a great night.
Yeah.
And do you have a channel or anything? I think somebody had asked.
No, unfortunately not. I have I do have a YouTube account. Maybe I should start putting out because I want some extra input on this theory, this pet theory that I come up with that they're telling this Gospel of Thomas for us for some
Sure,
reason.
sure. That's
Uh,
a great topic that what you brought up here. And like I said, we've come across the twin, the Thomas thing quite a bit here. So yeah, call back anytime as well. So if you don't have a channel yet, call back anytime you want to bounce ideas off the think tank. We all appreciate it.
yeah, thank you very much. Good day to you, sir, and your listeners as well. Nice chatting with you.
Cool.
Take care.
Thanks for your time. All right,
Bye.
first time caller. So we opened up Skype. You can find Skype at Infinite Plane Radio or look up Tim Osman. And so if you're overseas and you can't make it to the regular channel, just try Skype. We've covered
Walking down Duke Street, what did I see? A little plaque upon the door beckoning me. I had a little bit of it to see.
Okay, everyone, it is July 27th, early in the morning, 12:31 a.m. Mountain Time. Thank you for joining. That was 33rd Degree by Lucifer Tim. It is, well, let's see, a couple of days into the summer protests. If you're looking on the screen, I think that's Michael Moore in solidarity. His sign says, "No sex with men until Roe v. Wade is protected." Good to see that he's keeping it real. I noticed a lot of these protests in Los Angeles are blocking traffic, and it's like, don't they know that they're going to be stopping a lot of people trying to get to their abortions? It's like you guys are shooting yourselves in your feet with that one. All right, so let's see who's in the chat. Thanks everyone for joining again. I sent out notifications, not via text because I don't know if we're taking calls. So I'm trying to maintain text alerts only if we're doing open phones. I actually wanted to do some other things tonight. For one, there's been a lot of talk lately about the idea of a false flag, and do we call it a false flag? Do we call it a hoax? And what I've been working on is systematizing this information and providing something of a methodology. So what we have is an ebook. I just released it, AUTOHOAXOLOGY 101, the false flag fallacy. And I think it explains everything in the simplest, not simplest necessarily, but the most concise and accurate of terms. So, for example, make a distinction between MSM viewers, that is mainstream media, believers, just MSM. Then you have MSM plus, which are people who believe the news, but they think there's more to the story, as in the conspiratorial view. So, yeah, the buildings fell, but it wasn't Muslims, it was space lasers. So that would be the additional narrative attached to the official story. Slightly deviates, but it doesn't undermine or call it a outright hoax. Now, those who say nobody died, nobody cried, it's all fake, those would be the ones in the category of MSM minus, because you're subtracting what can't be verified. So MSM, MSM plus, MSM minus. And who's doing it right? Well, philosophically, if you're shifting the burden of proof onto the person making the claim, and there's no evidence, especially when there's some obvious agenda behind the news reporting, then I think you should shift it on the person with the claim. And if there's no blood, you don't have to believe it. And that's another point I make here is, are you a media believer or do you know? And there's a big difference. Anyway, thanks for joining 737 AJ206 Clockwork 113, joined by Eat My Shorts. Look, I turned DLive back on because I don't want to leave people out. We know they're a horrible company and they can't pay their bills, but I'm not going to punish people who join our think tank. So if you didn't know, DLive is falling apart. Zinvalis, Ready or Not 31 says, "Is this live? Yes, this is time to feed the penguins." And I had to fix something here. If you notice in the chat, you can't use the letter J. And I did that as a joke because we had some sensitive Nazi snowflakes. So I did it just to mess with them, but I'll put it back because people are finding it to be confusing. Maxwell Cooper has joined us. Salty Siren, Osher, Zareth the Alchemist, Canaman, Lean Dion. Lean Dion says the original Roe v. Wade was a leak script too. Yeah, the leak, obvious. There's a obvious meaning to that. Such a setup. And watching people play into it. I mean, I have videos. I mean, I don't want to get into it necessarily, but of protesters basically going nuts. But it's interesting to watch because I think they've tapped into something very deep. Like, I think that behind the gun grab is some basic insecurity. Behind the push for mandatory vax is, again, they're tapping into insecurities. I think this is why people are prone to believe things like global warming, some kind of primal fear of the sky or something kind of programmed into us. My point being, when they're coming for your guns, I think on some level, some Freudian level, people feel like they're going to be, you know, castrated or something by the government. Like on some level, yeah, they're coming for your gun has a deeper meaning. It's about control, it's about power. And so on the other side of the fence, now we're coming for your womb. And I think the womb versus gun thing is very interesting because each party wants to control the other party. The party of pro vax doesn't want any kind of mandate on their bodies when it comes to this. And some people see it as hypocrisy. I see it as mutually exclusive, but there's mutual interest there. Both sides should agree that they don't like big government overreach, and yet each side makes certain concessions. So it's such a clown show. And it's predictable, and it's a midterm. But as you can see, this is exactly what we were discussing, how this whole Kraken was ultimately going to be about the fringes, about each side, and taking these extremes and then driving the wedge deeper with psychological operations like we've been seeing non-stop. So let me go through my notes as well. Bob Sapp says, I made a t-shirt. On the front is Osama bin Laden, and it says, greatest terrorist that never existed on the back. I like that. I would wear that. Fepe Akbar. We have some, I like some of the stuff. I mean, the whole terrorist thing, the myth is now it's just that. It's a myth. They've replaced it. Have you noticed how they phased out Islamic terrorism when they brought in COVID? And then, of course, Putin came along and cured COVID. And then Chris Rock got slapped in the face by Will Smith, and that cured Putin. And what came next? And then, of course, we had the leak at the Supreme Court. And so this is the new thing that you're supposed to be plugged into. But, sure, this whole thing with terrorism is interesting how it's just gone. It's like, what happened to Osama bin Laden or his replacement? Where are the bomb belts and the people blowing up? And in 2020, I was saying they replaced Allah Akbar. You hear that and you jump on the ground because someone's going to blow up. They replaced that with like someone sneezing, achoo. It's like, oh, get down. They're going to spray COVID. And they replaced the paranoia. So now you're afraid of the super spreader. And why is he a super spreader? Oh, that's because the QAnon verses radicalized him. So instead of Quran verses radicalizing people, necessitating Guantanamo lockdowns, now it's QAnon verses, making them into anti-vaxxers. And of course, the enemy of the QAnoner, the great Satan, is the same enemy of the Quran radical. So they just replaced the domestic terrorist about to explode with they replaced the alien threat with the domestic threat, but they really did replace the suicide bomber, I would say, with the incel and these incel shooters who are radicalized. Again, these narratives are interchangeable, is my point. So when I look at someone suggesting they have an Osama bin Laden on their shirt, it's like, yeah, I mean, to me, it's all fair game. It's all just memes. And we're probably paying for the propaganda on some level, in some roundabout way. Okay, so Zaret says, we're still waiting on the unsealing of those 65,000 indictments. Okay, so when I first heard about the indictments, it was by one of the first QAnon radicals to try to radicalize me. And he was like, they're going to unseal the indictments. We'll know who's guilty, and they'll be punished in front of everybody, judged. And then we'll have a great awakening, new technology, life extension, all your debts forgiven. And I'm like, wait, Trump, the guy that signs Bibles, is bringing this, and QAnon says it. So it started to occur to me that the Trump campaign had used the script of Revelation as a backdrop, as a metascript, you could say, for their campaign, where it involves the opening of seals, judgment, revelation, and of course this Savior. And then it gets weirder because then you find out that Q has some interesting connotations with regard to the formation of a new religious cult. You see, in their belief, Q is based on this notion that the Kennedys are fighting the holy war against the deep state, but it's all undercover. That they didn't really die, and that the Kennedys are the bloodline of Christ. So now you actually have the second coming literally connected to the Great Awakening. And then it gets even more interesting when you find that the oral tradition that became the Gospels was more or less considered to be what they call the Q source. So there's even a perfect analog here where You got the Q source, you got the revelation, they're waiting for their savior. Anyway, it's all 100% intentional and it's scripted, and it is definitely a new religion. And all of this is more interesting to me considering how General Flynn is clearly connected with some heavy New Age influences. He's one of their major thought leaders, this General Flynn. So you got this New Age influence, which is in itself kind of intriguing because it ties into this doomsday cult that went into bunkers in the 90s. So you got that, you got the Christian thing with the Kennedys coming back. The Q source, of course, is back. And in the last couple of days, we talked about this. After 2 years, nearly 2 years, Q is back. Now, those of you listening know that he's been posting at George News in between. But for people not in the know, he's been quiet this whole time. But I'm not going to spend too much time on that. It is interesting to see that people are digging, though. Salty Siren says, tribunals. Okay, yeah, that's the other part of it. So when they open the sealed indictments, here's your judgment day. Here's your Great Awakening. You see, they want the Great Awakening, which is a reset. They don't want the Great Reset. You know, one's it's like there's a liberal and a conservative, I guess, version of this Great Reset. Each side involves the elimination of the other side, which is convenient. But on the, okay, let's say Trump is, of course, an agent of the second coming of Jesus and his son, the third coming of Jesus, JFK Jr. So JFK Jr. comes back, changes his political affiliation from Democrat to Republican, and becomes Trump's running mate. Well, what then? Well, then the Republicans who are in the know, all the QAnoners, execute all of the Democrats and the deep state traitors. So not only this, but they're going to use this is how you know it's revelation. You know how the face of Christ will appear to everybody? Well, in this case, the face of Trump will appear to everybody. Every single device, every screen, every smartphone, every single device will be hijacked with this emergency message, this emergency broadcast message. So this is your message from basically God, and no one's going to miss the signal. And for 10 days straight, you're going to be watching Hillary Clinton with frazzle drip running around with a mask made from the skin of a sacrificed child. And then you're going to see all the executions nonstop. You're going to see the military and the white hats killing the bad guys. It's going to be like the French Revolution. They just want to see a bunch of people die. And they try to paint it up like, no, we're the good guys, we're the white hats, but it's like, no, you're going to be the red hats by the time this is, done. Because their whole revelation scheme is based on killing the opposition. So, you can say they deserve it, and supposedly what we're going to be shown on our TV screens is so bad that we're going to ask for them to be executed. And we're told just to stay home and eat the popcorn. So the Q narrative is revelation, and it's very partisan, and that is the basic story. Those are the tribunals. Okay, Maxwell Cooper says, it's very telling that the MSM and the government have zero interest in doxing him. Oh yes, I've been feeding information to people who would know what to do with the information, and they all seem disinterested, and I'm not quite sure why that is. Maybe they're just vetting the information. Maybe the guy's protected. So part of this whole story with this Q guy is that before he was working as QAnon, he was going by the name MGTV, and he was, in that capacity, the person who was behind somehow hijacking YouTube's algorithm and getting his video, which was doxing David Hogg as an actor, to be the #1 trending video on YouTube for 12 hours. He did that. That was this person before he changed his identity to this, or his moniker. So anyway, his name was searchable. You could find him in all these articles because he was the guy who's credited with starting the whole crisis actor conspiracy theory with Parkland. Like, he's the main person who started it. But as soon as I started exposing him, because we had a trademark dispute, as soon as I doxed him, well, suddenly his name started disappearing from these articles, weirdly. From Vice, New York Times, I can point out all the articles where that little segment has been deleted. So I don't know if somebody's being paid or there's some kind of hacking, but it does seem like on some level he's got some kind of protection. So I'm mostly relying upon the hatred that left-leaning journalists have for Trump, and also the possible greed to do my work for me here. Because the fact is, this person who's involved in a trademark dispute with me inadvertently actually forwarded me some emails. He forwarded a couple of emails that went to YouTube's legal and their trademark department, where he actually admitted to identity theft and admitted how he did it. And it was part of a strategy where he claimed trademarks to seize control over my podcasts on YouTube. And he's one of the ones who helped keep me off of the platform. So anyway, I have enough there. Like it's definitely felony identity theft, and YouTube's complicit. This is part of a lawsuit that's ongoing. I'll hear more about it soon. But the main point of it is that somebody close to Trump, close enough to polish Trump's shoes, is indictable on felony identity theft. I think that's a big story. And you throw in the fact that this guy is connected to Ron Watkins, Jim Watkins, the guy suspected of being Q, the ones who have been proven to have somehow managed to pretend to be Q, or they're connected to Q. But these last two Q drops really put them in the crosshairs. So hopefully they throw Goldfinch, MGTV under the bus and he becomes a public figure. So I'm thinking, yeah, maybe he's covering his tracks, but you have to remember it's a midterm, election cycle. People are crazy right now, and anything they can find to throw at Trump, they will. And the fact that he's got someone who's easily convictable, yeah, that to me that's ammunition. So hopefully somebody picks it up and runs with it. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue. We were talking about so many things tonight. Oh, July 5th, by the way, CERN's going to power up using the most electricity in history. Now, someone had pointed out they've been noticing a lot of portals in the predictive programming. So I'm thinking, wait a minute, Astro World portal, then you have the portal above the White House, Satan's hole that Roger Stone was trying to close. He became a prayer warrior. So I'm like, okay, what's with all these portals? And then I'm watching Man in the High Castle, based on some Philip K. Dick books, and it's basically about portals and going into the alternate realities in this multiverse. Interesting stuff, but I'm seeing that word tossed out a lot, and it's appearing more and more. So it's kind of interesting that, yes, July 5th, CERN, which is some kind of altar to the horned earth god Cernunnos, some kind of pagan deity. I mean, supposedly they're doing something with particle physics, but I don't know. I've only seen witchcraft. What do you know about this place? But my point is, yeah, they're turning it on. And what is it with their logos? I mean, 666. It's so dang obvious. They don't even try to hide it. Okay, so I'm not really all that interested in this topic or any of these topics, but I was just thinking about where is reality going? Meatverse and metaverse. And this is kind of part of the AUTOHOAXOLOGY 101 ebook, which I'll read the introduction. But basically, I've been thinking about this idea of there's got to be a point where fake meets real, and there's got to be some kind of friction. Like, reality cannot just continue to capitulate, to give in. The world's going to become essentially a bedlam, an open-air insane asylum. And in some ways, it seems to be like Brave New World, a big insane asylum, people disconnected from reality or something. So I was thinking, well, let's look at objective standards. And objective standards would say, in the military, for example, that it would matter that there are differences enough to where you have it built into the system. It's assumed that males do more push-ups and females do more sit-ups. So I'm like, well, that's something that can't change, can it? And so, well, it turns out that the House Armed Services Committee markup of the annual defense authorization bill calls for the Secretary of the Army to, quote, establish gender-neutral fitness standards for combat military occupational specialties. So, here I'm just thinking, wait, what does that mean other than lower the standards for males? And that's not a sexist comment. I'm just saying you can't change the center of gravity on someone who's born this or that gender. You can't. There are certain things that just can't be altered, but they're going to make it change. Interesting. I'm just saying, it's just interesting. The simulation's taken over. Reality just capitulates, and this kind of ties into it. This is a meme. Has a cats with cats and dogs with time machines, and so the Egyptian cat, is basically being told by the modern cat, humans still work for us. And the dog with the time machine is like, help, I can't breathe. And the ancient dog's like a wolf says, what is that? Not even recognizing it as part of the same species. And my point being, the domesticated dog compared to the wolf is to me an example of something. I'm just kind of comparing how insulated people are these days to where they can afford to be completely divorced from reality. All right, let's see. I'm going to open up phones here momentarily. 833-311-1984. Tominoid says, Donnie Darko portals, Doctor Strange portals, Stranger Things, Gate, and portals. Yeah, and I think there's one called Dark, where there's a time machine portal that sends you back in 33-year increments. So, yes, there's something going on with portals. Fascinating. And you know what? I don't think it's separate from the fact that the Billionaire Blimp Club, for as much as they pretend like they're sending things up, are actually digging. You got the boring drilling company from Elon Musk. Richard Branson has his Hyperloop, his Virgin Galactic Hyperloop. So the Hyperloop thing is really nothing more than to me preparation for what comes next. Because we know that the way they describe space travel, we know that's a hoax. But what isn't a hoax is the Hyperloop, or deep underground military bases. And you combine the two, and you have simulated space travel. And then people say, well, space travel in the movies doesn't work that way. It's a long distance, takes a long time. And it's like, well, no, you haven't heard about the space manifolds, the celestial autobahns, the arcs of chaos, where apparently they can calculate a path that will send your craft rapidly across the galaxy. So space travel is actually going to feel exactly, coincidentally, like the Hyperloop. Rudy and the dog says dogs are a gift to mankind. Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm not knocking dogs. I was just bringing up the meme. Nothing against, real dependent dogs that shudder when they hear the thunder and everything else. So look at the screen. You have a comparison of NASA and Walt Disney's little sparkle of light in their graphics. So this one here, of course, is from their website. It shows a rocket, and it goes on an arch, probably plops back down into the ocean, but you wouldn't know because they cut to a different scene. And it's being compared to the sparkle arch of light that goes over the Walt Disney Castle. And the interesting thing here is you can't really separate Disney from NASA. Werner von Braun, of course, BFFs with Walt Disney. And I brought up Musk a moment ago. Elon Musk is actually a composite character comprised of part von Braun, and his whole character as a Mars colonizer comes out of von Braun's book called Mars, A Technical Tale. But Musk is a combination of von Braun, Willy Wonka, and Tony Stark. I don't know what he was working with originally, but this is what they do. They provide us with these composites. Zareth says, I think all animals are messengers who incarnate to support our existence or be our spiritual companions. Anima means spirit. Interesting. All right, next. Going through my list of memes. I have so many great memes on my Minds account. So this is something, I'm not going to play it, but there was this raging person really mad about the possibility of having to drive to another state to get a procedure done, where she rages and screams at the camera. And I was just thinking, we've been seeing a lot of this type of rage. And I'm not trying to minimize the rage. You know, to me, what I'm looking at here, it's fascinating because you notice how on 6/11 we were seeing all this buildup of this Kraken thing we've been describing, how it ties into the predictive programming in Batman and Stranger Things. But if you go back, the whole Kraken thing started in 2020 with Sidney Powell and, of course, the election 11/3. And by the way, 11/3 is Godzilla's actual birthday. Just an interesting, relevant fact here. But I noticed at the time that there was a hyper focus in the media on Karens. Like suddenly Karens existed, and they kind of went away. But for a time, there was a lot of these Karens. I'm like, is there some correlation here between this Karen thing and the Kraken? And maybe we're looking at some kind of um, manifestation of this, because I'm suggesting here is, again, a split, a schism, a crack in our society along ideological lines, and it's being highlighted. And then you have certain exemplars of this crack and of the split where you can see people losing their minds. And we'll see and hear, obviously, more of it as we go along. Oh, by the way, space is fake. We don't spend a lot of time dwelling on the shape of the world. Most of us here know what it's not. Doesn't mean we know what it is. But I had high expectations that the Chinese space station would be better than the American one, and they'd knock the American one down. Maybe it was just kind of a way of advancing their so-called technology, just where it's like, okay, we have better special effects, but we gotta distance ourselves from these green screen effects. But anyway, no, the Chinese put no effort into their space station at all. And what's worse, they get some very basic things wrong. So, for example,
Hi.
here,
Good
here,
afternoon, all the students.
what you're looking at here is a group of astronauts. This is a Chinese space station, and they're going to talk to some students. And you'll notice that one of the astronauts has a glass of water in a mason jar. And the water in the jar is somehow magically sticking to that table. Almost like they're, I don't know, on Earth.
Students on Earth. I'm Zhai Zhigang. I'm the commander. Good afternoon. My name is Ye Guangfu.
Absolutely correct. The standard cup will not work in a weightless environment. You know, the cup that we're all used to drinking. Wait, I have a cup right here. Oh, a standard cup like this does not work in a weightless environment. It requires gravity.
So this is Don Petit saying your standard cup does not work in that environment. It would not work.
You know, the cup that we're all used to drinking. Wait, I have a cup right here. Oh, a standard cup like this does not work in a weightless environment. It requires gravity to hold the fluid in the bottom of the cup.
Uh-oh.
There you have it. So anybody who has any lingering doubts about what we're saying regarding the space stations and are they faking space, but this is yours. This is your evidence. This is your source of authority. It's on the screen. So to me, this is self-debunking. This is an impossibility. How do you explain it? There is no way to explain it. I mean, maybe, no, never mind. There is no way to explain it. It's a contradiction. So I'm going to leave that up on the screen. Okay, again, I'm going to open up the phones. I'm 833-311-1984. Just your daily reminder that space is still fake. Okay, so let's see here. Trust the plan. It's Kennedy. Oh, yeah, Kennedy Sunday. Every Sunday, the JFK worshippers actually tweet pictures of the Kennedys. To me, it is just beyond bizarre. Like people who watch Friends, like season 1, all over again from the beginning. Like, let it go. Like, this is in the past. It's not coming back. But this is pretty bad. Kennedy Sunday, they are quite literally enamored with baby pictures of John F. Kennedy Jr. That's one of the strangest things that I've seen yet. But anyway, I'm not quite sure where it's going. Got a nice email from somebody regarding a similar story to the suspicious death of Isaac Cappy. May touch on that. Again, apparently in Japan it's a big holiday. They all celebrate Godzilla's birthday on 11/3, a date heavily associated with the Kraken, with Seattle being taken down by the Kraken, and with something from beneath the water, possibly some nuclear submarine like that in Hunt for Red October. But in much of the predictive programming, you have this date tied in with this idea of this subterranean entity rising to the surface and wrecking things. And interestingly enough, Godzilla versus King Kong has Godzilla beneath the ground at sub-level 33. Steve says, how can it be hot or cold in space if there are no molecules around? Interesting question. Talking about the hypothetical environment of outer space. There are usually good answers to these questions, but they require that you accept one premise or another. Isabella Cryptis says, in case no one mentioned it, Kanye is an alien and Starman Fallen Angel in a Katy Perry song. Okay, so I recall that video from the past. I think, didn't Kanye have like deer legs or something? I may check that out tonight, so I'll put that in my notes. Okay, let's see. Oh, I have some comments from Discord. One Eye Jacket said, monkeypox is hilarious. I see people wearing masks around here to avoid it. And my point here, when I see people walking around with masks, I just think that they're brave. Like, think about it. If you actually believed that being around strangers could cause your face to break out in boils, your skin to just erupt in this pox, would you go around those people? It's like leprosy. I mean, you talk about a real significant condition. So if you're going out with a sock on your face, you're just brave. That's all we can say about you. Because if I believed that was the case, I would be home. And that raises another point. If you believe in any of the science, you would stay home for the climate. You would stay home for any number of things. Like, I was actually thinking about this. I saw some article about some climate protesters being arrested for blocking freeways and stuff. And it's like, you know what? Jail's greener. You go to jail, you're not going to have as big a carbon footprint. You're not going to be buying stuff. You're not going to be driving. So I'm like, yeah, go to jail. If you're a climate, what do you call yourself? I'm not going to say alarmist, but yeah, it is something of an end times religion. Climate protesters who blocked the Sydney Harbor Tunnel could face 2 years in jail. So think about how much smaller their carbon footprints will be. Like, they ought to take this opportunity. And don't even write letters. Don't even use anything. Just reflect. That's kind of what they're getting people to do. They want you to adopt a very ascetic lifestyle. Okay, so let's continue going through our notes here. So again, this is just a reference. Future 4/18 2017, masks off. 4/18 2022, Judge Muzzle, masks off. So Future again is someone who goes by the name Pluto as well, behind the production of the Dawn Day 2 event, which is just an I guess you would say an inauguration to the return of Pluto, or Hades. Very interesting event which we follow. Again, Hades releases the Kraken, but there are some connections here. Of course, the synchronicity of masks coming off ties into it. Also, the judge, she was criticized for having been appointed at such a young age, only 33, and she's the one who said masks off, and her name is basically Muzzle. But I checked out the video just to see, is there anything in here that we might find maybe portentous, and here's what I think. The premise of the song seems to be, of course, post-reset, things are burning down, probably a forecast of what's about to come this summer. Because the idea is, you put your masks on because this is pre-COVID, because you're going to engage in criminal activity, or what you don't want to be caught. But then the next part is masks off, meaning, I think, like gloves off, one, and two, there aren't going to be any consequences. No need to try to cover your face. This is the end. Like, very ominous, I think, is the the message here. And so I'm just predicting that Masks Off having just been released, or rather the masks just been having been pulled, all the mandates pulled, ties into this song. One other thing about the song's release date, I think there might be some other significance to it. Significance has to do with the number. So April 18th, I believe, is the date. Got to double check it. Yes. So 418 is a date strongly associated with the great work. So the book that describes the great work, so the Great Reset is really just another way of describing the great work of the New Age, burning down the old age, bringing in the new. And the Book of the Law, which is the Bible of the New Age occultists of the OTO, it actually goes by the name 418. So that number has some significance tying specifically in to burning down the old age. So Masks Off, interesting person behind it as well. Want to bring this up. There's a picture floating around of Nancy Pelosi with one of her eyes drooping. And, people laugh. They say she's drinking. I don't even think she drinks. I think that's a rumor. But the fact is, she's giving the same one eye winky expression that Justin Bieber was giving. Probably not a coincidence. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but I don't believe these people are damaged. I mean, I don't think that this is a result of the pokey. I think it's more occult than that. All right, let us move on. Going through my Minds account, just trying to catch up. There's so many things to catch up on. Again, I watched the Elvis movie. I did a breakdown. It's on my newsletter. I endured it. Appreciate everybody who pitched in on the popcorn and the chocolate-covered raisins. It's a biopic. So you're watching an Elvis impersonator doing the Michelle Obama like way too much in the movie. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be too critical of it, but it's really from the perspective of Tom Hanks's character. And my take on it was, you're actually looking at a man selling his soul to the devil, and you're watching him fall. It's fascinating, though. It is fascinating. I just don't think it's the final word. It's not. I don't know. We'll see. Because again, if it's a biopic, it's a biopic. There was something missing. But it did bring in some interesting pieces, and I have a book on Elvis Presley that I'm looking through now. Okay, let us continue. 737 says, Dead Prez has a Black Star album out this year. Right, fascinating. And OTO is the Ordo Templi Orientis. That is the group, the New Age group that I think you could say really defines this great work thing, the Great Reset, the Green World Order. The whole idea of a New Age has been codified by this book, more or less. So Crowley was a big name in this, as was Jack Parsons. So we're also looking at something of a, I guess you could call it, it's quasi-Masonic is what you would say. So it's not specifically Masonic, it's more occultic and based on magic, but same thing, just much deeper. Much more into the new age, openly, blatantly new age, rather than, whereas Masonic's more Judeo-Christian in its symbolism. So instead of a Bible, they use this supposedly channeled book, this book of the law. Okay, so let's continue. So many interesting little tangents here. Creator Knows brought this one up. He said, did you hear about the banking scam that involved the father of Adam Lanza and the father of James Holmes? And yes, I have some info on that. The True Face of, no, there's a book that Elvis Presley was reading when he died, and someone was asking about it. His whole life story is scripted, if you ask me. It's a big movie. Did he die in 1977? I really don't think so. But when he died, he was reading a book, and this has been referenced by JL26's channel many times. I think it was called Search for the Face of Jesus. Very interesting movie, I would say, but again, it's long. It's 3 hours long. I did a deep review, and I'll go through some of the major points, though. There were a lot of things in the movie that stood out as very symbolic and relevant to the things that we talk about, because there's a there's a certain, I guess you could say, there's an icon that's been created, and it's a fallen savior, or a man from, or a savior from above, a heavenly savior. And just looking at the storyline of Elvis and how it merges with Kanye West and David Bowie, how you have these synonymous characters with synonymous symbolism, iconography, part of the same body of symbols. I'm thinking this is the elite occult religion and its worship of this pageantry and these celebrity idols. But when you break down the symbolism, you can see, yeah, there's something here beyond just entertainment. Okay, so again, I'm going through my Minds account. So if you missed this, in 2020, there was a guillotine placed in front of Jeff Bezos' home. Protesters set up a guillotine outside Bezos' mansion and demand higher wages for Amazon workers. Again, the communists. This is fascinating, though, how this was before 1/6. Like, I didn't see anybody at the 1/6 guided tour lugging around guillotines. So it just shows you this incredible double standard. But it's good to know what people are capable of. And of course, the mob has been set loose, and it's going to do whatever it's paid to do. All right, again, QAnon has returned after 2 years. It's making the rounds right now, and all signs point to it being Ron Watkins or his dad, Jim Watkins. Again, Ron Watkins and Jim are part of a documentary on HBO about Q. So it's one of them or someone really close to them. Violet Shadow says, the scientific face of Jesus. Yeah, exactly. Why would they have him reading that? Well, again, it's part of this bigger story. So if you didn't read the Q drops, and I understand, they're pointless. They really are. I mean, when somebody asks a provocative question and they expect me to do the work, I'm like, no thanks. I'm not going to do your work for you, tell me, or I'm not going to pay attention. So Q says, shall we play a game once more? So now you're supposed to hang out on 8chan and just refresh your browser, waiting for him to give you another clue about when Hillary Clinton's going to be arrested. It's like, I don't care about Hillary Clinton. I don't care about 99% of the things that Q is about. Besides, Q says that the earth isn't flat, so I already don't trust him. But anyway, he says, shall we play a game once more? And I'm thinking, this is like a puzzle. This is like some kind of a twisted game, and it made me think about Jigsaw. You know, Jigsaw puzzle. And that's, in the whole movie, Jigsaw, is about this ominous, anonymous character who starts off with, do you want to play a game? And somehow it involves you having your limbs sawed off at some point. Zaret says that Hillary Clinton Greta face is hilarious. Oh, I didn't know that was Hillary. Yeah, we have a meme here. Again, if you follow on our Discord, you would find all these and you're free to take them. Memes are free. Get in the Discord server, infiniteplainsociety.com. You get in the server, you get access to all of our cutting edge research, and the memes are free. $2 a month cover charge. You save if you pay for a full year, but generally we don't kick people out unless they're like heavily Mandela affected to the point where they can't function without being rude to everybody. But as you can see here, this is Greta in 2065. It's not actually a Hillary Clinton meme, but I can see where you arrived at that. And she says we only have 1 month to save the world. And it's kind of funny that this came up because I got some memes of Greta or some pictures of her recently where the child actress is gone, and the act needs to mature, and it hasn't. It just doesn't look right anymore. Like, she's at that weird phase, like where Macaulay Culkin was in the pizza-themed band. Like, what is this guy doing? Way expired. Same with her. What do you call him? Her nemesis, I guess. See, Kyle Rittenhouse and Greta Thunberg were both born January 3rd, 2003, which should tell you something. They were both conceived at the same unholy rite or something. But whatever the case, they represent the extremes of the factions. And Kyle comes out with some ridiculous game where you get to play Kyle shooting turkeys, which represent people in the news media. So you get to play out Kyle's murder fantasy, his revenge fantasy, in a video game. It's like both of them are super cringe at the moment. Twin Flames, says Zareth the Alchemist. Yeah, I've been describing it as like it's a two-headed bird. Okay, so Elvis biopic symbolism, I will go through that. And if you didn't know, because there were some birds aren't real conspiracy people in the news recently, the people behind Birds Aren't Real are actually affiliated with Parkland. So think about this. Critical thinkers know Parkland was a big theatrical production. Those of you who are part of this Keeping Up with the Crisis Actors know and appreciate the Government Actors Guild, the GAGs. They can't make it in Hollywood, and so they found another niche. And so here we are just watching these actors over the years, and they know that we're right. So what do? They try to discredit us. How? First, they say that we're hateful. Then they said that the crisis actor accusation is racist, which didn't make sense looking at Parkland. So what they settled on is you're crazy, or you can't tell the difference between real and fake. So what they did is, and talking to the Parklanders created the Birds Aren't Real conspiracy movement. Cameron Kasky is one of the guys from the Parkland, one of the quote survivors, and he said, yeah, basically they created the parody to make school shooting deniers look crazy. So that's weird to me. It's like that's damage control. Okay, so Elvis biopic symbolism breakdown. And Zareth, you're correct. Elvis, the king who died on the throne. Age of 42, same birthday as David Bowie. Again, DB42. When you get into the symbolism, it shows you how this is a web. Okay, so again, movie just came out on the 24th. The number 24 is very significant in this as well. The symbol of Saturn, it can be derived from that, the actual astrological symbol from the 2 and the 4. Also, 24 and 42 interchangeably have much to do with this character and what he represents. Represents L, Saturn, all connected. One of the first things about it is it opened up with a trailer for a movie called Black Adam. Now, Black Adam is starring The Rock. So right away, when I go to these movies, I always look at the trailers because they put all the same programming there as well. But right away, what stands out is Rock, and the symbolism with the Rock is something we cover quite a lot. But specifically, the lightning bolt and the Rock have some significance. And then he falls from the sky. This character in the movie, he flies. He's basically a savior. So you have a savior, lightning bolt, and a rock. These connections tie in, of course, to many of the other things that we talk about. In fact, at the very beginning of the Elvis movie, shows him as a child wearing a lightning bolt around his neck. Also, there are some interesting connections here with the International Hotel, among other things. There's a structure in front of it, a three-columned space needle-like structure without the top. Incredible connections here. We may get into this, but I'll say this because Jurassic Liars has been talking about the significance of Elvis and this character as being more or less how they're selling the public on the Antichrist is how he's explained it. And he's connected this to the whole mark of the beast. So interestingly enough, the movie starts out where, and this is bizarre, okay, because the movie starts out where Elvis is passed out in the hallway in a purple suit, and in order to wake him up, they have to shoot him up with something. So the movie starts out with, again, the color purple, the fallen king. And again, purple is always associated with Easter, and they put the purple cloth over Christ for the 3 days he's dead before he comes back. So here Elvis is symbolically dead, the fallen king. Then they bring out the syringe. and then they inject him. So he's saved, he's brought back to life. And my contention is that the needle has been turned into a symbol of salvation. And it's very significant that Elvis took the needle on TV on none other than Bill Gates' first birthday. So baby Bill Gates on 10/20 on his first birthday was watching Elvis likely taking the shot. But the idea here, of course, ties into the icon, the symbol, the savior symbolism tied in to this vaccination needle. But what's more is I've connected the salvation symbol of the needle to the space needle, to the obelisk, which are synonymous. These are the same symbols. The space needle is a New Age obelisk, a symbol of the resurrected Savior, which is what he represents, the phoenix. That's why you have the purple, represents the Phoenician. So the purple, the phoenix, the resurrected Savior, resurrected by the injection, ties into the symbol, of course, of this object in front of the International, where at the very beginning they have this interesting montage where it looks like an unfinished space needle, like it's waiting for the actual saucer to be put into place. And again, the space needle is a UFO. It is stylized to be a UFO. And again, we're talking about a savior from above. And so the modern savior from above would be some kind of an alien. That's kind of been this idea we've been sold with this New Age. And so here you have Elvis at the very beginning of the movie. He takes the shot, and in the montage, they have this three-pillared structure in front of the International, but they actually have the Starship Enterprise in front of it, which creates the completed Space Needle structure. And then, of course, the montage has Elvis apparently descending in this UFO-like structure, and then it cuts to Thomas Parker's eye's pupil. But my point is, they throw all the symbolism in here of this descending alien savior. This, again, tied in with the symbol of the phoenix and the resurrected Christ. Very fascinating. But there's quite a lot in here when you get into the symbolism of the story. You have, again, the needle injection resurrects the fallen king. Lots of crowns throughout the movie. Lots of references to this, quote, rock of eternity, among other things. Very conspicuous bits of symbolism here, though. A lot of it having to do with this idea of a rocket ship and the so-called rock of eternity. Interesting all around. I have a few things about the movie on my newsletter. And I also pointed this out. How, when the movie came out, if you went to the Drudge Report on 624, you would have seen Elvis on the left, and on the right, some bird brought back from extinction. This is in Japan. And the article says, modern phoenix. So you have Elvis, again, associated with the phoenix. You have the modern phoenix. And then you have stunning image shows cross still standing after fire rips through Texas church. So all on one page, you have multiple references to the burning man, the phoenix, the Christ, and of course the resurrection post flames. After burning down, the phoenix resurrects. These are all synonymous symbols. I'm just saying it's more examples of how they create these impressions. Now, I don't want to say it's a terrible movie, but they put the guy in a fat suit at the end, and that was just too much for me. I got up out of my seat at that point. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on. See a lot of interesting comments. Again, if anybody wants to call in and comment on anything we're discussing here, feel free. I did try to set up an interview with one of our trolls, but they kind of moved on. They didn't want to spend an hour on the phone with me for some reason. Some people prefer to stay in the, peanut gallery where it's safer. So, no problem there, no issue. We're not in the practice of banning people. Okay, now check this out. This is kind of interesting. Tom Hanks, so he was in the Elvis movie. He played Thomas Parker, this devil-like character. Tom Hanks appeared to suffer from hand tremors while promoting the Elvis movie in a viral video which has now been shared by Daily Mail. So his hands are shaking. And I'm like, that's intriguing, because if you recall in Saving Private Ryan, one of the characteristics of Captain Miller, Tom Hanks, is intense anxiety causing his hands to shake. So, shaky hands in real life now. Just another example of this blending of real life and movie characters. And I think all of it is about keeping the public confused. I think it's about confusion more than anything. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out the Twitter feed here. I'm on Real Tim Osman, if you want to follow me on Twitter. Okay, so the false flag fallacy, this is the AutoHoax 101. I put a link below. So what I've done is I've put together a lot of important ideas, I think, with regard to what we're actually saying, because it's very easy. For some reason, some people are quick to just denounce our assessment as you're just calling it fake and ignoring it, or you're just calling everything fake. And that is a total mischaracterization. There's actually a bit of nuance here. And what's more, we're not refusing to know things. We're not in denial about things that are real. If anything, we're more informed. We're just making a distinction between what we know and what we've been told to believe. And when we're attempting to find out more about a story, we have to go through sources beyond what is provided to us, which means we tend to know more and have more information that's been verified than people who just choose to go with what they've been told. So, my point being, there's more to this concept of, quote, auto-hoaxing and really challenging media narratives than being just dismissive. All right, let us continue. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Let me see if I have any voicemails before we get much further. On the screen, that is not Kurt Cobain, that is Greta Thunberg. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what is up with her and Kyle. They're equally annoying. They're perfectly diametrically opposed to one another. It's too perfect that they have the same birthdays. It is too perfect. More evidence, I would say, in the more evidence leading me to conclude that the elite are really all about this moonchild thing, where they're really particular about conception dates and having the babies born on certain dates. It has to do with incarnating astrological forces. Okay, so should I play a clip here? I didn't want to get into this. But the reaction to Roe v. Wade. And the reason why this is important is we've been talking about this Kraken thing and how Stranger Things had a subtext of the youth being targeted by some killer the adults weren't quite grasping. Had the subtext involving, the main storyline was PTSD, undiagnosed, America's undiagnosed mental health problem, the Second Amendment personified as a monster killing the children, a David Hogg-like character getting everybody to rise up, and of course the Demogorgon being released by the Russians, and the portal opening, the Watergate on 11/6 or 6/11. Same with the Batman movie. Gotham gets flooded 11/6 or 6/11. These are almost interchangeable. But the thing is, the Kraken, I've been saying, represents the collectivism and the masses being turned into some big superorganism, and then basically this is the Kraken that breaks everything. So interestingly enough, on 6/11, which is a day pointed at as significant with this in regard to all of this, the March for Our Lives is there giving some occult pledge to avoid school if there's still guns. But clearly, if you look at the symbolism, the all-seeing eye, just the ominous nature of it all, they were pledging to avoid, likely having to do with the void, the abyss, bottomless pit, wherever the Kraken is coming from, whatever they're invoking, it's coming from the void. And that day you had in the news all kinds of stories about a newly discovered black hole, dead star, a void. So my point being, I don't see these things as disconnected. That day you had the 33, misreported as 31, 33 members of the Patriot Front in the town where the Aryan Nation has its headquarters. So you see the U-Haul open, the gate open, and they come out. And then while the pledge is being given there in D.C. in front of the big obelisk by the March for Our Lives people, there's an advertisement on the screen for a documentary on CNN called Watergate. Watergate is also a thing in Stranger Things, which has the subtext of the youth marching against the Second Amendment, the David Hogg-esque character. David Hogg was there when everyone was giving their pledge to avoid. So again, I'm suggesting you were looking at the rousing of Leviathan, the Kraken, and on both sides of the spectrum, you have the representation. And when they were given the pledge, the guy delivering the pledge, whose son's name was Joaquin, which has some interesting connotations there, he said it's time for payback. So they're giving the mob permission to pay the other side back. And then, of course, you had, prior to the leak at the Supreme Court, you had a guy named Bruce Wynn, or Wynn Bruce, which is a very Batman-y name, Bruce Wayne, Wynn Bruce, and he sets himself on fire in front of the Supreme Court. I'm like, wait, that's got to mean something, because it's the bat as Phoenix. And if you remember, the bat as Phoenix was used as a symbol throughout the Batman movies. And what's more, the COVID, which was the Phoenix, the burning down before they can build back better, was kicked off by, of course, bat soup. So the catalyst for the Phoenix, for the reset, was in fact the bat. So it's very significant that we have another bat Phoenix, a guy named Wynn Bruce, setting himself on fire in front of the Supreme Court. He burned to death. Now, I'm like, okay, this has got to imply something similar to the Batman movie, Joaquin Phoenix. All these movies have strong examples of predictive and even concurrent programming. In this case, though, Wynn Bruce sets himself on fire outside the Supreme Court. So you have this guy on fire, and then, of course, the leaks at the Supreme Court. So you have the fire, the leaks, and now the angry people hitting the streets, the Kraken being released. So that's where I'm coming from when I'm pointing out that this woman here represents the energy that they have evoked.
It's all right. It's all right. I feel that way too. It's all right. We feel that way together, okay? Let it out. Let it out.
Okay, and it goes on for minutes. She goes on and on and on. And this is just one example of this letting go of inhibitions. Like, this is the Kraken, I'm saying. And this is not just women. I'm saying on both sides, they're going to be releasing this Kraken. And that's where you have the right wing, of course, ganging up and going after the other side. They turned this on. They released this. They opened the Watergate. They opened the floodgates. So now we're just watching to see what comes up. All right, so let us continue through your comments before I get much further. Ryla05 said, why did Hogg look like Elvis? Oh, yes. There's quite a lot to delve into if you want to go into that event. Suffice to say, anytime you see big mobs gathered around that big obelisk, it's some kind of ritual to the god of the world. Busy Lee Penofman says, Timmy's the only one hinting at truth. Listen to him. It's true, because it's not really about knowing the truth or knowing what is said to be true by this or that expert, but it's about knowing how to discern for yourself. You have to be your own media. And that's what AUTOHOAXOLOGY 101 is also about. Linked below. Celestial Wonders has joined us, says hi or howdy, Penguinati. Yep. Rip ears. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, everyone. I turned it lower even. I turned it lower. But yeah, that was rough. And look, that's not the worst. And again, I'm just pointing out that what we're seeing here is the release of a lot of resentment. I mean, look, 50 years. Think about that too. So think about this in context. We're about to reach July 4th, and it was July 4th, 1776, when Pluto, or Hades, the god of the underworld, but that planet was where it is right now, or it's going to be on July 4th. I mean, this is a very important bit of astrological timing because Pluto's return is associated with the downfall, the breaking apart of empires. So, July 4th, 1776, Pluto was at the point where it reached on 2/2/2022, this big Kraken release date. So, I've been saying we're going to see the Kraken being released. And if you look at the Dawn Day 2 event, it really decoded much of what we're seeing. Part of it involves blackouts and floods, some kind of helter-skelter situation. But it all looks very ominous, to be honest. But the idea of the Kraken being released has been implied really since then. And so I'm like, well, where is this going to be manifested? And it's going to be some kind of, I guess, permission given for the different sides to let loose and let everything burn down or something like that, which is what it looks like. Again, things couldn't be more diametrically opposed. Okay, and now the Karen thing, yes, somebody here remarks that it was some kind of denigration of middle-aged straight white women. Yeah, I recall that. I remember there were different things where they were characterizing certain women as Karens, and apparently this is an older phenomenon, and it actually ties back to the idea of privilege and I believe Emmett Till being basically killed because of a Karen saying something. So it has a deeper history, but the timing of Karen surfacing with Kraken, I think, is very significant. Very, very significant. And again, we're talking about really about politics, but not just politics as usual, because politics being tied in to this ritualistic return of Pluto. And of course, everything about the elite, if you've noticed, is timed astrologically. That's how we know that what we're talking about is truly based on a script. I use the various terms, but it is undeniable that the Great Reset was timed with the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction on a winter solstice, which hasn't happened since Jesus was born. So it's year zero. And speaking of which, I'm watching that Man in a High Castle, and it does involve a reset situation. Setting the clocks to year zero, burning the old histories. It's about the Nazis winning, but they bring up a lot of stuff that's relevant to right now. But anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to this July 4th and this Kraken being released. I think this is somehow going to be a combination of 2020 and something much worse. I'm looking at 1977, Summer of Sam. I'm expecting some kind of interesting summer at a minimum. Okay, let's see here. Infinite Muse says, cry pillows needed. Sure. Well, look, I don't want to disparage people for having emotions, but when you cry on Instagram, when you do a selfie with the tear running down your face, you're making a public scene about it and you're open to criticism. And I've seen a lot of virtue signaling today. And, well, all the time. That's pretty much all we see. Where was her mask? Okay, so let us continue. Going through our minds.com. Again, minds.com/Infinite Plane Society is where I put a lot of the important information. The CIA owns everyone of any significance in the major media. Deception is a state of mind and the mind of the state. These are just random quotes from people in the intelligence agencies. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. William Casey. So yeah, look at this. I mean, this is just the world that we're in right now. Climate change is now a cause of death. First climate change death, Canadian patient, first in the world to be diagnosed with climate change. Do you remember patient zero for COVID? This is patient zero for climate change. And these are overlapping agendas. I would even say that COVID was used to fast track the climate change lockdowns to come. So you got misinformation kills, and now climate change kills. And people believe it. Look at this quote from Twitter. He says, "If you don't believe people are suffering and dying from climate change, then something is wrong with you." Right. Again, we're questioning the existence of their angry God. And so this guy got killed by, not the weather, you. You did this. You didn't recycle enough. You didn't pay enough on your carbon taxes. So now we have climate change deaths. I also want to point this out, just a bit of hypocrisy, but I guess it's human nature to deify our leaders. So if you look on the left, you got Zelensky and Ben Stiller. Both of them look ready to chest feed each other. And I'm just pointing out that they're wearing tight shirts. I don't know who started this style of tight polos, Epstein, but whatever it is, these two guys are trying to convey strength, like they're tough. And they're beating Russia, who's a bully. So I ignored the whole thing for the most part. It's a terrible movie. I think the guy got an Emmy, didn't he? But you have these Hollywood people meeting with this guy. And by the way, when Tom Cruise met with him, Tom Cruise was like 6 feet tall. Like something was off with the height. He made Tom Cruise look tall. But you can laugh and say the libs love to worship their celebrity leaders. But then look on the right. On the right side of the screen, there's Donald Trump's head with a beard, which I don't even know if he's ever had facial hair. But here he is with a full beard, and he's wearing a Superman costume with a T on it. President Trump making America great again. I've seen Trump's head on the body of Rocky Balboa, Thor, pretty much the same thing. Both sides worship their leaders. These are their gods. By the way, global warming turns 34, I think today. Let me double check. And this is significant because the Twin Towers were 33 when they pulled them. Yeah, June 24th. So global warming is now 34. It's already past the 33-year mark. It was getting kind of ominous. Because, you know, in the Batman movie, they flood the poles, 11/6. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. In real life, the GOP's slogan since like October of 2021 has been flood the polls 2022. So there's been all this talk of flooding the polls and then Watergate and the Kraken. So I thought there's something coming up here. And then climate change. 33 years. Are they going to somehow flood the poles? Ice caps melt? Are they going to somehow simulate or affect the appearance of climate change and have the greatest I told you so moment of all time? But we passed the 33-year mark, so I think we might be safe. Okay, happy birthday 737. If you want to say hi in our Discord server, we have a lot of meme techs who tend to churn out birthday cards when people are in the server. Okay, so when did global warming become climate change? When people realized the Earth wasn't getting warmer. And I agree with Zareth. He says climate is how recent society is described. The climate in public opinion. I think that's the case. I think you're right. Molly Rowland says Ben Stiller, is he a eunuch? Oh, are you saying is he a, yeah, look, there's a lot of weird theories out there that these celebrities are all the opposite of what they appear. I don't know how much of it is misinformation. Does it even matter? Kind of, yeah. I mean, I guess the question is, you know, how deceived are we? You know, how literal are we to take them as some of their symbolism, which involves the worship of Baphomet or the androgynous Freemasonry, Horus, the androgen child, that's supposed to take over as the main deity from the patriarchal Osiris. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't think Ben Stiller's a woman, but people are welcome to their conjecture. I'm looking for more evidence, though. More evidence. What have they been doing at CERN lately, says Jim West. Mandela affecting, I think, a segment of the population. I think they've been screwing with our logos and labels and catchphrases just to gaslight us. The Wizards of CERN. I know on July 5th they're cranking it up. And by the way, July 3rd is Tom Cruise's birthday. And it's the first day of the dog days of summer. And I believe the dog days of summer referred to the time when Sirius the dog star, that everybody worships on New Year's without knowing it. See, it reaches its highest point at midnight on New Year's. Then it falls. So the ball drop, you count down, you make your wishes or whatever, your resolutions. You're drawing down the energies of Sirius, the dog star that the Masons worship. The star that fell in front of Truman and caused him to wake up to the deception, to the illusion. It's like the star of initiation. But there's some great significance attached to the days where it's behind the sun, or it's magnifying the power of the sun. There's some kind of connection there to the occultists with these dog days. And also, speaking of floods, one of the reasons why they call it the dog star, it's said, is that the dog warns of impending danger, and the dog star's position lets you know of the annual flooding of the Nile. So there is an association with the dog star and floods. So that also might be something that we're seeing right now. And the flood can take many forms. Some have said it could be within economics, flooding of currency, flooding of people out into the streets, any number of... There's a Loosh flood regardless. And Loosh, if you didn't know, I heard that from Human... let's see if I can pull up the channel, actually, the Twitter account. Human Vibrations. But this term Loosh is the idea of there's some kind of energy being extracted from all the Matrix batteries who don't know about the Psywar. And so if you're aware of it, you're less... It's almost like you're in an abusive relationship with a manipulative person, but that person is the mass media. And all they do is they feed off your gullibility. So here's a link to Human Vibration on Twitter, who I guess really woke up to this phenomenon with John Benet Ramsey, which was a huge Loosh harvest. I'll reach out and maybe have another conversation. I have a new podcast series I'm preparing to start where I want to go into another topic that has been fringed unfairly. It's been lumped in with other things. But I want to get into the mechanics of what we would call magic and how it relates to media and mind control. But it's sort of a separate topic. And I want to go into detail. And I don't want to be unfocused. I want to have like one subject per podcast, so it'll probably be pre-recorded. But I'm starting those any day now. But you'll be the first to know, obviously. Lean Dion says it could be a pocket of microgravity. Yeah, that could be. Like the cosmonauts have this video where one of the guys drops a screw and it hits the floor. And it's like, well, what happened? And they say, silly flat earther, obviously microgravity pulled the screw down onto the floor. So here, how is the water staying in the mason jar while they're in the ISS in the Chinese space station? Well, obviously, I think that was microgravity. A pocket of it. I've been avoiding the news from the space station lately just because they're so disgusting. But do you remember? They are. We can look, Astrocrete. So I was talking about Astrocrete a little while ago, which is this proposal for building infrastructure on the moon with blood. Astronaut blood mixed with the lunar regolith. So you got lunar dust and mud, blood, mud, bricks to build your lunar infrastructure. Like, it's just grotesque. But I'm like, well, there's got to be another reason here. Like, I think part of it is collectivism, sacrificing of yourself for the collective. So that's got to be part of it. Two, it's just the general ethos of Soylent Green. Everybody's recyclable. Hey, if you die, let's just put you in the wood chipper and then, make some furniture, make some bricks. So I think it's all about recycling us, giving yourself for the collective. And then the other side of it is blood and soil is the other aspect to it, meaning that the first generation of lunar colonists will have a deep connection to the ground, and their children will as well. So if you look at blood and soil, this was actually a Nazi Germany nationalist slogan. And the idea was that you would have a nation defined by the people who were born there, who have a blood tie, who have some sort of an ancestral connection to the geographical region. So blood and soil would seem to me to be, again, who founded NASA? I mean, who's behind it? Nazis, basically. Not an exaggeration. Werner von Braun, Nazi. Blood and soil seems like it's part of their big story, their big mission. And of course, tying you to this new land. So it's like, my parents gave their blood so that we could live here. They suffered for us. So I think it's part of the big mind control and part of the long-term development of the human race as we're turned into a multi-planetary species. I mean, what a trauma bond. Zereth the Alchemist says that's how Adam was made. Oh, that's fascinating. You're right. And didn't Adam give birth to Eve out of a rib? These stories are intriguing. I don't understand Bible literalists who don't literally believe the other stories. Like, for example, I mean, what's the difference between a myth or mythology and theology? So, for example, Zeus is mad at Pandora because she opens the box and spills chaos in the world. So he floods the place. Like, how is that any different from any of these other myths where the first woman disobeys, releases evil, releases chaos, angry God floods? They're all the same. Okay, so let's move on. We were just talking about blood and soil having some interesting precedent here. And they're reintroducing it, though, with the astronauts in space. And where are the Americans getting their water with the cosmonauts leaving? Because if you didn't know, the policy has been for a long time, cosmonauts get water. Astronauts drink the recycled urine from the cosmonauts. And I thought this was a sick joke. I was like, wait a minute. Are you telling me that the Americans are drinking Russian urine? And the reason I focused on this is my view of the big script is that America is going to lose the space race. This was actually reinforced by the space race last year between the movie studios, where the movie called The Challenge by the Russians beat Tom Cruise. So Tom Cruise, America's hero, America's Top Gun, lost the challenge to the Russians, lost the space race. 1969 was being replayed in many ways in 2021. So I thought that's very consistent with my overall read here, because here you have Donald Trump gets into office, and before he does, there's these stories leaking about how he's been frequenting Russian brothels and asking for a golden shower. Now, I hate to even say this, but look, this is I'm gonna bring up a headline, so you can't say it's me saying this. I mean, there were stories that Trump was paying Russian, and again, Russian prostitutes. An alleged tape shows Donald Trump having Russian prostitutes urinate in the hotel bed. Okay, so it's really terrible, very terrible. So this is a real story. Now, while this is going on, Trump is in the Oval Office, and he's talking to Peg Whitson. She was the one who was the ISS commander who went around the Earth 666 days. So again, we're talking about, this is so insane, the space station and all these astronauts up there. And of all things, she decides to tell Donald Trump that she's drinking Russian recycled urine. And Trump is there talking to her about this, and just like, better you than me, is what he says. I'll pull it up on the screen. You got Trump and Ivanka, and you got the commander from the ISS on the screen. Again, it's like a kid with a snow cone. Like, she's proud of it. You know, she's like, she's happy. She's like, look at this. I'm drinking this recycled stuff. Now, the only reason I'm bringing this up is this is happening at the same time that Trump is being accused of having something with Russian urine. And I'm just saying, okay, there's too much here, and I'm getting the impression that this is some kind of insider sick joke. I'm not exactly sure, other than, yeah, some kind of symbol that the Russians are going to win. And I think I've been vindicated. Super, super insane. Let me play a clip here.
Tell me, Mars, what do you see a timing for actually sending humans to Mars? Is there a schedule, and when would you see that happening?
Well, I think as your bill directed, it'll be approximately in the 2030s. As I mentioned, we actually are building hardware to test the new heavy launch vehicle, and this vehicle will take us further than we've ever been away from this planet. So, unfortunately, spaceflight takes a lot of time and money, so getting there will require some international cooperation to get it to be a planet-wide.
Now, one other thing to pay attention to, so this is Peggy speaking. Again, she's been up there 666 days. They always make these real, I just think it's just some kind of bizarre humor. I mean, you don't want to look into the space news and all the sick, puerile jokes they make about
The work, and it's
a
incredible.
certain planet. Now, if you look at the screen, you'll notice too how they hang at these weird angles. So he's in 0G, supposedly. Why is his head vertical? Look at his spine. So if there's no gravity, if you could just free float, float anywhere, just like, you would be able to float upside down, presumably. But why is he fighting against Earth's gravity? There shouldn't be any. So that's a giveaway. You see this in many of these events, or I mean these scenes where they're basically, obviously hanging from a cord, and it's given away. Okay, so let me see if I can find anything else useful about this particular clip. I didn't want to get into that topic too deep. I just wanted to point out here that there's all kinds of sick jokes being played on the public, and you wouldn't catch that as a joke. You wouldn't know it was a joke if you thought outer space was real. But, you know, you saw the Chinese space station with their, well, glass of, I guess, just water. Hopefully water. Just sort of sitting there. All right, I'll play a few more seconds just so you know. This is, again, Donald Trump talking to the space station.
We're going to need to be able to close the life support system, and that means we, right now, for instance, are taking solar power that we collect and using it to break apart water into oxygen and hydrogen. The oxygen we breathe, of course, we use the hydrogen, combine it back with the CO2 that we take out of the air, and make more water. But water is such a precious resource up here that we also are cleaning up our urine and making it drinkable, and it's really not as bad as it sounds.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Better you than me. I will.
So, there we go. Better you than me. They make a big point about it. So I wouldn't care too much to talk about that, but you know, clearly that's a big point. You're going to talk to the president, bring that up. Peggy Whitson spent 666 days in space. Again, if this isn't real, if it's all just theater, if it's all just a 22-year blooper reel in the worst reality TV show ever, the worst mandatory science fiction, because you all have to watch it and believe it, you know, especially if you're in school. Why would they make this the date, the number of days? Peggy spent 666 days. Could that number have something to do with, I don't know, worship of the god of the earth? Baal worship. I would think that might be it. There's a link in the chat if you want to join the newsletter. Look, if you get in the newsletter, what I'll do is I will send the first chapter and the intro of AUTOHOAXOLOGY, the false flag fallacy. Again, AUTOHOAXOLOGY, the false flag fallacy. I'm not going to say required reading, but I would say it's probably worth reading just to familiarize yourself with a couple of key concepts here having to do with why I categorize people as auto believers versus auto hoaxers with regard to how critical they are of the media they consume. All right, going through your comments. Yeah, look, the ISS has some terrible news lately. Apparently it's unsanitary. And I think they're preparing people for it to be obviously pulled down. Okay, from LA Mag, shall we play a game once more? Conspiracy Trollmaster Q returns. Yeah, Q is back. So all the hopium addicts are back at it, totally empowered. It's amazing. It's like they all relapsed. All kinds of Kool-Aid addicts have relapsed. Man arrested for attempting murder after attacking LAPD with flamethrower. So again, riots are happening. I saw the flamethrower. I saw the people blocking traffic. I'm like, you guys are blocking traffic on a very busy freeway, and you don't know how many people are on their way to the abortuary, and you're getting in the way of their abortion. So don't block the roads. 1 year after his death, John McAfee's corpse still being held by government fueling claims of a cover-up. So it's been a year, and John McAfee's corpse is still in the morgue. I don't know if he's already been autopsied or if they're waiting on an autopsy, but it kind of like, look, I thought the guy faked his death, and this kind of makes me think that maybe he didn't. Because I don't know. Look, there's no reason to think he's alive. I looked at the new accounts on Telegram that they say are being run by him, and no, it's just nothing but recycled Q drops and Bible verses. A full-blown assault on Christianity. Pro-abortion agitators attack preacher, rip his Bible to shreds. Looks like a psyop to me. Just some guy trying to get clicks. Crisis actor. I'm calling this out as a crisis actor. You know, if I was going to build a church and I was a preacher, I think that would be a great way. You know, go confront a mob and preach to it. So he's probably intentionally getting himself into this if it's not a complete ruse. They love to look persecuted because it gives them street cred. It's a weird thing, this persecution complex. Internet neo-Nazis do it too. They're like, look, the evil gatekeeper is banning me from his chat. I'm being persecuted. I'm vindicated. I'm a victim. I'm like, no, you're not banned. You haven't been muted even. Okay. Pro-abortion protesters take up Los Angeles streets. Yeah, great group of people. Very energized. Congresswoman Mary Miller thanks Trump for the historic victory for white life. Yeah, that was a Freudian slip, I'm sure. But yes, you had Representative Mary Miller thank the president for saving white life. I think it was a gaffe, but the media is running with it. Proof of something there. LAPD officer was beaten to death in a training exercise meant to simulate a mob. So this is fascinating. Here you have an LAPD officer killed by a fake mob during, dies during a simulation. It's like that's kind of noteworthy. I was looking at this hyper-realistic school shooting drills, and you had a number of incidents. You had injuries. You had people getting shot with pellets. Just interesting here, though, a simulation actually killing someone. Probably real. We won't go back. Rapid response protests across the U.S. I like all the signage. Sure looks spontaneous. These things are definitely funded. It's just a question of what are they being paid to do? What are they being paid to do? And there's such a double standard. So you'll see, we will see the double standard, the peaceful protesters. Okay, let me go ahead and go through the Twitter feed here. Again, it's at Real Tim Osman if you want to follow me there. We were just kind of listening to some videos. Again, the protesters are unhinged. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on that. I think we all got our fill in 2020. You heard one mob, if you hear one, you hear them all. The repetitive chants, it's mind-numbing. And if you read about cult mind control, that's actually a huge part of basically replacing the individual thought patterns with groupthink. The chanting, the repetition. Okay, I'll play this one. Someone here juxtaposed a group of protesters along with their animal world counterparts. So, it's about 30 seconds.
My choice! My choice! That's not fucking talking, bro! That's not fucking talking!
I will not be stopped!
Join with us right now!
Not my charge, not mistake! Women must deserve their fate!
All right, I think they nailed it. Again, that's from Steven Voiceover. Great work there. Again, just juxtaposing protesters and their animal, I guess you would say what their spirit animals. Really. Okay, so let's see what else. Twitter crew showing their allegiance to Satan. It's either that or white power. Which is it? Well, I guess when it's over the eye, it's definitively satanic because the all-seeing eye. Again, your 666. Rooting the Dog says Roe Wade, both names linked by water. Interesting. Fish eggs equals Roe, and to wade through water, and then there was a leak. Yeah, great points. Watergate, Kraken being released. Again, it comes from the underworld. Pluto returns. Roe and Wade. There's definitely something. Look, the Kraken is associated with the water. The big Cthulhu, Point Nemo, Kraken, Hunt for Red October, nuclear submarine. It's all aquatic. And then I find out Godzilla's birthday is 11/3, which we will be celebrating here. We have our own version of Godzilla, sort of our new mascot, or in his final form. So if you've seen our penguin with the electric free energy wrench, some Tartarian tech there, that's not the final form. You'll see it. You hear it. You hear it whenever I get a super chat. Angst G says, protesters remind me of the 5G zombies from the 2016 movie Cell. What's the difference between remote controlling people with wireless devices to turn them into zombies, to burn cities down, and using social media to agitate people into burning their cities down? There is no difference. You don't need a chip in your head for them to send messages to control your thoughts. I remember all these 5G phobes. They were like, oh, it's not the COVID killing people, it's 5G towers. And they're going to use the injected operating system, the goo, the black goo, to control you with the 5G towers and make you do what they want. And I'm like, no, people are already adopting the new religious headdress and the new holy water. They're covering themselves in hand sanitizer, social distancing, masking, locking down, quitting their jobs, all without the pokey, all without the injection. So it's like you don't need high-tech mind control. People are controlled by the old stuff. They still are. It doesn't require towers and injected operating systems. You just got to turn people into NPCs. NPCs are people who go with the program, who go with the scripts without questioning. They don't go off the scripts, like in a video game. When you're playing a video game, you're sort of the director. You're the character, but you're also the director of the game. You're in the controls. You're the controller, whereas the other people are simply reactors, and they're going along with some script. And in our world today, it seems like if you go with the program, you're kind of an NPC, and they're the main players. They don't like competition. All right, let's move on. Going through my feed. So I do have a lot of interesting information about QAnon, but we'll wait wait another day or so. It's still kind of coming to the surface that these new Q drops are pretty damning, and they put the crosshairs on Ron Watkins and his dad, who are definitely connected to George News, who is, I believe, and I've made a great case for it, is the source of the Q drops. And why this matters? Well, because the guy can be indicted on felony identity theft, and it would be a major foot bullet for Trump, so hopefully someone picks up on it. Let me go and play this. A 1958 Western called Trackdown. This is an episode called End of the World, and this is one of the first instances of Trump appearing on the world stage. A con man named Trump convinces the people in this town that he alone can save the world from a cosmic threat by building a wall. Remember, he got elected, build the wall, and then Space Force.
Got a name?
Trump.
I bet it fits. Your name is Trump? How long are you gonna let this con man walk around town? Be careful, son. I can sue you.
I don't intend to sit here and be insulted, Sheriff. If your people don't want my help, I can go elsewhere.
Wait a minute, Mr. Trump. You don't talk for the rest of us.
Since the sheriff wouldn't stop Trump, Hobie had to find somebody who would.
You hear about Trump?
Yes, sir. What are you gonna do about him?
What do you want me to do?
Stop him.
Now, there's nothing in the world could change their minds. And anybody who tries to could end up getting hurt. They're not going to listen.
Well, there's got to be some way to stop him.
Well, if there is, I don't know it. It's funny how a big lie can make us all kids again.
Now, a big lie. Consider how they've been using the term the big lie to refer to the election, the Kraken. The disputed election is, quote, the big lie. That's motivating the mob. So, a couple of things about this. Again, cosmic threat, build the wall, Space Force, Trump needs to be stopped, the big lie. This came out May 9th, 1958. The episode's called End of the World. Very significant. The number 58, there are so many things about 58 that I could go into with Trump, which I'll put down in my Metascript video series. But the interesting thing is, the day after this episode, chronologically, if you go to Quantum Leap, where the main character jumps back to May 10th, 1958. So the day after the end of the world, the day after this episode of Trackdown, there's a Quantum Leap episode where the guy's a cab driver and he's taking Donald Trump's dad and a young 12-year-old Donald Trump somewhere. So Donald Trump actually appears chronologically the next day in another TV show about a time traveler, which connects to Trump and all of this predictive programming for Trump as a time traveler, including tie-ins to Back to the Future, where he goes back to 1958 and 85. They use these interchangeably. But as you'll see, Trump Tower, 58 stories, 58 years after this, 2016, he gets elected, marries Melania when she's 58. He's the 58th, I believe, inauguree. There's all kinds of fascinating things with him. But let me go ahead and play the rest of this clip here because it goes on to Trump being shot or assassinated.
Hobie had checked the town. The people were ready to believe. Like sheep, they ran toward the slaughterhouse. And waiting for them was the high priest of fraud.
I am the only one. Just me. I can build a wall around your homes that nothing will penetrate.
What do we do? How do we save ourselves?
You ask, how do you build that wall? You ask, and I'm here to tell you.
You're a liar, Trump.
Trump's sure having his way.
You're going to go back and tell him, Trump. What? You're going to go back and tell him it's a fake. You did a good job working him up into this mood, and now let's see you talk your way out of it.
You don't think I'd lie, do you?
You don't want an answer to that. No, I don't need you now. Every minute you're alive, my neck's in trouble. I know
Again, there's some kind of conspiracy, and at the end, they got to shoot Trump. So, again, it's called End of the World. So let me go ahead and bring this up on Wiki. The show is called Trackdown. Hobie has to deal with a snake oil salesman. Now, snake oil salesman, think about that, the Vax father, warp speed. Selling the end of the world to a town filled with gullible people. The episode is called End of the World. Again, about this charlatan. It aired May 9th, 1958. So now let's look at Quantum Leap. Again, Quantum Leap is a time traveling show. And so the one where he goes to May 10th, 1958 involves Trump as well. And these are all just very, very conspicuous examples of what you would call predictive programming. The episode is called It's a Wonderful Leap, May 10th, 1958. Features Dr. Beckett as a taxi cab driver. So Donald Trump appears in this episode of Quantum Leap. So he's a kid. And chronologically, it lines up. I think he's like 12. And he's in the back seat. I think that's him, actually, a young Trump. Yes, according to Mental Floss, Quantum Leap aired between 1989 and 1993. At the time, Trump was a real estate mogul and New York socialite. No one would have guessed he would have had a future in politics, much less that he would hold the highest elected position in the world. Well, some of us, I mean, this... retrospect, I guess, hindsight, sure, certainly it's 2020. You could have seen that we were prepared for the emergence of Trump. But here he is, again, May 10th, 1958, chronologically a day after a guy named Trump in an unrelated show. And the connection here, End of the World, well, End of the World referenced 2020, the end of, before the Great Reset. So, in 2020, the world ended, so you survived. You're still here. It hit year zero, according to the big clock that the elite are using. So it seems to me that the predictive programming talking about Trump and the end of the world also relates to the stuff in Donnie Darko. Donnie Dark, and the O is the crown. Donnie Dark, Donald Trump, there's a connection here. The movie Donnie Darko had made much use of the corona and the eclipse, which ties in, of course, to the corona in 2020. And there's a scene where Donnie Triumph, or Donnie Darko, is wearing a sweatshirt that says Triumph. So it's like, wait, Donnie Triumph, Donald Trump. And on the screen, he's watching a football game, and it's player number 17, which is an obvious Q tie-in. And one of the subplots is he burns a house down. And the guy, played by Patrick Swayze, this cult leader, happens to have a big collection of child exploitation films. So he exposes a pedo ring, kind of like Q. So there's a lot of interesting connections there. It also takes place in 1988 when Biden ran for the presidency. But anyway, the end of the world associated with 2020, and throughout Donnie Darko, you hear this phrase about the end of the world. Okay, so let us continue. I have so much news about the Q thing, but it's just not the most interesting thing in the world. I think I'm just kind of ready for the whole thing to fall apart. Greta Thunberg is, I don't know what's going on here. She's reading off of paper, which is not environmentally sound. But like, to me, if you really believe something, you don't need a script. And I'm wondering if she really believes all this stuff. So this is Greta Thunberg demanding everyone talk about the climate crisis.
The biggest story in the world. And it must be spoken as far and as wide as possible, as far as our voices can carry, and even further still. It must be told in articles, newspapers.
Now, they probably gave her the script because the last time they let her go off the cuff, she was pretty much just saying blah, blah, blah. And that's an actual transcript. Blah, blah, blah. No more blah, blah, blah. Greta Thunberg at COP26 mocking the world leaders. Now, I'm not really super big into gematria. However, I did put blah into the gematria calculator, and it turns out it adds to 11 on one of these things. So 11, 11, 11 is 33.
Blah, blah, blah. No more exploitation of people and nature and the planet. No more exploitation. No more blah, blah, blah. No more whatever they're doing inside there.
And again, yes, blah, 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 B, 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 build back better. B could be a 6, as in 666. And then also B is a second letter, 222, the date of the Pluto return. This big reset, the Kraken tied into, of course, Pluto return, February 22nd. Very interesting. And one other thing, I should probably bring this up. So on Star Trek, there was an episode where Captain Kirk was trapped in a room full of these children who were, well, they weren't children, but they're from this race that they stay children for like hundreds of years. So he's surrounded by these old kids. And he can't control them, and they just start screaming at him, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, there's something very, very Greta about this whole thing here. So, again, this is Captain Kirk.
Listen to me! You've got our communicators. The boxes we talk into. We need them to talk to the ship.
Blah, blah, blah.
No blah, blah, blah!
All right. Captain Kirk, who's been crying because of climate change. He saw the damage when he went up into space. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and move on. Unbelievable how far back this propaganda goes, this multi-generational psyop to sell the world on a new heaven, this outer space utopianism. Trump asked the Kraken, Sidney Powell, to be a special counsel for January 6th. Speaking of 1/6 in the Kraken, Season 1, Episode 6 of Inside Job, which is a parody cartoon about 9/11. Season 1, Episode 6, a Kraken kills Jeff Bezos. A Kraken takes down his yacht. It goes deep when you go into the symbolism here. 9/11, a Kraken taking his yacht. The yacht representing, as he represents Nimrod, it represents a monument to his ego. It's like the Titanic, too big to fail. It's another symbol of the Tower of Babel. Meanwhile, he's got an actual Tower of Babel being built in Virginia, the Helix headquarters. So it's pretty clear Bezos is Nimrod, building the Tower to Babel. So on 1/6, Season 1, Episode 6, the Kraken destroys him and his yacht. Again, it's like the Kraken taking down the Tower of Babel. Show called Inside Job, obvious 9/11 reference. Jeff Bezos' launch on July 20th of 2021 took off at 9:11 a.m. So why would he launch at 9:11 a.m. and poke his head into the heavens, richest man on earth, Nimrod climbing the Tower of Babel, if he wasn't playing a historic role or a mythological role of, again, richest man on earth, this big worldly king, builds a temple, a tower that reaches the heavens, and he pokes his head into the heavens against it, really flaunting the will of God. The significance here is when Bezos was on his yacht, flexing with all his friends and his servants had their masks on, he was flaunting the globe. He was flaunting the wrath of globe and global warming. He was saying, I've got a massive carbon footprint and I don't care. Just like Nimrod. I'm going to do what I want to do. I don't care. He's tempting the wrath of globe. So Captain Kirk's crying because he knows that Bezos and other unsustainables have wrecked the place. And here Bezos is acting like this king. So it's very significant, in my opinion, that not only did he launch and go up in this modern Tower of Babel construct, this space program, not only did he leave at 9:11 a.m., but on 1/6 on a 9/11 themed show, he gets killed by a kraken. It's just too many coincidences. And then you can add on to it, one of his other characters that he's been associated with is Dr. Evil. And Dr. Evil, of course, has his headquarters in the Seattle Space Needle. And you could look at the Space Needle as another symbol of the Tower of Babel. So all of these things overlap. Dr. Evil and his dong rocket, Jeff Bezos and his dong rocket, Dr. Evil and the Space Needle / Tower of Babel. Then his boat, again, symbolizing this Titanic. 1/6 Kraken. And here's another connection.
You can tow your yacht into shore. I got a better plan. Look. Is that a kraken? Hell yes. I'm about to collect on my yacht insurance policy.
Hey, has anyone seen Jeff Bezos?
Is the fight over, guys? This is why I don't allow bathroom breaks!
There you have it. So much tied into this. Even the thing about he doesn't allow bathroom breaks, about how he's rich, he's oppressing the poor. It's part of that narrative. And the Kraken is that which takes down our political and economic system. They're getting rid of property rights. That's the whole great reset. You will own nothing and be happy. So every second counts when you're looking at this predictive programming, especially with these cartoons, which is kind of paradoxical, but that is what we have observed. Okay, let's see. Dallas women twerking for abortions. Yep, typical stuff. Here we go. Climate Goblin, Greta Thunberg says, we can no longer separate climate change and the pandemics. They're interlinked. Yeah, I said this back in 2020. Climate change is doing Greta's work. But this is worth bringing up for one more thing. So we brought up the OTO and the great work and how the book 418, the book of the law, is all about the great work, which is the great reset. How these are all synonymous concepts. Well, in the book of the law, it talks about the great work being accomplished after a young herald, a young representative, someone who represents the god Horus, the androgen child god, would address the old age, denounce its gods, denounce its ways, and start a new age with a blank slate. That's what the child represents, the child Horus. You see the all-seeing eye, the one eye symbol associated with Horus, very significant. Now, what I'm seeing here, though, well, two things. One, she's the perfect representative of this crowned conquering child. I think crown, corona, very significant. Two, her initial speech was, in fact, denouncing the older, how dare you? You ruin the world. So she fits the bill. So you got the Great Reset, or is it the Greta Reset? Is there a difference? I don't think there's a difference. And I think Greta is the one that Crowley prophesied in that book that he channeled on a 3-day coke binge in Cairo. And again, Horus is Mars. Elon Musk, SpaceX, the whole Mars mission, if you really get down to it, Mars is Horus. The Mars utopia is what they're moving us to, and that is the age of Horus's ideal, the post reset ideal, where you go to Mars, you don't have any property. You're not bringing anything with you, obviously. You're just going to be a worker bee. You're going to be part of the hive. So if you think about it, the Falcon 9, Falcon is the symbol of Horus, the Egyptian god of Mars. The Falcon rockets and the Mars project connect to this idea. So here you have the ideal citizen of the new post-reset era, Greta Thunberg, and every image of her you can find when they first started introducing her, even going back to her childhood, involves one eye covered. Here's the one from, what was this magazine, where they dumped oil on her head. I mean, my point being, every single time you see her with one eye covered, what you're saying is a message being conveyed about what she represents. The time is now. The Great Reset is the Greta Reset, is the Green World Order post-reset, and it all ultimately is the great work of ages of the New Age, the Freemasons, the OTO. It's the metascript being played in front of us. It's this big revolution that coincides with the astrological story. But yes, the age of Mars. Thinks he's a penguin, says, all hail Greta, blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, no doubt. And this is all part of, look, Disney, you can't separate Disney from NASA, and Disney's Frozen Part 2 is based on Greta, putting Greta into the minds of the youth. Okay, so what else do we have here? So many things going on right now. Let's see, I have a list of topics. Again, I'm keeping an eye on everything for the most part. There are so many things we've been following that have been evolving, but the Kraken narrative is the thing that is the most interesting. And of course, all this concurrent programming, reiterating what we've been more or less expecting. Let me go ahead and play this clip again. This is Climate Goblin, Greta Thunberg.
Up to 75% of all emerging diseases come from animals. And as we are cutting down forests and destroying habitats, we are creating the ideal conditions for diseases to spill over from one animal to another and then to us. And we can no longer separate the health crisis from the ecological crisis, and we cannot separate the ecological crisis from the climate crisis. It's all interlinked in many ways. And during this pandemic, we have seen what we can achieve when we put resources into science. Vaccines were developed in record time. But so far, on average, 1 in 4 people in high-income countries have received a coronavirus vaccine, compared with just 1 in over 500 in low and middle-income countries. And the international community...
Now, as you can tell, she's reading. The act is kind of old. Maybe she ought to do a video game. You know, like Kyle did the game where he shoots the turkeys. She could possibly come up with some kind of game. I don't know what it would be, though. Climate-oriented. Zareth says, Professor Greg Thunberg teaching infantilized adults the way of the world. Yeah, look, the act is expired. It's already, it doesn't sell anymore. She's not selling the urgency. And climate change itself, you know, the whole notion of it has always been more or less a matter of faith. And I don't mean it when I say we're looking at a new religion and the wrath of God has been reintroduced to make God-fearing believers out of atheists. I don't mean it flippantly. I'm quite literal when I say that, because this is a replacement religion, replacement faiths, replacement superstitions. And the Bible of the day, the religion of the day, essentially is what we get from the mass media. So what she is really preaching is fear of globe and, of course, submission to the state, which is just using it as a proxy. They replaced the old class warfare narratives, rich versus poor, poor struggling against the rich, with the climate struggle. Climate justice is actually a thing now. Climate justice. And I mentioned earlier tonight we had our first climate change death today. So you can have climate change put on your death certificate. So if misinformation doesn't kill you, if COVID doesn't kill you, climate change could actually kill you. Okay, so AUTOHOAXOLOGY 101, the false flag fallacy. I'll put a link in the chat if anyone here wants to read it. It's about a 40-page ebook. And if you didn't know, many of my books are being scrubbed from Amazon. For some reason, Bezos doesn't like me. So instead of trying to comport the work of this channel to fit the ways of the deceivers in charge of these big platforms, we're just going independent. So I'm going to be self-producing books, and I'll be getting them printed and limited runs, sell them, print more, sell them, print more. I'm not going to try to work through the competitors' system. So AUTOHOAX 101, the false flag fallacy. Life imitates art far more than art imitates life. Oscar Wilde. Why reality matters. I wrote this ebook to explain how popular conspiracy theories are used to reinforce mainstream media deceptions. I describe how free thinkers are routinely brought back into the metal paddock. Many well-intentioned truthers have unwittingly helped to bury the very truth. The truth buried by these misguided conspiracy theorists is that the media is not reporting factual events to inform you. They're reporting stories to ensure conformity of thought. So, for those of you who see through fake news events, as many of you already know, they have ready-made conspiracy theories to explain away those glitches. But the truth is, the shocking truth, and that's the whole point of this book, is that conspiracy theories, especially the popular ones, are usually part of the big mainstream media stories. They reinforce them. So, for example, who shot JFK? Was it the Russians? Was it the communists? Was it this lone nut? You have these different stories, so it's a whodunit. And I'm saying, if you're trying to solve a whodunit, you assumed it happened. You accepted a premise. And that's the leap most people take, where conspiracy theorists are hunting a bad guy, inserting hypothetical scapegoats. Meanwhile, they're no closer to the truth than the mainstream. So I've broken it down into 3 different categories of people in terms of how critically they are consuming media. So you have the mainstream view, the non-conspiratorial, the trusters, the mainstream media true believers. MSM is what we'd call them. Those who see the mainstream media stories but think that they're being lied to and that there's more to the story, like the shooter was an FBI patsy. Well, that's MSM plus. So you've taken the existing story and you've added on to it. So then you have those of us who are questioning the fundamentals of the story and stripping away things that can't be verified. We would be MSM minus. So MSM, MSM plus, or MSM minus. And my contention is that those of us who are taking the approach of fact-checking the media are the only ones who are being truly logical and who are oriented from a post-world stage perspective. We're not in this metaverse. And so it does matter, I think, to make this distinction, because if you don't make this distinction, what you're doing is you're giving the media, you're giving it plausible deniability. You're exonerating the media. Now they're just witnesses and bystanders just like anybody else. They're not producers. They're not part of the production of the event itself. And this is an important distinction, and there's a reason why it hasn't been made. There's a reason why you hear false flag rather than hoax. And I get into it in the book. I put the link there if you want to check it out. It's about 40 pages. And if you have any comments, or if you think I've missed anything, feel free to leave your comments on anywhere I've posted it, because before it goes into print, I'm going to add a few more chapters, but I put in the fundamentals there. Okay, let's see. Peaceful protests. You know what's amazing to me is that these peaceful protests look more chaotic than the insurrection. Okay, so I'm going to go through my Twitter feed one more time before we head out of here. So many things to cover, but I wanted to catch up. I know it's a little late, but I wanted to catch up on the last few days. I've been doing a whole lot of work on a couple of things. One, doxing Q, and two, working on a Mandela Effect documentary. And I've been finding a lot of incredible, well, I guess they're not incredible, a bunch of obvious debunks. But it's not really about debunking it. It's about explaining how people arrive at misconceptions. And I kind of think that not considering how you might be wrong is a serious error. In fact, it kind of retards your progress, because if they're wrong, then they're wasting time on wrong answers, time better spent pursuing right answers. So, for example, a few weeks ago we were talking about Mirage Men, which is a documentary about how the Air Force special operatives actually created a lot of the UFO mythology. You know, stuff about alien abductions, stuff about underground bases where aliens are being bred in captivity, etc. The Air Force made the stuff up to discredit conspiracy theorists. So the concept of Mirage Men, isn't really new to anybody here. The idea that the Air Force would take a pretty active role in discrediting people. It's like, well, this is what controlled opposition is. It's sort of like they know that certain people are going to notice certain things, so they flood the zone with wrong explanations. Very, very, very effective. But anyway, if you were to believe what these Mirage Men said, you'd be kind of stuck in this fictional universe where cows are being abducted by aliens and people are being probed, etc. That maybe your parents were part of a secret program and you're half alien. All kinds of interesting stories, but they're just stories. It's mythology. Now, the weird thing is, and you watch the documentary, when this guy starts going on tour and starting these conventions and talking about aliens, people would come and share stories. So people bought into the mythology and just believed it, lied, or whatever you want to call it. But when he found out it was all fake, he didn't want to admit it. So again, my point being, the wrong answers can be blinders. And in fact, if you're really married to the wrong answers, it kills your curiosity about alternative explanations. So I think the people who are heavily Mandela affected will do well to watch the documentary and consider the possibility that they're wrong. Just as I considered the possibility that they were right. Because if they're right, if reality's shifty, I kind of want to know about it. Okay, commenter says, but my dead kids. Yeah, I kind of addressed that in this ebook, which again is going to be making it into print very soon, about how people are attached to narratives. And so, yeah, in the case of that, in the case of false flags, people who are stuck on the false flag explanation, well, you could spend your entire life believing that every school shooting is real, but it's done by some guy with MK Ultra. Well, that belief system will keep you attached to the world stage narratives. It'll keep you involved politically in these fallacious debates, and it'll keep you from actually understanding what media is. Do you want to be a dupe? Do you want to be, profane? Do you want to be hoodwinked? Or do you want to know what they know? And to me, it really is true that the cliche about knowledge is power. Well, there's a level of, there's a disparity, but it's huge. The level of ignorance, visual illiteracy, but ignorance about what media is, that they've just confused the masses. Quite literally, they've confused. This is why they're constantly mixing reality and fiction, so that you get the stories mixed, and you also get the visuals mixed. Like I was bringing up how Tom Hanks is now trembling in his hands like he was from one of his characters in a movie, like he's doing it in real life. So they merge reality and fiction all the time. That's what crisis actors are. That's what instigated psyops are, perception management. So one, they mix the real and the fake, all day long with these stories, and then visually they've dumbed down people's ability to discern whether something's CGI or not. And it's very easy to get confused like this. I can't tell. Like at first, I'm like, is this or is this not Michael Moore? Like my first impression, yeah. But you got to question your first impressions. Okay, so if you want to leave any voicemails, 833-311-1984. We'll be playing all voicemails. We'll likely begin earlier tomorrow, depending on what happens tonight. But I'm working on the Mandela Effect documentary, still covering a lot of the developments. I wish we knew someone out where, near the Spanish morgue. They can go check on McAfee and see if that's if he's really there. Yeah, supposedly. Here's another one. There's two dead men switches, Isaac Cappy and John McAfee. Both of these guys were supposed to have dropped docs and exposed all the bad guys and all the corruption and everything going on in the swamp. That was supposed to have been exposed already by these guys once they died, and neither of their dead man switches went off. Anyway, this has been great. Thanks for the chat, everyone, and thanks for all the comments. Again, we'll be in the Discord server working on a couple of projects. This is Penguinotti, MVP, Maddie Moses, PGA, and Symbia. Subscribe for the newsletter, and in fact, like I said, I'm going to send a couple chapters of the ebook out on the next newsletter, so subscribe below.
We be the Penguinotti, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying and keep denying that they got all of the minds prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hoax. Questioning things so that'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no dome, but it kinda feels like going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Think and let think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned adaption. Armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model specific proposition, opened eyes believing through direct observation. Having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction. Making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands. Smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink branches. Separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank with your tragedies. Follow patterns and make us yawn, badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated anecdotes. Moving on without you, not even leaving notes. Activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames. We have looked through all your fancy games. Your green screen doesn't impress us anymore. Your fear tactics acting weaker despite fake gore. Not accepting false dichotomy thought cages, thinking freely from our hearts, writing pages, entries to the book of life so keen, walking a new passes and lands unseen. Walking a new passes and lands unseen.
Alright, it is May 2nd, 2022. This is Mask of the Beast by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Imagine that. Humanity deceived by the devil with a simple typo. That's all it took. A typographical error, and nobody noticed that they adopted the Mask of the Beast because the R was swapped for an S. The greatest trick the devil ever played wasn't convincing the world he didn't exist. It was a simple typo. Just tripped everybody. Alright, we're joined by Ashy Dog, Lickety Split, Cubstar, Oh Sure, Salty Siren, 737. Some Greek characters I cannot read. P. Trippa, We, Jordan. Predator News Now. Awesome to see you here. Evil Coyote. Some of these predator hunting sites do some good work. If you didn't know, the Infinite Plane Society actually disrupted a network, we could say, behind the perv. If you care to look into it, it's on BitChute. YouTube won't allow you to have that kind of stuff. No, you can have Disney, but you can't have stuff exposing the sickos behind it. There's actually a witness, Kenneth Anger, the filmmaker who worked with Marjorie Cameron, the guy who was pretty much behind the Church of Satan, or really close to the head of it. He was a Mickey Mouse coteer, and even he remarked that Walt Disney was a sicko. In addition to being BFFs with the Nazi von Braun, that should be a mark against his character right there. Anyway, today is the 2nd. I hope everyone had a great May Day. We were talking about the Witch's Night, the night before, and how coincidentally Satan was trending, and Satan's just been crushing it in the news. Putin's got his Satan 2 rocket. Marjorie Taylor Greene scapegoating Satan for illegal immigration and abortion. Roger Stone, Trump's political advisor, or former advisor, claims that there is a, quote, satanic portal above the White House, and that his entire life he thought he was doing politics, but no, he's been a prayer warrior this whole time. And so he's praying away the portal above the White House that Mick West of Metabunk says is a lens flare. Then Google's doodle of the day was Route 66 with a conspicuously 6E looking G, so it looked like a big 666. And it was the 56th anniversary of the Church of Satan. Their leader, Maga Nadramia, known as Mama Satan, is the longest running figurehead of that organization, and it was also Travis Scott's birthday. So all kinds of Satan in the news for Witches Night, the, again, anniversary night of the founding of the actual Church of Satan, a church that is openly run by Satan. Whereas Marjorie Taylor Greene got in trouble for saying that the Catholic Church is secretly run by Satan. And then yesterday was May Day, so we kind of made the focus about this Maypole, but also May Day, the distress signal, as it relates to Russia deciding they are done. Russia is leaving the ISS. They're quitting the space station over sanctions. So they're not going to be part of this anymore. There is a crack in the Tower of Babel as of May Day. So that's kind of where we're at right now. The main topic today, though, and this is something that I woke up thinking about. I remember there was this connection between Bowie, David Bowie, and Kanye West. And so I dug back into that, and it kind of opened up a whole list of a whole list of connections here that kind of shows that not only is this already existing theory about David Bowie and Kanye West having this connection, not only is this being validated as more than just a theory, but it shows that Kanye West has a world stage role that really picks up the torch for where Bowie left off. And he has an interesting mirroring with the man who fell to earth. And so that's what I'm going to get into right now. So the title of the live stream, the Elvis Bowie Kanye Starman Connection. And of course, Starman, we talk about quite a bit, is the name of the character, the dummy in the Tesla Roadster that was sent into fake space. All right, let me go ahead and go through comments before we go any further. All right, you might all find this to be very interesting if you've been following this Metascript notion lately, how so many of the, quote, real-world events have real-time parallels in the entertainment. Not just predictive programming, but concurrent programming. I mean, it's fascinating to watch. I mean, Batman comes out the same day Joker, the Boston bomber, gets his death penalty reinstated, and the whole Batman movie is about the Riddler, who's really just Q. And then you have Frank James, the subway shooter, who's basically the Riddler. And the storylines are such parallels that, okay, so they did the fake subway shooting, Boston bombing light, to convince the public that there is, in fact, this threat that we all have to watch out for. There is this radical right-wing online threat that's about, digital soldiers going into physical acts of terror. And so this movie was clearly just an act of, or a work of propaganda. Well, everything that we're talking about with these major psyops and the shootings and these villains created for the masses, it also it also happens in the realm of entertainment. So we're looking at the PSYOP entertainment complex. It's not just about school shootings and terror attacks. It goes much deeper. So we're going to go ahead and go into this interesting Elvis, Bowie, Kanye connection. So let's start with this. This is an article from June of last year. David Bowie predicted rapper Kanye West's success. The conspiracy theory explained. David Bowie's known for a lot of things, greatest rock star ever, etc. Now, here's the theory is Bowie foresaw the rise of rapper Kanye West, and it starts with his album from 1972, The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust. And if you look at the album cover, he's beneath a sign that has K West. And the album was released 5 years before Kanye was born, so 5 years later. But the very first song, called 5 Years, seems to proffer something of a prophecy about the world coming to an end unless a starman arrives to redeem humanity. So Kanye is born in that window, seemingly the prophesied starman to be his successor. So it goes deeper when you go into the lyrics, where after Bowie dies, he releases this album. Actually, he releases the album on Elvis's birthday, then he dies a couple days later, which we'll get into the details here. But in this album, he has this track about a black star, somebody taking his place. And people have connected the dots and have suggested that the black star is a reference to some kind of successor, some kind of replacement for his world stage role. And this has been mostly dismissed as conspiracy theory and people just connecting things. But you'll see it goes much deeper than what we just touched on there. So let me go ahead and get into that. I posted a newsletter about this very thing this morning. And of course I added a lot of supplemental material here. So basically though, there's that, and then there's this newer element to it. And this newer element that I am uncovering here shows you that this is not unintentional, that we're looking at carefully scripted characters, and that Kanye West, David Bowie, all these death fakers, they all operate within their own fictional universe, but their lives are following along basically protracted movie scripts. So more Kanye West connections to David Bowie. The connection between David Bowie and Kanye West exists in both their on-stage personas and their real lives as rock icons. So recently there was a merging of Kanye West's persona with the man who fell to earth, who happens to be another David Bowie character. So first let's go again really quick through these connections. There's this prophecy from 1972 where Bowie seems to be knowledgeable about this starman who's going to save the world, and he's posing under a K West. The first song, 5 years, says the world's going to end in 5 years unless the savior arrives. 5 years from the release of the album, Kanye is born. The album Black Star, the opening track tells the story of a leader dying and having someone else take his place, specifically a black star. The lyrics here, something happened on the day he died, and this is Bowie's posthumous release. Somebody else takes his place and cries, I'm a black star. Now, here's where it goes deeper into this connection with the man who fell to earth. So if you follow Bowie's storyline, he comes down from Mars with this man who fell to earth story, and he forms this huge corporation, basically becomes a Bezos, and goes back to Mars. But his point is, one of the purposes to coming down here is to show us how his world was destroyed because they basically did what we're doing to the earth here. So he's a savior in that sense. A Martian savior, no less. So Kanye West is playing the world stage role of savior, as you'll see. And this is just part of the typecasting. I'm not saying there's anything special about these people. So the man who fell to earth comes to save man from himself. And the reboot has a black lead actor replacing Bowie. His name is Chiwetel. He's 44. And like Kanye, he was born in 1977, just as the Starman prediction goes. So this actor, who's playing the man who fell to earth, is a black star in that sense. But also, if you look at the trailer for the movie, he falls to earth and he discusses rising from the dead like Lazarus. Well, one of the tracks on Bowie's album is Lazarus, which is, about rising from the dead. So he makes a mention of Lazarus in the intro, and as he comes out of the hole in the ground after he falls from the sky, he falls to earth, he looks like a phoenix. He's got the flames behind him. And the connection here is the similar Burning Man from the Dawn Day event with Kanye West. So both of these individuals are 44. So here you have June 8th, 1977, Kanye West, and then Chiwetel, 44, just like Kanye, born July 10th, 1977, which is very close to the 1977 blackouts in New York, the ones that were mirrored exactly 42 years later, which does tie into this bigger story as we go deeper here. So let me go ahead and continue. So again, Bowie predicts in 1972 that in 5 years the Savior would be born. He's got the K West on his album, Kanye West is Born. So Bowie seems to be designating Kanye as his successor as a rock star, an icon, and he's having this prediction of a savior from Mars. But now here's where it gets into this correlation with Elvis Presley. So Elvis Presley, born January 8th, which is also David Bowie's birthday. The Man Who Fell to Earth movie now has this similar succession. You have the new Martian savior, Black Star savior for mankind in the very first episode. And in the very first episode, I want to point out, he brings out this, a black hexagon star-shaped box. And when we go through our mind map, which I'll go through tonight, you'll see all these correlations between the symbol of Saturn, the hexagon, this theme of falling to earth, and how this all does relate to, I believe, the introduction of this alien savior narrative that we have yet to have experienced, but it's on the way, and I don't think it's flying saucers. So in the first episode, he shows the audience, and he's there as a savior. He has an audience full of people. He's this man from outer space or whatever, and he's got this role on the world stage as the richest man on earth. He's basically like a combination of a Bezos and a Musk. In the movie, they call him something of a Willy Wonka, just like I've described Elon Musk as a Willy Wonka type. So in the first episode, he shows the black hexagonal star-shaped box, and now here's where, again, it all ties in. So this new man falls to earth, narrates his rebirth, describes himself as a Lazarus, which is a track from Bowie's posthumous album. Now, notably too, after Bowie died, Kanye was one of the first stars to commemorate the passing with a tweet. Quote, David Bowie was one of my most important inspirations. So fearless and creative, he gave us magic for a lifetime. So again, here's a screenshot from the new man who fell to earth looking like a phoenix. And then here's Kanye doing it. And also, when Kanye did this, it was on the anniversary of the usual Burning Man festivals that had been canceled because of COVID. So there were 33 consecutive Burning Man festivals, bookended by actual Burning Men, the individuals who set themselves on fire in front of the White House in '86 and 2019. 2020, they canceled the thing, of course, but last year, at the Dawn Day event, at this release party, at this music release event, Kanye West did this Burning Man thing. And anyway, the Burning Man festivals were also held in Black Rock City, Nevada. Another important key point. So again, it's a parallel. So David Bowie, as the man who fell to earth, represents an alien savior to come. And the fulfillment of the prophecy here is, of course, represented now by Kanye West's portrayal as this Black Christ and the Phoenix. And you'll see in the symbolism used by the occult elite, the Phoenix and the reborn Christ, these are synonymous symbols. The crown of thorns, corona, you'll find these consistent symbols used to represent the same essential character. So here you have Kanye West, the passion of the Kanye West. So now what does this all mean? So here's where it gets into this idea of the New Age and the space savior, or the savior from outer space, and what that actually means, which I think it means more, not necessarily when we say the man who fell to earth, it might actually just mean something of a heavenly savior, something like an alien descending. But this is like a spiritualized version of older ideas of heavenly saviors. But this one's got technology mixed in. So, from a metascript perspective, mankind is being prepared for an alien savior to save us from ourselves, from climate change, from misinformation, from whatever else ails us. And it seems like the powers that be have chosen to use rock stars as idols to convey this message, to prepare us. This is all predictive programming, it's conditioning. So Elvis Presley, the king, was likely the first to fulfill or to hold this particular role. He dies at 42. A couple of things about Elvis Presley we could get into. Actually, I will get into. A lot of it has to do with the use of these personas to convey messages as propaganda outlets, like Bowie in particular, has been used to help indoctrinate us into the, or really into in the culture, introducing the idea of space as they've glamorized it, and this idea of outer space travel and aliens as representing this new age and some kind of alien saviors. This is all, again, I think, just programming. So after Bowie's fake staged death in 2016, if you remember, after that, like 4 days later, he came back from the dead and he did an interview in a barely passable disguise. Just like Lazarus, he kind of came back from the dead. A lot of duper's delight in that whole interview. But after he died, it was found out that his last album, Black Star, was actually inspired by an Elvis Presley song named Black Star. So he releases the album on Elvis Presley's and his own birthday. It's called Black Star, and it's about, or rather it's named after an Elvis song, about a black star being an omen that you're about to die. So Elvis's lyrics, every man has a black star over his shoulder. When he sees his black star, he knows his time has come. So there's a direct Bowie, Elvis reference here on his way off the world stage. In the symbolism, which we get into here, you'll find that L, as in Elvis, references Saturn, the black star. The number 42, he dies at 42, represents Saturn. David Bowie, DB, 42. All kinds of Saturnian symbolism here. Again, the Phoenix, the Burning Man, Christ, King, Crown of Thorns, Resurrected Savior, these are all correlated. So the idea of a savior falling to earth, a space-age savior, is what they're introducing here. So again, I don't contend that Kanye West is anything other than an actor and a musician. I'm discussing the role that he's in. So Elvis, Bowie, and West, in succession, seem to be carrying along the same message, preparing us for the emergence of a savior from climate change, viruses, misinformation, all these collective threats. The man who fell to earth is a Martian sent to prepare us for a post-reset world, which will obviously be based on a Martian utopia. So Elvis has been strongly associated with the Space Needle. And the Space Needle has very special significance as a work of architecture, as a symbol, and because of its geographical location. And it's very much encoded with the same stuff. 42 seconds to go up the elevator, 42 meters wide, this flying saucer thing at the top. The Space Needle and Elvis, though, are somewhat synonymous, and it's noteworthy, too, that the Space Needle is there near Bill Gates, and it's in the state of Washington, state number 42. So on Bill Gates' first birthday, Elvis Presley, the king, was on TV getting his polio shot. That was October 28th. So Bill Gates' birthday, very first birthday. Some interesting connection here because the Space Needle is the New Age obelisk. It's a symbol of salvation and ascension into the heavenly realm, like the obelisk. And even it's consciously designed to look like a flying saucer descending, like and that's a tractor beam that picks you up. We're talking about a neo-rapture. And of course, outer space is the new heavenly realm. Now, again, the Space Needle and the vaccine needle are both symbolically linked to salvation. And this was really made clear during 2020 with this new novel corona, the new crown, where everyone had to make the choice. Are you going to be saved or not saved by this needle, which is basically your entrance into the new age? It's a symbolic pact. It's a symbolic thing, much like a communion or a baptism. It's a rite of passage. And so the symbol of going into the heavens or being saved are both represented here. So this reinforces Elvis's role as a savior, showing you the way to be saved. Take the needle. David Bowie's music and persona have been strongly linked to the space age and has paralleled NASA's progression as far back as Space Oddity, which was mirroring Stanley Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey. Bowie's music accompanied Elon Musk's Tesla Roadster sent into space with the Starman dummy. And that represents David Bowie. Starman relates to David Bowman from Space Odyssey, who becomes the Star Child when he merges with the monolith. So by sending Bowie out into space, when Musk sent the Tesla Roadster into space with a dummy in it, that was representing Bowie being saved from the world. So the Space Needle, or the rocket, sent him into space. And why would you have to be saved? Well, because the world's about to be destroyed. He had Don't Panic on the dashboard. And that's right out of A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, a book obsessed with the number 42, a book that says the number 42 is the answer to everything. But my point is, the book Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is about the world being destroyed. But luckily, the main character, the protagonist, escapes just in time. So what you saw with this Tesla Roadster in space was just sort of a way of showing that, yes, he's been saved through the Space Needle. And of course, David Bowie, again, Mr. Satan is kind of an anagram for Starman. And with Satan, Mr. Satan, you have this man who fell to earth idea reinforced. So just to kind of recap everything here, just as you have something of a prophecy built into the concept album and this David Bowie character of an alien savior on the way, and then he plays this role in The Man Who Fell to Earth, it seems like this role is being reprised by Kanye West, that David Bowie's world stage role and this character is being reprised. And the David Bowie Man Who Fell to Earth movie is being redone with a character who mirrors Kanye West in significant ways, specifically being 44, born at the same time. And of course, both of them, I think symbolically though, represent the same character, this Black Christ, this savior, this alien savior. And again, the story is paralleled, real life / movie. And this idea that this is a conspiracy theory is kind of canceled. I mean, obviously it's not a theory if it's ongoing. This connection between Kanye and The Man Who Fell to Earth, a deeper Bowie connection, wasn't even established until just a couple weeks ago when this new movie came out. So my best guess here is that Kanye's world stage role, or whatever happens next, it may not even be about him necessarily, but it has to do with this concept of a savior. And the Black Star, the Burning Man, there's something being revealed here, and I have a few ideas, but before I go into that, I want to go through a few other points. So The Man Who Fell to Earth, episode 2, which I haven't watched yet, but apparently he's heading to Seattle. The Man Who Fell to Earth, episode 2 recap picks up from the opening chapter. He's from a distant planet. He came to Earth in search of water, but he's been distracted by earthly vices. Anyway, he's been ordered to head to Seattle. So Seattle fits into the story. Here he is with the black cube, or the hexagonal box, rather, which contains something that has to do with saving mankind. Now, here we have Major Tom, Dead on the Moon, from the David Bowie album and song Black Star in the video. Again, this is all going to tie together here in a bit. I want to stay on topic though. Let me go ahead and briefly also go through this mind map just to show you how interconnected these things are. The fact that the actor who portrays the man who fell to Earth and Kanye are both born in 77, very interesting year in this picture. That's also the year that Elvis Presley died. These characters have a lot of interesting overlaps. All right, let me see here. Thinks he's a Penguin 101 says, can Yeezy pull off Bowie and OJ? Interesting. Right. Rocket Man or Knife Man? Spirit Jordan says, Jurassic Liar says that on 6/11 the Space Needle's coming down. Yeah, I followed his work, and in fact, Jurassic Liars 26 has done a lot of research into this area where you find, yeah, so many interesting things about, like for example, I was looking at the movie Daybreakers, DB42, a movie about the world being overcome by a vampire bat virus that turns everyone into vampires. But the savior is a guy named Elvis. And Elvis, played by William Dafoe, he manages to wake people up from their undead state. But the movie was released on Elvis's birthday. So you have this another connection here between Elvis and saving the world with his blood. Elvis with the vax, and then you have this character Elvis who figured out how to save everybody. I mean, these are interesting connections, and he's noticed a lot of these. David Bowie having Elvis's birthday is very significant, and now these overlapping connections between Bowie and Kanye are not insignificant. Okay, I'm going through comments here. We says Neo Rapture, that's good. Oh yeah, that's what we're looking at. It's all templated off of the older religions, just like global warming is a new flood myth. By the way, 6/11 has some interesting things we could bring up right now. So first of all, the new Batman movie ends on 11/6 with Gotham underwater, which is an inverted 9/11. And I think the pattern here is that 9/11 was external threats coming in, whereas you have, I think 6/11 will probably represent internal threats, domestic violent extremists. And one of the reasons I think so is that on 6/11, 2001 is when Timothy McVeigh was executed. 33-year-old Timothy McVeigh executed on 6/11, 90 days before 9/11. Again, the Batman movie was about domestic violent extremists inspired by the Riddler Q character, and it put Gotham underwater on 11/6. Again, a kind of a mirror. If you think about on the water, it'd be mirrored. An obvious 9/11 reference. Also, Dr. Oz has been in the news because Trump endorsed him, and Seattle is the Emerald City, so it's kind of an Oz reference, and Dr. Oz was born on 6/11. So I'm not quite sure exactly what he expects to happen, but he has been predicting based on his analysis that there's going to be some kind of terror attack in Seattle on 6/11, presumably this year, I would imagine. And it would make sense to me if it goes down that way, that it would come from the right wing, as predicted by, again, the Batman movie, a lot of the predictive programming, and it seems like what we're being conditioned to expect is domestic violent extremists attacking, and Seattle would be the place. So I'm expecting it on 6/11, if it does happen, to be from a white nationalist perspective. And again, they're called the base, the white nationalists here. Al-Qaeda was called the base. That's what it means. It translates to the base. It's the same script. But the reason why they would choose that date is, just as 9/11 would be significant to the radical Islamic terrorists, 6/11 would be kind of payback for Timothy McVeigh, who is a made-up character. He's still alive if you look into it, the person who played the role, but they had him die as a white nationalist martyr at 33 for a reason. In fact, he was inspired by the Turner Diaries, whose author was born on 9/11, 1933. And when you get into the numerology here, I don't want to bog anyone down with it, but it really reinforces the story. Lots of coincidences, says Ashy Dog. Exactly. We live in a wilderness of mirrors. The world is metaversed already. Even if you don't have an Oculus Black Mirror strapped over your face right now, you're already in the metaverse if you believe, 30% of what you see on the news without fact checking it. It doesn't take much. Okay, so the number 42 has everything to do with this Savior, or what this prophecy seems to be suggesting, this storyline. And I don't think it necessarily means an alien Savior like a Martian or some kind of different species. I think it might actually mean a Savior like Superman's an alien. Jesus, in a sense, was an alien, as in a hybrid. His father was not human, he was half God or something, a demigod. So I kind of think we're being prepared for a new Christ, for the new age. And this again is reinforced, I would say, by the reset itself. The Great Reset being really kicked off. They pushed the reset button. Klaus Schwab had his finger on the reset button on 12/21/2020 when they had the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction on the winter solstice, which we haven't seen since year zero. If you go by their calendars, I mean, there was another conjunction similar to that, like 400 years ago, but not on a winter solstice. So it seems to me that we're primed, we're being set up for a new world-uniting Christ figure. And that's what I've been expecting. But the idea that he's going to be a baby this year, no, I'm suggesting that the Savior's already born, probably already walking among us. And it may not even be an individual. It might be a few people fulfilling certain roles and expectations, setting certain examples. And that's what we're getting to, I believe. So let me go ahead and connect a few other things. So Kanye West was at the Donde 1 event where he was burning like a phoenix, which is a symbol of dying and resurrection. Then he's over there on 2/22/2022 for the return of Pluto, where it arrives at the exact place where it was in 1776. 1776 already has Phoenix, Christ, and Second Coming built into it because 888 is the number of Christ. You double that, you get 1776. So that number already has that built into it. It's noteworthy that the One World Trade Tower is 1,776 feet high. And originally, they were going to call it the World Trade Center Phoenix, after it replaces the two towers that were 33 when they burned. So this is a reoccurring theme. It's no coincidence that they opened up the new tower, the World Trade Center Phoenix, almost, on 11/3. So the Second Coming is kind of this reoccurring theme, or I guess a resurrection. And that's why the man who fell to earth, if you've watched the 5 minutes from Showtime, they give you a 5-minute preview, he talks about being reborn, undergoing a resurrection, being like Lazarus. And then he comes out from underneath the ground. So he falls from the sky in this capsule, there's a crater, and then he crawls out. So you also have that element, like Pluto coming from the underground. So Kanye West, fast forward, Kanye West plays the Phoenix, and he's also the man who fell to earth, if you follow me here, that in the real world, on the world stage, he's playing a mirror of this character, this savior. So the event where the Donde 2 event was held for Pluto Returns was in a dark, flooded stadium, and they all had to wear rain boots. When it started off, the lighting was somewhat purple. And by the way, the album, the whole concept was produced by Future, who goes by Pluto. And again, the event wasn't about Pluto, it was about his album, but the symbolism communicated what it was actually about. You even had the purple light, a color associated with Pluto or Hades, god of the underworld, mineral wealth, god of wealth. That's a big part of it. So anyway, the flooded stadium resembled the Batman movie. So if you watch the Batman movie at the very end, it kind of looks like the Donde event. And the Donde event, being held with the return of Pluto, has a connotation of the Kraken being released, because it's Pluto or Hades who releases this Kraken, whatever that happens to be. So the Batman movie they actually released the Kraken on election day. And if you remember, the election day that's been super contested is 11/3. Very significant date again, connected to 9/11 pretty much, a 9/11ing of America. So in the Batman movie, on their election day, they have this 9/11 like event. So just to get to this, they had the flooded stadium where they perform this ritual. I mean, this whole Kanye West Donde event looked like a CERN ritual. But anyway, he played Christ at Coachella. He played Burning Man at the Donde event. And now here he is at Pluto Return, aligning himself with the release of the Kraken. So I've been thinking, well, what is the Kraken? So in our recent research, we've actually found some very striking and definitive correlations between the Kraken and the concept of Leviathan from the Bible, and also the character Cthulhu, the squid-headed Kraken-like character from H.P. Lovecraft's science fiction, is also associated with this Kraken. And all of it actually does tie in, funnily enough, and I came across this because of just the timing of the year, Witches' Night, May Day. I'm looking into the Church of Satan because it's their 56th anniversary, and it turns out they pretty much venerate Leviathan. They have Leviathan written in Hebrew around their pentagram, and their founder's name, Anton Levi or Levy, or Anton LaVey, could be an anagram of Leviathan. They're on the West Coast. They pray to the west and they face the ocean. So they're actually praying to the serpent of the deep, this biblical character or whatever. And they say they're just reaching into their subconscious. It's all symbolic. But now, in the second book that followed the Satanic Bible, the ritual book, there's a ritual in there where they summon Cthulhu. Like, it's literally right out of H.P. Lovecraft. I'm like, wait, why are they mixing fiction and this fictional squid-like character who resides in this dead city beneath the ocean at Point Nemo? And then I look, and it turns out that Point Nemo is also the spacecraft cemetery, where NASA dumps all of its used dead satellites. So think about the term satellite. With sat, L and light, L is another name of Saturn, you get this connotation of a light from the sky falling. Lights from the sky falling into a cemetery at Point Nemo. That's what we're looking at with NASA and this spacecraft cemetery. But that's exactly Lovecraft's story. He says the elder gods, fell from the sky and they live in the dead city at Point Nemo. So you have these overlaps with the science fiction, with NASA, and contemporary Satanism. And it's all pointing at this Kraken character that relates to the return of Pluto, which just happened. It's also noteworthy that Pluto or Hades carries the bident, the two-pronged trident-looking thing, and the sign of the horns. I think the sign of the horns, the devil horns, looking back at it, it was really popularized by the Satanists in the 60s. And I'm starting to think it may not even be about the goat horns so much as a bident. It might all be reference to Pluto and the underworld. And even their symbolism would suggest this. And it's Pluto again, or Hades, who is to release this Kraken. And then one other thing. So I'm looking at all this predictive programming, and I'm looking at, again, last night we were talking about this Kraken thing having to do with, one, an Inside Job, episode 6 on Netflix. Now, Inside Job is another 9/11 reference. 9/11 was an inside job. But it's a comedy series making fun of conspiracy theories. So on Inside Job, episode 6, Jeff Bezos is on his mega yacht, and he's killed by a Kraken. Well, the mega yacht represents the Titanic. The Titanic, Tower of Babel, and he's even building his Tower of Babel in Virginia right now. It's the same symbol. So we've already seen it in the predictive programming. The next 9/11, the next Inside Job, is going to be the Kraken taking down the Tower of Babel. That's what we're looking at with the symbolism here. That's why it's noteworthy that today or yesterday, May Day, Russia says, yeah, they're abandoning ship, the ISS. our literal Tower of Babel, reaching from the earth to the heaven, international, one language, uniting all mankind. Not anymore. Russians are leaving. So, as I'm looking into this, idea, of course, the Kraken and Don't Look Up. Leonardo DiCaprio, face of the Titanic, is in the movie Don't Look Up, which is basically, if we don't listen to the scientists, we're all going to be hit by a meteor, by a comet, something that will crack the planet. And when they announce this thing, they say it's going to hit us in 6 months and 14 days. So they already encoded 614 into this coming event, this Kraken event. So I'm like, okay, 614 has very special significance because that's Trump's birthday. And this Don't Look Up was trending around New Year's. So I'm like, wow, 6 months, 14 days. It sounds like a reference to Trump's birthday. Then I find that Alec Baldwin, when he shot that woman, Helena Hutchins, he also shot the director, Joel Souza, who happens to have Trump's birthday. And the significance there is that Alec Baldwin is the most Trump-deranged person on earth. He plays Trump on TV for SNL, Saturday Night Live, and he claimed that playing Trump on TV made him hate Trump so much that he prayed for a meteor to hit the White House. So meteor hitting Trump. He shoots a guy with Trump's birthday, 6/14, and in 6 months, 14 days, the Earth's going to be hit by something that's going to kill us all. And now one more thing. Helena Hutchins happens to have real-life connections to the geographical location of where The Hunt for Red October takes place. The Hunt for Red October movie with Alec Baldwin. So Alec Baldwin and Helena Hutchins are connected by a Tom Clancy Red October. And Red October is the name of a submarine that can evade detection and get close enough to nuke America. So you have a Kraken from the ocean, Red October, some submarine with nukes on it. Then you have this connected with Baldwin and this reference to a meteor hitting Trump or hitting the White House. And then, of course, shooting somebody connected with the book. And then Tom Clancy wrote 9/11. So anyway, I don't want to get too mixed up here or too layered, but I'm just pointing out that there's a correlation between the attack from the water, the nuclear attack with this submarine, a surprise attack, and a release of a Kraken, a beast from the sea, a Cthulhu, Leviathan. So what I'm thinking here is that there's going to be some kind of Kraken event, and it's probably going to start in Seattle. And this is all signified by Bezos being killed by the Kraken, and he's out there in Seattle. And just recently, Amazon cleared out 1,800 employees from Seattle because they said they had a, quote, crime wave. And I'm thinking, crime wave? Maybe they're getting ready for some psyop where they have some nuke go off and there's some kind of wave hit Seattle. But whatever it is, I think the Kraken is going to be hitting that side of the country. And after that, that's when the world will cry for a savior represented by this man who fell to earth, or this concept of this alien savior, somebody with a perspective that we all collectively need because mankind can't do without some savior. That's where I think it's heading. That's my prediction, more or less. All right, let me catch up on your comments here. All right, let's see here. Wee says cosmic pranksters all. Ashy Dog says, please, no more Superman movies. If there's a Superman movie, I mean, I decoded these before I knew that these movies were all connected in this way, but I was already seeing the layers of symbolism in these movies. And I was looking back, and one of the, I think it was Superman Returns, he's talking about how, oh, I'm safe to be around people. I've been running around for 33 years. And they say, exactly, suggesting that he's a dangerous super spreader because he's been around for 33 years. And this was around the same time that we were being told that the healthier you are, the sicker you are. Or rather, the healthier you are, the more of a health threat you are to society. I mean, 2020 was 1984. Spirit Jordan says, according to Jurassic, Trump is the chosen one and he'll get a head wound on 8/4 and rise again 3 days later. Ashy Dog says, been fighting Leviathan since Nintendo. Spirit Jordan says, Trump said raising Cain 13 times in his speech in Ohio on 4/30. Raising Cain. 614. Now, HH is notable. Lickety Split mentions Helena Hutchins, HH 8888, has a lot of interesting connections to Trump, to this time travel narrative with a lot of his predictive programming. 88 miles per hour, 1.21 gigawatts. You can travel through time. And hopefully not hook up with your mom and cancel out your own existence. That Back to the Future series is really worth re-examining. Twin Pines, all kinds of 9/11 symbolism. Also, when the truckers were going across Canada, they were saying, oh, honk honk, HH, Hail Hitler. So apparently honk honk is Hail Hitler now. And Trump is literally Hitler, so it all ties together. All right, Wee says, geez, Tim, crazy deep. Hey, I didn't write this stuff, but yeah, it's true. It is crazy deep. It's beneath the skin now. The propaganda has gone so deep that people are hardwiring themselves into this thing, and they can't wait to digitally upload their minds. That's what merging with the monolith ultimately is. And that's what David Bowman did. That's what David Bowie represents, the star man, the star child, the person who merges with the monolith for the new space age. And Aleister Crowley's books are all about how in the new age, we will all be stars. We're all stars now. Appreciate the support, we. Again, this is my full and part-time job. Lean Dion says, time on the Twin Pines was 6:11. Oh, interesting. Right, Twin Pines correlating with the Twin Towers. And this stuff is so objective. I mean, we're not talking about subjective connections. Like I often refer to the 9/11 and Derek Chauvin, George Floyd connections. But the main connection that I kind of forget to mention sometimes is that, yeah, Mercury was rising at 8:46 when 9/11 started. George Floyd gets kneeled on for 8:46. A clear and obvious 9/11 connection, because that's when the plane hit. The first plane hit. But also in the Twin Towers, in the Twin Cities, another Twin Tower connection. In the Twin Cities, after he gets kneeled on for 8:46, the sun actually set at 8:46. The significance there? Well, the sun god dies at sunset. That's the symbol there. The myth of the sun fighting the darkness, then he gets dismembered, chopped up, and he dies, and then he gets regenerated during the night, and he's resurrected for the next day. That's the reoccurring cyclical myth here that we're seeing. And, I talk about this a bit, and it's been brought to us in very contemporary formats, and you may not even know. Even if you don't go to church, you don't believe in any of that stuff. If you watch Star Wars, you got the essential myth personified for you. Luke Skywalker, light Skywalker, the sun, he's the sun. And obviously Darth Vader, Dark Father. And when they have that sword fight, the lightsaber is a very symbolic thing. And when Luke has his lightsaber severed, well, this is why the sun god is always represented as an obelisk, because his member gets chopped off. So they put his body parts in a hole in the ground, and they put an obelisk to represent the piece they can't find. That's the reoccurring myth. So the idea is that his power has been cut off, his life source, and he has to regenerate. So Luke Skywalker confronts Saturn, the darkness, the night, has his sword hand chopped off, and then he falls, and he hangs from a cross in Cloud City. And you can look at the imagery. He hangs from a cross in Cloud City with his missing hand, his missing sword hand, symbolic of his member being chopped off. It doesn't get more obvious than this. Hanging from a cross. But then after he hangs from the cross, he gets picked up, and then they reattach his sword hand. And here's an image if you haven't seen it. Here's Luke Skywalker hanging from a cross, just like Jesus. Just like every one of these personifications of the sun, waiting until his member can be reattached. So again, we've been inundated with this stuff, with these types of stories and these saviors. And that's why I'm saying in this context, it seems like we're going very deep here, but we have in fact been inundated with myths. And so the idea that there's some kind of a correlation here with Bowie and Kanye West and the introduction of a new Christ for a new age, for the space age, they're totally correlated. And it does go much deeper, especially when you get into the space age and how it's really a cover for the introduction of the world to this. I would call it the new age is the space age. Now the character in The Man Who Fell to Earth is in front of an audience and he's carrying that hexagonal box. So the hexagram is, the six-pointed star, a symbol of Saturn. Another one of these Saturnian symbols. The number 42, I often point out, is a way of representing Saturn because he's the god of time, cycles, and it's an agrarian thing. So he's the reaper. Grim Reaper has a sickle, not for killing people, but for the harvest. But then time kills everyone. So he's, death personified. But the 4 is the cross, as in the 4 seasons, and the 2. Think cutting in 2 is the scythe, the splitting. And you put the 2 together and you look at the classical symbol of Saturn, the astrological symbol, and it's a cross and a scythe, or a backwards S. And so what I've noticed here, and I haven't found this in any book, this is just from our research and noticing things in context, you will find that the number 42 is used to represent Saturn. And you can see how you arrive at this. This is what you would call a bind rune. And we've decoded a number of things, and we have a pretty clear idea of what they mean based on their usage. And I can go through a few examples here. So for example, the number 42 is used all over these various psyops that have to do with the black versus white race war agitation from the media. For example, this is Jackie Robinson's 75th anniversary, crossing the MLB color line. Jackie Robinson, number 42. Rosa Parks was 42. The George Floyd event, his twin was 42, Steve Jackson, even though he wasn't. Although his drug dealer who drove him to the store was 42. Then you have, of course, the 42 pieces of Osiris in some examples. It kind of varies. We have the Elon Musk is constantly putting 42s all over his rockets, which ties into this. It's all about this Saturn worship. This is why there was $42 million spent on the 10,000 year clock by Jeff Bezos, another one of the space popes, high priests of Saturn. There's a Saturn V rocket that got us to the moon. I mean, this Saturn V rocket, the Apollo mission, was actually projected onto the Washington Monument on the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11. So you have the Saturn obelisk. These things are combined. The rocket is the new obelisk, is my point. Okay, Black Rock City is where you had 33 Burning Man festivals until COVID canceled them. But on the date that you would have had it, Kanye burned himself. Very significant. Again, Black Rock, the savior, the man who fell to earth holding the black cube or the black box. Then we had, this is noteworthy too, Black Monday, 3/16/2020. So after we had the pandemic declared, that next Monday there was a market crash, Black Monday, which was the second time we had a Black Monday market crash. The other one was in 87. These things are spaced 33 years apart. Just a side note, you'll find again the BlackRock Financial, look at its role post-COVID. This is what we're getting to, some kind of meaning here behind this. Not a coincidence that Bowie and Elvis are both born on the same day. Elvis died at 42. Now here's another thing about 1977, the year of Kanye's birth. And this was also called, this is really recalled, I think, recently, this date and this location. And it has to do with, man, this is intriguing here. I have to update some of these things. So there was a blackout in New York City in 2019 and in 1977. They were identical blackouts. So here's a short little headline. Con Edison said he was working on restoring power to 42,000 customers on Manhattan's West Side. During the 2019 blackouts, transit workers illuminated the subways with flashlights. Times Square goes dark, 42,000 without power on 42nd Street. Times Square goes dark, 42,000 without power. I'm pointing this out because this was on the 42nd anniversary to the date of the blackouts in 77, when the son of Sam was running, Mr. 44 was running around shooting people. Again, son of Sam, Mr. 44. And I actually have another decode for what 44 could represent, but we'll get into that later. So these blackouts happen at this location on this day. Well, this year, late January, you had Chesley Christ, the beauty queen, black beauty queen, and I think crown royalty. So black crown. She jumped from the Orion building from the 29th floor and died on 42nd Street. Now, she landed at 7:13 a.m. So 7:13 happens to be the actual date of these blackouts. So 7:13 a.m., 42nd Street, black beauty queen falls. And again, falling is another meaning to this number. She falls and she dies on the street. The building Orion, interestingly enough, Orion was known to the Egyptians as Osiris. So here is another Osiris connection. Again, dead Sun King, another royalty reference. Let me go through some comments before we go too much further. I'm just pointing out that she fell. She fell to earth and hit 42nd Street. You have the reoccurring theme of royalty or a king, queen falling to earth. Not a coincidence. In fact, there's some fascinating things that correlate to her story because she was in Colin in black and white. And then, of course, without going too far into it, when she fell from that building, at that time, Colin Kaepernick was actually hanging out with Spike Lee. And it's because Spike Lee is doing a documentary on him. And interestingly enough, Spike Lee directed SOS, the movie Summer of Sam, about the 1977 blackouts on 42nd Street. All right, I'm going through your comments. Spirit Jordan says Tom Cruise means double cross. Yeah, that's what I think 44 could mean. If 4 is a cross, 4 is a double cross. And the double cross represents resurrection. First cross, the first rung is the death. Second rung, resurrection. We says, so Black Rock refers to rock star in reference to Kanye. Yeah, that's a big part of it. The rock star, the star man. But there's, and of course the black rock is the cube. It represents Saturn. Here's a few other things. There are 42,000 CubeSats that Musk is putting into space. So the cube, let's go ahead and look at the symbol of the, why Saturn is associated with the cube. Saturn is associated with the hexagram, six-pointed, but here we go. Six-pointed star, the hexagon, six-pointed polygon, but also the inside of the six-pointed star contains a two-dimensional cube. And of course, the cube has certain properties to it, which relates to the numerology of Saturn. But the main thing here is this. We're looking at the cube is also the folded up cross. So you have a correlation between the cross and the cube, or the X and the cube. X is the 24th letter. 24 is 42 in reverse. You get the same character out of it. And also, of course, you have the dying and resurrecting Osiris crucified. The cross is tied into it. And, you know, I often talk about the recycling symbol being connected to all of this because the recycling symbol actually contains in the negative space a six-pointed star. And this is all about worshiping the original green god, Osiris, the god of vegetation, the earth god. Recycling, death, rebirth, you know, this whole death and resurrection, recycling, reincarnation, that's what this symbol actually represents. The public is given an exoteric story for what is actually an esoteric story here. It's about earth worship. Because what happens if you don't recycle? God gets mad and he sends a flood. It's all just a religion to get you to worship the earth and to fear it, to placate it, to acknowledge that you are a sinner. Because when you separate your trash, you're saying these choices were good, these choices were bad. I made errors, but I can fix that error by separating my choices. And it makes you confront your sin, your carbon footprint. It makes you acknowledge it, and by actually separating it, you're expiating your guilt. And there is such a thing as climate guilt. In fact, NBC, the website, actually has a place where you can do climate confessions, where you can confess if you use too many paper towels. Climate confessions being gathered by NBC. Do you fall short? Do you blast your AC? Do you throw out half your lunch? Do you eat meat? Share your anonymous confessions with NBC News. And this is not parody. Tap on where you fall short. Energy, food waste, paper, meat, transportation, plastic. You can enter your confession, view confessions. Waste nothing. I was taught that you eat everything on your plate. Compost the rest. Amazon delivers orders of multiple items in separate packages sometimes, and that means more. Oh, they're snitching. I still use plastic bags. I traded my tiny Spark for a Trax that uses more gas, but living in traffic clogged SoCal, I didn't feel safe in a car. Okay, so this person feels bad for feeling safe because now the earth is imperiled because she is not driving a golf cart. I wish I could do more. Sometimes I get lazy and I don't compost my coffee grounds. I drive alone. Sometimes I drive further to find cheaper gas. I leave the television up on at night. It helps me sleep. I use too many paper towels. Oh, look at this one. I'm 77 and I have cancer and I love to be comfortable. Stop trying to control me. Okay, one person here actually trolled them. And her name and number, her IP address has probably been given to the CCP. She'll be put on the list. Anyway, let's get back on topic here. We're talking about Saturn, the Earth, this deity that we're all basically more or less forced to genuflect to, tithe to. You're paying your carbon taxes. Okay, let me go through your comments here. Yeah, so the black rock symbolism is definitely encoded in the... Yeah, let me bring up this really quick, because here's another not coincidence. So Black Monday 2020, and this is a 9/11 connection as well. So the March 16th crash happened right after the pandemic was declared in state of emergency. The 2020 crash, they called it Black Monday. Now the interesting thing is the stock market fell, the Dow average fell at 2,997 points. Like just basically 3,000, a very 9/11-y number. But the same exact thing happened in 1987. These two crashes. Now, here's where it gets kind of tied into the fake news, where you can tell that this is all scripted. There's a television series called Black Monday. Now, the first season had already concluded. The first season was about the 1987 market crash, the one from October 19th, 1987. The second season started on March 16th, the second Black Monday market crash. And again, these things are obviously coordinated, planned. The 33 tells you it has to do with the corona. And if you watch the novel Corona rollout, the number 33 was all over the place. So the Black Monday crash, again, think crash. And of course, then we should also mention that the Burning Man, the guy who set himself on fire in front of the White House, was the second to do so. And like the market crashes, the Burning Mans were 33 years apart. So two Black Mondays, 33 years apart. Two Burning Men, 33 years apart. And by the way, the 33-year-old who set himself on fire on the ellipse, Arnav Gupta, yep, he was wearing a shirt that said USA. So it kind of tells you here, USA burning. But again, what is the story here? The Black Monday market crash, I think, has to do with the idea of a the thing falling to the earth, like moonfall, market crash. In the movie Moonfall, it was the moon literally falling. But this is a theme. And then out of the crash, you have this person rise up out of it like a phoenix. And that's what happened to the man who fell to earth. That's what we're being shown here. And what's more, when this individual is on fire, posing for the camera, obviously fake and staged, USA burning, a bus passed in front of him, number 113. And this is all very significant. USA burning. When Chesley Christ fell from the Orion building, she's a Miss USA pageant winner. So Miss USA could also reference maybe Babylon falling, Babylon burning. That's kind of what I take out of it. Now the bus that passed in front of him, number 113, is what had me look at that date. The date that the One World Trade Center, almost named the World Trade Center Phoenix, opened. 113 is the number of seconds the Challenger was up before it blew up. And here's another interesting connection. So on 7/13, July 13th, that is the date of the blackouts that happened on 42nd Street, 42 years apart. 113 days from 7/13 is November the 3rd, or 113. And what's more, on 7/13, you can find all kinds of stories about just, conspicuous 33-year-olds dying in very symbolic ways. So, for example, I think it was, so 7/13, you had a dismembered CEO. And so Osiris was, as you know, the story goes, he was dismembered. And his name was, I have it here, Fahim Saleh. July 13th, 2020, age 33, a Bangladeshi American entrepreneur. And he was found dismembered in his home. They called him the Elon Musk of the developing world. Now, a couple of things that stood out. He had green hair, which is another Osiris connection. He dies at 33 after being dismembered. Now, on this exact same date, you had Naya Rivera, also 33, shows up dead. July 13th, 2020, Naya Rivera dead at 33. Authorities recover her body. All kinds of things about this story we could go into. Not a coincidence that Naya Rivera, Nipsey Hussle, and Paul Walker are all in the same row in a cemetery out there in Hollywood. I mean, these are all just empty rows. Death fakers. Naya Rivera confirmed dead at 33 as her body is recovered. Again, this is that same date. And there was another one. There was a poker player who was, I believe she was burned to death. Her body was found burned to death, and that was also on that same day. And what's more, here it is. Poker player Susie Zhao found dead at 33, just outside of Detroit, July 13th, 2020. 33-year-olds dying in ways very significant to this myth of Osiris. And I'm just scratching the surface. Let me bring up one more thing. There was a movie called How It Ends that was released on 7/13, July 13th, 2018. So 113 days before 11/3, How It Ends is released. And this movie contains loads of predictive programming for Ground Zero being Seattle, for the end of the world, Space Needle falling, and everything. And I believe the movie's 113 minutes long. I watched it. I'm pretty sure it's garbage, but it's good. I study the programming. They have masks, preparing everybody for the masking. All right, let me go back through your comments. Commenter says, the moon is a plasma mirror image of the Earth from below, projected in the etheric field. We live on the dark side of the moon. I more or less agree with you. Flat moon. It's not wooden, as science would have you believe, as all of the moon rocks presented to us by the astronauts were made out of wood. Okay, so let me continue with this. Black rock, cobblestone, and Mecca. Fascinating. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you how we're arriving at this. So the way that these symbols are being used in plain sight in public, here's how we arrive at things. The cross and the cube are connected as the cube is a folded up cross. And they're both connected to this dying and resurrecting character, this personification of really the cycles of night and day or time, the sun dying and being reborn. But the cube, the cross, the six-pointed star, these things are interrelated. And of course, they all have to do with what? The dying and resurrecting Sun King, the Savior, this 33-year-old. So he is the Burning Man. He is the Phoenix. These are like, in fact, if you look into it, Jesus and Phoenix, actually, these two symbols were synonymous very early on. In the early church, Christian writers construed the phoenix as a symbol of resurrection and Christ. So there's another connection for you. Dawn Day event, Kanye West burning, Coachella, Kanye West as Jesus during the Easter thing. So you have a correlation here between the phoenix, the Christ, the cross, the cube, and of course the cube is the black cube of Saturn. And these are things that are in use in front of us. That's, I mean, we're drawing these definitions out of usage. So that's how we make these correlations. And then you find that these numbers are so precise that we are definitely reading this right. Going through your comments, Spirit Jordan says Nyla Rivera sounds like Nile River. Yeah, definitely. And there's a few interesting stories there. So Naya Rivera, she dies on the 7th anniversary of one of her co-workers, her co-stars from Glee. So Glee cast remembers Naya Rivera on the anniversary, but on this date, 7/13, they had already lost another actor, a co-star. So that date was already significant. And what's more, I'm pretty sure that Naya Rivera is now playing the role of her own sister. So she had a role already set aside for herself. And of course, the fact that her coffin is there next to Paul Walker and Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle also died at 33. Molly Rowland says Nina Jankowicz, the head of Biden's Ministry of Truth, is 33. Interesting. And of course, Mizell, or Muzzle, appointed by Trump, Judge Mizell, was 33 when she was appointed. Masks Off, 4/18. Seemingly predicted by Future's Mask Off, which was released on April 18th. Flat Fact says, is Infinite Plane radio channel still up? Yes. Get on the newsletter, infiniteplanesociety.com. You can also get on the text alerts so you don't miss anything, because they will constantly shoot us down. But as long as you're at infiniteplanesociety.com, you will hear us 24/7. And here's something that's new. We now have video archives on Spotify, which means that you can watch the video archives uninterrupted, and there won't be any breaks as there are with these YouTube channels that keep getting shut down. So it's impossible not to find Infinite Plane Radio if you just search for it. So I didn't want to go too deep into the weeds here until we've just established a few things. So here are some of the things we've established here. There is a correlation between certain themes: Saturn, falling, and the number 42. And when you think about it, CubeSats, 40 of them fell recently, and 2 almost hit the Chinese space station. Musk has encoded that number into many of his things. But, you know, we're looking at their use of these numbers in plain sight. So here's a few other examples, though. Let me go ahead and pull up my mind map. Okay, so the CubeSats are actually falling. Like in orbit, you're not floating. It's not buoyancy. You're actually falling. That's kind of the idea here. They're eternally falling. Then you have Isaac Cappy, 42 years old, fell to his death. He fell 22 feet, by the way. Then you have, let's see, what was it? Oh yeah, Robert F. Kennedy. here's an interesting connection here. Robert F. Kennedy, shot by Saran at the age of 42. Well, the guy who photographed Robert F. Kennedy's death is the guy who photographed the 9/11 falling man. Not too far of a stretch there. You can see these themes. Okay, now after Prince died, he died in his elevator at the age of 57, fentanyl overdose. Again, the elevator has very special significance, as does the color. A lot of these rituals have just replete with symbolism, but I want to kind of stay focused on the basics. So after Prince, again royalty, after he dies in his elevator, his death is reenacted by somebody named Pedro. Again, Pedro means rock. Pedro is at a Green Day concert. It's called the Mad Cool Festival. And he's performing acrobatics. So his name is Pedro. I'm just going to get his last name. Pedro falls 100 feet. Green Day acrobat. Here we go. During a Green Day concert in Spain, 42-year-old acrobat Pedro Monroy fell 100 feet to his death in front of thousands. Now the thing is, he was up in a contraption that resembled a cube. So he's in a cube, doing backflips, no harnesses, and he's dancing to Purple Rain. Again, the color purple has everything to do with the phoenix, by the way. And it's not a coincidence that on Easter, they drape the crucified Savior with a purple cloth. You can look at Kanye West at Coachella with the purple light wearing the crown of thorns. So anyway, Purple Rain, it's not about anything other than the reign of the Phoenicians, the cult of the phoenix, the cult behind all these various symbols. So anyway, the guy named Pedro falls, 42, rock. Rock falls, 42, Purple Rain, overlapping, consistent symbolism. Very, very consistent. Again, David Bowie, Man Who Fell to Earth. I'm going to move on through some other comments here. Okay, here's another one. One of the ways that we were noting and predicting that space junk would start happening last year is that it was 42 years since Skylab fell. And Skylab fell on 7/11/1979, 42 years later. On the date, on the anniversary date, Richard Branson takes off. And there's loads of symbolism, even the weight of these things. It took 42 trips to put the space station up. This is just a sampling of one of our mind maps. We're just going through a few things to kind of point out how there's a consistent usage of these symbols in these various psychological operations, and they refer to the same things. In fact, one of my mind maps was even pointing out this storyline connecting Tom Cruise and his mission to go to space. And on the mind map, I had said that we would expect Tom Cruise, Mr. Double Cross, to fall from the sky last year. That there would be some kind of spectacle. So I thought it meant he would be on the space station, perhaps, last year. But interestingly enough, he was filming Mission Impossible, and he did actually show up on a twin cross in the sky. And this was actually just played at some film festival. It was a commercial for his new Mission Impossible where he's hanging from the sky, like Luke Skywalker, hanging upside down from a double cross in the sky, a bi-wing plane. So this is not just a PR stunt. It's not just part of his movie. We actually more or less predicted that this is the year, based on, again, we're looking at this meta script perspective, and Tom Cruise is actually a big part of it, in that he's involved in Kubrick's inner circle. Kubrick, Apollo 11, Kubrick, 9/11. Kubrick wrote The Fall of the Tower of Babel, that is America, and the space station representing it. So he's a big part of it. So he did figure prominently into our mind maps, and I was fully expecting some kind of event where Tom Cruise would be doing some major PR stunt. I thought he'd be bailing on the space station. Like maybe it would crash and he would jump and fall from the sky. I mean, that's yet to come. Now, in this storyline, which we can go down this track a little bit, it does appear that Tom Cruise may be in this meta-scripted story with Bowie as Major Tom. And we do have instances. In fact, I have pictures here screen caps of Tom Cruise dead on the moon, which is forecast. Here it is. Despite suffering death on the moon in his previous appearance, he reappears. But anyway, this is Tom Cruise sent to the moon on an episode called 2001. No, it's called 201, but basically it's a Kubrick reference. So you have Tom Cruise dead on the moon. Now, in that video for David Bowie's Black Star, you actually have Major Tom, who's this character from this David Bowie storyline. You have him dead on the moon, a skeleton in a spacesuit. Dead Major Tom on the moon, Black Star video. Major Tom is a persona of Bowie mentioned in Space Oddity. David Bowie's new song, Black Star, has Major Tom dead. Now here's another interesting connection. I mentioned the falling man, the guy who fell from the towers on 9/11, photographed by the same guy who photographed Robert Kennedy's death. You know who owns the falling man photo? And you should know what I'm talking about. It's the falling man, the guy who looks like he's the tarot card of the Hanged Man. Richard Drew took this photo, and he also photographed a Kennedy dying. I mean, what are the odds to be in these two places? Another conspicuous 9/11 Kennedy connection, which is important when you look at the bigger script here. But anyway, this macabre photo, fake though it may be, is actually owned by Elton John. Elton John, Rocket Man, owns the Falling Man. Okay, the Falling Man, here we go. Entertainer and photo collector Sir Elton John. He says, this is probably one of the most perfect photographs ever taken. It's one of the most beautiful and powerful images ever taken. This is one of these elite types that probably watches snuff films. Mike Tyson was talking about how the rich, the super elite, love to go hunt the poor in the woods. And I find that believable when I see people like Elton John fetishizing images of people dying. But anyway, he owns this picture of the falling man, and here's how it relates. So, the song called, we're talking about David Bowie again. David Bowie's got the song called Starman, and the Starman song has some similarity to Elton John's Rocket Man. So listen to this. There's a possible connection between Rocket Man and Major Tom, a connection made by Bowie himself, who would sometimes call out, "Oh, Rocket Man." So this is just a little deeper here, suggesting that, again, the Rocket Man now being correlated with Major Tom, who dies. Very interesting here. Again, connections here. Rocket Man, Rock Star, Star Man. These are all words that are building up this storyline here. So the rock star, Pedro, Rock, the guy who fell. This would also correlate, I would say, to Pedro or Peter, St. Peter, the rock. There's something going on here with the symbolism of names. So here we have, there's a jewel-encrusted skull in the Black Star video retrieved by an alien female who takes it back to what could be considered a cult where they worship the relic. This dead astronaut is speculated to be a depiction of Major Tom's fate. Again, here's an image of the astronaut's skull covered in jewels. And this makes sense considering the astronaut is really, if you look at the suit, it's a holy garment. It's like what the Pope wears. It symbolizes the garb that you wear to ascend into the heavenly realms. It's a spacesuit. It's a heaven suit. A couple of side notes here. Canadian astronaut, I spell it N-O-T. Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield performed Space Oddity on board the International Space Station with the permission of David Bowie. It was released in May of 2013. It was the first music video in space. Another connection there. First music video in space. By the way, they played the song Space Oddity and that's the song where he mentions Major Tom on the BBC during Apollo 11. And just so you know, Space Odyssey is about David Bowman, Space Oddity David Bowie. These are parallel characters. And they don't make this connection explicit, but you can see how it definitely connects. Again, David Bowie, David Bowman, DB42, falling. And okay, so merging with the monolith is one of the themes with the Space Odyssey thing. And the monolith is your phone. It's the screen, the black screen. And the black screen, the monolith, the black stone, the rock, it's all symbolic, and it represents this Saturn. In fact, in the original Space Odyssey, in the book, the manuscript, they're traveling to Saturn, not to Jupiter, and they changed it. Some speculate I think it was Jay Wider or Wielder? Let me see if I can find this author's name. It's a really good documentary about this, but basically, it's been suggested that they were trying to conceal the real meaning of the story by deflecting it with Jupiter rather than Saturn. A few other things I want to get to. Again, I'm focusing on this topic because it all connects this one thing here, that there is a parallel story to the real, quote unquote, real world lives of some of these celebrity rock icons and the storyline, the subtext. And these things are somewhat, I would say, they're contiguous, even though it's not obvious. And so the idea that Kanye West somehow relates to David Bowie's Man Who Fell to Earth, you would only make this connection if you recognize the symbolic language that the elite use and all these various events and the specific timing of them. So Kanye West as Burning Man, as Christ, connects to this alien savior, Man Who Fell to Earth. And of course, his Bowie connection is further reinforced with this very new Man Who Fell to Earth remake. Beyond coincidence, just like many of the things we discuss. And mirroring is a huge part of this. This is why you see a lot of mirrors, twins in the Kubrick films. Because ultimately, I think what we're looking at is that the screen is a mirror of our reality. It's a funhouse mirror. And this is the thing that distorts and puts us onto the, quote, world stage. I'm going through your comments. Lickety Split says, what's up with the Phoenicians? Okay, well, here's the thing about Phoenicians and the Phoenix and phonetics. And also note, the iPhone 10 iPhoenix was released on 11/3/2017, the date that the World Trade Center, quote, Phoenix, as they almost called it, was to open. What is the Phoenix? It's the MO of the elite. Burn down, build back better. Hit the reset button when we lose control. That's what it's ultimately about. They destroy and they build back. The symbol of the phoenix is synonymous with the symbol of the dove in the context of the flood myths. The dove, which arrives after the floodwaters recede. This is why you had Lady Gaga wearing the dove on her chest when she was dressed like a Hunger Games person, right out of the Hunger Games, to sing at Biden's inauguration. Right before the dark winter, as he put it. She's wearing that because it represents the post-reset. And in Hunger Games, they use the Mockingjay as a phoenix. But anyway, if you were an entrenched elite controlling the multitudes, top-down control, and then you have your bottom-up control with your network of plants and fakes, every once in a while, you have to make sure that the power doesn't get decentralized. You have to make sure that you don't lose your monopoly. And I think ultimately what we're looking at with the monolith is the world-spanning monolithic cult. It's like monotheism, one God. But instead of one God, it's one screen. And you have the new technocratic priesthood that can censor what comes through that screen. So the monolith is the whole point. And anytime their monolith breaks up, their monolithic control breaks apart, they have to reset things. And that's what I think the symbol of the phoenix represents. The ones who tear it down, build back better. They call it the great work in the Thelemite cults. The Freemasonic group calls it the Great Work. You have the Great Reset. Again, I said it's coordinated with the Great Conjunction, and it's coordinated with the bratty Greta. It's the Greta Reset, where she tells us, yeah, we're going to burn it all down. We're going to do it our way. Blah, 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 to what the adults say. And Greta, the child, the petulant child, the crowned, conquering child, represents really Horus in the flesh. This androgen child that is there to say, we don't need the old traditions, we don't need the old religions. And that's what we're looking at right now with the Great Reset. Because the new world is going to be sustainable. And the Martian Savior story ties into all of this. You got Robert Heinlein, Stranger in a Strange Land. Well, that book is about a Martian who figures out, well, he comes back to Earth and has to adjust because now he's the alien, even though he's a human. And because the way we're living here is alien to how he lived. But within the Thalemite circles, that book, Stranger in a Strange Land, is a blueprint for their perfect society. So the Martian age, this is all about this sustainability. And this sustainability, this utopianism, can't exist until we get rid of all the vestiges of the old age. Thus the Phoenix, burn it all down or flood it. By the way, yeah, Tom Cruise means twin cross. He's the Scientology Jesus. He was in Eyes Wide Shut, very closely then associated with Stanley Kubrick. He divorced all of his wives when they turned 33, which is very weird. In the movie Vanilla Sky, which was originally titled, or the manuscript was Open Your Eyes. So Eyes Wide Shut, Open Your Eyes, there's a continuity there. In the movie, he dies at 33 and he's reborn. We can go through Tom Cruise's films and you can see the typecast, how we have been set, we've been prepared for this. We're being prepared for a savior, and it's being represented to us, the story is being told to us with many different faces. So this individual in The Man Who Fell to Earth, yes, he definitely has a parallel, both his age, he is definitely the alien savior that David Bowie had prophesied in 1972. Kanye West and this individual. They're telling it's the same character, in other words. So here he is holding his black cube, and he's presenting this as something that's going to save the world. He's there as an amalgamation of Elon Musk, world savior, Jeff Bezos. And this is The Man Who Fell to Earth. He lands in New Mexico. So a mysterious man shows up in New Mexico, becomes very wealthy, and figures out how to save the world and take us to Mars. Well, Bezos landed in New Mexico. Mysterious origin story. And what did he do? Exactly what this person did. Jeff Bezos is also the man who fell to earth. If you look at his typecast, it's built into him as well. So many fascinating movies. You know, I have a list I've got to work on. But tonight, I'm really staying focused on this particular storyline. So let me go ahead and go through this article one more time. I'm just going to peruse it really fast in case you've missed anything. Because what we've established here is that there is a succession, or there's a storyline a story that's been presented to us about a coming alien savior. And it starts in 1972 with David Bowie, but the alien savior and the symbolism or rather the narrative of man needing to be saved is something we've been prepared for. So 1972, you have an album where Bowie's posing under a sign that says K West. The first song is called 5 Years, and it says that the world has 5 years left unless a savior arrives, a starman. 5 years later, Kanye West is born. Before Bowie dies, he's got the album Black Star, which is released on Elvis's birthday, which is also his own birthday. And it's about a black star replacing him. Something happened on the day he died. Spirit rose a meter and stepped aside. Somebody else took his place and bravely cried, "I'm a black star." So this is a reference, likely, and this is the story, and this is a mainstream conspiracy theory that's been looked at, Rolling Stones did a story on it. Did David Bowie predict Kanye West as a successor musically, as again a rock star, but this time a black star? So then here is where I added into this pre-existing conspiracy theory or observation. Kanye West is now more or less the same character on the world stage as the man who fell to earth. And it starts off with his Dawn Day performance where he's the Phoenix and a few other elements, but specifically, like Kanye West, the character who plays the man who fell to earth was also born in 1977. 5 years from Bowie's little prediction there. So again, Bowie shares a birthday with Elvis, and there's a couple of things significant about that. But the new man who fell to earth is also a black lead actor to replace Bowie. So you have Bowie being replaced by a black star musically. Man who fell to earth, Bowie character, again, a parallel replacement. The intro scene to the man who fell to earth, he falls into the earth and crawls out, makes a mention of Lazarus and rebirth, two things that correlate to the Black Star album. And he looks like a phoenix, just like Kanye West, who did this on the anniversary date of the 33 Burning Man festivals. Kanye West has previously portrayed a black Christ at the Coachella. Again, in the symbolism of the elite, the phoenix and the reborn Christ and the burning man are all the same. The crown of thorns, this is also something we should point out. The novel corona, the spiky ball, it also represents the new crown, the corona of the sun, symbolized here by the thorns. The thorns on the crown of Christ represent the rays of the sun. So this is the new crown. The novel corona is actually the new crown of thorns, the new Christ. So when I saw the novel corona thing, I'm like, this is not about a virus. This is about shutting down because we have a new king being installed. Again, Elvis was called a king. These are all very significant key terms here. When I saw all these politicians kneeling, I knew they were kneeling to a new crown. Derek Chauvin kneeling, yeah, it's a psychodrama, it's a psyop, it's a 9/11ing of America, but it's also a symbolic act, and it ties into Colin Kaepernick's kneeling. The kneeling ritual that we've seen has to do with the installation of this new crown, in my opinion. So it's the new Christ is what we're actually being prepped for. Again, David Bowie's death was 2 days after the album was released, and it was released on Elvis's birthday. Named Black Star for an Elvis song, a song in which he predicted his own death. Again, the symbolism here connects the phoenix, the burning man, the Christ, the king, the crown of thorns. And so we're awaiting this fallen savior, this man who fell to earth. And there's even more here. I was talking about Chesley Christ falling from the Orion building. And look at this here. This is all getting, this has got to be a whole other mind map here. Look at the cover of Black is King, which came out in 2020. This is again Beyonce. So Beyonce was performing at the Blackout Bowl, the Super Bowl number 47 that had 33 minutes of darkness, where Colin Kaepernick was the quarterback. She was there, and then she just put out in 2020 Black is King, which has this man falling to the earth. Black is King is based on the Lion King. Lion King is based on Macbeth. So this is also very significant if we get into Macbeth. The more recent Macbeth, the one that just came out, starring Denzel Washington, that one was actually in black and white. Like Colin in black and white. The new Macbeth was filmed in black and white. I don't want to get too sidetracked with these other characters, but I have found some very intriguing connections between the Lion King, Macbeth, and the assassination of Kennedy, and the potential setup, what I think is going to happen, a setup for another Kennedy-level assassination. But I'm just pointing out here that there's a story being told that we can kind of read between the lines, and we're not even connecting dots that aren't there. It's pretty much in your face if you can recognize their use of these symbols. And that's the reason why I do these mind maps. Again, Seattle figures prominently in the Man Who Fell to Earth, episode 2, which I'm going to watch probably tonight, where he's ordered to go to Seattle, of all places. Bestcams.fun says, best adult dating site. Thanks for the comment. Ashy Dog says, Kanye West sold his soul for a Happy Meal. It was a crappy deal. I think these guys, these actors, they're like the idea of the moon child, a big Crowley theme within the Thalemite cult of planning someone's conception astrologically. So at that level of planning, nothing would surprise me with this entrenched elite. And the idea that Kanye West would have a predetermined life path wouldn't shock me. I mean, right now he's beefing with Pete Davidson, who's goading him, suggesting that he goes full Miss Doubtfire, as in, stalking his ex. Well, Pete Davidson's father was a Burning Man. And here's another connection. Okay, the Twin Towers were 33 years old when they burned. Pete Davidson's father was 33, and he was in the Twin Towers when he burned. Another conspicuous, 33 connected with that event. Wee says, I say a good case for nonlinear time. See, it's either nonlinear time, the God, the devil, the demiurge, magic, or there is a meta-scripting department behind all media, and it exerts monolithic reality curation over mankind. And that's where I'm at the moment. Okay, let's see what else. Yeah, someone needs to dump that bot. Yeah, I see these bots in here, and I can't access most of these YouTube channels. We've been kicked out of so many channels. I just save the keys. So you may see 3 or 4 live YouTube channels, and I don't have access to them. I can live stream through them, and that's about all I can manage. We've covered quite a lot on this topic, and I really wanted to keep it focused and not muddy it up at all. Now, let me bring this point up because this will also help, I think, tie it together. So Ziggy Stardust is this character that Bowie plays in this 1972 album where he prophesies the coming star child or starman to save us. Ziggy Stardust had a dream, and in his dream, he was advised to write a message of hope that despite the world ending in 5 years, he would deliver the news of belief to the youth of the masses, explaining how they are now the leaders of the world, the future. The message of hope is David Bowie's milestone hit, Starman. So telling the children they're taking over, Starman, this is straight out of Thelema and the New Age, and this idea of overthrowing the old. Okay, random headline here from Fox News. Wisconsin pair electrocuted to death after attempting TikTok trend. Researchers say 33 people have died attempting the trend. Not sure what the trend is. Here's an image of Elon Musk, George Lucas, and Kanye West hanging out. Kind of interesting. I like looking at some of these associations. We've pretty well established that Chiwetel, who plays the Man Who Fell to Earth, and Kanye, both 44, both born in 77, both fit the description of the starman predicted by Bowie in the song 5 Years. And again, I put it up here for your reference. June 8th, 1977 is Kanye's birthday. And the actor who plays the Man Who Fell to Earth, Chiwetel, was born on July 10th, 1977. And 1977, again, is the blackout year, the year of the blackouts. And Chesley Christ jumps off the Orion building, lands at 7:13 a.m. on 42nd Street where the blackouts happened. These are so intricate. I can see why some people might want to think nonlinear time or other explanations. But I mean, look what happens if you arrive or you start with the wrong premise. For example, Roger Stone now is completely converted from politician, political agitator into a prayer warrior because he believes that he saw a satanic portal above the White House. Turns out it was a lens flare. So if you start off with the premise, this is why Arthur C. Clarke said any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic, because it's too easy to say, well, that's magic. It's an alien technology. It helps hide who's really behind it. Here's an article from rockcelebrities.net if you want to look into it. The title is David Bowie Predicted Rapper Kanye's Success. So again, he definitely did, but it definitely goes much deeper, and it has to do with not Kanye's commercial success, but rather the typecast savior, the alien savior, a black Christ for the new age. And that's pretty much what we're looking at here, the black star. And the falling to earth is a savior falling down from the sky. Very typical of religions, just like Superman. All right, I'm going through your comments. In France, there's a new trend of spontaneously combusting electric buses. Electric buses, yeah, that's interesting. I'm expecting fires. I was expecting Beltane fires for May Day. Okay, so just to kind of recap one final thing, Kanye West doing the Burning Man definitely, unequivocally associates him with the character of the man who fell to earth. Rocket Man, Rock Star, these things are super connected. And then you have to look at Starman in Space and note all the connections to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And all of that storyline tells us is the world's going to end, and you need to get into the Space Needle and escape into the heavens. And of course, the Space Needle or rocket is what gets you out of the world. It's the Neo Rapture. So Starman escapes, and here's an image from that super fake event, but people think it's real. One other point here, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I do not recommend the movie. It's unwatchable, but I watched it. It starts off where the world, the Earth, is surrounded by cube-shaped alien craft, and they blow it up. And it got me thinking, doesn't Musk have like 42,000 CubeSats orbiting the Earth? So I'm not sure if he has any plans to drop kinetic weapons, rods of God, but if anybody's in a position to destroy the world, it would be Musk. And he just bought Twitter, so it kind of shows you where his ambitions are. And by the way, did you see the weird coincidences with the number 44 and Musk buying Twitter? 4 years, 4 months, and 4 days after Elon Musk tweets, how much does Twitter cost? He buys it for $44 billion. What could that mean? Now, again, my thinking on it is that the double cross is what we're looking at here. We're looking at 4 is a cross, so if it's a double cross, it means second coming. I think that's actually what we're seeing here. Second coming programming. Here's some other numerology for you. Oprah Winfrey didn't leave her home for 322 days. 322, Skull and Bones Society. Definitely a reference there. Flat Fact says cube equals super aerodynamic flying craft. Yeah, I've always wondered about that. It's like I look at these satellites and they look like you drive by like a dump and you see like washing machines and like screen doors, and I'm like, if you attached a couple of these screen doors to a washing machine, it would look like your average satellite. Like it's just basically a couple solar panels and a big cube. They look ridiculous, and you'll never find pictures of them. It's always cartoons of these things in space. Symbolically, though, what do they represent? Well, they're getting their energy, their life from the sun. They're like angels. They see you, you can't see them. They're always watching, and they're up there in the heavens, and they're used for man to communicate. Basically, like, angels, they are the intermediaries between you and God. And the satellites, being spies, they're the all-seeing eyes of God, basically. And they have this, obviously the cube shape to me is a big part of it, though. The satellite, lights in the sky. It's all part of the infrastructure for this new heaven. Spirit Jordan says 44, a kill number. And double cross. Yeah, Mr. 44 is the Son of Sam. And again, the Son of Sam movie was shot by Spike Lee, and it takes place in 1977 during the blackouts, during which the Son of Sam, Mr. 44, was doing the killings. Spike Lee also directed The Five Bloods, which had Chadwick Boseman, who played Mr. 42, who died in 2020. And the movie The Five Bloods is set in 2020 and in 1968. So it's kind of a retrospective. And on the cover of The Five Bloods, let me show you this, because we talked about the kneeling. 2020 film by Spike Lee. On the cover, you have 5 individuals kneeling around a grave with their fists up. Well, kneeling was made a thing by BLM with the raised communist fist in 2020. So this actually preceded that, and this was the cover for The Five Bloods. Chadwick Boseman was in it. He played Jackie Robinson, Mr. 42. He also played Black Panther. So Black Panther also has connotations because BLM is the new Black Panther movement, but he played the Marvel character Black Panther. Major political tie-in. So the youth, like the youth are given Elsa to introduce them to Greta. They're given the Black Panther to introduce them to BLM or to the political group. It's all interrelated. So when Chadwick Boseman was dead, the hashtag was trending Rip King. He dies at 42. Mr. 42. He did Operation 42 for COVID. But anyway, when he dies, it's Rip King trending. Interestingly enough, at that same time, Martin Luther King, again the name, Martin Luther King, had his 57th I Had a Dream speech anniversary being celebrated at the obelisk, in D.C. So there's Rip King for MLK, there's Rip King for Chadwick Boseman, who played the King of Wakanda, Black Panther, and then MLK at the same time. And it goes deeper because then at the same time, you had, when Chadwick Boseman died, there were children everywhere, who were into the Marvel character, who were holding funerals for their character. They were burying the kid or the king in their backyard. So here's some examples. You have these children. Netizens share pictures of their children holding Black Panther funeral as Chadwick Boseman passes away. So the children are here with their Chadwick Boseman being buried in the yard. Again, God of the earth, the grave, it's all ritualistic. Their hands are crossed over their chest. That's the sign of Osiris. And also it's the X 24, 42. These numbers and hand signs or arm signs are correlated. So you have the dead representative of Osiris. Meanwhile, MLK, another black king, is being commemorated at the obelisk, another symbol of Osiris. This stuff is all happening concurrently. That's why it stands out so much. No coincidences here. Here's another one for you too. On the 30th anniversary of the Rodney King beating, they passed the George Floyd Act, or attempted to. But Rodney King was beaten for 1 minute 19 seconds, which is a reverse 9/11, but they hit him 33 times. But think about that, the name King 33. I'm just pointing out here how you have these events that are all correlated. And these have got to be staged. But Black Panther funerals being held concurrent with the Martin Luther King funeral. Here's Chadwick Boseman with the 42 on his hat. And also, during the week that he's dead, or he died, while this is being commemorated, and this is just a side note, the MLB had Jackie Robinson Week. Well, normally they do it in February, but in 2020 they did it in the summer because of COVID had delayed their initial thing. So the entire MLB, every Major League Baseball player had number 42 on their jersey. They all put 42s on their jerseys. So here's an image, Jackie Robinson Day, they're all wearing 42s. So while Chadwick Boseman's death is being noted, you got all the 42s in MLB, and at the same time, Kobe Bryant's 42nd birthday was being celebrated by the NBA. Now he's already dead, so it's a posthumous birthday. So they called it Mamba Week. So all week at the NBA, it was all about Kobe's 42nd birthday. Legends never die. You'll notice too, legends is a word used with death fakers. Again, 24 was his number. Another reference to the same exact thing. So he's dead, but they're celebrating his 42nd birthday while Chadwick Boseman dies at 42. And you have Jackie Robinson, a character he played, being commemorated by the MLB. And of course, this is all happening against the backdrop of the George Floyd-inspired riots. And one other interesting connection, the last person to interview Kobe Bryant alive was Steven Jackson, the 42-year-old twin of George Floyd. Going through your comments here. Someone says, Musk is not spending $44 billion because he cares about your freedom of speech. He's going to integrate Twitter into Neuralink. I could see that. Neuralink Corporation is a neurotechnology company developing implant brain-machine interfaces. OpenAI. Lean Dion says, one of the BLM founders is a young global leader, WEF graduate, of course. Yeah, no doubt. It's a revolutionary communist movement, and it's global. I Can't Breathe is not just about Western chauvinism oppressing the poor. I Can't Breathe is now about Western chauvinism and capitalism oppressing the environment, destroying the earth. We can't breathe. So it's all part of this global revolution using every pretext. It's not about free speech. It's not about saving you from oppressive police. It's not about saving the planet. Nope. It's all about total monolithic control. Spirit Jordan says there's a new cartoon coming to Netflix called Agent King about superhero Elvis. Tim and Vic 131 says MLK in Hebrew is Molech. Another Black King reference. Martin Luther King was reported dead on 4/4. Is that true? Wow. Fascinating. This is why we think tank, because this is a million-piece puzzle, and it takes many, many eyes. All right, let us continue here. Rusty says MLK was a degenerate. Declassified docs revealed FBI surveillance on him. That's probably misinformation. In all likelihood, Martin Luther King death faked it, as all the others do, and there's a pretty good set of, I would say, leads that would suggest that he came back as, and think about the name Don King. Don is a king. Donald King, the promoter. Is Donald King Martin Luther King? Now, I didn't start this one, but I believe there's a few channels on YouTube that have touched on this one, and it fits a general pattern. It's a complete upsetter of your expectations, as you'd expect for CIA deepfakes, where what they do is they reverse your expectations. So you have a conservative guy, clean cut, short hair, replace it with somebody boisterous, somebody with the opposite style of hair, opposite style of dress. Now, I've looked into this one. There are some interesting correlations. It could be the same. It wouldn't shock me at all. And yeah, he could be a degenerate, like you said. I'm just saying he's more than likely a death faker. Tominoid says the Alec Baldwin police interview on the Rush shooting incident goes on for 1 hour and 13 minutes. Yep, 113. Salty Siren says new Elvis movie coming out on 6/24. There's so much here, but I like to keep everything focused for the time being. Now there's some Elvis and Bowie connections we could go into, but the main thing is I'm saying is that rock stars, these rock icons, are the new, or they have been used to present to us the savior concept. These are carriers of propaganda, and there's a torch that's been passed from Elvis to David Bowie to Kanye West, and it's about the icon status, but the idol and the greatest living idol of this particular genre. But what's more, the Man Who Fell to Earth storyline that parallels Bowie's storyline has been now correlated and connected to Kanye West. So Kanye West setting himself on fire at his record release party was actually preceding this, and it shows you how coordinated this storyline is. It was setting the stage that he is the man who fell to earth. He is the starman that David Bowie prophesied in 1972 in his song 5 Years, and the actor who plays the man who fell to earth is approximately the same age as Kanye, and of course in the movie fits the same typecast. Let's see, Thinks He's a Penguin sent me this note. The people under the Soviet government in the USSR believed that Stalin was walking or limping around with cloven hooves. It was not only encouraged by him, but it was probably true. Happy birthday, Church of Satan and Travis Scott. Yeah, I agree. All right, thanks everyone for joining. Again, if you get on the newsletter, you won't miss anything. You won't miss the replays. We have quite a lot going on these days, and I'm doing this more than full time. And this is just one example of the type of analysis we do, where we're noticing the meta script, the big pattern that transcends any one artist, any one genre, any one propaganda outlet, and it actually connects all of them. And it's not in some cherry-picked conspiracy theory kind of way, but it's actually a very well-articulated script. It's Shakespeare. It's world stagery, and it's actually, in some places, it's fairly well written. We get the inside jokes. We're laughing with them. Jungle Jim says, thanks, Tim. Rusty says, the rock stars play music frequencies just as the heavenly bodies stars appear to be somatic frequencies in the firmament. And David Bowie actually had a star put in named after him after he died. I think he even has his own constellation. The 2001 618th star has been awarded to, here we go. Yeah, you can actually find it. Every man and woman is a star, though, is a thelemic concept. That's one of the main points. And again, the final thing, I really have to point this out, is that the Black Star album came out on Elvis's birthday, and it was named for an Elvis Presley song about seeing the black star, knowing you're about to die. And 2 days later, Bowie dies. Now, he dies of cancer at 69. Well, the symbol of cancer, astrologically, is the 6-9. He also died the same day as the head Slytherin. Was it Ellen Rickles, or from Harry Potter? And by the way, Harry Potter has all kinds of phoenix symbolism. Alan Rickman died at 69, January 14th. So he died a couple days after Bowie, both at 69. But anyway, the symbol of the astrological sign of Cancer looks like a 6-9. And the reason why this might actually relate here is we're talking about dying and resurrecting saviors. We're talking about, even if you look at the Black Star video, the Bowie video, it even has a crucifixion in it. Very grotesque. You have 3 individuals being crucified in a cornfield, which the corn correlates to Osiris, who's also a corn god, a vegetation god. But here you can see these 3 deities, or these 3 individuals who are crucified. But anyway, on the winter solstice, the sun more or less is frozen or stays in the same place for 3 days on the Southern Cross. On the summer solstice, as we enter into Cancer, the sun does the same exact thing. The crab sign represents the way that the sun moves sideways, like a crab, for 3 days. So dying at 69 of Cancer could be a code, another reference to this crucifixion, dying and resurrecting, especially given that his last video had the song Lazarus, and then he literally shows up. David Bowie quite literally shows up and does an interview and references that when Bowie died, a part of him died. I mean, that's a very Lazarus-like thing for him to do. Infinite Muse says, in the Depp trial, they showed what Johnny called a Bowie knife. Fascinating. Yes, well, you know, there's a movie, I think it's called Jennifer's Body, where they sacrifice, they find a virgin to sacrifice at this place. I think it's called the Devil's Pit. And anyway, it's a bottomless pit, and they use a Bowie knife because it just seems appropriate for them. It's, you know, in order to make the sacrifice to achieve rock star fame. And there is something of a story like that connected with Kanye as well. Anyway, this has been great. I'm going to play Chief Crow, Ball Earth Cult. I'll put a link to the track below. Stay tuned, get on the newsletter, don't miss the replays, and we'll be live likely early in the morning. Put a link to the track here. This is Cult. After this, we're returning to the 24/7 live stream.
They telling me different things. I suppose people pulling strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on the infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on the infinite plane. Yeah. None of the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hoax, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein, doing my thing. But I'm infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that y'all living is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Step on the street, pulling strings. If they can't fuck with the gang, I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite gang, man. That's in your mouth, I stay in my place. Infinite plane society, man. Yeah, man. All I do is black roll out, yeah, just do it, man. Can't take us down off the shit, man. You shit, man. Check the stats, man. Can't do it, man. Check the word is flat, man. Growth is a whole, man. Take it down on shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what to tell you, man. How about the Eagles and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all right. All the hosts, man. All the hosts, man. All the hosts, man. Shout out, what up, bro? Tim out, man. What up, bro? Yeah, man. Shit. DM up.
All right, May Day 2022. It's May 1st. Although it's still kind of April 30th, Witches' Night. I'm pretty sure this would be technically the witching hour. It's just after midnight. A shout out to Neo Mode Gucci Flip for this track, Infinite Gang. I'll put a link in the chat if anybody wants a copy of it. The creator of this track actually is a regular caller, or was. We've had a number of our channels pulled, and oftentimes we lose touch with people, usually just temporarily. Alright, let me go through your comments and see who's already here. I sent out text message notifications, sent out a blast, so everyone should be arriving. Anyone not here is sus. I mean, what are you doing not here on the night that all of the witches and warlocks convene? This is Witches' Night. Anybody not here? I don't know. Do they have another obligation? Joined by Travis Cloud, Infinite Muse, Frank Murr, Deep Fake Feet, Brian Bruce, Evar, Salty Siren, Jordan, Osher, Claptrap, Cat Bunny Buffalo, Osher, Feds, I'm sure are watching, Salty Siren. I'm sure there's a lot of people glowing in the background. Also joined by Jordan and the Restream bot. Other people are piling in now. So let's go ahead and give them time to show up. A few of the main topics, though. The main one, really, is the conspicuous presence of Satan in the news cycle. May Day, Satan 2, and satanic portal above the White House. Furries at Satan's church. Do they have litter boxes at the Church of Satan? I'd like to call and find out. So let me go ahead and go through the newsletter just to kind of explain where I'm coming from, pointing this stuff out, because I think it's very, very conspicuous what's going on here. I think we're looking at the zeitgeist being painted up right now. They're decorating for the holiday. So today is Witches' Night, Walpurgis Night, celebrated as the halfway point between spring, or the spring equinox, and the summer solstice. So it's just like Halloween, halfway between the autumn equinox and the winter solstice. So I'm somewhat expecting a psyop this weekend. But look how much Satan is pervading the news cycle. Political dirty trickster Roger Stone claims to have seen a satanic portal open up above the White House. And I have audio and video of that, the satanic portal. Even Mick West from Metabunk has had to address the satanic portal. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a.k.a. Dog the Bounty Hunter without his wraparound shades, is scapegoating Satan for abortion and illegal immigration, claiming that the Catholic Church is controlled by Satan, which would explain a few things. Putin is launching Satan 2 at Boris Johnson. Satan 2 is a ICBM, nuclear weapon, etc. Scary stuff. I think it's just a maypole. It's just another way for the cult that runs the world to flaunt their obelisk. Google's Doodle today has Route 66 on it, with the very conspicuous, very 6-y looking G. which gives you a pretty blatant 666. Again, it stands out just because of all days. They chose this day. They chose the high point on the pagan calendar. Today, Satan was trending on Twitter because of likely all of the above. But today is also the 56th anniversary of the Church of Satan, a church that is openly controlled by Satan. Their leader, interestingly enough, is called Maga. We've been talking about the female form of Magus, the witch, Maga. Trump, is he the whore of Babylon? Scarlet, the scarlet hat. It all kind of fits. There's some connection here. I've made this correlation. Make America great again. Replace America with Babylon. Make Babylon great again. Why would you have make Babylon great again? Well, because it's fallen. And so if you look at the imagery at the Whore of Babylon, she's saying that, Babylon has fallen, and she's got the, across her brow, this message. And it just seems to me kind of conspicuous that the hat is pretty much scarlet as well. And then it says Maga. Well, she's a sorceress. She's a witch. We're talking about the Whore of Babylon. And so Trump comes out with a hat that says Maga. Well, Maga is, again, a witch. So I pointed out before that maybe and I don't think they do, but if the transvestigators do have a point, then maybe there is something to it. Really warped stuff. But this is just the reality we live in. So the leader of the Church of Satan, celebrating their anniversary tonight, is Maga, or they also call her Mama Satan, and she's the longest running figurehead for the organization. Today is also the birthday of Travis Scott, who produced he was behind the Astro World concert where a bunch of people got crushed, but he's doing a documentary called Concert Crush. Now, a couple of things about that, and we may look back into this. The Astro World concert occurred exactly to the day 666 months and 6 days from the founding of the Church of Satan. So again, he was born on the founding date, and from Saturday, April 30th, 1966 to Friday, November the 5th, 2021 is 666 months and 6 days. No coincidences here. Again, the whole set looked like a portal into hell. There were 50,000 people in attendance, 9 were crushed. This actually corresponds to the Rock Slide Festival, where there was a similar setup. Pearl Jam performed, 9 people got crushed. There was an audience of 50,000, just like Astroworld. 50,000, 9 crushed. Interestingly enough, Travis Scott, the birthday boy, was wearing a Pearl Jam shirt. In his video Escape Plan, that aired a couple days before the crushing concert. So that shows foreknowledge. It shows a pattern. It shows a script. And one other thing that might suggest we're looking at a script here. All the people chanting "I can't breathe" at the concert are suing, and they're being represented by George Floyd's family attorney, Benjamin Crumb. I can't breathe. So anyway, this is pretty much where you're seeing all of the Satan in the news. It's in the politics. It's in it's on the calendar right now, major holiday, of course. And it's being mentioned all over the place. So let's jump over to Roger Stone. Because again, Satan's been trending. Google Doodle, Route 666. Russia is wagging Satan too. And MTG's blaming Satan for abortions and illegal immigration. And now this. Longtime GOP dirty trickster Roger Stone has discovered a satanic portal over the White House. Now this portal, again, I think ties in to Astro World.
There you can see it. It's very, very clear. It doesn't move day or night. It's harder to see during the day, but you see it at night. I'm absolutely convinced about the inherent, there it is again, about the inherent evil of what's going on in the White House, what's going on in the country. And I think it's imperative that people know about this, that people of good faith, that Christians know about this, and we begin a national, essentially a prayer assault to close the portal. We were born for this moment.
Yeah,
I have
for
to
sure.
believe that.
For sure.
I've been prepared.
Okay, so he wants to close the portal that's opened up above the White House. And I guess what they want to do is they want to pray for it to be closed. And, who are they going to pray to? That would be my question, because he's aligned with General Flynn and this QAnon. Really, it is a religious organization slash cult, and it's based on the I Am Temple. It's based on spiritual warfare. And so praying away the evil here would be kind of consistent with this group. So who are they praying to? Well, if we look behind Trump, I see a picture of, I'm sorry, if you look behind Roger Stone, I see a picture of Donald Trump. And they might be praying to Donald Trump. We have a video, I played it last week, of this guy who was praying to Trump because he was pulled over by the police. And the police were about to break the windows on his car. Man prays to Trump to save him from the police. And the QAnon narrative is based on the idea that the Kennedys are the bloodline of Christ, that JFK and his son are coming back, second coming stuff, and when they come back, they're going to save the world. But until they can get back here, they've got Trump as their agent. So the idea that Trump would be someone they would pray to isn't actually that far-fetched. And before I go any further with the insanity of Roger Stone, who's got a tramp stamp of Richard Nixon, I'm going to play this Trumper praying to Trump so he doesn't get a parking ticket.
Love y'all. Pray for me. Yes, sir. Look, see what I'm saying, guys? Please just pray for me. Please, just pray for me.
This guy's hands up.
You're gonna have to get a warrant. I know my laws. You're gonna have to get a warrant, sir.
So he's being belligerent, very agenty, but who knows? A lot of these people believe that they have an understanding of the law that transcends anything the police say. But here he goes into this flailing, kind of like victimhood. It's like a flailing liberal, but he's a right wing. It's amazing how these behaviors have all just found a new home. This is not what you would expect from the right wing, or at least I didn't think so. But now the right wing are hippies and they're activists flailing on the street. They're cry bullies at this point. This is definitely absurd, but here he is literally praying to Donald Trump. Now, I commend him on remaining so calm with that signal on.
If they shoot me, it's because everything that's going on, and it's because I'm an honest man. I love you all. Please just pray for me. My hands are up. My hands are up in the air. I'm not doing anything. Please just pray for me. Please, somebody tag in Donald Trump. Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump. Please. I'm asking you. Please save me.
All right, now, I don't know exactly what happened to him afterward. I don't think Trump saved him. Going through your comments, Tony Driscoll says Trump is the whore of Babylon. I think so. Only for you says May 1st is my birthday. Happy birthday as of like right now. Brian Bruce says JFK has it covered, no worries. Wonder if they cloned Kennedy for the hell of it. They say he's in a med bed. This thing that they say that he's in a bed where this zombie JFK, or maybe he never died, but that he looks exceptionally young. And there is this thing, you'll see it on Sunday. Look on Twitter, it's called Kennedy Sunday, where they quite literally have a day of worshiping the Kennedys. And think about it, Sunday, it's about worshiping his son, JFK Jr. It's a neo-Christian cult, among other things. Claptrap says hazard lights. Okay, those could have been hazard lights. All right. All right, let's see here. I drive sometimes and I don't feel like buckling up. And I hear a little alarm, the little ding, ding, ding. And to me, it's just like a contest. I'm like, I'm not going to let some AI, I'm not going to let some computer boss me around. I'm not going to let some machine win. And so it has the noxious stimuli, the ding, ding, ding. And I ignore it just to show it who's boss. I'll drive for 5 miles, knowing how annoying it is, but I won't even just buckle up just to shut it up. I won't even press the button. I just show I'm not affected. Not affected by its little annoyance. I'm the driver. All right, Mayday, Satan 2, satanic portal above the White House. Let's get back to Roger Stone talking about the satanic portal above the White House and how we can pray it away.
Sure.
For sure.
I've been preparing this in the country. And I think it's imperative that people know about this, that people of good faith, that Christians know about this, and we begin a national, essentially a prayer assault to close the portal. We were born for this moment. I have to believe that.
For sure.
I've been preparing this for this moment my entire life without even knowing it. I just thought I was a political warrior, but this is no longer a war in the political realm.
That's right.
See, it's not political, it's spiritual. The deep state, the white hats versus the black hats, this is the framework that the I Am Temple, the Church Universal Triumphant, used. Only they called it the Great White Brotherhood. But it's all about this secret spiritual war. It's far beyond politics. And I believe that the satanic portal, again, that's what the headline says, satanic portal above the White House. It was actually addressed by Metabunk, former presidential advisor Roger Stone. Now, let's go ahead and mention that. Former presidential advisor. It says that there's a portal above the thing. Well, the thing is, and this is explained by Mick West, and I don't automatically disregard what Mick West says just because he's an obvious government shill and gatekeeper. But basically, his evidence comes from these photos, and one of the things that Mick has done is he has shown how easy it is to replicate camera errors, lens flares, and then pass it off as a UFO or a second sun. You know Crow 7777777, the Rofkin YouTube channel that deals with the lunar waves? Well, all of his effects, from his lunar waves to his second sun, apparently they found another sun in our solar system, and nobody noticed but this guy with his particular camera, all these effects can be replicated, and have been, by Mick West. So, what I'm pointing out is this. The main evidence for there being a satanic portal above the White House is that you have this lens flare that someone who's an amateur at photography has misinterpreted. And this is why I find Crow 77777's evidence, quote unquote, so dubious, because he's been doing photography for decades. If you're a trained photographer, you know the errors. You wouldn't mistake a lens flare for another sun. Yet he does, and the subscribers don't question it. So this is not new. This reflection of the sun is not a new thing. So again, we're just looking at, this is most likely, according to Mick West, a wet camera effect is what he called here. Wet drop caustics. The water on the cover bends and diffuses the light. The hexagonal shape comes from the shape of the camera's aperture. So there are plenty of explanations without reaching to satanic portal above the White House. So anyway, internal reflections causing lens flares or satanic portal above the White House. You know, take your pick. Reality subjective. You can believe what you feel like.
Right.
And I do know how it comes out.
Now let me say this. So he's taken this lens flare. I'm talking about Roger Stone, who's got a tramp stamp of Nixon. He's taken this lens flare as evidence that, no, his whole life he wasn't doing politics. He's fighting a spiritual war. So are we to take him seriously that he's now a spiritual warrior? I don't. And is this any different from the Mandela affected, who are confused about how memory works, thinking that they have hacked the universe? Thank you, Claptrap. Says, we at IPS appreciate the support. Mayday, Space Force needs to make headline news with something. Where are our tax dollars going? Excellent question. Mayday. It's May Day, or Beltane, bonfires, more, pagan celebration, maypoles, but May Day, one word, is the distress signal. It's also noteworthy that Russia, and I pretty much called this when the space station was, quote, cracking, Russia has officially decided that they are no longer going to cooperate in the International Space Station. There is a crack in the Tower of Babel. That's what that actually signifies. Russia will pull out of the International Space Station over economic sanctions. The head of Russia's space agency says that the country would leave. So that's done. It's about to go down. Let's go ahead and continue listening to Roger Stone, who's now spiritual because of a lens flare.
This for this moment my entire life without even knowing it. I just thought I was a political warrior, but this is no longer a war in the political realm.
That's right.
And I do know how it comes out because I know how the Bible comes out, but I don't know exactly what the plan is. But I do know that closing this portal is crucial to victory.
Yeah.
And I want others to talk about it. I want others to see it. You can look it up online. You can go to that live camera. It's up every night, folks.
Mm-hmm.
They'll take it down, by the way. I predict to you they'll now take it down so people can't see it.
Right.
But this is not some practical joke. This isn't some conspiracy theory. I'm absolutely convinced that this is it's demonic. It is a satanic portal. It is access to this earth by the.
So a demonic satanic portal above the White House, and the evidence is a lens flare. And the guy here named Robin Bullock's, he's just like, yep, nodding unquestioningly. Yep, it's got to be. There's no Occam's razor, no Hitchens razor, no skepticism here. Nope, definitely a satanic portal. And the Democrats definitely drink adrenochrome Kool-Aid and they eat babies. Yep, it all makes sense. I mean, at this point, it's really that subjective. And this guy used to advise Trump, and there's a picture of Trump behind him. Let's go ahead and wrap this clip up.
Those who are evil, and only by closing it will we be successful in saving this nation under God.
Okay, so we got to save the nation by closing the portal. And again, what are the odds? What are the odds that a portal above the White House would be trending, a satanic portal, on Witches' Night? This would be like happening on Halloween. Just for context, this holiday right now is the midway point between the equinox and the solstice, just like Halloween. And so what I'm suggesting here is that this is too cartoonish. If there was a satanic portal above the White House, if Russia had a rocket named Satan, and MTG was causing Satan to trend on Twitter by talking about him like he's a real person, on Halloween, we would say, okay, this is just, they're just reading a script. This has got to be a joke. Well, it is a joke. All right, so let's go through the other things on the newsletter I posted here. So again, it is true that the Astro World Concert happened 666 months and 6 days from the date of the church's founding. Will Satan too fall to the earth, signifying the end of the Tower of Babel and the beginning of space wars? I kind of think so. So the split in the space station represents a schism, a continuation of the schism down below. And it is really accentuated by the presence of the billionaires. You've got a very clear picture here when you see Jeff Bezos with his cowboy hat going into space. The significance there is that we're looking at, are we going into space as space commies, living sustainably, a continuation of the green world order, or are we going to go up there as space cowboys, capitalists? This is a new frontier. Let's create trillionaires. This is the central question in the movie Don't Look Up. This is the question we're all being asked. That's why they had Bezos posing on his mega yacht, looking like Nimrod. You know, he's all pumped up on growth hormones, and he's on his mega yacht. The mega yacht is a symbol of the Titanic. Don't look up. The earth as Titanic. It's all metaphor. Tower of Babel, unifying, a symbol of man's hubris, again, a Titanic. And one more thing. Netflix, which predicts the future, has an episode on Inside Job, a 9/11 reference, where Jeff Bezos, on his yacht, gets eaten by a kraken. So there you have a Inside Job, 9/11, kraken taking down the Tower of Babel reference built into it. And he launched, by the way, in his cowboy hat on the anniversary of Apollo 11. He launched at 9:11 a.m. Today, and this is from July 20th, 2021, today, billionaire Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, again, richest man in the world, sticking his head into the heavens. He became a space cowboy, launching himself outside of Earth's atmosphere for 10 minutes while wearing a cowboy hat and boots. To put it very plainly, this was a bizarre uniform for a new sort of final frontier. See, Wild West, it can be exploited, we can go mine asteroids, etc. So this is all just a provocation. This guy's not a cowboy in any sense of the word, but This is all symbolic. So now with the Russians leaving the space station, it's pretty clear that the division is going to be along the lines of space cowboys versus space commies. Here is the trending hashtag earlier. Satan was trending with 44,000 plus tweets. Speaking of the number 44, 4 years, 4 months, and 4 days after Elon Musk tweeted, "How much does Twitter cost?" he bought it for 44 billion. So these numbers, this is beyond coincidence. I mean, the Travis Scott thing, 666 months, no way is that a coincidence. Not when you combine it with the shirt referencing the other concert. It's his birthday on that, on this date. Too many coincidences piling up. Now we find that Elon Musk was asking about buying Twitter exactly 4 months, 4 years, 4 days before he does for 44 billion. What does that mean? Claptrap says, I tipped $42 just to wink at the space game. Appreciate the support. For those of you who didn't know, I spent most of April working a part-time job that turned out to require basically a full-time schedule, the hours-wise. And when it all panned out paycheck-wise, it really was less than $8 an hour. And I'm like, I can't really take away time from research. I'd like to be immersed in this. This isn't something that I do as a part-time thing. It requires full-time research. I'm interacting with people, and we're engaged in so many projects. And the job was a huge distraction. And like I said, it didn't pay off. So I figured I'm just going to double down on this. So in addition to being my full-time job, it'll be my part-time job. No other distractions. And it's all facilitated by listeners. We are truly independent. Brian Bruce says, Westworld, that's why Bezos built the clock. Now, Bezos, yeah, he built a $42 million clock inside of a mountain in Texas, a 10,000-year clock, and as was pointed out by Zareth the Alchemist the other day, 10,000 is a reference to Saturn as well. Being, well, Chronos, the clock, Saturn, time, 42, covert way of representing the symbol of Saturn, 4 is the cross, 2 is the side, it's a symbol of the agrarian deity, the reaper. But 10,000 years is a reference to Saturn's 10,000 day circuit. It takes 10,000 days for Saturn to return. Now, speaking of returns, that kind of ties into the Pluto return topic here. So I've been thinking about the return of Pluto. Now, Pluto is Hades, same character. And on the 22nd of February, Hades/Pluto returned to the point where it was on July the 4th, 1776. Now, 1776 is immensely significant, has all kinds of second coming and phoenix connections. It's notable that the One World Trade Tower is 1,776 feet high. That tower having been erected upon the ashes of the Twin Towers that were 33 when they were burned down. There was a 13-year period that elapsed before it opened on 11/3. The second coming is implied also in the height. 1776 divided by 2 is 888, which is the number of Christ. So Christ plus, second coming is kind of encoded into it. So here's my point. 1776 was the year of the Declaration of Independence, but also the founding of the Illuminati. So that number has some great significance here. So where it arrived is signifying to me a second coming of Pluto, a second coming of Hades, and it ties into this 1776 number. And here's the important part. I look at Declaration of Independence in the subtext here as perhaps even having a connotation of the fall from heaven, Declaration of Independence from God. We're talking about Hades and this bigger storyline, because the idea here is Hades releases the Kraken. And again, the Kraken has been a major symbol since the election of 11/3. That's the date that the One World Trade Tower opened, another Tower of Babel symbol, 113. So again, Jeff Bezos on Inside Job, a movie with a 9/11 reference, gets killed by the Kraken. Hades releases the Kraken. So I'm seeing again the mega yacht is analogous to the Titanic, the Tower of Babel, a monument to the richest man in the world and his hubris. We have the space wars pitting the commies, space commies versus the space cowboys. So what it looks like to me, just my thinking here, is that the Kraken in this instance, the coming Kraken thing that's referenced, that's being released, may have to do with something that splits apart right now the outer space warfighting terrain that makes it now completely off limits to anything other than what's a warfighting domain now. That's kind of where we're moving here. I think that's what's next. Zin Vela says there's a Tool album, 10,000 Days. They're very big on the Saturn stuff. Claptrap says, have you looked at the images of the $42 million clock? It's a giant one-eye symbol. I haven't seen it. I'll look. Lean Dion says, gone are the days when the astronauts had to be peak physical fitness. Yeah, well, they sent Captain Kirk to space to emphasize again the final frontier. Unregulated. See, they don't want us to go out. This is what they mean by cowboy. They don't want you to go out there unregulated. They made this very clear in the Mars TV show or show on Netflix, which was a sort of a pseudo documentary. But basically, the space cowboys were the ones from Texas who wanted to drill for oil on Mars, and they caused an earthquake and destroyed the base where the scientists were trying to discover life. One group trying to discover life, led by women, cis women. The other group led by male space cowboys with their big drills to go and rape Mars. And they caused an earthquake. So that's kind of a story that we've already been, fed here about how are we going to approach outer space as space cowboys or as with this sustainable business model. And I think this is definitely why they had Bezos go out there with this cowboy hat and he looks down at the earth, richest man in the world, and he looks at it and he has to know how fragile it looks. And he's like, I did that. Amazon is responsible for how much of the collective carbon footprint? I mean, if man gets judged, if we get flooded, it's because of people like Bezos. Then he goes back down and he gets on his yacht. So here's an interesting parallel here. And it ties into this Tower of Babel thing, because just the other day in Virginia, Bezos got approval for the Helix building. And this is more symbolism, showing you how consistent this is. This connects him. This connects him with Nimrod, the guy who built the Tower of Babel. 5 days ago, Amazon's new headquarters was mocked for its awkward shape. So he gets mocked for his rocket. He gets mocked because it looks like a big, well, it's a phallic symbol. It's what it is. It's an obelisk. But he gets mocked for it because the media acts like it's just a coincidence. Well, now he's being mocked because his new headquarters looks like the Tower of Babel. Amazon's helix-shaped tower, the centerpiece of its headquarters being built in Virginia, has been hailed by the mega corporation as a feat of modern architecture. It's going to dominate the Washington, D.C. skyline. So this is something that's been talked about for some time. But again, this is just touching on this idea that he represents Nimrod, building a tower into the heavens with his space program, with Amazon A to Z. It's about hubris, the richest man in the world. And then what's more, just as Nimrod was flaunting God's will by building the tower and making this incursion into heaven, we're looking at a parallel story. He didn't care about, or rather he didn't fear judgment, and the tower falls, Genesis 11:9 or whatever. Again, reverse 9/11. Well, what did Bezos do? He went up there and he saw the damage that he did to the earth, and he went back down onto his mega yacht. The least sustainable man on earth. My point is, he's flaunting the globe, the wrath of globe. He's acting like he doesn't believe that his carbon footprint might trigger some response. So I look at him as definitely playing the role of Nimrod, baiting God, baiting the globe, daring it to tip over his tower. All right, again, it's May Day, May 1st, 2022. Brian Bruce says, Cowboys versus Aliens movie, trying to remember if there's anything to it. Well, the idea of outer space being this new frontier is threatening to the status quo and the statists who, like even Bezos has said back in 2017, it's time to freeze civilization before we destroy the earth. So if you allow a bunch of billionaires to go out there and bring back trillions of dollars in wealth, it destabilizes the world. It enables many more people to own mega yachts. We can't have any more Bezoses running around. And that's the story here. So I think we're seeing a story. I don't think that he's literally this big of a hypocrite. I mean, I guess it's possible. Okay, so again, Bezos, we used to call him crazy. Nothing, not to make, it's not ad hominem when I'd say crazy eye Jeff Bezos. I'm pointing out the conspicuous symbolism and the symbolic value of the accentuated eye. The Eye of Horus, one eye covered. You see it with all of the cult members. And I always notice with Bezos, it seemed to be kind of built into his image early on. And what's more, it could be a surgical alteration. That wouldn't shock me. But what's more, he's from New Mexico, kind of a mysterious origin story. And in many ways, becoming the richest man, planning to go to Mars, mysterious origin story, he mirrors the man who fell to earth, a David Bowie character, who, like Jeff Bezos, lands in New Mexico, mysterious origin, creates a world-spanning corporation, becomes the richest man so that he can go back to Mars. So Bezos is a bit of Dr. Evil. He's a bit of the man who fell to earth. And he's a bit of Lex Luthor, apparently. I hadn't seen this one. But one of the main things is, if you look at his early imagery especially, and this is also connected with Dr. Evil, who has the one eyebrow raised. If you look at the earlier pictures of Bezos, it's unmistakable that there is something up with the eye. It's accentuated. And with his wealth and money, if he wanted any kind of asymmetry corrected, he could afford it. So I always thought, okay, he's got some kind of implant. Maybe that eye is how Lucifer interfaces with the world directly. But I don't think it's a coincidence that it happens to represent or symbolize something very significant to the cult that he's a part of. Again, there he is. Made $33 billion the first quarter during COVID. Made $13 billion in a day a month after. Okay, now looking back at the clock, the 10,000 year clock does look like an eye, a single eye. Fascinating. It's a binary mechanical computer. That's not going to age well. 10,000 years and it's already behind the times. Anyway, it looks interesting. Definitely looks like the Eye of Sauron. Fascinating. It looks like something out of that dark crystal. Like, does it suck the souls out of the Geflin, the little elf kids? Very, very disturbing looking piece of artwork there. All right, let me go through some comments. Claptrap says they're going to build the clock and have it hidden inside the mountain. Yeah, it's not even going to be a Mount Rushmore thing. It's inside the mountain. Makes even less sense. But anyway, Bezos is Nimrod building the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel equals the Titanic. The Titanic getting killed by the Kraken on Inside Job is a clear 9/11 reference to the takedown of the Tower of Babel, represented by the ISS. Just pointing out here, there's a network of storylines and threads here that connect all of this. Okay, let's go back to our main topic. Okay, here's a related subject. Will Tom Cruise's movie on the ISS be more realistic than what the ISS shows us every single day? See, that's the problem. That's got to be an issue here. So for the sake of fake space, I've been saying it'd be best if they WTC-7 the ISS before much longer, as in pull it. Because if Tom Cruise films a movie up there, he's going to confront the issue of how to make his movie not look too much better than NASA footage. This would be an emergency if the public noticed a contrast, because the ISS's CGI has been stagnant for, well, 20 years. It's barely keeping up with consumer level entertainment. The propaganda is not keeping up. Their crisis actors are noticeably terrible compared to Hollywood actors. Well, the government special effects in space are just as bad compared to Hollywood special effects. There's a chasm that they have not overcome. And they cannot upgrade the special effects in the ISS to Hollywood level without people noticing, because we've been looking at a 22-year plus blooper reel. 22 years of constant buffoonery. You can't suddenly have these people doing barrel rolls. You can't have them suddenly flying around. No, they got to look like they're dangling on harnesses. Peace Circle 360 says, why does it have to be a satanic portal? You're talking about Roger Stone. Yeah, why does he suggest it's satanic, and why do we have to pray for it to close? Why? Maybe it's not a satanic portal. Maybe it's a peace circle. The International Energy Agency is calling for climate lockdowns to reduce fossil fuel usage. We called it here. The pandemic was really just an excuse to go after the infodemic, the free flow of information, which they've done, and the infrastructure or the attitudes need to be shaped. Everything needs to be prepared for a lockdown culture, because the long-term agenda was humanity's going under lockdown to save the planet, of course, unless you're Jeff Bezos. Look, when Jeff Bezos falls, when this Tower of Babel falls, the world will rejoice. America is something of a pariah. It has been disrespecting God, aka the globe, for some time. Since the COVID lockdowns didn't crush the economy, they have another excuse, but again, this was obvious before. Now, in the wake of these food plants being hit by planes and random fires, I'm thinking someone needs to check on Alex Jones's neighbors. If you remember back in the COVID lockdown, 6 weeks in, he was talking about eating his neighbors, literally. But I'm seeing a lot of hype about the food shortage, which it fits in with this 2022 thing. And where is this all leading us? I believe we're all being led into this great reset mentality that suggests that sustainability is the ultimate ideal. So we're not going to Mars as space cowboys. There won't be any cowboys on Mars. No MAGA, no guns, no Republicans, no fossil fuels, no individuality. This is a collectivist enterprise. We're going into space as a collective. We're becoming a multiplanetary species, and we have to leave behind the things that destroyed the Earth, like ego. You have to become selfless. That's what Jeff Bezos represents. A man building a monument to his ego so big that he imperils the entire, quote, planet. And so they've given us the idea of outer space and Mars as this ideal, and they even got the capitalists on board. People who believe in private property, free enterprise, they think space is great. They think it's about going to some paradise in the sky. So the idea here, I think, is to set the premise that if you can get them to accept the idea that you have to live this way and it's perfect, and if you can live that way on Mars, why couldn't you do it on Earth? It's utopianism. Trying to create a perfect vision based on something, a pie in the sky, a vision. Look, he says communitarian space. Exactly. This is the Great Reset, which is the Greta Reset, leading us into the Soylent Green World Order. Again, the Russians are abandoning this ISS. 500 tons of metal. They already threatened to drop it on us. I have one more reference to the whole Satan thing just because of what night it is. So, there's been this story, and I was playing the clip yesterday. The GOP, a lot of the GOP leadership seem to think that furries are trying to get equality in restrooms, so that the new thing is they're going to have litter boxes in the restrooms. So it's not just about having an additional restroom for non-binary, but now restrooms need to accommodate those who think that they are animals. So the GOP is going out there complaining about how far off we are from our, I guess, sense of collective sense of reality or something, to where now, yeah, we have people demanding to have litter boxes because they think of themselves as animals. Well, it's not true. It's kind of a rumor, but there are furries. But here's a couple of things about it. One, people are scoffing at these Republicans for thinking this was real, but they're not scoffing at the furries. So you have people with tails and furry ears thinking they're animals, living like animals, treating themselves as living avatars, like they're in a metaverse. That you have to respect their invisible tails. Can't sit on their invisible tail if it's on the chair. My point is, that's not the weird part. The weird part is calling it out as weird. But my final reference is that the Church of Satan, and I went to their website, and I thought, is this a furry website? Because when they do their ceremonies, and presumably right now as we speak, they're in the middle of one, you can go to their website, they're all dressed up like animals. I see goats, I see pigs, I see cats, animals. And I went into their books a little bit here and some of their writings, and what I found is they do believe that man is just another animal, and that they recognize their animal nature. They dress as animals in some of their rituals. And so yes, I'm not saying they're furries, but the Satanists identify as animals. So I'm kind of curious, do they have litter boxes over at their temple? Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate the support. He says, thanks, Tim. Keep rolling. The 24/7 replays are great. Thank you very much for the support. And yes, the 24/7 replays are going to be ongoing, and I'm going to be curating stuff from a few years back. And now that I have more time to devote to this, I'm going to be recording a podcast separate. I'm bringing back a very specific topic-oriented podcast, which we'll get into. Lochnar says, happy Beltane. Anybody setting fires tonight? Isn't that what they do? Maypole. I'm expecting something this weekend. It's too good of an opportunity, and the elite are too obsessed with these dates. As I've been pointing out here, the Google's Doodle. And again, Satan trending, not a coincidence. Okay, I'm going to open up phones here in just a moment. I want to go ahead and peruse my Twitter feed and make sure I haven't missed anything. I often earmark things on Twitter. So yes, Russia is out. That's a big deal because, you know, I pointed out this summer that there was a crack in the space station. This is being commented on extensively, and I'm thinking, a crack on the space station sounds to me like another way of saying that the schism is reaching up above. So now to hear that Russia is quitting the International Space Station over sanctions, not a surprise. That's from Bloomberg. The Tower of Babel is crumbling. Then you have Putin personally threatening to nuke the West. So now it's on the table. Satan 2, again, that's trending, planning to potentially nuke the West. Roger Stone spotting a satanic portal over the White House, and this definitely corresponds to the 56th anniversary of the Church of Satan. And Travis Scott. Okay, so I'm going to open phones now. I think I caught up with everything here. Oh yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about the Catholic Church being controlled by Satan. That's, again, not a shocking claim in my view, but the timing of it stands out. And so now I'm looking at this White House communications, the WHCA dinner, and during the dinner, Joe Biden is the focus of some comedian's statement, and for some unknown reason, he gives himself the sign of the cross. No explanation. So I'm going to go and show you the screen. Here's Joe Biden grinning like a joker and doing the cross.
You were a guest that night of the Philadelphia Bulletin evening newspaper. That's right, table 82. Yes. Now, tonight, you don't...
Now, there's no context to it. Why would he suddenly give himself a cross over his body? Maybe it's to draw attention, to his Catholic faith, which would make sense considering the anti-Catholic bias being attributed to the political right. Okay, thank you, Claptrap. Says Mayday got its start as an international distress call in 1923. It was made official in 48. It was Frederick Mockford, who was a senior officer at the airport in London. He came up with the idea for Mayday because it sounded like the French word Mater. Well, Mayday and the implication of something falling from the sky is what somewhat makes me think this may have to do with Russia's decision to vacate the ISS. And Russia was just talking about dropping 500 tons of metal, possibly onto Seattle. And by the way, and I've been vindicated, I don't need mainstream media to back me up on this because it is true and the truth is going to come out. I was hoping to get out to DC for the WHCA dinner. George News was there. He tweeted from there. George News actually blocked me on his Twitter within hours of creating it. Now, the significance is that the QAnoners believe that George News is Q, and they have for more than a year, and the news media has not yet picked up on this. The major authors have not picked up on this, and I feel like they're covering for him. But look at this. Now the QAnoners think that the storm is still coming, that Trump is going to announce the storm any day now, and that the storm is going to come from, it's going to be announced on George News's platform. That's the new line here. So the QAnoners are looking at, does anyone else here think that the tweet will come from George News? My fellow Americans. So they're waiting on a tweet that's going to announce an emergency broadcast, and then the military tribunals will begin. Restless Bear says the storm is long gone. Lochnar says all the Satan talk and the Google stuff around Beltane, not a coincidence. Ryler05 says Marty McFly was born on 6/12/68, the same day Rosemary's Baby came out. Interesting. Rosemary's Baby, that movie has a lot of parallels to, I would say, Devil's Advocate. Parallel storyline here. That the husband gets a job and the wife doesn't know, but he's now hooking up with the Satanists, and then while she's drugged, she gets impregnated to have the Satan's baby, which is what happens more or less. Thank you for the support. Thank you. This person says here, do you support Q? I think is what he said. We study Q. I think that the person who wrote Q, or the people, or the department, or the agency, is the same agency, the same department, the same people who wrote 9/11. So that's kind of my take on it. I don't think it's organic. I don't think it's new. And, you know, this should get you to question things a little bit about it. You know who had the script on QAnon before the QAnoners? Marilyn Manson. Look at Marilyn Manson's video Coma White, and it's all about JFK being the second coming. He plays the role of JFK. Rose McGowan plays the role of Jackie Onassis. Very significant name, Rose McGowan. The Rose Cross, Rosicrucian, it's the same basic symbol here, but what we're looking at is in this video, he plays the role of JFK, and it's about the nation's in mourning because Jesus came back and got killed. But luckily, there's going to be a third Jesus coming, and they're going to call him President White, and he will unite the world. Now, this came out in 1999. The thing about it is, the Coma White video has foreknowledge about this entire QAnon storyline about JFK Jr. being the savior, essentially the third Jesus. But now here's the tie-in. This is what pretty much shows that this is in fact the correct and the same script. The music video for Coma White was shot in February of 1999, inspired by a script that Manson wrote called Hollywood. It featured the idea that there was Jesus, JFK, and now they're waiting on the third and final savior, President White. So here's what's more. This is the tie-in that shows you that this is definitely part of the same story. The Coma White video was delayed because of the death of John F. Kennedy Jr. So basically, Manson had to issue a statement about the video because of the controversial timing of his video and how it connected. He said, "Little did I know that the tragedy and the accidental death of JFK Jr. would follow." So how would he know? He's supposed to apologize because his video predicted something here? But this is what the QAnoners actually believe. And so I'm like, well, what does he know? I dug into it a little bit more, and I found Manson has some other Kubrick connections that we've explored. Going through your comments. A lot of people are saying the storm is long gone. Infinite Muse, Roman Polanski, Rosemary's Baby. Yeah, and another thing, Rosemary's Baby. Now, this might just be a rumor, but I believe that Anton LaVey from the Church of Satan was a technical advisor, which is noteworthy because Roman Polanski is connected to the Manson event. In other words, his Sharon Tate killed by the Manson cult, and the Manson killer, Susan Atkins, was a member of Anton LaVey's church. Okay, let's see what I have here. Was Anton LaVey a technical advisor for Rosemary's Baby? Legends revealed. Says he acted on many dark films as a consultant, including Rosemary's Baby. Now, I don't know if that was him in the scene where she's drugged and she gets impregnated by the devil. Fascinating. But he's an interesting character for a few reasons. One, his connection to the Manson killers. Two, his connection to the Night Stalker Richard Ramirez. And three, if you look at their trademarked pentagram, the one that this church uses, and again, this is their 56th anniversary, they have a very particular way of representing the goat's head symbol, where they spell the word Leviathan in Hebrew characters at the points of the star. So it's not the group in, I believe, Michigan with the statue. It's not the same group that's doing the reach out to children. It's the older group. But if you look, it spells, and this is, I think, code, or this is encoded here. It spells Leviathan around the circle here. And then his name, Anton LaVey, is probably a fake name. I think it's definitely a fake name. I believe his real name is Howard Stanton. Now, if you look at the Baphomet, the actual symbol of the goat sitting on the statue, it was designed by a guy named Levi. You can see the name, Eliphas Levi, or Levi, L-E-V-I. So anyway, the main deity or god that the Satanists pray to is Leviathan. So I think it's interesting that Anton LaVey, if you were to do an anagram, you could get LaVey or Levi Athon. Pretty much Leviathan encoded into Anton LaVey, and I think it's intentional. And again, Leviathan, if you look at the, I think this might actually also be another reference. It's a, here we go, a dark magician reference. There's a few references here that are worth looking into. I know the fifth degree in their church is called a Maga. Okay, and again, Leviathan is a sea serpent. Okay, here's the other part of it too. So Leviathan is the sea serpent, which might be another way of representing or pointing out the Kraken, which again being associated with who? Hades, Lord of the Underworld. And who better to represent that than Anton LaVey, the Church of Satan, and of course their veneration of this deity, Kraken. And what's more, I've been pointing out that there may be some pretty strong connections between the Kraken and this Kraken-like deity called Cthulhu from the Lovecraft mythos. Now, the connection here is this. This Kraken-like character came down from space, the elder gods, Saturn reference, and they landed at Point Nemo, according to the story, which is the exact place where NASA says that they are going to drop the ISS. That when they decommission the ISS, they say it's going to be dropped at Point Nemo, the space graveyard, where the International Space Station will be dropped. So anyway, my point is this. You have this fictional character, this fictional Kraken from science fiction that lives in this place that corresponds to where Jules Verne had 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and where NASA says they're going to drop the ISS, the spacecraft cemetery, where lights in the sky go to rest. It's the spacecraft cemetery. Well, in the Lovecraft mythos, this place is called City of the Dead. So it's basically a cemetery beneath the ocean called R'lyeh. Now there's one more connection here between, okay, R'lyeh is a fictional lost city, it's a sunken city in the South Pacific, and a prison of the entity called Cthulhu. Dead waits dreaming. So all these connections are interesting enough, but then it gets more intricate here because Anton LaVey and the Leviathan connection ties into Cthulhu. Because weirdly enough, and I looked into his book, at the end of the Satanic Bible, one of his ritual books, it actually has a chapter on H.P. Lovecraft and summoning this Kraken Cthulhu character. The influence on H.P. Lovecraft on occultism, let me see if I can find the reference there. But yeah, specifically Anton LaVey has H.P. Lovecraft in his books, and they do believe in, or rather, they take it seriously enough to have a ritual to summon this fictional deity. So there you have it, another connection between Cthulhu and the Kraken, straight from the source. Ryla says, does YouTube not let you do super chats? Yeah, we've been demonetized on YouTube since 2017. We've been cut off for a lot of reasons, and obviously it's because we used to be able to basically sustain this channel and do things just on YouTube, but they used the ability to demonetize you to coerce you into, you know, playing by their rules. All right, Bruce says, LaVey Anton, the H is silent. Yep, I can kind of see it there. We says, the text message just came through, satanic interference. Maybe I got the time zone wrong. Did the text messages just go through? If you missed anything, if you just arrived late because of the gremlins or whatever, there will be a replay after. We've been talking about Roger Stone, the satanic portal, and the trending hashtag Satan, and the significance of all of the above in the context of the world stage. Brian Bruce says there are LARPy Cthulhu cults that no one has ever seen. Yeah, think about that. We've got the Church of Satan literally prays to Cthulhu. They face the ocean and they venerate Leviathan. So there's a correlation. Leviathan is Cthulhu. Okay, see, thank you, CT. We at IPS appreciate the support. Marilyn Manson mocked the story of Adam removing his rib to make Eve, saying he had it done just to self-indulge. Interesting. Sounds like fake news, although it's not all that unbelievable. We live in an age where the furry demographic is mobbing up to demand litter boxes. Let me go through some headlines here. Russia's quitting the ISS over sanctions. Putin's going to nuke the West over Ukraine. Roger Stone shows photos of a satanic portal over the White House. Again, that's amazing to me. That you're able to take from a simple lens flare a spiritual transformation. Like, I've been in politics my whole life, but now I know. What was that one? I think it was The Watchmen. I was watching an episode of The Watchmen where a kraken falls on New York. Now, here's another connection. We talked about Hades, the kraken. Hades releases the kraken. And in this context, Pluto Returns is Hades. So it just seems like, well, maybe there's something to this Cthulhu thing, because the whole story with H.P. Lovecraft is that they're dead but dreaming, meaning at some point they're going to come back up. And again, Hunter Biden's crack pipe was a major pusher of the crack meme. And then as we reached the point of Pluto return, as we reached mid-February, getting closer to 222, suddenly Biden's White House was all about putting a crack pipe in every pocket. And I'm like, why is the crack pipe? And Hunter's laptop was trending again, thanks in large part to Marjorie Taylor Greene. So the cracks being put out there, and then I'm looking into the Biden character, and why would his son be constantly being used to promulgate this particular meme? What is this whole thing? And I'm thinking, well, it's got to be all just to build this narrative. Then you look at the name Biden and Bident. So the character Hades, the deity, carries a two-pronged spear, like a trident with two prongs, called a Bident. He releases the Kraken, and he's often pictured with dogs on a leash. And of course, he's a guardian, or he's at the gates. The dog is at the gates to Hades. So it is kind of noteworthy that as we're entering into this Pluto return, not only is Biden passing out crack pipes, but Biden's telling weird stories about leaving dead dogs on the doorsteps of, here we go, Biden tells a story about putting a dead dog on a Republican's doorstep. And this is, again, leading up to this. Something in Biden, dead dogs, doorways, crack. Seems like there's some kind of storyline building, and then sure enough, yes. Turns out that Hades carries a Bident. It's got a dog on a leash, and he releases the Kraken. So it's all a story, is my point. All right, let me go through your comments here. Jared Ward says it doesn't show up in my feed. Yeah, you have to get on the text alerts, bottom line. We are not going to be treated as guests here on YouTube. 737 says, news is crazy lately more than usual. Or is it just my state? I think it is. I think they have a way of intensifying the news, and then it goes mundane. And so they make it go really intense. They have some kind of an event, and then it calms down again, kind of like in an abusive relationship, which is what collectively mankind is in a dysfunctional, codependent relationship with media. And to maintain the Stockholm Syndrome control, it does require a periodic beating, more or less, and then a cooling off period. And right now, I think psychologically we are taking a beating. Not a coincidence that this morose, depressing, disturbing Batman movie, very gloomy, dark stuff comes out. And it perfectly ties in with a shooting in a Boston subway. They're trying to program us to expect that we have these dangerous people on the internet with their internet communities ready to pop off at a moment's notice. Ivar said, if you wrote these characters in a story, you would think it was shit writing. Oh yeah, and if you were trying to sell the ISS as a movie, you wouldn't sell the movie because your special effects are too terrible. Like, oh no, green screen glitches. Are you an amateur? Find a real editor. What explains NASA's terrible video editing skills? I think it's this. It's not coming from the free market. It's not coming from competition. They're not paying for the best because they can't, because they're not being honest. They're doing covert operations. So they got to basically work with government employees. That's why. So some guy who's got a certain pay grade is doing the editing, and he's got some manual, and it's just there's no artistry to it. Claptrap says Amber needs to be heard as she's a victim of Johnny Depp. So the Amber Heard Johnny Depp story is interesting, kind of a reverse of the Evan Wood Marilyn Manson. Interesting connections there. How old is Amber Heard? Does anybody know? 36 years old, born April 22nd. I'll look into this character. I've listened to some of this. I think it's all drama. She was in Aquaman. Okay. Yeah, we'll look into it. I think it's all drama to build up hype for these actors, squeeze a little more ticket sales, get some hype. It's how you get attention these days. I'm still waiting for Kanye West to go OJ on Pete Davidson, whose dad died on 9/11 at the age of 33. Certainly not a coincidence. Hey, we have a new song by Chief Crow that I'm going to play before we leave, so don't let me forget. But also, I got to play this. This is a track called The Voice of Q from 1982. And this is being shared widely by the QAnoners. So I'm going to play it in its entirety. This is The Voice of Q. Okay, I'm not going to play it in its entirety. I'm going to play 30 seconds of it. I can hardly do it. This is worse than auto-tune. I feel like I'm punishing everyone. Let me just play 10 seconds.
Let's communicate interplanetary hyperspace. Open up your mind. You will answer questions anytime. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So is that the voice of JFK Jr.? JFK? Who is Q? I mean, is that Marcus Goldfinch? I don't think so. It's a time traveler. Anyway, this is not that bad. I think it would be fine if it had the Q guy taken out. But if you listen to the lyrics, it's all about receiving a transmission from this intergalactic federation of aliens or something.
Let's communicate interplanetary hyperspace. Open up your mind.
I'm surprised that YouTube hasn't censored this. Like, how did this one escape the filters? Anyway, this is The Voice of Q, 1982. I could see General Flynn dancing to this. You know, he did a karaoke of We Ain't Gonna Take It, and We Ain't Gonna Take It was the last official Q drop. Granger Man says the Cthulhu character looks like Davy Jones from the Pirates of the Caribbean. Okay, so the basis of the Cthulhu mythos is that the gods that created man, the Anunnaki, the elders, the ones who fell to the earth, well, they're not reptoids, they're squids. That there was some kind of comet that fell. The oceans are an alien body, and the octopuses, the squids, are actually hyper-intelligent aliens, and their progeny rule the earth in their stead. So it's the squid people, not the reptoids, if that's to be believed. Brian Bruce says that will be playing during the entire Kennedy Mass tomorrow. Okay, yeah, this was shared by QAnoners. Yep, they definitely shared that. We says, did they steal some of those lyrics from the Beastie Boys? Lots of Q programming in 1982 for some reason, someone says. Yeah, I think the QAnon story is something that was written back when they wrote 9/11. I really think it goes back that far, if not further. All right, let's continue going through my minds. We talked about Jeff Bezos, Space Cowboy. Ukraine welcomes back 33 soldiers. Medical expert laments the exodus of 33,000 doctors amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Just disparate news pieces, all somehow connected to that number for some weird reason. Here's an interesting mashup, but picture is worth 1,000 words, and a meme like this is like beyond just artistry. And if we talk about our memes here, we have a meme pool. Like here's a text message was sent to me. Are you an artist? I make memes. Oh, so you're a philosopher. And I think that's true. because what you're getting into with memes is condensed ideas that are optimized for transmission. So this is a meme that's worth plenty, the Greta Reset, where you have a mashup of Darth Schwab and Greta Thunberg. And I've long said that Greta Thunberg is probably just an animatronic avatar of Al Gore. And I think I can substantiate that. But what you're seeing here is the face of the Great Reset. And note the eye being covered. Another one of these Eye of Horus references, New Age reference. This is the same thing with Bezos' eye. A Greta anagram for great. The great work of the occultists. The great work of the Freemasonic. The great work of the ages. That's what we're looking at here. The Green World Order, the Green Revolution, everything we're seeing is really just a cover for this Great Reset that was planned long, long before even Klaus Schwab was born. So we are living through the Greta Reset. The reason they chose her ties into what she represents. The child of the new age, the androgen post-gender, lambasting the older generation for ruining the planet, deciding to start with a blank slate. That's what this represents, the age of Horus, and that's why the eye is covered. Horus is Mars in the Egyptian pantheon. So the Mars age, the Mars utopianism, is really just preparing you for the age of Mars, the age of Horus, living on Earth as we will on Mars, sustainably, in homes made out of astrocrete, and probably bones. Brian Bruce says Greta and Rittenhouse are part of the Nazi twin breeding program after they fled to Argentina. I wouldn't be surprised. Greta and Kyle were both born January 3rd, 2003. They're both 19 now. But like, what are the odds? Same birth date. Completely antithetical characters. You know, she is the opposite of him. She's the annoying child activist, child actor on the left, and he's the one on the right. And they each represent the opposite of the other. She's probably been boosted 5 times. She's got the goo blood. And Kyle, pure blood. She's definitely anti-gun, and we know where he stands. These are not coincidences. All right, let's continue. Interesting comments as always. Ryler says Q-Bert and Q the Winged Serpent movie also came out that year. Interesting. Yeah, the Q story is very intriguing because it definitely ties in to this neo-Christian cult that's been introduced, and Trump is its savior. And this should say something about Trump. I mean, we know he goes back 60 plus years in the predictive programming. In other words, we were prepared for the Donald Trump before he was who he is and before he arrived on the scene. If you look on the screen, I have some new stickers available. This is the Hades or Pluto version of the Penguinotti with the Bident looking wrench. I made that in February. Anyway, it's a sticker. I put a link in the chat. I'm putting a lot more of the artwork that I have onto stickers, bumper stickers. If you go over to the timosmond.win, and I'm also doing some artwork. Like I said, I'm putting more time into really just this channel. So another one of the ways that I'm able to keep this channel going is art sales, t-shirt sales, and decals. A lot of products designed by X-Pac. We do have a couple of decals left, I'm sure, but they're probably going fast. In fact, there's one here. I'll put it in the chat. Infinite Plane Radio Flying Penguin decal. Get them while they last, although I am taking the sales revenue and reinvesting. So there will be more if you miss them. Pete Shea says the penguin is mightier than the sword. I agree. Let me play this really quick, or read this. I'm doing a bit of research for my book onto the deconstruction of the Mandela effect. Now, I don't believe in the Mandela effect explanation. I do believe that the Mandela affected are experiencing something. It's just a question of, is it authentic? is it a spiritual, supernatural effect? So, for example, earlier tonight we were talking about Roger Stone. Well, did Roger Stone have a legitimate spiritual awakening? Or did he see a lens flare and misinterpret the lens flare as a satanic portal above the White House that he needed to pray to close? Like, what's more likely? So, my point is this. I think we're looking at false explanations, and then people allow their own answers that make them happy suffice, even if it's not the truth. So the more I dig into the Mandela effect, and again, I'm working on a book which is debunking it, and I'm writing more chapters, I'm adding on to it. It's a work in progress. I've released it as a PDF, but it's going to be a hardback, definitive, final say on the topic eventually. And one of the things I find about it most interesting is that it can all be explained if you really look at the dynamic between eyewitnesses and interrogators. So I've been looking into interrogator bias, faulty eyewitness testimony, retroactive interference, tainted witnesses, etc. And here's what I came across last night in my research that really puts a nail in the Mandela effect coffin. So if Nelson Mandela's coffin wasn't nailed shut before, because apparently he died before he came back, it's nailed shut now. This is from Wikipedia on the topic of interrogation. Unethical officers can use suggestive questioning in interrogation rooms. Such interrogators use different techniques and questions to get people to confess. They use response framing when getting people to falsely confess. Okay, so response framing is what I've been talking about. Why is it that if the reality is shifting to change our logos, to change our bodies, to change reality, how come it's always either or? Oh, are you a Mandela affected person? What do you remember? Chick-fil-A with the K or without the K? Either or. Well, I remember it with both. I remember a different logo altogether. It doesn't count. It has to be either or. Why is that? It's called response framing. This false binary with the Mandela effect questioning is all about setting up the interview process to get the answer you already wanted from the perspective of the Mandela effect pusher. So this is from the article again. Response framing gets people to falsely confess. This is when the interrogator purposefully limits certain answers and suggests others. For example, they would ask someone if they were at the house at 1, 2, or 3 o'clock, forcing them to think that it had to be one of those choices. This will cause people to recall things from the prompt instead of their memories. So it's like a multiple choice test, but the answers are all loaded. They're all stacked in a certain way that you're going to get the results they want you to get. So response framing gets them to form an answer from the prompt, not their actual memories. Response framing is used by unethical or unskilled police officers. I think it's also noteworthy that some of the bigger Mandela effect pushers out there, well, one of them anyway, is the son of someone that he claims to be an unethical police officer. And I'm like, are we looking at agents that are purposefully gaslighting so-called truthers, sabotaging people, screwing with their minds? Or is it all just a coincidental connection here? Like, where did he learn this from? Where did this come from? Because it is quite literally a wrong explanation. What if there's a big movement that starts off of the idea that we have to pray away satanic portals above the White House? Would you stand by it, even though you knew it was lens flares? I wouldn't. And the Mandela effect is basically a mental lens flare. If you don't know how your camera works and you draw an erroneous conclusion, you might end up thinking there's another sun or two, or that there's a portal above the White House. It's the same logical error. Thank you, Ministry of Truth. We at IPS appreciate the support. Ministry of Truth says, quote, "How dare you penguins and your misinformation. The DHS will get you and your question marks on your keyboards." Yeah, the DHS or NATO or China, someone's going to send in the blue helmets to take the keyboards Well, actually, just the question marks. So they're going to kick down your doors, probably tie everyone up, hold you at gunpoint. Your whole house is held hostage. They're going to go into every room, and they're going to take the question mark off of the keyboard. I don't know what you're going to do for a /, but they're getting rid of question marks. This is another reason why the Batman movie was based on the Riddler, the guy with the question marks, as the main threat to society. Lean Dion says Joe Rogan likened Musk to a, quote, superhero, and Kathy Griffin called him a white supremacist. Yeah, interesting how you could say the same thing about Kyle Rittenhouse. To the right, he's a superhero. To the left, he's a white supremacist. Okay, let's continue. Commenter says, Roger Stone's connections to Roy Cohn is interesting. I will take a look. When I saw Roger Stone affiliated with Trump, I kind of foresaw that maybe there's going to be some new kind of Watergate. That guy just trails, controversy. All right, let us continue. Response framing. Is that really what is causing people to think that they're being affected by the Mandela effect? Like, I mean, you could use the same thing with lens flares. What is this? Is it a satanic portal or not? Well, maybe there's another option. Maybe it's, I mean, is it a satanic portal or is it just a peace circle, regular portal? Maybe it's a lens flare, but they don't want to put that out there. It's about controlling options. All right, let me go through my Minds. If you don't go to Minds, or if you haven't followed it before, it's a great site. It's uncensored. And at some point, I'm going to get the white label version, and it'll be our own internal social media site. I really like what Minds has available here with its groups, its chats, but I mostly use it to store links. Things that might get deleted from Twitter later, any bits of information, any important memes. I try to store it all here. So go to minds.com/infiniteplanesociety if you want to follow me there. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip here. This is from Utopia. And this just shows you how the average, normal, typical environmentalist looks at children. So here's a woman on a train. Her child is sleeping on her lap, and he's talking about the carbon footprint, the unsustainability of bringing a new human into the world.
I do think that we've all got a responsibility. I just do.
No, you're right. We do. We all do. Why did you have him then?
Sorry?
Nothing uses carbon like a first world human, yet
Nothing uses carbon like a first world human. I mean, this guy is darker than Agent Smith, calling human beings a virus. But this is what the environmentalists actually believe. How dare you breathe?
you created one. Why? Why would you do that? He will produce 515 tons of carbon in his lifetime. That's 40 trucks worth. Having him was the equivalent of nearly 6,500 flights to Paris.
So he is guilt-tripping her about the carbon footprint of her child. Thank you. Is it Kooxu? Cuckoo? Interesting spelling. Life is easy when you're aware of the world stage. It's true. Because the world stage will drag you into its dramas. Like, you know how emotionally disruptive, contentious, I would say dysfunctional relationships are mentally draining? Well, that dysfunctional relationship is one that most people have with the world as mediated through the screen. And look how the mask Karens rose up against the face nudists. Shows you how simple it is too. You know, for people to get emotionally involved to the point where they make enemies out of people who are friends. And this happens because they think it's all real. Claptrap says the Batman movie sucked. I'm sure it was a failed 8-episode TV series that failed to get a contract with a streaming service. It's really hard to argue with that. There wasn't a lot of dialogue. I mean, if I wouldn't say it sucks. It's based on a graphic novel. If you're into graphic novels and the art, you could take any screen cap and make a poster out of it. Like, it is a beautiful film, and it's a genre thing. But if you're into dialogue, if you're into thought-provoking stuff, I mean, it's kind of mostly brooding. What is it? Netflix and brood. But my take on it, though, is that this was clearly also a propaganda piece to convince the American public that the QAnoners are a threat to society. The Riddler represented Q, and he set up all of his followers to go shoot up the election day. So you can see where it's purely just used to program the public into believing that the Riddlers are real. Ryler05 says, keep the streams coming. Oh yeah, we're looking at every night, open phones, every morning. This is my full and part-time job. I always, prefer to do both, one of each, and so I'm doubling down. I don't regret the last month of working. It gave me an opportunity to really think about my future here. How we can optimize things. I look at it as it was a workcation, because the reason I took the job was to bring in some extra money to really accelerate everything that I'm working on here. So it wasn't a step back, but it's not the best approach moving forward. There's too much going on to pay attention to this part-time, and if you step out of this, you can see where the average person is just going with the flow. You can be among the misinformed, you can be like us and be the informed, or you can be uninformed and not pay attention. But if you're uninformed, you're in a very vulnerable position because you won't know what the hell's going on when they flip the switch, press the reset button. You won't know who to follow, what information is. In other words, ignorance is not a defense here. You can't tune out. There is no off the grid. The game is being played. There is a world stage. If you don't know the game is being played on you, you're going to be played. It's sort of like it's there whether you want to admit it's there or not, and the idea of sticking your head in the sand doesn't save you because we're born onto the world stage. The idea of the metaverse as something we're merging with is misleading. It's misdirection on purpose. Just like they show us digital deepfakes, look where the technology's at. Look what they can do. We can't tell the difference between real and fake. Well, we already crossed that line decades ago with deep fake technology using basic stagecraft and disguise, synthetic skin. We've already been deep faked. We've already been metaversed. People already live through the screen. It's already happened. We already live in an augmented virtual reality. Pippi says, I love the sound of Dino Fepe. Claptrap says, comic movies are supposed to be fun and comic-y. Batman tried to make it made it look too realistic and took the fun out of it. Yeah, I got to show you this. Batman Through the Ages. I saw this meme, Batman Through the Ages, and it just showed you how progressively it's getting darker, like visually. In other words, it was very bright colors, very cheerful looking, and then it gradually got darker and darker to where it's like you're watching the new movie and it's like, am I squinting? You're already in a dark theater. I fell asleep like 10 times. I mean, I felt like I was dreaming. I kept falling asleep through the movie, and it's not that it's boring. I already have a hard enough time staying awake during movies. And then here you have a movie where the screen, it's comfortable to fall asleep to, but it's intentional. It's all part of the artistry. But yeah, it's definitely gone from comic-y, as you describe it, into something else. And we also have to mention that these Batman movies are very integrated with some of the major collective traumas, like Sandy Hook, like the Boston bombing. Not a coincidence that this Batman movie came out on 3/4, the day that the Joker from the Boston bombing had his death penalty reinstated. So they're connected to very dark topics. And what it represents, too, and I guess we could mention Batman's great-grandfather was the founder of the Skull and Bones Society. They talked about this on the original series. But the Joker and the Batman represent something here. The Joker movie was about class warfare, kill the rich. Batman's privileged, he's rich. So you have this dialectic here. Joker preceded 2020, the summer of left-wing riots and violence and activism. So the Batman movie, I'm predicting, is going to precede a summer of right-wing extremist violence. So the right-wing version of Antifa, the Riddlers, are going to be unleashed. Dark MAGA rising. The whole Donald Trump going dark, becoming the Batman. That theme is being pushed out there with this movie, with the introduction of the Riddler as the ultimate enemy. And, the Riddler was all about unmasking the cabal, the corrupt elite politicians, just like Q. And as the Riddler movie's out there, you have that politician, or the appointee, the Trump appointee, the Judge Mizell, who said masks off. I'm like, that's interesting timing, because the mask issue is definitely a right-wing QAnon issue. Also, on another note, Mask Off by Future. Here's go Future, the video Mask Off. This is predictive programming for the pandemic. This is in 2017. He was already making masks cool. But the track was released on 4/18/2017. It's called Mask Off. Future is also known as Pluto. Future produced Dawn Day 2 with Kanye. So his association with that event is very significant because that event coincided with the Pluto return. Also, again, Mask Off, the anniversary date. Masks Off, 4/18/2022. It goes into effect 4/18/2022 without an expiration date. Let me see if I can find it here. Her name is Mizell, which sounds very close to muzzle. U.S. District Judge Catherine Kimball Muzzle in Tampa, Florida, April 18, 2022, voided the national travel mask mandate. So, masks off, 4/18. Fascinating timing. Too much to be a coincidence. Too many ties in to the movie with the Riddler, who, like Frank James in real life, quote unquote, was threatening the mayor. It had something to do with not treating the mental or the mentally ill. All right, let's see here. Brian Bruce says, I'm going to call in, but I always get bad service at Comet Ping Pong. Yeah, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Okay, so Claptrap says he skipped to the end to see the flood. Yeah, spoiler alert, but the end of the Batman movie, Gotham is underwater, and Batman mutters something about how it's underwater on 11/6. What is 11/6? It's an upside down, an inverted 9/11. So what was 9/11? 9/11 was external aliens or external threats, external terrorists attacking. So the inversion would be domestic violent extremists. This is why on 6/11, 3 months before 9/11, Timothy McVeigh, then 33, was executed. So he was a domestic violent extremist. So I think that the 6 or the 11/6 reference is a reference to domestic violent extremists being the QAnoners who blew up the dam and caused the city to flood. And at the end, Batman is up to his waist in water carrying a torch. The symbol there, well, the whole thing has been Bat as Phoenix. The Phoenix reset symbol being synonymous with the dove, post-flood symbol. Flood, fires, whatever wipes away, cleans the slate, it's all the same. Build back better. Well, the bat has been the Phoenix symbol for the last, 10 years now, since Dark Knight Rising. The bat, the burning bat, Bat as Phoenix. And what was the catalyst for this reset? The bat soup. Underheated. I think you have to heat it up to 160 degrees. I think that's the actual recommendation. But yeah, underheated bat soup. That was the catalyst. Yeah, wild game. I think if you look at the recommendations, what an absurd story. But my point is, it all started with a bat. There's another movie I highly recommend called Daybreakers, 2009 movie, where it actually says at the beginning, it all started with a bat. And it's about a vampire bat or a bat virus that infects the whole world, precipitating a global lockdown, and the world needs to be saved. And it takes place in 2019. More predictive programming. And here's something interesting too. This movie was released on January the 8th, 2010. So January the 8th happens to be the birthday of Elvis Presley and David Bowie. Daybreakers, DB, David Bowie, the 42's encoded in there. Elvis died at 42, just kind of pointing this out because the main character in the movie, or one of the main characters, is a guy named Elvis, played by William Dafoe. And it is the blood of Elvis in the movie that saves mankind from the virus. Because Elvis figured out, and he's driving this car, a Firebird, a Phoenix. Elvis finds out, because he's a vampire, that he can jumpstart his heart by giving himself a dose of sunlight or something. And then he basically becomes man's savior. Strange movie, but it starts off at the very beginning with a poster that says, it all started with a bat. All sorts of 2020 tie-ins to this movie, Daybreakers. Definitely worth looking at. Claptrap says the Riddler looked like Bubbles from the Trailer Park Boys. I thought he looked like Bill Gates. He had the Bill Gates bowl cut. I could see the resemblance there. Bubbles and Bill Gates, they have a similarity. And I think they consciously decided to go with that look because they wanted the Bill Gates as the secret leader of the opposition. Locations in the U.S. to avoid at all costs if nuclear war with Russia erupts. The predictive programming has already told us EMP, electromagnetic pulse, high altitude detonation above Seattle. It's encoded into the $100 bill. Last time I talked about this, my live stream got shut down. Okay, so Russia says we have counter-strikes that will be lightning fast. Probably a reference to Satan too. Satan falls like lightning. We have all the weapons we need for this. No one else can brag about these weapons. And we won't brag about them. We will use them. So Satan's coming to Seattle. Anyway, cities to avoid. Locations in the U.S. to avoid. Let's see if you're on the map here. And this is according to experts. Okay, so top list would be military facilities where our nukes are located. Washington, Naval Base Kitsap. Montana, the Malmstrom Air Force Base. Nevada, Nellis Air Force Base. Colorado, Wyoming, Warren Air Force. North Dakota. Texas, there's the Pantex plant. Whiteman Air Force Base, Missouri, Louisiana, and Georgia. So apparently there's about 5 states additionally to this that we can look at where there are 400 nuclear silos that are spread out. So if you're not in any of these areas. Okay, it says here, second, you'll want to be away from any of these bases because these will be primary targets as well. So there's a map here. A map of all major bases created by a user named Orionist. It says the list of Army bases in the states is long, but you can find the major one here. In addition to military targets, the Russians will likely strike major population centers, particularly those that have political or financial significance, such as DC and New York. Again, I'm thinking Seattle. Sadly, many of those that aren't killed by the initial strike will wish they were dead. The nuclear winter that will follow will be horrifying. Okay, so Dark Winter, or The Division. You know, the one with Jake Gyllenhaal. Comes out 2022. The Division is about the Dark Winter. Written by Tom Clancy. Again, guy wrote 9/11. And then, of course, Jake Gyllenhaal in The Division 2022 is a big deal because he was in Donnie Darko, which has all sorts of both 9/11 and 2020 predictive programming. The Division 2022, in the near future, a pandemic virus is spread via paper money on Black Friday, decimating New York. Again, going paperless. This was a theme. That's why the Joker was burning the money. A group of civilians trained to operate in catastrophic times are activated in an attempt to save who and what remains. So there you have it. Dark winter. Fascinating. So the dark winter, according to this study here, would leave places like Iowa at below zero temperatures for 730 days in a row. Very little will be grown during this time, so the vast majority of the population will die from the resulting famine. This is a victory for Mother Earth, for Gaia. By this time, the Earth's population will be long dead. The world's food production will crash by 90+%, causing a global famine that will kill billions by starvation. This is pretty much the starting point for every single science fiction movie out there. The 100 comes to mind most recently. Post-nuke Holocaust, humanity reboots, reset. You see a theme here? Brian Bruce says the Game of Thrones has told us that winter is coming for 8 years now. Yeah, winter is coming. Frozen. I mean, global warming was misdirection, if anything. All right, let us continue. I don't believe in nukes, by the way. Now, can they simulate it? Oh, yeah, it'd be super easy to simulate it. Downtown Seattle cleared out some, I think, 1,800 Amazon employees because of a crime wave. So they're already clearing the stage. 1,800 employees moved out of downtown Seattle. Why? What could be going on there? Due to violent crime wave. Or could it be the Kraken? Now, before Sidney Powell, the Kraken came out about 11/3 and the crack, or the election, and this schism being introduced on whether or not the election was legitimate. Before all of that, the Seattle Kraken released a trailer, and this is when I started noticing this meme. So I was talking about the Kraken meme before it went viral, and it's because the Seattle Kraken released this trailer, and it's a 1 minute and 13 second introduction to the latest team in the NHL. And the video, or the trailer, was 1 minute and 13 seconds. I thought that's interesting. 1 minute 13 seconds. That's how long the Challenger was up when it exploded. But the trailer for the Kraken looks like an EMP. It looks like a Kraken comes out and kills or destroys Seattle. Electromagnetic pulse, some kind of a wave, suggestive of maybe some kind of subaquatic detonation. Maybe it's some kind of I think EMP makes the most sense, because how are you going to fake a nuke with so many observers and the internet? They don't have the control that they used to over the flow of information. So I could see a high altitude thing pretty much serving the same function. Here's the trailer. Again, just 1 minute 13 seconds, lightning coming soon, and then the logo itself, you have the anchor with the Kraken on it and the Seattle Space Needles built into it. All kinds of interesting symbolism and numerology encoded into this. Seattle is in Washington, state number 42. Space Needle, 42-second ride up the elevator to get to the 42-meter wide restaurant at the top. The symbol of the Space Needle is primarily, it's the obelisk of the New Age. The Space Needle is a symbol like the Tower of Babel, of a tower that reaches into the heavens. But it's an obelisk styled for the New Age, the Space Age, consciously designed to look like a flying saucer. All right, let's see what else we have here. Russia has threatened nukes off the coast in the past. Yeah, exactly. We've already been prepared for this. And there might be something else as well. with, if you remember last October, you had the killing of, well, Helena Hutchins, quote unquote killing. 42-year-old Helena Hutchins killed by Alec Baldwin. But they had a connection through another Tom Clancy. So when Baldwin shot Hutchins, I was looking into this, and I think it was JohnLeBon.com actually pointed this out here first, because I hadn't watched the movie. But it happened in October, this shooting, and it happened to be noteworthy that they were both connected, as in Baldwin and Hutchins, by the Hunt for Red October. He was in the movie, and she's from the place where the story takes place. So there's a Hunt for Red October connection with this shooting that might play into this. And then also, we're looking at another one of these Tom Clancy's. Debut novel by Tom Clancy. So many of this guy's books have just become world stage psychodramas. You know, on 9/11, the only American astronaut up there at the time was actually watching 9/11 from space and listening to the audiobook of Sum of All Fears by Tom Clancy, which basically describes 9/11. Okay, so let's see here. What is this story about? Plot summary: during the Cold War, a submarine. This is the thing here, the Kraken from the water, right? During the Cold War, Marco Ramius, a Soviet Navy submarine commander, plans to defect to the United States with a Typhoon-class ballistic missile submarine, Red October. So Red October is the Kraken. It's equipped with a cutting-edge silent propulsion system known as the Caterpillar Drive that makes audio detection by passive sonar difficult and enables the submarine to sneak its way into American territorial waters and to launch nuclear missiles with little to no warning. Interesting connection here, and there's more. So he shoots Helena Hutchins, 88HH. Interesting when you break it down. It goes deep with all these different characters and this fake event. But he also shoots Joel Souza, the cinematographer, the director. So Joel Souza was, well, he wasn't killed, but his birth date, June 14th, 1973. Significance there, that's Donald Trump's birthday. So Alec Baldwin, the person on earth most visibly distorted and disturbed by the Trump derangement syndrome, he portrays Trump on SNL. He even said, Baldwin said that he wished for a meteor to hit the White House after playing Donald Trump, that playing Donald Trump was so distasteful that he prayed for a meteor to hit the White House. Playing Donald Trump made me hope for a meteor to hit the White House. So the significance here, he shoots a guy with Donald Trump's birthday. He's the most anti-Donald Trump person in the world. And then what's more, 614 ties in again to this meteor thing. So he wants a meteor to hit the White House, a meteor to hit Trump. He shoots a guy with Trump's birthday. Don't Look Up, the movie Don't Look Up, had come out, and one of the first things that really stood out to me is they said, the Earth is going to be hit by a comet in 6 months and 14 days. So this movie is trending. It is trending on Netflix. And as it's trending, there's like this big sonic boom above Pennsylvania. And this story's out, and I'm like, wait a minute here, look at this. Comet Dibiowski, the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, is the same size as this thing, which is on a course to collide with the Earth and crack up in exactly 6 months and 14 days. 6 months and 14 days, Don't Look Up. So I looked at 6 months, 14 days, object falling from the sky, meteor to hit Trump, born on 6/14. He shoots a guy, 6/14. There's something of a subtext here. There is a connection. Thank you, Satan2 Rocket. We appreciate the support. He says, I'm painted black and white because I'm filled with steel chess pieces that will act as pipe bombs on destination. Yeah, detonation. Yeah, look at the Satan rocket on the right. To the right of the Google Doodle with the G66 that looks like a 666. Why the black and white checkers? All right, let us continue. Fascinating. Filled up with steel chess pieces. All right, let's continue down the line here. We're talking about the trending Satan. Why is it trending? It happens to be Witches' Night. This can't be a coincidence. 56th anniversary of the Church of Satan. No way are these coincidences. The White House Correspondents' Dinner was today. I'm looking through it because George News was there, aka Q. Q is in their midst. All right, let me go to my voicemails as well. We had a great voicemail yesterday from a first-time caller about David Grohl and the death of the Foo Fighters' drummer and how that connected to their recently released movie. I mean, it's just so amazing how we're seeing these parallels real time. Batman movie comes out, and we have a real-life Riddler in the form of Frank James. It's definitely not a coincidence at this point. We don't even do conspiracy theory here. What we're mostly doing is making observations. Like, here's one. They brought the Fauci out again, and I mean, is Fauci just a role that somebody plays? Maybe Ellen DeGeneres? I mean, look at this. He's definitely wearing a mask. You can see the neck is giving it away. This is a rubber hood.
Look. What is that?
So they're reacting to a close-up of Dr. Fauci's neck. And Dr. Fauci, let's talk about world stage names really quick. You take the name Dr. Fauci, you rearrange it, DR, just switch the letters around, and you can actually spell Dracula if you bend the F down into an A and use the I as an L. It does spell Dracula. But also, doctor, and then spell Fauci backwards. Doctor, I cough. Can't be a coincidence. But anyway, if you look here, the mask is kind of coming off at the throat, at the neck. It's poking over the tie. That's a rubber flap.
Oh my God.
That is not a CGI error. That is not a green screen. This is a rubber hood.
Look.
Not supposed to be hanging over the top of the shirt.
Look at that. What the hell is going on here?
It's actually got a plaque
Oh, yes, it does.
Now the thing is, masks that are so real as to be foolproof are the original deepfakes. We have been deepfaked with this type of mask for a long time. It's really one of the main secrets, one of the big secrets. And this is only recently declassified. And coincidentally or not, when this was declassified that the government uses deepfakes with these masked people, these masked agents, when this became common knowledge, suddenly we were flooded with other stories about, well, deepfakes, digital deepfakes. And it seemed to me that this entire thing about digital deepfakes, we can't tell the difference between Tom Cruise and the CGI version, it's all a diversion. They put that out there so that we don't realize that, no, we already fell into this trap decades ago. It's not a trap that we're about to fall into. It's a trap that we already fell into and we were born into. May Day. Today's May Day. Black moon and solar eclipse should be interesting. Now I want to close out here with Dinosaurs in Space by Chief Crow in the Flat Earthworms. But I'm going to put a link in the chat as well, and also on Minds. So I want everyone to go over there and play it in its entirety. I'm just going to play a clip here for the replay. But there's a link. Go to minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. And I'm also going to put a link in the newsletter. There we go. Link has been posted. I'm going to play this track here. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, new track, Dinosaurs in Space. And by the way, if you showed up late because there was a glitch in the system and the text messages went out an hour late, there will be a replay, and I'm also going to be posting the archives shortly after. Dinosaurs in Space, Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Please go visit this channel, subscribe, support his work.
Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space. Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space, all over the place. They're everywhere I look. Jurassic on the jam jam, a T-Rex on the moon, Stegosaurus on a skateboard, pizza.
Existence of a new technology for liquefied ground cleaning or a technology or unknown technology, but we're taking a look and trying to avoid that. Occam's razor, the idea is you don't jump to a conclusion that requires a leap of logic, a leap of faith, or an intervention of the supernatural. All right, everyone, it is Witches Night 2022, very early on, May Eve. May Day's coming. Very important day for commies and Satanists everywhere. Pagans also. Shouldn't conflate the two. That is One-Eye Jack and the Shells, Mud Flood, and whether you believe we live in a world that is literally on top of a buried civilization, or if they just mentally mud flood the masses with regularity. It's kind of the same notion. Are we operating on a blank slate with a fake backstory collectively? Do we have some sort of collective amnesia? Seems like it. We'll talk about that if anybody wants to talk about the mud flood notion. The reset is part of this idea that the reset we're looking at now, the Great Reset, the Greta Reset, into this green world order, is this not just another reset in a long succession of resets where they drag humanity into a dark age? And that's kind of what it looks like. I mean, mentally, they've already done it. They've already pulled the wool over people's eyes, a digital hoodwink, where the average person can't tell the difference between real and fake. And they assume it to be real unless it's proven fake, and the people who prove things fake are thought criminals. Thankfully, you have us here, so we can sort through the disinformation and misinformation and save you a lot of time. We have a lot of researchers full-time breaking these events down. Like, if you were worried about that subway shooting in New York, Frank James, yeah, that was a staged psyop, and it completely correlated with the Batman movie and the Riddler character. And the reason why they had that psyop go down is to really impress upon the public consuming this Batman movie and this nightmare universe that, yeah, this is a real thing. And it works. All right, let me go through your comments and see who has joined us. We've been joined by Messenger 1106, BTE Liam, Magnum Von Thule, Messenger 1106, Tricky Who, Osher, Lean Dion Cubstar, Fat Elvis Jr., Evolvement, Lean Dion, ME Sagittarius Armed Society. Hey, thanks for joining us, Jose Martinez. Appreciate the coffee. He sent a message with it. He said, I'd rather give a donation to Infinite Plane Society for movie research than to give Stavely beer money. And I do a lot of movie research. I'm on Hulu, HBO, Netflix, and now Showtime. And it's really difficult once you sign a contract. It's like a contract in blood. I mean, I swear. They've got some kind of, I don't know, maybe some kind of demonic hold over my bank accounts. But like, I remember doing a Netflix free trial and I canceled it because I didn't want to support cuties and the other garbage that they're all about. And next thing you know, I unlock my Cash App my Cash App debit card, and boom, Netflix takes out $10. I'm like, how did that happen? Did I give them permission? Did I sign my name in blood and I just don't remember? And it's like that for all these companies. So this month I dodged the e-grabbling attempts of Netflix, and then HBO gets me. So I'm stuck with them for a month. But anyway, anytime one of these movie companies manages to hook me for a month, I just go through and I check out, well, what are they putting out there and what can we deconstruct? Let's just use this as an opportunity to do some opposition research and to know what the masses are being goaded into. I'm of the opinion now, too, that so-called gun culture is mostly phony, this idea of America having this obsession with guns, and that all of the movies that glorify gun violence are actually anti-gun. And this is given away by the fact that most of the actors who play these roles are anti-gun in, quote, real life. The Wachowski sisters hate guns, and they hate militias. And yet, look at the Matrix movies, which supposedly inspired the Littleton shooters. So I look at the entertainment media there as it's all put out there to basically give us our world view, which is what we'll be discussing tonight. We're joined also by Rome, Polecat 78, Infinite Muse, Tunex. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through the headlines of today. We spoke earlier today, we talked about a few things. We'll kind of readdress some of these things. I looked a little deeper into the situation with Rofkin banning, well, not banning, kind of banning Owen Benjamin. And I think it really brings up this topic of people's misunderstanding of what free speech is and what it isn't. We talked about the Satan II rocket falling to Earth. Marjorie Taylor Greene suggesting that Satan runs the Catholic Church. And, these might not be separate topics. So here she is invoking the name of Satan again and again. Satan is in the church. And you have the Catholic League all heard about it. And then you have the big Satan II rocket that Putin's threatening to launch at Boris. So I'm like, wait, is there really a difference between the Pope genuflecting before the obelisk at St. Peter's Basilica at the square there? Is there any difference between that and this obelisk that they named Satan? I don't think so. When you look at the use of the name Satan, it's often used interchangeably with Saturn. It's not 100% accurate, but they have the right idea for the most part. We're talking about a personification of nature, the horn deity, which has been conflated with Satan mistakenly. But you can see the obelisk is a consistent symbol here, and I don't think it's inaccurate either. I think they're all part of the same theater here. But yes, the Pope and his obelisk, they're just the old school version of what Elon Musk, a modern Pope, the new Pope, Pope Elon, is offering. And his obelisk literally flies you to heaven. You don't just pray to it so you can get beamed up there when you die. No, you can literally go inside of his obelisk and it'll fly up there. Let me open up phones as well, 833-311-1984. Cubstar says mud flood and mud bloods. Well, the Astrocrete is the thing that they're going to build your homes out of on Mars. And Astrocrete is made out of blood and Martian mud. Regolith mixed with blood. Or sweat. So I assume they're going to work you, probably to death. And then they'll take your blood and who knows, maybe your bones could form, like instead of rebar, just use human bones. Like, doesn't it sound a little nightmarish that they're talking about creating infrastructure out of recycled human remains? Soylent Green has come home to roost. And the movie was set in 2022, so it's about time. And I think all of it is about getting us into the idea of this ideal of the ultimate in sustainability and recyclability to the point where you're even recycling one another. This is why I was talking about the green god earlier, the one that they worship on Earth Day, how essentially you're worshiping Osiris as the god of recycling, sustainability, death, resurrection, this whole rebirth thing. It's all about recycling, reincarnation. We also talked about JFK Jr. having sex with Ghislaine Maxwell. And we've been wondering if Alex Jones has eaten his neighbors yet. It only took him 6 weeks into the COVID lockdowns to crack. So I'm assuming the homes around his home are probably empty. Tunak says Soylent Green is people. Well, Astro Creed is going to be people. And that's not the grossest thing that they have come up with. Let me go through some voicemails.
What's going on, Tim? It's Nick, first-time caller. I actually exclusively listen to you through Spotify and on the Prince.
Okay, excellent. And hey, by the way, Spotify, and you can get the link below any of these videos. I'm posting links now. Spotify is allowing me to host my video archive. So it's not just audio there, it's also video. So if you aren't able to keep up with me on any one single YouTube channel because they delete our channels every couple of weeks, Spotify, just like SoundCloud, will be a consistent record. But SoundCloud, you have to download it to get video. Spotify is now video. I signed up early on, and I think Joe Rogan was like the test subject. So yes, Spotify is now video. You can find us there. Just go to infiniteplainsociety.com or any of the links posted below. Cubstar says, in Russia, there is a road of bones built on the dead road workers that helped build it. Yeah, I think that's part of the development here. We're talking about space communism. These gulags in outer space, these closed systems. And I think part of the idea of getting you used to the idea that you can take your body fluids, your blood and your sweat and your tears presumably, and actually mix it with the soil. It's like blood and soil. It's this concept of, I think, bonding the collective to the land itself. Like really putting their roots in. So their kids will grow up there knowing, yeah, this was literally built on the blood, sweat, and tears of my ancestors. But space communism's a thing, always, the Russians were always about that from the beginning. And I think that outer space utopianism is actually the Trojan horse they used to get all the capitalists to go along with the program. They knew environmentalism was a communist hoax. They knew that environmentalism had been appropriated for the use of advancing this other agenda. Yeah, it's easy to see through, but then they see the rockets and they think, oh wow, technology. Market-driven technologies. Capitalism put us on the moon, not communism. That's what they think. Well, it's not about putting you on the moon or on Mars. It's about getting you to accept the premise that that is the ideal way to live, and then we can therefore say, we ought to live on Earth as we do on Mars. I've read their blueprints. I mean, they're very open about this stuff. They just blab about it all day long. So now they're talking about eating one another, or rather, sorry, building homes out of dead people. Recycling people is now a thing. We talked about that earlier today. The unicorn killer Einhorn, the guy who originated Earth Day, composted his girlfriend. That's how environmentally friendly he was. I mean, he's really living it. We're joined by Slave Rescue Hound, P-Trippa-103, Lickety Split. Yeah, we did take a break. Well, I didn't really take a break. I was on a workcation, and at the end of it, it's not really going to pay off. So I'm going to double down on this. So I'll be live in the mornings and evenings. I'm also working on publications, animations, and everything else. But I figured, if I put the same amount of time and energy into this that I did into that job for the last 30 days or 25 days, it'll definitely pay off more than $8 an hour, which is what that boiled down to. Again, if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Let me go ahead and finish this voicemail.
Death Hoaxiversary episode. There's actually video available comparable to like Joe Rogan's podcast, and it was great. That's the only one that I actually got to watch because I listened to you at work / watch you. So yeah, if you can somehow get video up on Spotify like continuously, that would be huge for me. I'm sure for a few other people too. So anyways, Take care.
Appreciate that. First time caller. And we are now archived as video on Spotify. If you... Infinite Plane Radio.
Tim, what's up? Slave.
Hey, what's up, Slave Rescue Hound? Good to hear from you. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, bro? Yo, so check this out, right? I got some funny stuff real quick. So I'm watching this movie with my boy the other day called Get Him to the Greek. You ever seen that movie?
Get Him to the Greek. No, I have not.
But you heard of it though? It was like with the kid from Badass, the fat dude, Seth Rogen. Not Badass.
Jonah Hill?
Super Bad. Yeah, Jonah Hill. The fat. Okay, Jonah Hill. All right. So he was like working for Puff in his record studio or whatever, this, that, and third. This is more of the movie. But my whole thing is, so check this out. I remember watching this movie years ago, but I didn't know all this shit that I know now. So I'm sitting there, smoke weed and shit, watching the movie, whatever. Man, so the fat dude's laying on the couch in this one scene. You gotta see it. I don't know what this black eye thing is, but man, check this out. So the fat dude's laying on the couch. As he's laying on the couch, they're showing all these paintings because it's that dude Russell Brand. Man, you know that dude Russell Brand? He was trying to get Russell Brand to come to L.A. All right, yeah, that's the theme of the movie. He's trying to get him to the Greek Fest or whatever. Okay, so check. He's laying on his couch and shit, and they're showing all these old royals, all these pictures of these old royals, like paintings. I never noticed it before. Check it out. They all had a black eye. All of them. You got to watch this shit, bro. So guess what, though? That's not the kicker. The kicker was, as soon as they got done showing all them black eyes of them old, like, European royals, the first word out of his mouth was Seattle.
Wow. Okay, that's intriguing right there. So they threw that in there. And this Black Eye Club reference is also noteworthy considering that Russell Brand has branded himself literally with the 33 with his tattoos. His tour is all about the 33. He's ultimately an insider. And
he's totally down. Yeah, you got to watch. Yeah. He's totally down, bro. But it was so much throughout that movie because man, I might have probably watched that movie like 5 years ago. That was probably like when I probably wasn't even listening to y'all yet. So I knew, my shit, whatever. Like, let's talk about Sandy Hook and a bunch of all types of crazy shit, but not the extent of the buffoonery, like fakeness, like how everything's fake. So check. So I said, you know what, man? Let me just do a fucking random Google search on black eye rituals. Like I just started putting all bunch of stuff with black eye, right? So luckily, this dude, he debunked the whole thing. There's this guy named Sean Leary. I couldn't get him on Twitter because I wanted to tear him up. But I couldn't find him. I'm not good with that kind of stuff, man. But this dude named Sean Leary, he debunked it. Check it out. He said that, so I found this article about this, the guy debunking that it's not a cult ritual or whatever. His name's Sean Leary. Okay. So he says that it's not a conspiracy. It's not an Illuminati thing. It's not a join the club Freemason thing. All these people, because he was naming all these people, right? They all of them got the black eye due to cosmetic surgery.
Oh, that's his explanation. Okay, so
that's how he debunked it. It's cosmetic surgery bruising. None of them waited the 2-3 weeks for the bruising to go away and then show off your skin. They all wanted to show off the bruising as if like signifying, I got mine done.
What a joke.
But,
I mean,
man,
look.
I wanted to tear him up so bad, but I couldn't find him on Twitter, and I just said, fuck it. But hopefully one of y'all, somebody that's listening.
I'll find him on Twitter. I'll call him out because Prince Philip. Are you telling me Prince Philip?
Him up. Who, Prince called Philip?
Prince Philip had did he have his eyes done at what, 95? No, that doesn't make sense. And then also,
the old OG Prince. Yo, bro, it was all of them. Because even the debunker, the dude that was trying to debunk it was calling out all these names of like Christine, and then he like tried to make fun of like how some of them aren't as rich as others, or you know what I'm saying. So he tried to make fun of a couple of them because they're like broke or whatever, like they're not down just because. You know what I mean? That shit don't mean nothing, whatever.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think that if if Ivanka Trump got a black eye, do you think she would go walking around showing that off? Do you think if Donald Trump had a black eye?
Exactly. These people are so fucking like uppity. You think they're about to let somebody see them with a black eye like they're from like a regular middle class place, man? Yeah, right, man. They're having surgery just to make sure that the blood, the black eye gets taken care of quick. You know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of here. That's just
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. They would wear shades.
Shit, man.
I don't buy it. It's
But
like
what yeah, exactly, all that stuff. But it just showed me, how they gotta do some, what do you call it? When you put the
disinformation.
Fire,
Yeah, they have to kind of
disinformation. They got to put that fire out a little bit and try to find a way to, you know what I mean? Because that black eye thing, there's something there with that. There's something there with that. Just like I always take heed to stuff that they try to ridicule you or they gotta get rid of it real quick. Like when Joe Rogan brought up the crater Earth, I always start leaning more towards.
I don't believe this crater Earth necessarily is the answer. I don't know that the Earth is an infinite plane, but what I do know is that merely asking the question is something they don't want, because they don't even want you to check out the edge. And that's what I want to do.
Yep.
That's what we're doing in our discourse every day here, and you can see their reaction. And by the way, Russell Brand was once married to Kate Perry, who is obviously John Benet Ramsey grown up.
Oh, so he's been down forever.
He's got to be deep insider, yes.
Come on. How many of them, other than the sports athletes and maybe a couple, they're all really been down since forever, man. These people were born into this shit, man.
Yes,
it's
have
like
you heard of the Moonchild thing that Aleister Crowley used to talk about? And
No, what's that? Let me hear that.
So the Thelemite group, this cult or whatever, the OTO, they're all about this thing called the magical child, where they believe you can time the birth of your child astrologically and invoke certain influences into it, and such a child will be born with magical abilities, so they say. So, but anyway, the whole idea with this Thelemic cult, though, is about how in the New Age, every man and woman in their cult will be a star. And they never quite explain what that means. What's it a metaphor of? Well, I'm starting to think here that we're looking at planned lives, lifetime roles, and it mixes with this whole occult thing as well. So I think this idea of death fakers,
I got
you see what I mean? I think there might be something to this idea of planned births, and that, yeah, these are lifetime actors. He was born for that role, and so was she.
Yes, completely. I mean, because they even do it with, like, come on, you think Justin Bieber was just picked out of some Mickey Mouse Club shit like Justin Timberlake and all that? These people were groomed from that since conception, man. It was since conception. I believe the same with LeBron and some of the huge profile athletes and the singers. Some of these people, it was planned long. It was planned. They were planned, bro.
You can find references to Donald Trump going back 60 years. So before he ever grew up, it was already there.
Oh my God! And they got people oh my God! You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I might hate QAnoners more than Jews. I don't. You know, my podcast name might be called Straight Hate because we gotta save hate speech. So I want to name it, or just have something named Straight Hate. But I'm starting to hate QAnoners, bro. I swear to God. And I'm just a mean motherfucker. I'm talking shit. But at the same time, man, they are annoying, and they think they really. How stupid can you be, man? I've seen this lady. I drive trucks, man. I've seen these people in this RV today, bro. Completely, bro. I swear to God on everything I love. The RV was completely wrapped with Donald Trump's body on like some type of the movie 300, like some old ripped up dude's body, and Ivanka and all these words and ready for round two. He was like Rocky Balboa on one side. The whole RV was just Trump and Ivanka, bro, and all these different images of like him being God, man. Oh my God. I wanted to throw up. I almost threw up, bro.
There's a system here. There's a methodology. They have turned QAnon into a cult that actually venerates the Kennedys as the bloodline of Christ, and Trump is their agent. So they actually have a religious fervor about them. And are these people government agents, or are they that deluded and they have that much expendable income?
Yeah. Yeah, like, is this a government agent, RV, or are you just this fucking stupid off Mountain Dew, man? Like, I don't get it, bro.
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah. I mean,
it's at the same time, it frustrates me that our populace is this fucking stupid, man. It's frustrating.
Yeah, it is, because whether or not there's any truth to their basic core narrative about the deep state, what they have done is they have smeared anybody that goes against the mainstream media for eternity.
Exactly. That's what they did with that shit, man. That's what they did. You're going to be pulled as soon as you say anything against the television. Oh, you're a QAnoner. You're a fucking retard. This, that, and the third. Delusional, whatever you want to call it.
They'll say you're you're dangerous, that you'll kill your kids. They have all kinds of stories they put out there, and I can't even criticize them. If I put QAnon in my title, they'll pull my video for misinformation. I can't even accurately describe the movement.
Oh, damn. See, that's when I started hating Jews, bro. Because I used to disrespect Christians and Muslims and all these little different, not disrespect, but I make fun of the shit a lot of times. I make fun of religion. That's how I started my whole journey, man.
Okay.
But the whole thing was when I started making fun of Jews, bro, I turned into Adolf Hitler. I couldn't even post anything. Everything changed. And I'm like, oh, so I can disrespect Muslims, anything except Jews, bro. So then I went
it's arbitrary,
extreme.
though.
It was crazy.
The new thing you can't criticize is global warming. And I've been saying for some time that the scientism religion has replaced the Judeo-Christian religions. It's replaced it all. And now they're saying if you criticize global warming, you can't post ads on Twitter. You can't post on Pinterest. Well, global warming is just angry Jehovah. It's the flood god all over again.
So you're telling me that they literally made laws that you can't even speak against it?
Not laws yet, but these platforms, they're essentially, yes,
they're basically saying if you want to get famous, you can't say this.
Exactly. You can't criticize global warming. And if you criticize global warming, I'm just saying that that's the same thing as saying, oh, you can't criticize their God. You can't criticize their holy book. Well, this flood myth is not science. It's based on the old myths.
It's such a joke, man. And then these electric cars, yo, man, I'm hoarding V8 engines, man. Yo, anybody listening to this, man, buy yourself a Ford Expedition from 2002 to about 98. You need a Ford Expedition, and you need a few vehicles that are gas powered and that are known 500,000 mile into a million mile engines. You need them, and you better go get them now, because the prices are going to keep going. Bro, you go by car dealerships. I remember like cutting through certain car dealerships, going to parks and stuff like that. Bro, and the parking lot used to be loaded. Now, even the huge car dealerships, it's just like the stuff that's on Frontline, basically. They got some stuff in the back, but it's like, it's done. And you better start hoarding some gasoline engines, and not none of this 2909 Nissan Sentras and shit like that. No, from 02 and down. Shit that you can work on yourself. There's 80 million of them in junkyards. That runs on pure gas, and it has to be from before 2002, man. Point blank period. I truly believe that with all my heart, man. I got 2 Expeditions and a Buick Century. I'm not fucking around. Think about it. 2030 is only what? That's like 6 years from now, man. They want to discontinue like gasoline cars, and then all that's gonna be left is these crap shit. I got a 2011 Camry, but at the same, and it's crazy. I made money off the shit, man. A lot of money. I'll never sell it. But at the same time, my thing is this: all those cars after 02 are crap. They're gonna rust out, and those engines or trannies, one of the two, are just
obsolescence, no doubt. This is all.
Yes, that's what they did. That's why GM got rid of the 3.8. You got to get your hands on either. If you want a sedan, like that's why I got the Century. Get to a 3.1 or 3.8. I would stay away from the Ford sedans. I'd go more Ford truck, F-150 or Expedition. I'd go GM sedans. But my thing is, man, get your hands on some gas-powered stuff quick that's in decent shape, because it's over, man.
It's the Great Reset.
They're going to try to force you into these Rivitons. Yeah, it's the Great Reset. The Rivitons and these Teslas, all that garbage, when it's how are you gonna afford to fix these shits? You're not buying that shit new. You gotta buy that used. You think you're gonna have the money to fix a riveting or all this shit they're coming out with? Yeah, right. You're gonna be riding a bike just like they want your slave ass, man. Point
Interesting.
blank.
Interesting. You're right about that. I've even heard some of the more radical environmentalists in Seattle talking about literally coercing people out of cars. Over here,
Yeah.
there's that element of bicyclists in the jester costumes where they have some political leverage and they are just taking control of the roads. It's like you have your bike trail. Why are you taking up these lanes? And to me, I think it's a power move.
It is. Like you said, man, they use so many government. They got so many government aids, and then they got so many people. Like you said, the crisis actor ads you put out, and you had to turn your phone off. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. These people don't care about who they're lying to, man. People are scum, man.
Right.
Come on, but go give them $100 a day, yo. Go ride around on that bike and act like you're fucking whatever. You hate the gas and all that shit, man. They'll do it, man. They'll do anything, man. Fucking lunch and $50, bro.
It's all
Damn
PR
thing.
stunts. We live
Damn
in
thing would happen.
Edward Bernays' world of PR stunts that manipulate the mass consciousness, and people are influenced that easily. This is Slave Rescue Hound, everyone. Appreciate your call. And you have a channel on YouTube. Have they allowed you to maintain a channel?
No. I want to start one. I want to start a podcast or something. I want to name it Straight Hate. I don't know if they're gonna actually let someone get the name of that, but that's just the name of my shit. Yo, man, thanks for the call, man, and everybody stay, do your thing, man. Get some. I'm dead serious. Get some gasoline engines, and at least have one good running car from the late '90s or early 2000s, man. Preferably a V8 too, like a Ford Expedition or I don't know, man. Just get yourself. I just truly believe that, man, because you're not going to be driving around, man. I think they'll let you grandfather some old shit and stuff like that, but for the most part, people are going to be stuck buying either new shit they can't afford, or you're going to have to fix up these 2015, 2012, all these garbage that are coming out with. It's trash, like you said, planned obsolescence. They Ford did it, Chevy did it, they all did
awesome.
it. Man.
And also, hey, thanks again for the
garbage.
For the info about that movie with Russell Brand and
oh man, you got to check that out.
I'll get that clip.
You got a nice think tank, man. Check that out. I really want you to see that. We got to figure out this black eye thing, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure that one out. I'll get that clip. All right, thanks again for the call. Appreciate it.
All right,
everyone. That Slave Rescue Hound. He called in, starting off with some information about that movie with Russell Brand and Jonah Hill, where apparently it involves a Black Eye Club reference, and then a conspicuous use of the word or the phrase, the name Seattle. Lean Dion says misinformation laws in the EU already. Yeah, so pretty much they're going to criminalize not believing in global warming, which is like saying if you don't believe that God punishes sinners, you're committing a crime. I mean, it's not based on science. Philip David does not believe that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Hey, you're free to believe what you want to believe. We have facts on our side. You can believe that Kate Perry isn't JonBenet Ramsey. I'm pretty sure that all these death fakers have disinformation squads that counter people like me, or attempt to, but the cat's out of the bag. On some of these, you can't put this back in. So look at JonBenet Ramsey and her parents. I'm sorry, Kate Perry and her parents. Now let's look at the parents of JonBenet Ramsey, and then you tell me these aren't the exact same people. I'm something of a super recognizer. Maybe it's because I draw a lot and I've always done art, and so faces stand out to me. And yes, I can even see a physical resemblance between Kate Perry and JonBenet Ramsey's father. Look at JonBenet Ramsey's father. Look at the forehead. And now look at Kate Perry's forehead. I mean, I just think it's the same family. They haven't even updated their haircuts. Dad's a little cooler now. I think he's got an earring, kind of hip. But other than that, Mom didn't change anything if you really look into it. But anyway, it's already settled. This is settled. It's not even a conspiracy theory. It's an observation. They're part of the PSYOP entertainment complex, and they took part in that early drama. So they symbolically sacrificed their daughter to the cult for a lifetime of, looks like, opulence. I mean, look how they're dressed. All right, let me go through your comments. Anything else that I've missed here? Tomanoid2 says Green Theft Auto. Not bad. Yeah, that's what's going on. We're being coerced into the Greta reset. And Greta, a Great Reset, does correlate to the great work of the New Age Thelemic cult and the great work of the Masonic order. And it's all about the great work is the Great Reset, is the Greta Reset. It's burning down the old, starting new. The Thelemites worship the new Christ as a child Horus, and they say it's a child because it doesn't have any of the baggage from the parents. It's also an androgen. Make of that what you will. Philip David, it says that requires proof. So this anonymous guy on YouTube is trying to say that Alex Jones is not Bill Hicks. All right, that's cool. Feel free to call in with what you have that would disprove it. But we have a pretty solid structure that connects it. And also, and this might be inconvenient, but you'll notice that a lot of the death fakers, they all are in the same circle. And Owen Schroyer is obviously the QAnon shaman in deepfake. And is Alex Jones 45 or 60? I mean, look at Alex Jones. Tell me he's 45. Come on, he's 60. He's Bill Hicks's age. Jared Board says, Bill Hicks being Alex is one of the few I actually believe. Oh yeah, definitely. And this has to do with not one individual fooling people, but this is actually part of a bigger pattern, and this is why they're so sensitive about it, even today. Like, if they're sensitive about it because it's about gatekeeping comedy. Gatekeeping a certain outlet for information. And you know how they like to control information and memes. They want to make sure that we're not laughing at the moon landing. No, we got to worship that. We got to laugh at the people who don't believe in the moon landing. So they want strict control over comedy. And I've noticed that there's a lot of comedians that are gatekeepers within the conspiracy world, keeping people entranced by the PSYOP entertainment complex and not looking too deep behind the screen, behind the surface there. And Alex Jones, he's one of them. So there's a reason they don't want you to know. All right, let us continue going through my minds. Okay, so today is Witches Night, Walpurgis Night. It's also happy birthday Travis Scott from Astro World. He's doing a documentary. I think it's called Crushing Concert. Now check this out. So this is also the anniversary of the founding of the Church of Satan. It's a very important day. This is bigger than Halloween for the pagans. The veil is thin. Now, I mean, it's just after midnight. The actual celebration is going to be about, 12 hours from now. But here's what I wanted to point out. Look at the Google Doodle. You know how they have this thing for Google where it has a different theme every day? Well, right now it's G66. So you have Google Doodle 66. Route 66 is where Isaac Cappy was found, or where he supposedly died. Anyway, I just think it's kind of interesting that the two go together because the way they have it laid out, it's just a bunch of sixes across the top. I don't think it's a coincidence. Again, how many years has it been since the Church of Satan was founded? But this is their anniversary date. This date has a very special significance, as we'll get into. But okay, Philip David doesn't believe Bill Hicks is Alex Jones. Hey, that's cool. How much is Bill Hicks paying you? How much is Bill Hicks paying you to try to cover up that this is, in fact, verifiable, that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks? And this is not just about Bill Hicks being Alex Jones. This is about a methodology. This is about a template. This is about how the PSYOP entertainment complex gatekeeps culture. This is about CIA deepfaking. This is how they do what you would call weaponized anthropology. This is all about cultural control, infiltration, bottom up, grassroots. The elite need to control the masses. You can't control the masses if you don't have your agents planted early. And that's what you're looking at here. There's a lot of symbolism with the death of Bill Hicks we could look into. I mean, this is an entire topic. You can't refute it by saying, I don't believe it. Your argument from incredulity does nothing against the weight of the evidence that we can present here. So you haven't presented anything, Philip David. So whatever Bill Hicks is paying you, he's overpaying you, to be honest. Bob Sapp says Kate Perry is hot. Well, we brought up Kate Perry because she's married or was married to Russell Brand. And that Russell Brand movie has some references to the Black Eye Club that we'll be digging into. By the way, the last caller, Slave Rescue Hound, said he hates Q. Now, one of the main operatives within Q that has not been recognized yet by the mainstream media or the J6 committee is George News. Well, George News just opened up a Twitter account. I think they have 8,000 followers now. They just opened up a little while ago. They have 300,000 followers on Telegram. Within 5 minutes of his account opening, I was blocked. Why would somebody who has 300,000 followers who works directly for Donald Trump take an interest in blocking Infinite Plane Radio? It's interesting if you look at my blocked list. Philip David, you want to call in and defend Alex Jones's what is it? Actually, the fact that he's Bill Hicks makes him cooler. But if you want to take that from him, feel free to call in. I'm starting to think that Philip David is Bill Hicks. Why did you call in? You know, we used to have a caller that people were convinced was Mark Dice. So I said, hey, caller, what do you think about this theory that Mark Dice is actually River Phoenix? And he got really silent on me. And the next thing you know, Mark Dice on Twitter, who has probably 1 million followers, blocked me. And I'm like, why would Mark Dice block me? Did I reach something sensitive? And what's the connection here? Mark Dice, originally John Connor, was introduced to the PSYOP entertainment complex by who? By Alex Jones. You see what I mean? They all flock together. They're all part of the same clique. They're all backstagers. I'm kind of working on a concept for a book about the deep fakers among us, and I'm going to call it the backstagers. Something of a mind map plus the narrative structure that shows how this all works. Philip David said he can't call in. Right, you can't call in because you'll obviously sound like probably Bill Hicks. All right, let's go ahead and continue through the voicemails.
Hey, you mentioned recently the Illuminatus of Thanateros, and I was wondering if you had any more to add to that, and how much you knew about all of that, or if you had any stories, and it looks very interesting. Have a good night. Bye.
Okay, the IoT, the Illuminati of Thanateros, they're the ones who write all the books on, quote, chaos magic. And I did have this synchronicity, you could say, with one of these books that had to do with this concept of how they approach what we would call magic. And magic is one of those topics that you're meant to ridicule. And I know why. I mean, can you tell me the difference between magic and prayer? Is there a difference? You know, are we not talking about this notion, whether it's superstition or not, that you have some kind of control or maybe some kind of ability to seek some kind of intercession? The idea that the perceiver has some influence on what is perceived is what I'm getting at here. And I think that's ultimately what's at the core of magic. And so I've been looking into a lot of these various schools of thought on the subject, specifically sigil magic. The chaos magic is the one that the caller referenced, which is simply, I guess, a distillation of various schools of thought, but stripped of all of the Judeo-Christian imagery. You know, without, like, you know, the word demon. People think demon, and they think horns, monster, evil, hell. These things don't exist. Hell's not a biblical concept. A demon was never associated with monsters or malevolent things. It really refers to more like an intelligence, kind of generic genius, I think is what it actually means. Let me go through your comments. And on the screen, you're looking at Greta Thunberg eating bugs, rather catching a moth. Bob Sapp says, I ate a quarter pounder from McDonald's today. Now everyone says my breath smells like human. Clockwork 113 says, has Taylor Swift being Anton LaVey's daughter been debunked? Yeah, that one's like 30 years off. I mean, same hair, same eyebrows. But that's about all you can say. A similar brow line, but no, decades off. Infinite Muse says, interesting time for the live to start buffering. It's back now. Bill Hicks and Mark Dice did it. Yeah, Bill Hicks and Mark Dice, or Bill Hicks and River Phoenix, are launching a DDoS attack or something. Lickety Split says Paul McCartney is Lucille Ball. All right, let us continue. Philip David is really, really mad about this. I'm really thinking it's Bill Hicks listening. Let's talk about Owen Schroyer being the QAnon shaman. And if he's not, then they're really super close in way too many different... Here we go. Is Owen Schroyer of InfoWars playing the role of the QAnon shaman? Now, I searched Owen Schroyer QAnon shaman, and one of my blogs popped up first. So that whole dead internet theory thing, I don't know. It's not a perfect record, and it's certainly not accurate nor objective, but it's still useful for storing things out in public. So if you're looking at the screen, on the left is the QAnon shaman without his makeup. On the right, there he is with his makeup. Or it's Owen Schroyer. I mean, you tell me. You tell me. They're within 10%, like they're 90% the same. So my point is this: if the QAnon shaman was played by Owen Schroyer, you know, tip of the spear, InfoWars, now he goes into the Capitol with the spear, if they are one and the same, then this even makes it more likely that Bill Hicks is Alex Jones, does it not? Philip David would call in, but he's afraid, I think. I don't think he's mad. I think he's afraid. 833-311-1984. I'll even put the number on the screen, so if you want to maintain this notion that Bill Hicks isn't Alex Jones, if you want to keep promulgating that silly conspiracy theory that they're not one and the same, then call 833-311-1984 and we'll hear it. Jared says, I don't think Owen is a QAnon shaman because I watched him interact with the Flat Earth Boxer on a stream. He'd have to be in two places at once. Interesting. But then again, do you know that the Flat Earth Boxer is not an agent? I mean, he does push the dome, and that's very questionable. Here's another one. Is a QAnon shaman Owen Schroyer of InfoWars in disguise? Spot the difference. I can't. His ear's a little stretched out, but that's because of the heavy earring that nobody would wear. This is literally just a disguise taken out of some department at the CIA. Just so generic. Oh, be a radical patriot. Yeah, because when you're patriotic, you wrap your head in a flag. No, you're not supposed to put the American flag onto garments. Anybody who's been in the military would know this. So this is a caricature. This is meant to demonize. Nobody wants to look like this. That's absurd. Infinite Muse says there's quite a similarity in facial features. Well, if it's not the same person, it's so close that it is noteworthy, and to not notice it is to be unobservant. Sink Lloyd says Owen was suggesting Indian costumes like the Boston Tea Party on the day he wore the Q shaman garb. So there you have it. If Owen Schroyer even referenced the Sons of Liberty and the whole Tea Party thing, then it even makes more sense that this was the concept. Makes perfect sense. There's more. It's not all. There's a lot more. So I even studied their gesticulations, their body movements, how they speak, because if you do any transactional analysis, you'll see that only like 10% of what's conveyed are the words. You got tonalities, facial expressions, body language is most of it. And there is a body language match. There's a physiology match. They have the same build. Are you telling me that the QAnon shaman who's supposedly, doing mushrooms? What is he doing? Shamanizing. You know, this guy is clearly at the gym as much as Owen Schroyer. Look at the forearms. Look at the shoulders. So again, look at the way that he holds one finger up and he points when he talks and he's trying to get attention. Same exact gestures. And conveniently, the shaman's wearing gloves because the hands would be a dead giveaway. And if you didn't know, they have printable, fake, roll-on tattoos. Fake tattoos have been a thing forever. So if the tattoo thing throws you off, then you don't know what they have in their disguise departments. You have to study the work of Jonah Mendez, who was the CIA chief of disguise for 27 years. She gave a lot of the stuff away. It was previously classified, just how good the disguise technology is. And this is just basic theater. Again, fake tats. Wearing white power tats, dressing like a Viking, which wasn't really a thing, but now there's some TV show about Vikings. I think it's on Netflix that they're associating with the white nationalists. Okay, so here I did a mashup, swapping out their eyes, swapping out their mouths, and then their noses. So the idea here, Owen Schroyer, InfoWars, tip of the spear, playing dual role. Symbolism of the horns is duality, by the way. Dual role. Suit and tie, and then wild man. There's a few of the things I could add to this that would, build upon this narrative, but yeah, definitely it's the same guy. It's not even a sophisticated disguise. They just mess with the hair a little bit. So now, who's fooling who? Is Owen Schroyer tricking Alex Jones, who's actually Alex Jones? Yeah, Alex Jones is Alex Jones, not Bill Hicks, but he got tricked by Owen Schroyer. Oh yeah, right under his nose, tip of the spear. He let this guy have the mic. Next thing you know, he dresses like a Viking, and he storms the Capitol and ruins freedom for everyone. Damn, too bad Alex Jones didn't see that one coming. No, if Owen Schroyer is the shaman, then Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. It's his protege. If you think about it, we're just talking about a bunch of deep fakers hanging out together. Setting up the far right. And then you throw in the spear symbolism. The tip of the spear, the QAnon of the spear, and then the guy in California who said Q told him to kill his kids with a spear. No coincidences. Infinite Muse says for sure they could be brothers. Right. I listened to him on the Phoenix Enigma show too. And what's weird too is that he's got all kinds of tattoos that would suggest that he's a white nationalist neo-Nazi, which completely goes against the idea of being a kumbaya, I love everybody, mushroom-taking shaman. Like, which is it? Do you love humanity? Or is it Hail Hitler? It's kind of hard to say. Bullet01536 says, is that even a fake tattoo? It looks like a Sharpie. Philip David is in here. Okay, so Philip David, I'm going to grant you that Alex Jones is 46 and he's Alex Jones and he's not Bill Hicks, okay? And he just happens to be as funny as Bill Hicks in exactly the same ways, okay? So I'm just going to grant you that because your incredulity is so damn compelling. So Alex Jones is Alex Jones. But look what happened. Good-natured, truth-seeking Alex Jones allowed the tip of the spear to be co-opted by the deep state. And the QAnon shaman was Owen Schroyer. Somebody needs to tell him. Somebody needs to tell him. Hey, Alex. Looks like you let the devil in. You've been duped. He fooled us all. Unbelievable. I'm almost willing to bet here that Philip David thinks that Will Smith actually slapped Chris Rock without Chris Rock's permission. Probably believes that. And I'm not ripping on you for your beliefs. I'm just pointing out here something about your frame of reference. And why would you defend it I'm not defend it, but why would you be defensive about it? We're just analyzing facts here. Bring me some facts to substantiate the idea that Alex Jones is Alex Jones. Vladimir Putin could declare a new world war within days with mass mobilization of Russian forces, Defense Secretary warns. And he's got Satan too. GOP lawmakers are still spreading the claim that kids are pretending to be animals and demanding litter boxes. So, do you remember that Nebraska Republican who was angry because furries were demanding litter boxes and were using the floor in protest of lack of litter boxes? Well, that was obviously a joke, but he couldn't tell. And in his defense, you can't tell if it's a joke. You can't tell if it's fake or not anymore. But anyway, more of these GOP lawmakers are spreading this, and they don't seem to know that this thing has been a joke the entire time. So you had Representative Steve Drazkowski who said, There's something going on in our schools. It's called furry. I looked it up on Google. Kids are identifying as animals. They put on tails and they demand litter boxes. Anyway, there's a reason though why these stories are so believable. So before you mock these people for actually being worried about having to accommodate furries with litter boxes, you have to understand that we live in...
There is something going on in our schools, according to this, something called furry.
So again, I know where this guy's coming from. I don't even find this all that funny. It's like, well, yeah, I think that I wouldn't be surprised if the furries start demanding litter boxes and get them.
And I think it's spelled F-U-R-R-Y. I looked it up on Google here. Oh, I got to get back into my computer. It's described to me that we have kids in our schools that believe that they are animals. And they are identifying, I'm told, as animals. Identifying as animals. They think they're a cat. A cat. They put tails on and they demand that they have a litter box in the school. Has anybody else heard that?
All right. So, furries wanting litter boxes. But the story here is GOP lawmakers are spreading false claims that kids are pretending to be animals. No, they are claiming it. They are identifying as such. They're just not asking for litter boxes.
Have you heard about this furry thing and what? I mean,
Now, there might be a market for that, though. You know, litter boxes for furries. If you have a 3D printer, I'd invest if anyone wants to partner up. All right, let's go ahead and move on. Salty says, why does it always have to be a cat? You know, I've seen a furry. I saw what appeared to be a furry, like a fox furry, walking hand in paw with what appeared to be a member of the Mexican mafia. In a certain part of town where those things aren't uncommon, I've seen furries. And I don't have a problem with someone who wants to use litter boxes. In fact, Det Marble, or D Marble rather, had a video on van life where he showed how he was able to effectively use a litter box in his van. It wasn't a litter box, it was like a 5-gallon bucket with litter in it, but what's the difference? I mean, he's not a furry. Although I don't know, I mean, I haven't really kept up. Let me play a few more minutes of this deeply confused GOP state rep.
Your district and mine are a long ways away, but I've talked to others here. Tell us what you know about this. I've got the dictionary. It's in the dictionary on Google, Madam Speaker.
When I heard about this, I heard that they were actually cutting holes in the uniforms for tails, and then in some cases the students were putting on fake tails. And in some cases, one of the parents was responding to what was happening in the school, where a child that believed themselves to be a cat didn't have a physical tail, but had an imaginary tail. And they were sitting at, I think it was a lunch, the table in the lunchroom, and this imaginary tail was there, and a student came up and sat down, and the child that believed themselves to be a cat screamed.
Okay, so maybe when everybody's hooked up with the Oculus, when we're all metaversed, 100% immersed, and we all got the lenses in our eyes, maybe we'll be able to see people as these avatars that they believe themselves to be. So you won't accidentally sit on a furry's invisible tail, because you'll be looking through your lens and you'll be like, oh, there's a tail there, and this is a furry, not a human.
You just sat on my tail. That was imaginary. It didn't exist.
In my district, and I won't even name the school, I will say in my district, I had a pastor come to me and he said he is being told that in the one school district, and I'm not saying this is the case, we don't know, it's unconfirmed, but he is being told by multiple people that there's a litter box in one of the locker rooms, or bathroom, that's my understanding.
Hey, you know, someone ought to contact Alex Stein and say, hey man, you should go to the city council dressed as a furry and demand a litter box. You know, and they would not know that he was joking. Oh, let's see here. Oh, Philip David says, what is your proof that Hicks was Jones? He's still on it. You know, I swear that they pay people. They pay people to do this. Calamento says, do legal rights extend to imaginary friends, aka you assaulted my imaginary friend? Right. Right. All right. Philip David is glowing, as they say. Infinite Muse says, no way Alex Jones is only 46. If so, he's had a rough life. Yeah, when I look at Jones being 46, I'm like, do I really want to take super male vitality and iodine and ivermectin and horse paste? I don't know. I have my doubts now. Russia threatens to abandon NASA on ISS and join China's space mission. Outraged by Western sanctions imposed over its invasion of Ukraine, Russia may end its collaboration on the ISS in favor of China. If you've been following Infinite Plane Radio, you knew this was going to happen last summer. With the cracks on the space station and all the space beef. And this makes perfect sense because you already have conversations being had about a communist moon base. Yes, China and Russia making a base on the moon. So the breakdown of the International Space Station is the fall of the Tower of Babel. It's happening. It's not all at once, but it's happening. Jared Board says Alex Stein was with the Blaze. Isn't the Blaze Glenn Beck? You know, there's a really great piece of audio I'd recommend for Philip David. It's from the Blaze, in fact. Let me see if I can find it. It was on the Glenn Beck show where they actually did a side-by-side of Alex Jones and Bill Hicks's voices. And using that, they made the case that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. So no visuals, just audio. Just inflections, tonalities, cadence, rate of speech. And this is from an episode of the Glenn Beck program 5 years ago. They've already made this case. Is Alex Jones Bill Hicks?
The Blaze Radio Network.
And again, the audio is what gives it away, in my opinion. I'll go ahead and find this clip really fast.
Is he a performance artist?
And now it's time.
In fact, this was a great impersonator, would frequently use the accent you just heard. It's the...
Okay, here we go.
The same...
He's comparing the voices.
Voice, people.
This is Pat Gray with Glenn Beck, and here he is comparing and contrasting the voice of Bill Hicks and Alex Jones, and I think he sealed the deal.
Legendary comedian Bill Hicks. Does this voice sound familiar to you?
The elite are all about transcendence and living forever and the secrets of the universe, and they want to know all this. Some are good, some are bad, some are a mix. But the good ones don't ever want to organize. The bad ones tend to want to organize because they lust after power. Powerful consciousnesses don't want to dominate other people. They want to empower them, so they don't tend to get together until things are really late in the game. Then they come together. Evil's always defeated because good is so much stronger.
Of course, it's unmistakably Alex Jones, the same owner of this voice.
This is a song I wrote when I lived in a dumpster. My eyes are red, my clothes are stained, and my breath stinks. If you can see this, you're not nearly as wasted as I am.
Actually, that was Bill Hicks. Hicks was a...
Now, they go on for about 15 minutes with this. Many comparisons. Even Bill Hicks's impersonation of hillbillies is the same one Jones does.
I want my children to listen to people who f***ing rocked. I don't care if they died in puddles of their own vomit. I want someone who plays from a heart.
Mommy, the man Bill told me to listen to has a blood bubble on his nose.
Shut up and listen to him play.
I can yell at the comedian because I'm a drunk. That gives me carte blanche. I got a...
So, I apologize for the beeps. Those are more annoying than the bad words. But he's comparing Bill Hicks freaking out to Jones doing the same, which you hear right here.
I want you to go find a soul.
The only other person I've ever heard go off the deep end like that is, you guessed it, Alex Jones. Alex is very aware of the Bill Hicks theory and addresses it from time to time on his show, apparently. Sometimes he vehemently denies it, but sometimes he mistakenly slips up and admits the truth.
I carried on the charade for more than 15 years.
Anyway, you know, this is an old topic. We're just doing this for the benefit of Philip David. And he's willing to accept whatever he's told to believe. That's fine. None of my business. I mean, I have a lot of Mandela-affected friends. Very open-minded here. Engineered supply chain shutdowns are clot shots against the global economy. Is anybody starving yet? Has Bill Hicks eaten his neighbors yet? Vladimir Putin test fires an ICBM that can destroy France in one shot. Now, if you watch these rocket tests, even the fearsome Satan II missile, they're faker than the rockets that NASA has. They're faker than North Korea's. These are just, it's all just CGI theater. Blimps, cylindrical blimps with jet-assisted takeoff. That's about it. Russia boasts that the new missile will obliterate boorish Britain. Must be a joke about Boris, I'm sure. Again, Satan 2 is going to destroy us. Satan's been in the news. MTG, Satan. Russia's state TV warns that nuclear war is probable and, quote, we all die someday. There's a consolation. 737 says, Mandela meets where my bills are paid. Well, you're asking the wrong person. I'm technically the God blocker. That's what they've called me. The Mandela effect. They say that I'm blocking God because the Mandela effect is a path to, I guess, some better way of living. A universe where we have more conscious control over reality. I mean, it's a nice theory. It's a nice, what they're promising. It's kind of nice. I also call it the miracle effect, and some of the recent Mandela effects that they're asserting are that we have been given bodily changes to adjust. Like God, for example, according to Brian Stavely, gave us some extra glands in our mouths when COVID started to fight against the bacteria that would otherwise have killed us. I'm like, that's nice. A little just kind of a nice way of shoehorning it in there that God is using the Mandela effect to communicate to us, so it therefore is a spiritual thing. And the question I've been asking though is it wrong for people to believe in something that's false if it gets them to where they want to be belief-wise? And maybe it's not. Maybe it's fine that some people are convinced by the Shroud of Turin. Maybe that's enough. Even if it's a false hope, maybe that's enough for some people. I mean, fine. If you want to make that argument and say that the Mandela affected are untouchable, then why would you even criticize the believers in the mainstream media? Or any religion for that matter. I've been very critical of religion for a long time for a lot of reasons, and I think it's because of the walls of ignorance. All right, I am going through some comments here. Calamento says, which night? Why do witches pick this day? The significance. Well, we're exactly 6 months from Halloween. Why May Day? Good question. Okay, let's see here. This is the eve of the Christian feast day of Saint Walpurga, an 8th century abbess in France. I know the Church of Satan celebrates this day. Travis Scott, this is his birthday. Probably not a coincidence. Here it is. The reason why they choose this night. April 30th is halfway between the spring equinox and the summer solstice. So this would be analogous to Halloween, being halfway between the autumn equinox and the winter solstice. And this is why you have the cross associated with the sun in all the symbolism, because it's all about the quartering of the year and these holidays that are diametrically opposed to one another across 6 months. All right, so that's the thing, and of course the celebrations would begin, I guess, sometime later on tonight. I don't know if anyone here has any plans, but I'm just watching it because these pagan holidays do seem to correlate quite often with the big psychodramas. Commenter says April 30th is the Eastern Orthodox Easter, so it's the night before one of the Eastern Orthodox holiest days. Zinvala says Walpurgis was the original title for the Black Sabbath song War Pigs. And War Pigs is the one that references the generals gathered like witches at black masses. Oh, I see. War Pigs and Walpurgis. You could actually get that anagrammatically. You have to get rid of the R, but I mean the L, but otherwise, yeah, War Pigs. All right, let me go through the headlines. We're just kind of perusing them at the moment here. Could Marjorie Taylor Greene's Satan controlling the church stance break up the Republican Party? How offensive is this? When she said that the Roman Catholic Church is controlled by Satan, this is not really an extraordinary or shocking claim. Many internet Christians, and QAnoners are basically internet Christians, they don't go to church. Not that I can tell. For the most part, their concept of it is that they are part of the true church that doesn't have the institution attached to it. And so this is actually kind of consistent with what they're always saying. The media is controlled by Satan. The church is controlled by Satan. I don't know why that would be considered to be that offensive to their base. Marjorie Taylor Greene feuds with conservative Catholics over her Satan remark. Top GOP candidates, one with deep QAnon roots, compete over who can make your brain hurt the most. Yeah, Ron Watkins was at a debate today. Ron Watkins, believed to be Q, very close to Q. He's the guy behind the 8chan boards and these others. Anyway, he was at this debate and he made this really bizarre answer. Had this really strange answer to the Russia-Ukraine thing, where he seems to think that the Keystone XL pipeline is somehow connected to why Russia invaded Ukraine. Just kind of bungled the whole thing. I don't know how serious he is as a candidate. I know that he's his own biggest donor. A slave rescue hound called in and mentioned how these people who are obsessed with Trump are very much invested in it, wrapping their vehicles in images of Trump. It's idol worship. Well, listen to this guy, right-wing pastor. I will never criticize Trump, quote, because God chose the man. Mississippi pro-Trumper Pastor Shane Vaughn said, people who criticize Trump are going against God. Quote, this is about a God that appointed a man, and I have enough Italian in me to know what loyalty means, he said. So they do believe that God is working through his bloodline, the Kennedys, and Trump is going to bring the Kennedys back. All right, going through some comments here. It looks like there's a big debate in the chat about Alex Jones and Bill Hicks, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and block Philip David from showing up on the screen until he calls in. And it's not a free speech thing. Too often, you have agitators do the cry bully routine, where they keep hammering at something, and then they claim they're being censored. Like, no, you got the response you wanted. If you have some information that can help us see through this Bill Hicks, Alex Jones confusion, yeah, please call in 833-311-1984. Why don't you disabuse me of this misconception? I'm wrong about this, right? And also, let Alex Jones know that Owen Schroyer is moonlighting as the QAnon shaman and making everybody look bad. Marjorie Taylor Greene says she doesn't recall advocating for martial law. Yeah, she's very forgetful. You can tell she's a politician. They have a very convenient way of forgetting things. She also spelled martial law M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L. So obviously she knows what it is. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up, Tim? It's Phil.
Hey, what's up, Philip? So you're the one who claims that Alex Jones is not Bill Hicks. Very interesting conspiracy theory. How did you arrive at that?
Well, it's not actually a claim that I made. I can't claim a negative. You're claiming that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. I'm asking you to prove your claim. See, I can't prove a negative. So it's your claim. You have to prove it. I'm just saying that your proof is a news segment and nothing more than that. So if that's your proof, why are you convincing a bunch of people to believe it? Or if that's not your proof, do you have any other proof that you want to bring forward?
Well, you actually misrepresented my argument. I had more than just that audio clip. Did I not show pictures?
I guess I missed the pictures.
Are pictures not evidence? And have you looked into it? Have you looked at the comparisons of Bill Hicks and Alex Jones yourself?
Yeah. Look, all I've seen is a couple pictures that make it look like their teeth are the same, and they smoke the same cigarette. But that to me is not proof that they're the same person. You really got to come with a little better proof than that.
What about a physical resemblance that is so striking that they're easy to confuse? Is that not enough to even raise an eyebrow? And consider this in the context of...
I would never see anyone that saw a footage of Bill Hicks in one of his stand-up specials and Alex Jones and would get confused about that. No, it's only certain pictures that show their teeth in a certain angle or show them holding a cigarette a certain way. That's not proof, man. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
so, like,
let me bring this up. That's not even a contradiction, because if you know what actors are, and we're assuming we're dealing with actors, the person you see on the screen usually bears little resemblance to the person signing autographs, and there's a reason why. It's an act. Do you think there's anything to the common producer, Kevin Booth?
Yeah, dude, I think that's the entirety of it. I think if you look at it, that's the issue, right? Kevin Booth created a story, and he convinced you all to believe it. So it doesn't need to be true, because Kevin Booth said there was a script and his friend Bill Hicks gave it to him. And that's what happened. And then he writes a book where Bill Hicks is riding in the car and he says, "Oh, we got away with it, didn't we?" Like, that's not proof. That's Kevin Booth desperately trying to get you to believe something.
Okay, now
so if you're going to do it, that's cool. That's on you. But that's not proof.
Do you believe that there are any people on the world stage who are pretending to be someone they're not? As in, do you believe in spycraft? Do you believe in deep fakes? Do you believe that deep fakery has ever been used?
Yeah, I will tell you this. I just look at it from the point of like what I haven't fully debunked. Now, the Bill Hicks, Alex Jones one, I fully debunked. So that one's just.
Well, let me ask you this though. Like, is there one that you stand by? Name one that you stand by.
No, I wouldn't say any that I stand by. But here's what I'll say. Here's what's really compelling. You ready? Given all the BS around the O.J. Simpson trial, and when you really look into that, you can find out that probably wasn't as reported. Well, that really brings a lot of fascination to the idea that Nicole Simpson is Megyn Kelly. And now once that idea started getting some steam, now Megyn Kelly's kind of off the world stage. It's like that one's interesting. It's kind of sexy, but that's not proof enough to believe it.
Now, do you believe the official story? Do you have proof enough to believe what they told you happened?
What's the official story of Nicole Simpson getting murdered?
Yeah. Do you have enough information for that? Were you satisfied?
When that happened, dude, I was a little kid, so I wasn't able to really look at information like that. But now that I look back on it, and with a set of discerning eyes, that's not the way trials are carried out.
No, but was it real? Was she killed? Was Nicole Brown Simpson killed by O.J. Simpson as described on TV, in your estimation?
I can't speak to that.
Wait, you can't speak to it. Wait. Either you accept the media as a source, or you don't.
No, well, look, here's what I can do. I know how to chew the meat and spit out the bone. So if I hear some bullshit, I put it in my bullshit pile.
No, I'm sorry. You either trust the source or you don't. And you're saying that you default.
What?
You're saying you go with the default until you can debunk it. And so you haven't debunked it, therefore you believe it. You have to. There's no gray area here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so certain that Alex Jones is Alex Jones.
Look, man, the reason I'm certain is because if you really go look, and you can find some videos of Alex Jones when he was young, just getting into radio, and that dude looks nothing like Bill Hicks. And this is in like the early to mid '90s. And if
we may not be coming from the same frame of reference. Are you familiar with Jonah Mendez and any of her work having to do with deepfake technology and its application in the PSYOP entertainment complex, the news media? Because if you're not familiar with how deep fakery has been used for generations, then none of this stuff has any context. Okay, do you think that the Challenger was a Challenger explosion real in your mind?
No, that wasn't real in my mind.
So what happened to the 7 astronauts?
Dude, I don't know. That's probably a question better answered by people in that time frame. But
wait, have you looked into it? Have you looked into it? And then if you haven't looked, then why don't you believe it was real?
Because I've seen photos, because I've already done my due diligence on NASA. So it came from NASA, right? So I don't have to go much further than that. But outside of that...
Wait, you think that they can fake the Challenger explosion, but they can't fake a comedian coming back as an obvious deep fake. I mean, I don't know if you're using the same level of discernment looking at Jones as you did at the Challenger.
Look, Tim, I'm saying they are faking it. Look, they did fake the Challenger, and they are faking that a comedian came back as a different person, right? You just didn't fall for one and you fell for the other. That's all I'm saying.
No, I don't think you're using a consistent methodology to look at all these things because your evidence. What is your evidence for Nicole Brown Simpson actually being dead? You know what? You can't say you don't believe it if you don't have counter evidence to what they claimed. The status quo rests.
Look, it's really, yeah, that's really not one that I've done enough due diligence on. All I'm saying is I consider the source. I look at where it came from. I look at a couple other inconsistencies in the trial and how it played out. And I would say that there's some fuckery there. Whether or not that fuckery is all the way to the point of them taking Nicole Simpson and bringing her back as a newscaster or any of this, to be honest, that doesn't really matter, because whether she did or she didn't, the point is that we're focused on that and not the other bullshit that's going on in the world, you know? Like,
well, no, actually, I think
there's plenty of other.
The thing is, it's key here is we're talking about if we're dealing with fakery on this level, then the news media is simply not what the average person thinks it is. It's actually an extension of world government, and it's monolithic. That's the part they're trying to hide, in my opinion. By the way, there's a commenter here who says, ask Phil if he has any super male vitality left. Kind of sounds like you've taken it all at once.
Well, that just sounds like ad hominem. Right?
I'm just trolling, man. We're obviously we're just trolling. That's our chat. That's what people do. But look at the screen. Look at the screen and tell me Bill Hicks isn't Alex Jones. Look at the screen and tell me that 2 + 2 is 5.
Dude, okay, hold on a second. Let me see. Let me see the screen. Am I? Oh wait. Are you there? I'm on my phone, so I couldn't pull it up.
Well, look, this is an interesting topic. Deep fakery hasn't been debunked. If Alex Jones is not Bill Hicks, it doesn't change the fact that this is standard operating procedure within the psychological operation entertainment complex. It's par for the course. I think it's more likely true than not true. I would still need a debunk. When I look at Alex Jones, I see a 61-year-old comedian. I don't, and his frame of reference goes back that far. I don't see a 46-year-old.
Have you listened to much of Bill Hicks stand up? Like, how much have you sat there and listened to?
You know what's funny about this is I was listening to Bill Hicks for some time back when I was first into, I think it was Richard Metzger's Disinfo series, and I was looking into a lot of this stuff. And then I came across Alex Jones, and even before I heard the conspiracy theory, I thought Alex Jones was Bill Hicks. And I was like, why are they calling this guy Jones? So, no, I mean, I automatically thought that organically when nobody had interfered. So no, I mean, it didn't even shock me. I think it's funny that people are so vehemently against it. They gatekeep this one, almost as bad as they gatekeep some of the NASA death fakers. Like, you know, Neil Armstrong.
What is it?
Neil Armstrong was clearly a Russian Yuri Gagarin. So I mean, this is not just limited to Jones or a few little comedians here and there, or actors.
What is it in the content of Alex Jones's conversation that reminds you of Bill Hicks? Like when Bill Hicks would tell the audience, oh, you know, you should go home and take 5 dried grams of mushroom, and then you'll realize that life is only a dream and there's nothing to be scared of because death is an illusion, and there's nothing to be afraid of because this is only a ride.
I can find Alex Jones
something like that, and then you hear Alex Jones.
Okay, let me go ahead and listen. I'm gonna play this call.
You hear Alex Jones's show, and you think those are the same 2 people?
Yes. I'm going to play a clip for everyone listening here as soon as we terminate this call. It's going to be Alex Jones talking about specifically what you said. Bill Hicks would rant. He would go off about how you could transcend with drugs and see through all these things. Alex Jones has an identical thing about DMT and seeing elves, among other things. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and play this clip so you can see that, no, it's actually, in many ways, he hasn't changed all that much. I mean, I think Alex Jones is very similar. So appreciate the call, appreciate the skepticism, and I'll definitely dig deeper into this, and I'll find my best, quote, evidence, and then see what you think, and hopefully we can follow up with this later.
Cool. Thanks, Tim. Hit me up with a wrench too, brother. I'm not a troll or glowing or any of that stuff. I'm just a skeptic, dude. I love your show.
Cool. Definitely. I'll get around to it, and I'll get you a wrench, Philip. All right. Have a nice night. All right. So let me play this clip here. This is Alex Jones saying that the government is using DMT to talk to aliens.
Is the main project site. Literally have an alien base, and they are literally communicating, and they've got like astronaut level people taking super hardcore levels of drugs and going into meetings with these things and making intergalactic deals. And again, that's what the government believes and says they're doing. And
when you say the government, that's
So again, yeah, this is pretty much the same character. They cover the same topics. I don't think they're all that different. And I think Alex Jones is actually very funny if you listen to the commercials. In fact, he was just on a podcast with Sam Tripoli and Eddie Bravo and Hitler or Hibbler. And he's like, they're inviting him. They said, hey, you need to come out to do some stand-up comedy, 15 minutes. We know you're not Bill Hicks, but can you do some stand-up comedy? We all think you're funny. So, you know, I think Sam Tripoli said, people think you're Bill Hicks anyway. And yeah, okay, so it's just a coincidence that he happens to be a natural comedian, as I would say, as funny as Bill Hicks, as extreme, same histrionics. Bombshell, Elon Musk replaced. Maybe we'll look into that. I was looking into the weird story about Elon Musk's father, who adopted a girl. She grows up, and when she's 30, they have a baby. He's 42 years older than his daughter. Text messages show that Sean Hannity was taking orders from Trump on 1/6. You know when Sean Hannity got his start? I think his second day on the job. He got his start on 9/11. See, Jared Ward says, this is one of my favorite clips of Jones. Lickety Split says, thanks, Phil. Hicks is Jones. Perry is Benet. Well, really what it comes down to is burden of proof. And that's what we're fighting over here. I mean, not fighting, but, you know, we have a bit of a dispute over who owns the burden of proof. And if you default it to the media, then they get a pass on all kinds of things. If you default to extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, then you're left in this area, this gray area, where you have a lot of questions. But what we have found here, the common thread that connects all the death fakers, all the terror attacks, all the fake school shootings, all the hoaxes, the common thread here is that we're looking at a methodology for monolithic media control, quote, globally. That's what we're looking at. So it's not some sneaky guy faked his death. Elvis faked his death. He got sick of being famous. Jones, yeah, he's a death faker. No, it's not simple. It's not simply individuals in isolation. I'm saying this is part of a broader strategy. And as I got into the call with Slave Rescue Hunt, I kind of brought up this Moonchild thing that Aleister Crowley and company are part of. And I think that might be a key to seeing what they're actually about. When you look at the significance of death dates and birth dates to these various cult members, it all kind of makes more sense when you think about lives planned in advance. We have predictive programming showing that Donald Trump was going to be Donald Trump and that a Donald Trump was coming, that this character was going to be on the world stage fulfilling this particular role. And this stuff goes back 60 years. Elon Musk is in a book called Mars, A Technical Tale, about Elon colonizing Mars, written by the Nazi and pal of Walt Disney, Werner von Braun. Nothing questionable about von Braun being friends with Disney. Let's see, a commenter says, I have never called, but I will when Vegas comes into the conversation. If you talk about the Vegas hoax, I'm always open to talk about that. The most interesting thing about the Vegas hoax, 50 of the people that were shot at again, exactly 13 months later. And that doesn't shock anybody. In a different state, no less. On the night that crisis actors were doing a drill based on Vegas, down the street from where these people are shot at again. Media calls these eerie coincidences. We know it's scripting. Somebody had sent me an email comparing Rupert Murdoch to Darth Schwab. They do look alike, but I don't think it's the same person. It's another one of these instances where you get to a certain level on the Illuminati dung heap and everybody looks related. Breaking news, the owner of Las Vegas drops bombshell, announces they will welcome Colin Kaepernick to join the Raiders. He deserves a chance because he, quote, sacrificed. We'll see how that turns out. A lot of interesting meta-scripting there. Here's another one is Jimi Hendrix, 27 Clubber, actually Morgan Freeman. Is Rush Limbaugh, Jim Morrison. Is Amy Goodman, another one of these 27 Clubbers. We have probably about half a dozen of these various 27 Club members that all kind of fit the same template, where they went from kind of hippie or rock and roll, kind of extreme, I guess counterculture, right on over to doing media. That's kind of the story here. So of course, Jim Morrison, 27 Clubber, coming back to do Rush Limbaugh, right wing. Janis Joplin dying, coming back as Amy Goodman again. We're talking about media gatekeepers. All right, let me see here. Going through my Twitter feed, it's Real Tim Osman. Infinite Plane Saturday will be tomorrow afternoon. We'll have open phones, a lot of topics. If you want to get on the newsletter, I'm going to be sending out a newsletter tonight, probably in a few hours here, just kind of updating everybody on where the channel's at. We're live on Telegram 24/7. We're live on Rumble. We're now doing video archives at Spotify, which is huge. Comment says Kaepernick's a good fit for the Raiders. Always played like he was a pirate. Okay, here's my interest. Oh, throwing using one eye. Okay, here's my interest in Kaepernick's character. He was born on 11/3, which is a very significant date in the world stage, having to do with this phoenix and the reset. But his name, Colin Kaepernick, Colin is derived from Nicholas Kaepernick from Copernicus, as in Copernican revolution. And so you take Nicholas Copernicus and put him as the symbolic figurehead or leader of a revolutionary Marxist movement, and it takes on a different meaning. And then you look at the significance of the kneeling, which has taken on greater meaning since Derek Chauvin kneeled on George Floyd. Again, that is an event which ties together many other psyops. It was a 9/11ing of America. His kneeling, also his blackballing from the football field, has actually been blamed on Trump in many ways. And so you have this Trump versus Kaepernick dynamic here. And, to me, I think that his role is more than just a ball player. I think his role on the world stage is far more significant. And then you find a lot of interesting things when you look into, for example, his show on Netflix, Colin in Black and White, and how his co-star, Chesley Christ, again, interesting name, the beauty queen, jumped from the Orion building, 29 floors, and landed on 42nd Street, 7:13 a.m. as reported by TMZ. Anyway, there are just so many connections between him and the PSYOP entertainment complex and BLM. It's almost deserving of its own mind map. But anyway, what I've taken from this is that his role is far more significant than merely being a ball player. He's calling out this notion of systemic racism is what kept him out. That's what's being pointed out here. And his role on the world stage was strongly foreshadowed at Super Bowl 47 in 2013 when he was quarterback for the 33 Minutes of Darkness. Beyonce was performing at that one, but you had 33 minutes. They called it the Blackout Bowl. And I think there's something coming up too. So the Blackout Bowl had 33 minutes of darkness. What were they doing? Pizza party beneath the bleachers. I don't know. Power outage stops Super Bowl for 33 minutes. So my take on this, though, as far as the subtext, is he's the quarterback during a game where it goes dark for 33. Now you see him kneeling. And what is he doing by kneeling? He's standing. Well, he's kneeling, everyone else is standing. It represents, I think, somebody standing against the darkness of the world. He's taking a stand against what he sees as a principal evil. So, like, the idea here, of course, is Jesus dies at 33, and he's standing up against the world of darkness. And he, of course, is crucified. And so I look at Kaepernick kneeling as symbolic of a period of crucifixion, of being a living testament to the evil of the world. And the evil, or the concept of evil, has been reintroduced in our modern paradigm as systemic racism, systemic oppression. They've reintroduced sin, with the idea of the carbon footprint and the virus, but evil as a concept has been reintroduced in a way that they can diagnose it. They've taken it out of the religions and they put it into mainstream society. And I think that's his role here. I think his role on the world stage is to be a martyr for this particular cause. And it's very layered when you go into his character and the world stage. Like, check this out. Again, I already mentioned his name being significant with the context of revolution, but Colin Kaepernick's bloody gloves. So this is, again, a connection to his world stage persona. His bloody gloves were auctioned. Well, if you look at his gloves, it says here, game worn, blood stained. So if you look, it looks like they have blood on the palms. Think Jesus, stigmata, nails through the palms. Then you have St. Francis. Like Kaepernick, St. Francis took a stand against the world and materialism and worldliness, and he gave up all his wealth and he became this austere monk. So you have this idea of sacrificing everything. And then if you look at Kaepernick and his role and his persona and the word sacrifice, he's part of this Nike campaign. Here we go. Kaepernick sacrificed his career. He sacrificed it all for this moment. Kaepernick Nike ad here where he says, believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything. Now, the interesting thing about this one too is that this ad was 30 years old when he put his name on it there. But this ad is something he won an Emmy for, and it was produced by somebody with the last name Kennedy, which stands out for a few noteworthy reasons. And also, if you look at this Nike ad campaign, you find a lot of Christ-like symbolism. You have I think it was a soccer player with this, where he has his arms out and he's covered in blood. Very common theme here, sacrifice. But anyway, my point being, it's all ritual, drama, world stage characters. These names are probably chosen for them before they're, these names are chosen. These are roles that are laid out for them before they're born. All right, I'm going through your comments. Someone says, question, are the ceremonial connections typically Western, or is there significance via Eastern or Voodoo? Well, you'll find that the classical astrology, the planets, the associations, they correspond across the board for the most part. Good question, though. And that was one of the things that the New Age movement, and Crowley in particular, were focused on, was amalgamating all the different traditions and then putting them underneath one umbrella, universalizing it, which they've done. All right, anyway, I'm going to go back to the 24/7 live stream here. Appreciate the callers, and let me see if I have any more voicemails. Let me go ahead and actually I have a couple more. Let me go through these voicemails and then we'll go.
Hey, IPS, is it ready or not? First time I called in, but I just wanted to give my take and opinion on something. You were talking to fakeologists, talking about how movies represent the bigger picture of what's going on. And the Foo Fighters recently lost a bandmate. But when I was going through Fandango looking for movies, came across a movie called Studio 666. It's about the Foo Fighters moving into a Encino mansion to complete their 10th album. Once Dave Grohl is in the house, he finds himself grappling with supernatural forces that threaten the completion of the album and the lives of the band. It's kind of weird and eerie that the bandmate just died and this movie was released in 22. So 2022, the guy dies right after they release this movie about the band being possessed and being haunted or whatever it may be. Optics are pretty strange. Just wanted to give my take on that. Maybe you look into it, see what you come up with.
All
Have a
right.
good one.
Appreciate the call, Ready or Not. And yeah, that is a very interesting story there. So David Grohl and Studio 666 has some interesting coincidences. Beyond coincidences, though. So this movie corresponded to the death of their drummer. And so this is again one of these instances where you see a blending of the world stage and what's on the movie screen. And this is an intentional merging of the two. Taylor Hawkins, here we go, joins his bandmates in Studio 666 in the film. Grohl gets possessed by an evil entity and attacks the other members of the group. Hawkins' death is the most memorable moments of the film. Okay, now Taylor Hawkins' death and its disturbing links with Studio 666. Also, the imagery of Studio 666 has there's an album that's released in the movie, and the album actually has the six-pointed thelemic star on it. So it's not your usual hexagram. It's the same basic symbol, but this is drawn with one continuous motion, not two intersecting triangles. And the significance there is that when they're doing invocations and evocations, summonings and banishings, they're tracing these symbols in the air. And so it's kind of hard, I would imagine, to trace a six-pointed star without lifting your pencil off the page, so to speak. And so they make it unicursal. So they're using true to form, true occultism, in these movies, or in this Studio 666. The Foo Fighters movie is about a blood sacrifice to the devil who rules the music industry. Also note that David Grohl is associated with Nirvana's Kurt Cobain, who may or may not be Rivers Cuomo. Kurt Cobain, another 27 clubber, to bring that up again. And some believe that he is Weezer, Rivers Cuomo. And recently, Rivers Cuomo was on a podcast with Rick Rubin, the producer. And they were talking about this. And Rick Rubin actually said, hey, let's just do this interview as though you are a death-faking Kurt Cobain. Like, they openly just talk about it. They address this as though it was no big deal. And maybe it's not. Rick Rubin interviews Rivers Cuomo as if he were really Kurt Cobain. And I played some of these clips. It's pretty good. And he actually does throw in some breadcrumbs there. He's like, well, if you look at In Bloom, you can see I'm already wearing the glasses. So they played into it. Is it real? Is it legit? I think part of the rationale he explained in this hypothetical interview, just kind of freestyling, I guess, or spitballing, he said that it would make sense to change genres into something that has more longevity than Nirvana. So is Rivers Cuomo a squeaky clean version of Kurt Cobain? Interesting question. But anyway, back to David Grohl and Studio 666. This is from Vigilant Citizen. This is talking about the death of the drummer. And let's get into the connections to the movie here. Okay, here's David Grohl with Taylor Hawkins. And here he is with Kurt Cobain. And if you look at these pictures, it looks almost like the same picture. Similar. Repeated story. Okay, so let me find out what the other links are between the two. Okay, so why would Taylor Hawkins be killed? Some might respond it was a blood sacrifice carried out by the occult elite. Of course, this might sound crazy to some. However, when you look up to the context to this event, things take a disturbing turn. They released a horror comedy called Studio 666 about blood sacrifices to get into the music industry. Watching the movie is now surreal. It blatantly exposes the occult mindset of the music industry and depicts the gruesome murder of Taylor Hawkins by a demonically possessed David Grohl. The premise is simple. Grohl wants to do something different for the Foo Fighters' 10th album. So they go to a mansion to record it. and they were unaware that in the 90s another band had recorded there. Okay, so that's the basic theme, and he gets possessed, and then of course the person from Vigilant Citizen points this out. If you know a bit about occult symbolism, you'll recognize the universal hexagram. Although the symbol is quite ancient, it is popularized by Aleister Crowley, prominent member of the OTO, Golden Dawn. In short, the presence of this symbol on Studio 666 is not random. It's an extremely deliberate choice, and it points to real occult concepts. That was my take on it. That's not cheesy, that's not accidental. Okay, after murdering, okay, this fits in with 2022. All these people are like up in arms about Disney grooming kids, and it's like, well, now they're preparing people for cannibalism. As David Grohl becomes increasingly demonic, he starts killing his band members in gruesome ways. After murdering Chris Shiflett, Grohl eats him. The occult elite is truly obsessed with cannibalism. While the rest of the band doesn't understand what's going on, the neighbor of the message sends them a message. The sacrifice feeds the book. So these murders are literal blood sacrifices. A book made of living human flesh. The premise of it sounds just like a knockoff of the Sam Raimi film, Sam Raimi's Evil Dead. So it's probably not even all that original. Now this has got to be hard for the family to watch. Imagine, you watch this because the guy's actually dead now, but he was killed with a symbol being tossed like a frisbee, and it decapitates him. It says once Hawkins is done recording, he's decapitated using a symbol. In light of what happened to Hawkins 1 month after the release of the movie, this scene takes on a disturbing meaning. Nate Mendel gets stabbed in the eye, and for 1 or 2 minutes gives the one-eye salute. So, okay, anyway, this is pretty much in conclusion here. The forces and symbols displayed in Studio 666 are not fictional. These are real occult dates. His death was on the vernal equinox. Appreciate the voicemail. Let me go to the next one. And that again was from Ready or Not.
A rooster is called a cock, and a cock goes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and cut off that voicemail until I can preview it offline. I don't know where that was going. All right, this has been great. I appreciate the calls, everyone. Get on the newsletter if you're not on it. We will be doing Infinite Plane Saturday tomorrow. This is now my full-time job and my part-time job. I'm not doing anything else. My attention is not at all divided anymore. I think I need to be increasingly immersed, especially as we go deeper into clown world, a world where it's entirely plausible, and it actually should be expected that at some point the furries are going to rise up and demand equality in the restrooms, and they're going to demand litter boxes in every public restroom. This is World War III, another track by Murder Hornets. After this, I'm going to go back to the 24/7, and you can catch this on the replay. Oh, that's right. Some snowflake melted, so we can't play World War III anymore. At least I can't, because I'm locked out of about 100 different channels. I noticed that. Yeah, YouTube is, we know what it is, but we're here because we have to maintain a presence in what is a public commons, kind of like Twitter. It's kind of the same thing. Anyway, this is Pope Elon, One-Eyed Jack in the Shells, and I'm going to return it to the 24/7.
It's like, we're all going to die someday, and if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Our daily bread, and forgive us our sins, for we ourselves
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Wait for the sonic booms.
Don't fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real ones gonna get this. Fake ones don't accept this, they can miss some message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the uppers getting dirty. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your consciousness, honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguins, yeah, with the penguins. Coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The book to have paid with good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing always the most superior, independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing hoax events. With the IPS are making an entrance, busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions. Did I mention we're affecting so many men across the spectrum? We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum, there's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like 10 pin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the hopes army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship, we ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin, 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 messing with the penguin. This is the court of the 35th degree. I was taken aback a little suddenly as I looked askance at this door in front of me. Yes, there was a plaque clearly stating it to be the Supreme Court of the 35th degree. 35th degree. 35th degree. I sat my days upon a hill. I sat and gazed across until I saw the most amazing thing. The sun, the moon,
All right, it is April 29th, 2022. This is The 33rd Degree by Lucifer Tim. Text messages should be going out any moment now, so I'll be right back, and we'll catch up on things. Okay, text alerts will be going out, so expect a raft of penguins to arrive momentarily, fashionably late. Okay, A. Woodward, 7899, just got the text. Okay, excellent. So assuming you're on the same timeline as everyone else. Tim Osman in the chat mentions that Biden is seeking $33 billion for Ukraine. Just ask Bezos. He made $33 billion during the first quarter following the novel crown, the new crown, being installed. The pandemic. $33 billion. Speaking of 33, if you were paying attention to the Brooklyn subway shooting, which was staged and fake, it was basically, I would say, Boston bombing light, and it paralleled the new Batman movie and the Riddler character. Not a coincidence. But anyway, the gunman was able to fire off 33 rounds, striking 10 people on the N train. Another 33 for you. Tyson Luke Fury had 33 fights as a professional. He's 33 years old. And I'm pretty sure that's also just a coincidence. So many coincidences out there. That's what we do here. We're coincidence theorists. Zareth the Alchemist says, mind blown, 5 minutes ago I was just thinking about you. I thought you were permanently banned. Yeah, actually, I'm still trying to get your coffee mug out to you. I haven't been banned. I actually took a job, and I waited. I stuck with the job even though it took, 3 weeks to get my first check, and I did the math on it, and it turns out, even though it was a part-time job, I was making probably $8 an hour when I factor in all the time, and it was time away from this, so it actually didn't pay off. And I realized this because I was getting paid 32 cents per mile, but I wasn't getting paid for the actual work. For example, and I think it really hit me the other night. I was at some small town funeral home, and leaky bag. I shouldn't even say this, but it just goes with its job description. The job description includes these things. So I'm just mopping up blood by the warmth of an open crematory. And I'm rearranging things because there's not enough shelves for all of them, so I have to put one on a gurney and slide it in. And I'm like, I'm not getting paid for any of this stuff. I'm just getting paid for my foot on the gas pedal. And when it comes down to it, $8 an hour, it's not worth it for this type of these types of liabilities. Things go wrong, bloodborne pathogens, I don't know. Not to mention the disruption of my life. And so I was getting an impinged shoulder from driving for 7-8 hours at a time. Anyway, no complaints here. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying the job didn't fit. I thought it would be a good fit. I could listen to podcasts on the road and stuff, which was kind of useful, and I did listen to a lot of things. It was kind of useful because when I'm at home, obviously I want to listen to things that I want to listen to. I don't want to do controlled opposition research. But when I was on the road, I was like, oh, let me see what Dearth is doing. What's going on at the Mandalards. So I used the opportunity to listen to things. I have a few podcasts from the Daily Beast, unlistenable garbage. And I listened to it to see where they're at. Kelly Weil, the one who did the book on Flat Earth, Off the Edge, she's got a podcast now, and I believe it's called Fever Dreams, and it's all about conspiracy theorists going crazy. But they never talk about the conspiracy theorists on their side of the political spectrum. The climate change conspiracy theorists. Now they're saying that climate change is going to spread new viruses, that climate change is the cause of pandemics. These aren't considered to be conspiracy theorists. All right, let me go through some comments and see what's going on. But yeah, for the record, I waited it out for one check, and I just did the math, and I realized it's not worth it. I'd rather spend an additional 4 hours a day here. Not necessarily here, but on Discord or working on related projects. And so I decided I'm just going to focus more on things that we're already developing. I'll just double down on Infinite Plane Radio, and I'll work on wrapping up a lot of projects, things that we've been kind of putting on the back burner. I mean, South Pole is doing very well, but it needs to be more frequent. Thank you, Phase Polarizer. Appreciate the support there. Don't know why the Godzilla noise isn't on. I'll get it on there. JT33 says dead people are so unappreciative. You know, I don't believe in ghosts or anything, but I was at an insane asylum, I guess, an old insane asylum back out there in Las Vegas, New Mexico. And the morgue is at the end of this hallway, this dark hallway, and the security guard just opens the door. I go in, and he's sitting there fumbling with the lock for like 5 minutes. And so while he's there, I'm just sort of looking around, and I notice this elevator, and for some reason I just keep staring at it. No reason at all. It's just I'm fixated on this elevator. It looks like something's off about it. So anyway, I take the thing that I was there to pick up, go back to the city morgue, and the guy at the morgue asks me, he said, "Hey, did you notice anything weird about the behavioral health center?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, supposedly there's an elevator there by the morgue entrance where some nurse was brutally murdered in the 20s. And a lot of the workers there report hearing things in this elevator." And no, I didn't hear anything, but I thought it was kind of interesting that for some reason it captured my attention. And sometimes it's like I get an intuition that gets me to look at things. Like anytime I've seen a shooting star, something has me it's like a compulsion. I look and then I see it. So I'm like, that's kind of interesting. Probably just superstition. People get really weird about that kind of thing. I don't know why. I don't. Anyway, let me continue going through your comments. Let's see. Rorik66 says the job is more like 25 to 30 an hour. That is hard work. It is. However, the problem with it is when you're dealing with these types of things, it's contract based, lowest bidder. So there isn't any more money to pay. You don't get paid more to do a better job. It's just grunt work. And I moved on from that work a long time ago, at least in this state. I've gone to other places where I've made a bit more money, but that's New Mexico for you. Truth Hurts says, look into resale, Tim. Buy cheap, sell high. Oh, what are you talking about? Bodies? All right, now the channel's doing just fine thanks to all of our listeners and supporters, and we are in fact still going to continue to expand. And I'm putting out a number of new... Oh, you do hear Penguinzilla. I wasn't hearing it for some reason. It wasn't on my end. Not sure why I wasn't hearing it, but hopefully I will this next time. Yeah, and the Penguinzilla. Anyway, Penguinzilla, the noise is there whenever somebody purchases from the store or sends a super chat. And we have more than enough listeners here that I can do this full time. So I appreciate everyone who's been pitching in. So I am going to double down on this. I'm not going to divide my attention as I had. I gave it a shot though. I mean, I haven't really worked a regular full-time job in a couple of years. And so it was kind of nice. It was sort of like a vacation. A vacation that left me tired, in pain, and somewhat disgruntled for a minute there. I mean, I just came to appreciate how good of an employer Walmart was, or DirecTV. A lot of these companies, they get a bad rap, but when it comes down to it, there's a streamlined nature to it all, where they do, in fact, kind of pay you for every second. Everything is pretty transparent. But here, I don't know, all kinds of things that you just wouldn't expect. But that's the nature of the job, and I've left it before for the same reason. All right, let me move on here. Officer Hayden's deposition in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case was recorded on 3/11 and mentions the officers are en route at 8:46. Interesting. These are all PSYOP codes. Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. This is sort of a parallel story, I think, with the Marilyn Manson and Evan Wood. And I think they're both likely fake Johnny Depp is very suspect, friends with all the people on that side of the curtain. They're all world stagers, backstage characters. They know about the psyops. We'll look into this, though. I saw an image of Amber Heard walking with Elon Musk, and he had looked like a black eye. And I was like, did she slug him in the face? And I think that's the case. Here it is. Old pictures of Musk and Heard resurfacing. And I've seen this before. I figured she was some kind of higher up Illuminati initiatrix. And that, they have somebody's got to be doing these bruisings. All these people getting their heads punched. The Black Eye Club. Have you looked at all the different people in the Black Eye Club? The only person who doesn't have a black eye that I can see that I've noticed is the Queen, which led me to think maybe she's the one slugging everybody, but maybe it's Amber Heard. Whoever doesn't have the black eye is suspect here. But here's just a collection. You can see anybody who's anybody: Kanye West, the Pope, Ben Affleck, Richard Branson, Robert Downey Jr., Madonna, Adam Sandler, all of them. Black eye. Oh, Prince Philip. And shouldn't he have reincarnated by now as some kind of virus? I always thought it was weird. One minute he's like, I want to die, come back as a virus, and wipe out the human race to save the planet. And the next minute he's like, get your vax. It's like, which is it? Do you want to save us or kill us? Oh, let me give you one more point here about the job, since I can say this now that I don't work there anymore. So we've been talking on this channel about the empty hospitals and this big psyop and how they managed to basically bamboozle the world. Well, I know now one of the ways they pulled this off is, I believe they probably did this everywhere. Here, they closed the morgue in the hospital for the duration of the pandemic. So all of the bodies are handled outdoors in one of these reefer trucks that's really noisy, and you can hear it from the college. So it gives you the impression that the hospital's full because they have these cases outside. The news media can scope and they can say, hey, look, there's some COVID patients. Well, those weren't COVID patients. They were just regular deaths, misconstrued, because it's all theater. So a little behind the scenes there. Tim and Vic says Amber Heard was born on 4/22, known as Earth Day. Yeah, Earth Day started by Einhorn, the guy who recycled his girlfriend. Now that's green. The Unicorn Killer. In fact, I was looking into this new form of... Let's see if I can find it. I have a stack of papers here. I had this catalog, and one of the things it talked about was this business that was going to do human composting. Anyway, it was connected to Earth Day. And I'm like, wow, the founder of Earth Day composted his girlfriend, I believe, in the trunk of his car. Yeah, the Black Eye Club. I called Amber Heard an initiatrix. I believe that's a word. Isn't that the word for the female that initiates with the... I have this book on... a few books on magic I've been digging into lately. And yeah, there's some weird stuff going on in the world. And these people are all in on it. Creation Bear says, ask yourself, chat, how many pictures of you are there on the internet with a black eye? Oh, what's more, how many of you would go out in public with a black eye without putting makeup on it? That's the strange part. It's like, wait, this is some kind of hazing. And this is not uncommon. I mean, I think, wasn't it like last year? There was some kind of thing where, I believe it was Kanye West was walking around with some kind of punishment haircut. You know, like someone had taken a buzzer to his, they just kind of buzz cut his hair in random ways and they made him wear a mask. He went to a McDonald's. Let me see if I can find that. Kanye West, if you're looking at the screen, McDonald's, I'm just going to look it up, punishment haircut. And apparently that is a thing, you know, punishment haircuts. Okay, well, yeah, here's the image of it. Now, I don't know if it was actually a punishment haircut, but what do you call it? Looks like he survived some kind of a fight with Edward Scissorhands. I mean, it's pretty brutal. I mean, what is that? It doesn't spell anything. It's not artful. All right, going through your comments. Thank you, Battery79. We at the IPS appreciate the support. The vax kills Tim, he says. Oh, no, it doesn't. It does not. I've been waiting. I'm like, when are the pro-pokey mandate Democrats going to start dropping like flies? It's never happened. It's not going to happen. What I think they're going to do is what they've done rather, is they've created a new drug addiction for the masses. That's all it is. It's the new opiate of the masses, the vaccine, the illusion of safety. And so it's not going to kill anybody. It's just going to create a new division. It's just the new communion wafer for the world church. Nobody's going to drop dead. There's not going to be some mass die-off. I believe it was General Flynn claims that there's going to be an EMP burst from China, and anybody who's got the clot shot is going to have their head explode. So if you're a goo blood, or if you know someone who is, supposedly the EMT is going to have some kind of bad reaction. But no, look, we gave it until 2021. I'm like, okay, you had the whole year with your vaxophobia, nothing bad has happened. When is it going to happen? 2023, 2024? It's like at some point you have to realize that this is all just a doomsday scenario to manipulate you in the present. Same thing with fearing asteroids. Like, I would put these as equivalent fears. I fear asteroids and climate change just as much as I fear vaccines, which is to say not at all. You're more likely to die from climate change these days anyway. And again, this is all just partisan fears. It's not that simple. Truth Hurts 21 says Johnny Depp busted out laughing in court, such a production. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is all just for ratings. I think that the same thing with the slap. Does anybody here actually believe that Will Smith slapped Chris Rock without Chris Rock's permission? Chris Rock got paid to get slapped. If it doesn't work out with Jada and Will, they ought to put Will and Amber together. Let's see. A. Woodward says a lot of Black Eye Club also have been spotted in the red shoes. Yeah, I've seen that. But I've even seen JFK in red shoes, and he was feeding a deer. Alright, so I'm going through your comments. Rourke66 says there's a new slew of Ewar Anon videos. Yeah, Ewar Anon came out against the idea that the architecture of these cathedrals is somehow in any way connected to the ether. So he's actually backtracking on a lot of his things, which we'll get into here. Phase Polarizer says snake venom is harmless. Joined by Kitty Spreadborough, Maxwell Cooper, AK All Day 2323. Says, I was listening to a replay, says A. Woodward, where you said the Kung Flu and the ghost of Bruce Lee was kicking people in the back of the head. I missed that stream. Yeah, if you look at the original footage from Wuhan when it first broke out, you would see people standing there and then they would fall. And it's like, who's sitting there recording strangers? And then they fall, and then of course someone would jump out like Spider-Man. You'd have all these guys in PPE uniforms just jumping out like heroes and just carting off the person who just fell and died from COVID. So I'm like, this isn't your regular flu. If this just knocks you over like you got kicked on the head. So we started calling it Kung Flu, like the ghost of Bruce Lee's going around kicking people. We actually did an animated version of that for the first episode of South Pole. Alright, let us continue. I can't believe still, even to this day, people still think that there's some kind of causal link between that underheated bowl of bat soup and what you got, or what your neighbor got. And people have hypochondria. That's what spread. A mind virus called hypochondria. And it spread through the screen. A lot of people claim it. Let's see here. Let's go. Oh yeah, crisis actors in China suck. I mean, their space program's graphics are terrible compared to ours. Say what you will about NASA and their cheesy special effects, they are the best out of anyone there. And this creates a real conundrum. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but Tom Cruise is going to go up to the space station to film his movie. On the space station, Axiom is building an actual film studio. So you have a film studio in space on the ISS. The problem is the ISS is itself a film studio on the ground. So here's the huge conundrum. This is the problem. If Tom Cruise goes up to the fake ISS into its film studio and produces a movie that looks realer than what's in the ISS, it's going to create a problem. And it will, because the ISS stuff is just so outdated special effects wise. So this is why I think that they've made the decision to probably pull the ISS. They'll say, yeah, Russia shot it down with Satan 2 or whatever, but it's because the special effects have become a limiting factor on how far we can go out into space. Yeah, Satan's been in the news a little bit here. The headline or the title of today's live stream kind of reflects that. The Satan 2 missile is being talked about. I think Putin made some joke about Boris and getting rid of the Boorish UK or something. So then you have Marjorie Taylor Greene says that Satan's controlling the Catholic Church. So, yeah, Satan falling to earth. And I was thinking, too, about Pluto return, how it corresponds to the year 1776. So, 1776, the number, not to get too deep into numerology, but we are going to be talking about Zach Hubbard for a moment, so I'm going to talk about this for just a second. 1776 is 888 times 2. 888 in Christian numerology is Jesus, or Christ rather. So 1776 is kind of code for second coming, or a phoenix, the rebirth, etc. So it's noteworthy here that Hades has returned, or Pluto has returned to where it was in 1776. Just bringing that up, an interesting connection there, among other things, but let me finish going through some comments here. Once I'm caught up, we'll go into this thing here. This is this new rumor about Zach Hubbard. Knight Rider says, Tim, back in the saddle. Yeah, I really haven't missed much. I've been following. I just haven't had time to be live here. I thought I was going to be able to maybe even chat live at work, but no, I just can't be distracted. If you're driving with that kind of cargo at those speeds. And plus, I was driving at night. All right, look at this on the screen here. Let's get into this for just a moment. This is Zach Hubbard, and that is also someone known as Josh Greenberg. Interesting little theory here. Let me go ahead and bring up everything I have on this particular thing. This was sent to me via email, and apparently there was an individual named Josh Greenberg who had a mysterious death. And when I say mysterious death, even the autopsy couldn't figure it out. So this is what I was sent by someone anonymously. Check out Zach Hubbard's old role. Now, I don't know if this is real. I'm just reporting it. It says here, now known as Dromitra Truther, the deceased Groove Shark founder Josh Greenberg died a mysterious death after many lawsuits filed against him. So Greenberg was found dead in bed by his girlfriend in July of 2015. The Gainesville police stated that neither foul play nor suicide was suspected despite dying for unknown reasons. His mother said he was in full health at the time of his death. A later autopsy failed to determine a cause of death. So no cause of death for this person, and it is believed by a few people that this is actually the person we know of as Zach Hubbard, and this is being posited as the explanation for why he doesn't talk about the actor-based reality, death fakers, people playing multiple roles. That would be one explanation. I don't know if anyone has anything to say on this. I mean, I can basically just show you the pictures. You can compare the voices for yourself. Is it conclusive? I'm like 80% on it. Going through comments here. Zaret says always check the ears. See, I think so. I think there is something to that. However, there's so much they can do to even the ears and the nose. And you're also looking at a period of time. Wee says, I don't know who Zach Hubbard is. Zach Hubbard's with Geometry Effect News, Truth Frequency Radio. This is new to me. Is it a big deal? No, although it does kind of explain something, because some people seem reticent to talk about the death fakery. People who are proximal to death fakers generally won't talk about it. All right, let's continue going through my Twitter feed here. Twitter is at Real Tim Osman. Last week, the last time we spoke, we talked about Dr. Evil erecting the Tower of Babel in Virginia. And this is a reference to Jeff Bezos building his Amazon Helix headquarters in Virginia that will look like the Tower of Babel. And I've been describing for some time how the space program really represents this Tower of Babel concept. How this is a concept of too big to fail, this hubris meeting with reality, the Titanic hitting the iceberg, the Earth being hit by the comet because the Earthlings want to mine the comet instead of deflecting it like the scientists say. So when you had Bezos flaunting his wealth on his mega yacht, that's to call to mind the Titanic. Bezos poking his head into the heavens. You know, he's looking up there down from space at the Earth that he and his companies helped to really pollute. I mean, he's one of the least sustainable human beings on Earth. And so, building his rockets, going up into the heavens, this incursion, it really fits with this idea of the Tower of Babel. And a lot of the predictive programming is about this thing falling, the space station falling. The fact that he launched at 9:11 a.m. figures very prominently into this story. Of course, Dr. Evil, the man who fell to Earth, and I believe there's a few different personas that give you Jeff Bezos. In fact, I watched the first episode of the new version of The Man Who Fell to Earth, and I have something of a review on it. It's pretty terrible, though, to be honest. Space derps. Some clueless guy from another planet can't even communicate right at first, and does some really bizarre things. I'm like, am I looking at a lunatic, or someone who's just sick? Or it's just bizarre. I mean, it's not my cup of tea. But again, a lot of the science fiction is really just insane on purpose. I think it's meant to be absurd. Absurdist. Like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's so absurd to me, it's unwatchable. It's like a bad acid trip. I'd rather take bad acid than watch that again. Same thing with space. I mean, Spaceballs at least was kind of funny. In fact, it was the movie Spaceballs that inspired Elon Musk to sell flamethrowers. All right, let us go through the headlines and a few other things I want to catch up on. Yes, so Elon Musk and Amber Heard were together for some time, and it does look like she might have beat him up a little bit. Marjorie Taylor Greene wrote a letter explaining her stance on the Catholic Church being run by Satan. Apparently, this is really offensive to a lot of Catholics. And the Catholic League's Bill Donahue accused her of slandering Catholics when she said that it's controlled by Satan. But this does raise an interesting point. You know, everything that you hear the QAnoners say about the Democrats and the trafficking and their abuse of kids, they say this stuff, but where's the evidence? Well, you can find plenty of evidence that this is done by the church. And when I think about it in this perspective, it kind of makes sense that maybe there's something to a lot of the idea that there is some kind of systemic psychopathy at the top of these institutions. And if the media has replaced the church, why would it be any different? It's probably, I mean, look at, you got like the Cuomo, Don Lemon, all these people. When you dig in, you scratch, you see, okay, these aren't isolated sickos. You'll notice that they all move in groups. If you see one, it's like, it's like that commercial about roaches, that roach spray. You see one, there's probably 1,000 you don't see, and they protect each other. So anyway, I don't think she was wrong when she said the church is run by the devil, but I think she should have said the media is also run by the devil. And when we say devil, I'm assuming she doesn't mean literally. Maybe she does. Phase Polarizer says the Blu-ray version of The Man Who Fell to Earth with Bowie is on sale, 33% off on Amazon. David Bowie, DB42, a lot of interesting connections there. David Bowie is correlated with David Bowman from Space Odyssey, guy who merges with the monolith and becomes a star child. This connects to Starman. Let me go ahead and play this clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene invoking Satan as an explanation for what's wrong with the church. I'm going to play this clip, not all of it, but I don't think she's wrong necessarily.
What it is that Satan's.
But I think it's funny how loose people are with the word Satan. They just talk about it like it's just a thing now. Like, yeah, climate change, it's pretty bad. Satan's pretty bad. It's like it's not even a laughing point. You just bring up Satan. And now the new missile that's going to kill Boris, the one that Putin's sending, is called Satan 2. And it's hilariously like black and white checkered. Like it doesn't even look intimidating.
What it is that Satan's controlling the church.
All right, Satan's controlling the church. Oh, by the way, speaking of the number 42, we were looking at these numbers. Elon Musk's father has an interesting connection to the number 42 worth mentioning here. I have a few things with numerology, a few little things I picked up on, and I think this one's really quite bizarre. It was Elon Musk's father. Oh yeah, here's what it is. This is so messed up. Elon Musk's father, 72, had a baby with his stepdaughter, 30. I mean, this is an interesting family. Musk with Grimes, and then Grimes runs off with Chelsea Manning, and they 3D print their babies. Elon Musk's father, 72, had a baby with his stepdaughter, 30. The father of tech billionaire Elon Musk fathered a child with a stepdaughter 42 years his junior. And I kept seeing this brought up with the number 42. She's 42 years younger. Errol Musk is 42 years older than his stepdaughter with whom he's had a baby. It was, quote, God's plan. Errol Musk, the estranged father of Tesla co-founder Elon Musk, has said the child he had with his stepdaughter, 42 years his junior, was God's plan. Just throwing it out there. You can't find a story that relates to Elon Musk without 42 being thrown in there. Oh, look at this. This is just kind of random. The Snow Queen fairy tale, 1844, by Hans Christian Andersen. The Snow Queen centers on the struggle between good and evil as experienced by Gerda and her friend. Gerda is a very Greta-like character. Just another basis for her, and it makes sense in light of Disney's Frozen Part 2, which is consciously designed to represent Elsa. Is Greta. It's supposed to be Greta. So basically they were selling the children on the climate change agenda, where you yell at your parents for screwing up the weather. That's basically the plot. Listen how paranoid the left wing is now about Trump now that he's back again. The beast is yet to come. Finding a lot of stuff suggesting that Trump might be the Antichrist. So this is from Salon. Here's a thought experiment for those observers who've convinced themselves that by ignoring Donald Trump and his political hate rallies, the danger they represent will disappear. Trump received 74 million votes in 2020, 11 million more than he did in 2016. If only 10% of those voters are willing to obey his incitements to political violence, that's 7.4 million people. A potential force so large, it would throw American society into chaos and destruction. So if 0.1% of Trump voters embrace political violence, that's 74,000 terrorists, an insurmountable problem for law enforcement. I mean, look at what they're just suggesting here. This is insane. This is like saying 8% of Americans don't believe in the moon landing. And if they arm up, it's going to be insurmountable for law enforcement. But paranoia. Commenter asks, is MTG... No, that's Marjorie Taylor Greene not Dog the Bounty Hunter with his glasses off. Lean Dion says Elon has talked about how evil his dad was. Yeah, he did. He said some things about his father, and I think that might be part of the story, the script. I still have this suspicion his father's actually Werner von Braun. And you could say, his dad being a Nazi would qualify as evil. Dark MAGA Rising. Yep, Dark MAGA is the thing right now. That is the tone here. So this fits in. This is kind of why I brought it up. Before the summer of 2020, we had the fall 2019, Joker comes out, and it kind of foreshadowed everything that followed. So this new Batman comes out on 3/4, March 4th. March 4th, right-wing terrorists, and it's about a QAnon type called the Riddler in this movie, and he is inciting his political followers to violence at an election day event. I mean, this thing mirrors reality in too many ways. The day it came out on 3/4, they reinstated the death penalty against the Boston bomber, Joker, Sarnaff. Too many tie-ins. But just as the Joker movie foreshadowed a year of left-wing chaos and violence, the Joker's gone wild. Now it's going to be the other side. And that's why I think the Batman movie coming out foreshadowed, or rather precedes, this Dark MAGA thing. And Dark MAGA, if you don't know, is basically this aesthetic that sort of in 2016 you had God Emperor Trump, but you have a lot of his, I would say, grassroots people are suggesting that he was too soft last time. He needs to be the Batman. And the Batman archetype has been associated with him quite a bit. And a few people here have noticed that on this channel I've been talking about how they're going to they're going to kick down your doors at some point very soon. The Chinese troops, the UN troops with the blue helmets, and they're going to take the question marks off your keyboards because they don't want you looking up alternative facts, is what they call them. And I've been saying this for a little while, and now they're actually at the point where dangerous misinformation is at this point where they're making this argument that maybe it's time to get rid of question marks. Pretty much. And I think that's what was symbolized by Batman going after the Riddler. The Riddler with the question marks. Another tie-in, by the way. In the movie, the Riddler has beef with the local mayor and he kills him. In real life, this guy is putting out a YouTube video about the mayor. I mean, there are so many parallels here. But also, so you had the Riddler and the Penguin. So, if there's a couple of things here, it's like, wow, what are they conveying? Like the new enemy, the new enemy here, and this is why I think they had to do the subway psyop, is these Riddlers, the questioners, and they're everywhere, and they're organizing. And the Riddler in the movie even had a moment where he talked about the importance of his online community, and they all followed him out there to go do some mass violence. It's totally unbelievable, but now that people have, seen it in the news with the psyop, and they've seen it in the movie, now they're going to be a fixture. They introduced the school shooters, the bowl cut shooters, they introduced these various villains. Well, the Riddler's the new one. And the movie also had a tie-in with the mask agenda, where he was all about unmasking the political elite, just as the unmasking was occurring. And this was about 10 days ago, the 19th or so, when they took the masks off at the airports. Corresponded with the movie perfectly. Okay, let me continue here. Cubstar says, I think Elon has only 41 chromosomes. Originally, check this out. I'm pretty sure they're doing this to bury this ability for us to reverse engineer their scripts. They've become too obvious. If you look up $42 billion in Musk, originally he was trying to buy Twitter for $42 billion. Somehow, it went up to 43. I'm like, how did that happen? A $1 billion error? But anyway, he did include the $54.20 per share, still has the $4.20. And it's not about weed. I mean, it kind of is, but not necessarily. It ties into the same earth god, the green god, the god of recycling, Saturn, this cult of death and resurrection. And that's ultimately what 42 is. If you look at the number 42, and compare it to the symbol of Saturn. And what you'll see, and this is the symbol for Saturn is a sickle and a cross. Saturn was the god of seed sowing and time, god of the harvest, the reaper with the sickle. Well, if you look at the sickle and the cross that comprises the symbol of Saturn, well, the cross is really a way of representing the number 4, the 4 seasons. And of course, this ties into the idea of the cycle and the harvest. And the reverse S, that would be the sickle. It looks like the number 2. And what I've noticed here is that in a lot of these, in all of these major psyops, where Saturn is being represented, their god, their main deity, the god that they also represent by the black monolith, by the way, you'll see they'll use the number 42 as a way of representing Saturn. Another example of this, Jeff Bezos and his $42 million clock. Well, the clock, of course, Chronos, another way of representing Saturn, their god of time. It's a 10,000-year monument to long-term thinking, this 10,000-year clock. $42 million built into a mountain somewhere out there in Texas. But why the 42? Well, now you know. They barely even hide their symbolism, and I think we're calling them out so much that they have to change everything to 43. This really started last year, no, in 2020, when Chadwick Boseman died at 42. They bumped it to 43 because it was too obviously connected to his role as Mr. 42, his Operation 42 for the COVID thing, the Mamba Week celebration of the posthumous birthday celebration of Kobe Bryant, 42. There were so many connections to that number. The MLB, everyone was wearing 42s on their shirts for Jackie Robinson, unrelated to Chadwick Boseman's death. And it was just so obvious that we were looking at a whole lot of staged psyops that make use of these very specific numbers and symbols that I think they had to kind of try to hide it a little bit. But I think it's a little bit late. Battery 79 says Elon is a useful idiot. Well, Elon is a scripted character. I don't know if he has that much autonomy. I mean, maybe he writes his own tweets, but, you know, he's still in the billionaire blimp club. By the way, has anyone checked on Alex Jones's neighbors? I remember 6 weeks into the pandemic, Alex Jones was talking about eating his neighbors. He says, quote, "I'll eat your ass," to his neighbors and the globalists. And I'm like, that's 6 weeks into one of the longest vacations that we all had. You know, it was just a staycation with your stimmy check. And I'm like 6 weeks in, and Alex is already cracking. You know, I thought he was in it for the long haul. Now he's cracking fast. And this is somebody who actually has MREs stashed in his own home. So I thought that's kind of strange that he would immediately leap to that. But now it seems like they're apparently, if you look at the headlines, and I can't play the clip of Jones ranting about eating his neighbors because the account got suspended. But I'm reading all these reports about food production facilities burning down, getting hit by planes, and that kind of thing. And I'm like, what is going on? How's Alex Jones going to take this? But yeah, check on his neighbors. Oh, let's see, going through comments. Battery 79 says, Brian Stavely looks similar to Greta. Are they related? You know, speaking of, Brian Stavely actually mentioned this channel. He said he's coming back from his vacation on May 1st, and he's going to put all the Mandela effect deniers into their place. A commenter, on the screen, a donor says, "Thank you. We at IPS, we appreciate the support." He says, quote, "The vax kills Tim. That's why Prince Philip advocated it." Appreciate that. Okay, this is Alex Jones threatens to kill and eat his neighbors and feed them to his daughters.
I'm literally looking at my neighbors now and going, I'm ready to hang them up and gut them and skin them and chop them up. And you know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat. And you know that's why you're begging for peace right now. You should have thought about that when you turned down Christ a long time ago.
Wow. Okay. I haven't heard that part. You know, this mixture of politics and Christianity, it's toxic in a way. And that's the truth of it. At the end of the QAnon road, and they do kind of fit the mold. They're not quite Christian anymore because now they worship the Kennedys, but at the end of their road is a bloodbath where they murder all their political opponents. Phase Polarizer says Novak Djokovic is 34. Well, you'll notice a lot of these world stage characters take the spotlight at 33, even if their main move happens later. Like the one who did the unmasking, her name was Muzzle or Mazel, the one who unmuzzled everybody. She was 33 when she was appointed, and it was said even then she was unqualified. Code Monkey Z, insurrectionist. Owen Schroyer / the QAnon shaman, 33. It's everywhere. And I said it a couple years ago. It's like, let's just go ahead and quarantine the 33-year-olds for 2021 and keep a calm. You just keep everything calm for the whole year, no agitation. And 6 days into the new year, 33-year-old with a spear runs into the Capitol and ruined everything. Zerit says 10,000 days is how many days it takes Saturn to circle the sun. Fascinating. So 10,000 days would correlate, I would say, to the 10,000-year clock, the secret altar to Saturn that Bezos built in his mountain. Akanukum says, what's up with the weather? It's making me sick. I would say, and I saw an article about this today, that you're suffering from climate change, more than likely. So, blame Republicans, blame capitalists, blame anybody to the right of Mao for that. I mean, that's really what it's about. It's not about saving the planet. This whole environmentalist thing, it's about scapegoating. Greta was introduced to have people scapegoat the older generation because, no, you can't blame the kids. Their parents did it. That's kind of the story of Frozen 2. And, of course, that's why they introduced these characters. Greta was introduced to turn your kids into communists, and it worked. And how serious are they anyway? We can dig into these characters later, I suppose, but there's some interesting correlations here. But you can actually find an article on this one, like we're not even just connecting dots. Disney actually said that Elsa is a hero for the Greta generation. Like they actually brag about it. Frozen, here we go. Yep. Disney has an environmental message for the Greta generation, the how dare you generation. And she was inspired, supposedly. I mean, this is obviously all story because she was born for this, but she was supposedly inspired by David Hogg, who had the same kind of argument, only it was about the gun thing. And the Children's Crusade, March for Our Lives, was predicated on the idea that the children are too young to vote away the dangerous guns that their parents allowed because of their gun culture. All right, let me see here. Going through your comments. T-Dog135 says there is an Eat My Neighbor's parody on AJ's A Shill channel. Yeah, I was thinking he should sell some beef jerky or some jerky rather. Just call it Neighbor's Ass. But I see these food plant fires and these planes crashing. Yes, iOpsicle says the food plant fires and plane crashes are surely a result of climate change. Well, now they're blaming the Kung Flu on climate change. So what caused what? The climate change caused the bats to move close. I mean, they make these correlations. And they say that we're the conspiracy theorists. Like on Twitter, you can't buy ads calling climate change a hoax. On Pinterest, you can't post memes about climate change being a hoax. They're not going to allow it to happen anymore. Once Upon a Time says the blah, blah, blah generation. You know, I looked into the gematria, not that I'm really all that into it, but blah in gematria adds up to 11. So when Greta's out there saying blah, 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 I think it easily could have been a shout out to their Club 33. Here's a clip from an episode of Star Trek where you have these children who are like 300 years old, but they're still children, which kind of in a way connects to Greta. And all they do is they chant blah, blah, blah at any adult. Here's a clip. And Captain Kirk has to try to calm them down.
Listen to me! You've got our communicators. The boxes we talk into. We need them to talk to the ship. Blah, blah, blah. No blah, blah, blah!
No blah, blah, blah. And yeah, these aren't just regular children. They're like hundreds of years old. And so if you haven't heard this, Greta, blah, 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 dismissing the world leaders. And you may not find her intimidating. You might think she's a joke. She did rickroll everybody. But I think she might actually be the crowned and conquering child that Aleister Crowley prophesied about more than 100 years ago.
There is no planet blah, 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 blah.
And they clap. Amazing, right? Akanukum says, we missed you, Tim. Yes, Mom with Son says, so good to have the IPS up and running. Yeah, and you can thank everyone who's contributed to the channel. I was working on a separate job, but I decided to quit that and double down on this because I have to stay immersed in it. That's something else I noticed. Leaving the internet or leaving the metaverse, leaving the sim and going into the real world, the meatverse, the dead meatverse, there's such a stark contrast. And I was realizing that, I'm not really plugged in, and I can see how the mass media gets away with brainwashing people. It's easy. Nobody's paying attention. They're too busy working. They have other things to worry about. And by the time they get home from work, do they have time to reverse engineer the mass deceptions of our time? No. That's why what we do, I think, is actually important. Because it does require think tanks. It requires a lot of minds, a lot of eyes. We have this million-piece puzzle that we're collectively assembling here. And a lot of people just don't have time. So I don't really look down at, quote, NPCs, people who are fulfilling roles that aren't actively engaged in the world stage dramas. Because I know that there's just a level of self-interest that keeps them from even distracting themselves. And this, of course, is all probably by design. Because this is really a philosophical issue. I've been working on my book on the Mandela effect. I'm actually adding on to it as a response. I'm preparing my response for whatever Stavely and company launch at us. And I'm looking deeper into this. Why are these people married to this Mandela effect? What keeps them from looking at alternative explanations? And it really reminds me of the whole mainstream media worldview, where once you trust a source and you don't go outside of it, nothing will ever really cause you to question it so long as you don't encounter people who directly contradict it. And it's very peaceful. It's blissful ignorance. But it has to be maintained in a state of purity. They have to quarantine. And so I look at the mainstream media delusion that the masses are in as sort of the default delusion. But I've been looking closer at the Mandela effect, and I can see how it's kind of the same spell. And it requires the same kind of mindset to where they're not admitting to themselves, they're not even willing to admit that they could have been fooled. And so this is where it gets kind of into the area of, are we looking at a self-deception, and is it more or less, is it volitional or not? But we'll get into that, because I think that's really what we're looking at with the mainstream media. And what we can take from that is that the Mandela effect and the mainstream media, there's almost like you can choose your own alternative reality game. And so long as you don't really cross any major lines, This is just an open air insane asylum. And I don't really, again, I don't really look down on people who don't see through the big deceptions. And that's one of my issues with the Mandela effect. It is they think that if you're not with that, you're somehow deceived, or you're somehow an NPC, like a zombie, or you can't even see it. You're basically an infidel. And this idea of putting people who aren't in your cult lower is just pretty much the very definition of what a cult is. But I do want to do some work on deconstructing the Mandela effect cult, and that's what I'm adding into the book now. We've already deconstructed what it is, but now I'm taking a closer look at the cult leaders and the cult itself. And I don't mean cult in a negative way, because, people are, I guess, in need. A lot of people are in need of something to believe in, and they need some tangible connection. Maybe it was a bigger thing in the past, like reliquaries. How many churches had a part of the cross that Jesus was crucified on, or the Shroud of Turin? Like, is the Shroud of Turin real, or is it a provable hoax? Does it matter? And this is what I was kind of asking myself. Does it matter if that cloth is enough to sustain someone's faith? Should we even criticize it? Well, if we say no, then we can extend that to, if this person's belief in the media and in the moon landing sustains their faith in this worldview, can we criticize it? So I kind of think it's fair game. I think that if our standard is truth, then truth correlates to reality, and we ought to be really tolerant about criticizing any deviation from that, whether it's a conscious lie or people who have just been tricked. So I'm not really wearing kid gloves anymore with the topic of the Mandela effect. I think a lot of people want to say, just out of respect, like, don't say anything out of respect. Oh, you feel sorry for them because they've been misled. And this is where you get into the sunk cost fallacy, where people invest so much into something that they don't want to let it go. Like gamblers fall into this trap. And I think they invest so much into being right and asserting their rightness that it's very hard to back down. So we shall see. But the only reason I'm addressing it is that they are specifically going to be addressing me in a couple of days. And it should be interesting, because what do I have to do with it? Apparently, I am the premier God blocker. By God blocker, that means that the Mandela effect apparently is a path to godhood. And this means that the more you delve into this, the more things that you notice that are changing, the more you're moving along some path towards liberation from the matrix. And so skeptics are actually stopping people. Kind of like sinners might stop you from being saved. It's very much a new religion. Let me go ahead and play a clip here since we're on this topic, and I have a couple of debunks as well. So here's a new one. It's not just about logos. It's not just about whether or not Stavely used to have a cornucopia in his pants. It's about other changes as well. So here's an example. And this is where it becomes something of like a miracle. Like, this is coming from God. So here is Ryan Stavely saying that we have new glands to fight COVID, and that God used the Mandela effect to give us glands to protect us from COVID. And he says, the creator says, I got to help my people.
So with those changes, I would have to say, and there's one more. This is one I covered before anybody, I believe. And this is a pretty big one. So there's a lot of changes that correlate with the current psyop, and we'll get to some of those. But a lot of us are wondering what's going to happen to these people. Are they going to drop from, lack of oxygen type of thing, right? And that, or, bacteria. So the reason I say that is all of a sudden, about 7 or 8 months into the thing in 2020, late 2020.
So in late 2020,
doctors all of a sudden.
In late 2020, new glands were Mandela'd into our mouths.
And scientists discovered the new discovery in the human body. 2 half-inch glands in your throat. How do you miss 2 half-inch glands in people's throat all this time, right? 2 half-inch glands that are now in people's throat that are there, and they protect against bacterial infection.
Okay, so this is the claim that new glands appeared. Now, there's new glands and there's new to me. Like you go to a new place, it existed before you got there. And a lot of these Mandela effect arguments are coming from a place of abysmal ignorance where I didn't know it, therefore it wasn't true until I came across it. Let me go ahead and play the rest of this little clip here.
I'm just saying, looks like the creator stepped in and said, whoa, I better help my people.
So the creator said, I'm going to help my people. Okay, well, yeah, it's a miracle. It's a miracle. Thank you. Now, thank you, Saint Mandela. All right, going through comments. Ank G says cult is short for culture. Yes. Yes, but you know, it's sort of a generic word. You have some cults are very positive, some are destructive. The Infinite Plane Society is definitely a meme cult. We have a meme pool. I wouldn't say that we are a destructive cult. I would say the mainstream media cult is a very destructive one. Zareth says, Ziggy Stardust and the whole Mars thing. Bowie was predictively programming my teenage generation. Oh yes, David Bowie, David Bowman. There's a story there that we'll be getting deep into. And it's all about the new age. And every man and woman is a star, right out of Aleister Crowley's Star Man, Star Child. And it all ties into merging with the monolith, which I believe is the screen. And by merging with it, they don't mean that you're literally going to merge with it and become some AI upload, although they present it that way. I think what it really means is that our realities are now going to be filtered through a universal screen rather than a Bible. So this will replace all the old books, Quran, the Bible, whatever books you believe, it doesn't matter. It's all going to come through the same curated screen. It's the new universal worldview. And I think that's what we've merged with. Even if you don't have a smartphone strapped over your face right now, for the most part, you're already in the metaverse. Well, maybe not you, but obviously everybody around you. If you go along with the mandatory beliefs like climate change, you're already in an augmented virtual reality. You're already LARPing, and you may not know it. Thirst for Truth says Stavely's new word is profound. The Mandela effect is the most profound topic in human history. Well, I have a great refutation to it. I really do. And you know, there's a little more to it too. When it comes down to it, the Mandela affected is they're putting reality on trial. They're saying reality's lying, and there's a lot of us here that can attest to it. So you have reality's being accused of presenting some false fronts and changing, and so their witness is what is supposed to convince us. The thing is, you're dealing with tainted witnesses. You're also dealing with the interrogator bias, and the person who is basically bringing it up, that's the interrogator. So the person who says, are you Mandela affected? Well, the fact that they are affected means they are tainted. Means that they are tainted witnesses. They're not, whatever they say, they're not reliable witnesses just because they're so biased in favor of this theory that hasn't been proven as a fact. So it's mostly this. Just as the MSM puts the average person into a hearsay reality, so does the Mandela effect. It's a hearsay thing. Tim Osman says confirmation bias is a hell of a drug. Yeah, you got the confirmation bias, then you have the community, which exists, basically, I think some people are just there because of the community. It's there for other reasons than simply that's just kind of one of the things that got everybody together. But it's also ego and hubris. You got a bunch of F students who have a rebellion, and they say, no, there's more of us than the A students. Let's just flip everything. And so they're going to claim that they were right and these other people are wrong. That's kind of what they're doing. They're just asserting that they're right and everyone else is wrong. I didn't misspell dilemma. The dictionary's changed. So this is another one. Quote, word changes having to do with dilemma. And I can fix this one for you too. So the word changes, the idea that Mandela effects change the words that we use, I can correct this
is
one.
dilemma. So dilemma for so many people was D-I-L-E-M-N-A. Now,
okay, so he claims that dilemma was spelled D-I-L-E-M-N-A. And this is supposedly a Mandela effect. This affected the late Mac Parhar, supposedly late Mac Parhar. I'm pretty sure he came back to do that anti-cop agitation. But anyway, dilemma. Is it spelled with two M's or an M and an N?
if you're not familiar with this, anybody that's listening, okay, dilemma, now in this reality, has always been spelled D-I-L-E-M-M-A, no silent N. Yet millions of people around the world not only are supposedly misremembering the same word.
Millions of people around the world, sure. Billions, let's just say billions. Like everybody knows, right? No, I looked into this one. So, dilemma, if you look at the etymology, the origin of the word, a dilemma comes from the Latin word lemma. Actually, it's two words. It's die, meaning two, and lemma, that means proposition or assumption. L-E-M-M-A, lemma. So proposition, two propositions, dilemma. There is no N in there. So the incorrect spelling of dilemma is often seen in common usage. It appears to have been taught in some areas of the United States, Australia, England, and Jamaica, but there's no reason for this substitution error. There's no erroneous parallel to be found from the word lemma, from which dilemma derives. So there's really no reason to leap to the conclusion that reality shifted. There's no substance to that. Just like when they say Timmy fell down the well, okay, well then how did they get him out of the well? None of them remember. Although Brian Stavely fibbed and he claims that he remembers Timmy being removed from the well. Battery 79 says, I'm surprised Tim doesn't mention Stavely's narrative that the Mandela non-believers don't go to heaven. Oh sure, I'm a God blocker, so I'm sure I'm excluded. I'm not going to heaven. I'm not sure how far gone they are, but I'm pretty sure they're getting close to bringing out the forbidden Mandela effect. I hate even talking about it. You know, the Mandela effect introduced by his wife, Winnie Mandela. Necklacing. That's what they want to do to me, I'm pretty sure. I probably shouldn't even bring it up. Does anybody know about the forbidden Mandela effect? David Pryor says, I do remember doctors claiming there were new glands, so either they started forming or they're playing into ME. Well, this thing is, you have pop science, and things get popularized, and so maybe it's common knowledge to specialists, but you wouldn't know. Like the Mandela effect, to talk about that behind the eye, there's a thin bit of bone there, and they claim that there used to be a hole that you could see right into the brain. Like if you popped your eye out, you'd be able to see right into the brain, just like in the cartoons. It's like, what is your frame of reference here? Cartoons? JT33 says, thank God for Mandela glands. Battery 79 says, Tim Osman is in the chat, the globe-believing flat earth denier. Look, just because you don't believe something doesn't mean you're not a denier. The Mandoozled will say, if you don't believe in the Mandela effect, you're a denier, and deniers are liars. But what I'm explaining, or what I broke down in the book, that I'm going to re-release here since I'm expanding it, is that the Mandela effect is actually based on what you could call a lie. It's the lie-della effect. And here's what they're missing. What they're missing is this. They're missing out on an opportunity to understand how minds can be manipulated by suggestive questioning and how you frame a question. There's a reason why every Mandela effect is a binary. There's no third possibility. There's no opt-out. It's either or. And this is how you get faulty eyewitness testimony convicting people of things. Oh, by the way, Joe Biden, of course, played by Jim Carrey, among others. Well, of course, many people have been saying this for some time. Listen to this. This whole theory about Joe Biden being a deepfake is kind of blowing up again. A former supporter of Trump, no, a supporter of former President Donald Trump, believes that actors are playing the part of Biden who has died, according to this video. So in this video, you have someone explaining how Joe Biden is being played by multiple actors, including Jim Carrey. And Jim Carrey responded to it. But looking at these pictures side by side, I can see why people would arrive at this.
You think Biden is not alive right now?
No, the guy that's doing the stand-up job of trying to wake people up is an actor wearing a mask. I mean, there's several different people playing Joe Biden at this point. And then when he fell up the stairs going on the airplane, I myself think that that was Jim Carrey. I've heard that he was one of them.
Wait. You think that...
No, okay, again, when Joe Biden fell up the stairs 3 times, that was hilarious Jim Carrey-esque physical comedy. And what's more, he turned around and he waves at the camera. And this is very reminiscent of Truman leaving the Truman Show. And again, this is a character played by Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey was wearing a mask and was the acting president?
And being silly by falling up the stairs 3 different times. And James Woods also, I think, is one of the doppelganger mask wearing.
Now, James Woods, I looked into that one. His nose is too big. You could not get James Wood to pull off a Joe Biden. So no. David Pryor says, similar to Chris Farley goofing around as Rob Ford. Chris Farley, another 33-year-old SNL death. Kind of like James Belushi. By the way, for all these right-wingers, freedom lovers who are getting behind Pope Elon, this is so funny to me. It's like, don't take the pokey. Bill Gates is going to put a microchip in you. And then you got Musk here, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to put a microchip in you. And they just can't wait. Listen to this. We're literally putting a brain in a vat. The vat is your skull. Everything you think is real is really an electrical signal, but it feels real. He's talking about creating the Neuralink. These are just a few tweets from Elon Musk. Just to keep in mind, you see him buying Twitter doesn't mean he's your hero. It's high time there was a carbon tax. This was from May of 2021. Carbon tax. In other words, the elite can tax the air that you breathe. And it's premised on the notion that you even have a carbon footprint. That every breath you take, every step you take is somehow killing the earth. But you can mitigate it. If you recycle, you confess your climate sins, you pay carbon taxes. Yeah, you can. Look, this is just how they reintroduced the concept of a wrathful, punishing God. Elon Musk says, as a reminder, I'm in favor of a universal basic income. You know, instead of buying Twitter, he could have made us all millionaires and just had the payments come out, you know, on a 2-week schedule or something. Why carbon tax is crucial to curbing climate change. So this is funny to me, this idea that you can stop climate change, you can stop the wrath of globe, you can stop the floods by taxing people. This to me is like, okay, the volcano is going to erupt, but we can stop the volcano from erupting, but you need to send us some of your best produce, all of your best stuff, your best women, everything. And so you give it all to the priesthood as you want to propitiate the angry volcano god so it doesn't erupt. And that doesn't. So you throw enough money at it and the earth isn't going to flood. They're just selling indulgences at this point. And then you look at the actual climate change advocates, the most vocal ones, and they're all major league hypocrites. Leonardo DiCaprio on his mega yacht. His own Titanic. That's not sustainable. And of course they made him the face of don't look up simply because he's a climate change advocate. This is a climate change movie. Don't Look Up isn't really about a comet destroying the Earth. It's about how if we don't listen to scientists, if we listen to the businessmen, if we listen to the millionaires and the billionaires, we're all going to die. Of course, don't look up facts. Just listen to the experts. This is from the Daily Mail. Don't look up. You might see DiCaprio being an eco-hypocrite. And this is Leonardo DiCaprio on his mega yacht, his own Titanic. Something doesn't add up here. And also, and I've drawn attention to this before, his feet are very small. And there should be some foreshortening here, but no, he's got baby feet. So he's got tiny actual footprints, but his carbon footprint is bigger than all of us here listening combined. But somehow he gets to tell us to do with less. Salty Siren says, the only social media I can find for Kiana is deepfakes. No wonder people think he's playing Biden. Yes, there is some credible lead here about Keanu Reeves possibly playing the role of Joe Biden. Now, I've never seen them in the same room at the same time, but if you look at them and you look at their skulls, I would say Keanu Reeves has a very Biden-esque shaped skull, and I was comparing they also have the same vacant look in their eyes. I don't know what kind of subtext would support that, but yeah, there is a resemblance there. But there is a point where at the top of the Illuminati dung heap, it's apparently a very shallow gene pool, and they all tend to look the same after a while. All right, let me go through your comments here. We're joined by Clockwork113, Salty Siren, Into the Break. Inks G. Psyopsical says Musk will set identification on the internet. Twitter upfront crypto payments violate the rules. Lose your crypto deposit. This universal basic income thing sounds nice. I'm sure there's no strings attached. I'm sure it's not only for goobleheads, but we'll see. New QAnon conspiracy involves a magical bed for zombie JFK. So JFK would be, what, 107, 108 now? So this med bed thing, and I've heard about this before. Wow, someone just in Discord posted another picture of Leonardo DiCaprio and his tiny, tiny feet. Unbelievable. And, I don't really care for ad hominem. I generally don't point these things out, but you're dealing with someone with the mega yacht who's part of this agenda to tax you for the air that you breathe on the premise that we're damaging the earth. And billionaires aren't sustainable. But look at that. And the weird thing about this is his feet are in the foreground. So they should be the biggest part of the picture here. But no. Baby footprints, giant carbon footprint. Okay, let us continue going through the notes. A lot of stuff with this Donald Trump as the Antichrist I want to dig into. We'll get into that. There's quite a lot to substantiate this notion. Also, for those of you who are tempted to follow Musk, here he is making the 666, which basically says, I agree with the World Economic Forum. Here he is making the inverted diamond that Trump also makes. I think that's how they communicate with Dagon, the Kraken, Cthulhu, Pluto, Hades. Here he is making the devil horns. They can claim it's the Texas Longhorns. It's a football thing. I don't think so. And then finally, here's Musk smiling, taking a picture with Ghislaine Maxwell. Of course, he said that she photobombed. You've seen this picture, right? Musk and Ghislaine Maxwell. He claims that he was photobombed. I find that hard to believe. Was Elon Musk photographed with Ghislaine Maxwell? fact check. It says here, he denies it. He says she photobombed him at a Vanity Fair party. So what does that look like to you? Does that look like a photobombing? She's the Forrest Gump of sex trafficking. She's been everywhere. She's been photographed with everyone. In fact, she bragged about having sex with JFK Jr. Apparently, she had a fling with JFK Jr. Q, or the QAnon hero, who's going to save us from Epstein and the sex traffickers. I mean, how bizarre is that? There's a few things about JFK Jr. I find very, very questionable, but of all these things, Ghislaine Maxwell hooked up sexually with JFK Jr. Yep. Ghislaine slept with JFK Jr., according to Prince Andrew's cousin. So many of these. Ghislaine Maxwell attended Andrew Cuomo's wedding. And she boasted about sleeping with JFK Jr., who she claimed was her, quote, chief conquest. And JFK Jr., before he fake died, was on Jay Leno making Pizzagate jokes about Monica Lewinsky, about how Monica Lewinsky knew when she was 12 what she wanted to do when she grew up. I mean, really disturbing late night comedy TV show humor, par for the course, but the fact is JFK Jr. was deep into that stuff, and the idea that he was sleeping with Ghislaine Maxwell, this is a problem. This is problematic. Alright, going through some comments. Ghislaine works 66, Lane for the Jizz. Yeah, you know what? It's a world stage name. I think you're right about that. You know, one of the stranger things to come out of the names with these characters is the Epstein-Barr virus. So Jeffrey Epstein works for A.G. Barr's father, Donald Barr, at a high school. So he's working at a high school. Donald Barr is writing books, gothic interplanetary fairy tales about trafficking teenagers on islands, sex trafficking teenagers on islands in space. They call it space relations. Anyway, he hires Jeffrey Epstein, so they must have something in common, because Epstein does this in real life later. But strangely enough, there's an STD called the Epstein-Barr virus. And one of the main symptoms of the Epstein-Barr virus is the Alice in Wonderland syndrome. The EBV, the Epstein-Barr virus, causes the Alice in Wonderland syndrome. And the Alice in Wonderland syndrome is an infection, well, it's caused by the infection, where somebody begins to have spatial relation distortions. Distortions in their body image, sizes, shape, etc. Very bizarre. So I'm like, wait, what are we really seeing here? And reading between the lines, I'm thinking we're looking at trafficking. Alice in Wonderland, if you look at Alice in Wonderland, that character, that story, has everything to do with human trafficking, mind control. In fact, Lewis Carroll, interesting character. There's quite a lot we can go into through the looking glass, but mainly it has these connotations that have to do with trafficking and drugged victims. And so here you have the symptoms. It seems like somebody who's been drugged, named after these two apparent sickos. Psyopsical says Ghislaine has to be Q in a mask. Oh, speaking of Q, okay, so in the new Batman movie, the Riddler, at the end of the movie, they take off his mask and he looks just like Bill Gates. So what does that mean? Well, I think it means that the controlled opposition is Bill Gates. If anybody's behind the opposition to the mass vax rollout, it would be the people who are, pushing the thing itself. They control it. That's the very definition of controlled opposition. So the idea that Ghislaine Maxwell would be part of that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they're all sharing the same backstage. It's funny, though, how selective memories can be. Like, this is not a Mandela effect. Ghislaine Maxwell hooking up with JFK Jr. Look, if you're going to worship JFK Jr. and think that the Kennedys are here to save you, you kind of have to own this stuff. I mean, you can give Musk a pass for that photo bombing, I guess. Okay, so let's move on. Going through my notes. Just trying to catch up on the last few days, but we're going to be back frequently. Open phones. There's so many things to talk about, and I'll have more time than ever. A couple more notes on this. So there is actually a photo of someone believed to be JFK Jr. who used to go to the Trump rallies. So, I'm sorry, JFK. So JFK is going by another name, and he goes to these various Trump rallies. Looks like a World War II vet. Now this is either delusion or what else can you call it? But it's not without explanation. It's not like it's random. They're not making this up out of whole cloth. They've been given a narrative. There's a couple of other things I wanted to discuss as well. So we have Illuminati 1776, Hades Second Coming, Satan 2 falling to Earth. Okay, here's something. The new movie Doctor Strange. And this is kind of reiterating everything that we talk about here. So Doctor Strange has already been associated with Jack Parsons. And we're talking about JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Jack Parsons, one of the, I'd say, godfathers of modern rocket science, grandfather of modern rocket science. He died in an explosion at the age of 37, supposedly. Anyway, he was involved with L. Ron Hubbard and Marjorie Cameron in some bizarre rituals that were intended to bring about the New Age religion and the New Age goddess, whom they described as Babylon, the Whore of Babylon, basically. But in order to bring this about, Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard needed what they called a Scarlet Woman to do this ritual with, to incarnate the spirit of the age. So, in this movie, Doctor Strange, with this Jack Parsons-esque character, he has the Scarlet Witch. So there's a direct correlation between these, worth noting. And it all ties in with this idea of something called the Moonchild. And so this is something that I was thinking about. We're always noting the weird synchronicities with the birth dates and the death dates of all these celebrities. And the ones specifically that are usually tied into these big psyops. Things like Pete Davidson's father dying at the age of 33 on 9/11 in one of the towers. There seems to be a level of planning to these lives. We call them lifetime actors, that they've been born for these roles. Well, anyway, it makes more sense now, looking at it in this context, the idea of the Moonchild. So the Babylon working was a series of rituals performed by Jack Parsons, pioneer rocket fuel scientist, Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard, and Marjorie Cameron. The ritual is designed to manifest an incarnation of the archetypal divine feminine called Babylon, based on the ideas of Aleister Crowley and his project, the Moonchild. So this was all about having a very precisely timed conceptions. So it says here, there was an attempt to conceive a child through sex magic workings. Anyway, these are just timed events, timed rituals. And the idea here is having the birth dates appear or occur at certain times for astrological influences. But the core idea here is this: planned lives. And these children that are born are said, they're basically, I would say, more or less part of this program. And so I'm like, this is very much like an explanation. A lot of these world stage characters, kind of similar to what we saw in the movie Utopia with John Cusack, where Utopia has this land where all these various actors, the crisis actors, are actually living. So they're not actually living with the regular people. They have their own utopia, and they're able to insert them onto the world stage and use them for these purposes and then remove them when they need to. And we always joke about Crisis Actor Island. Well, it's kind of a part of that movie. Okay, I'm going to go through some comments. Somebody says the latest Doctor Strange is on Odyssey. Well, the reason I came across this Doctor Strange Scarlet Witch thing is I saw that there was a possibility of Tom Cruise playing a cameo in the movie. And I thought that's noteworthy because Tom Cruise is the Jesus Christ of Scientology. And L. Ron Hubbard, the Scarlet Witch, Jack Parsons, it's all connected. We'll get into this here in a moment. Here's an article that it's called thefantasymerchant.com. The Beast and the Geek. Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, and Iron Man. I'll probably dig into this in a bit. The symbolism of Iron Man, the character, is very relevant, especially when you look into the Kabbalistic associations with various colors and metals with the classical, with the planets of classical astrology. You know, Venus, copper, green, Mars, iron, red. And if you look at this, you'll see Iron Man, of course, iron, red. Musk is going to the red planet Mars, associated with iron. Musk has been associated with Tony Stark, so much so that before Robert Downey Jr. played Iron Man, he actually researched the role of Tony Stark by studying Elon Musk. So they made these associations. On Mars, you have the House of Stark family logo from Game of Thrones. So Stark, you have Tony Stark, Iron Man, House of Stark, Game of Thrones, and of course they got the Iron Throne. I mean, these are overlapping. Then you have Musk and of course his Mars program with the Falcon and these red rockets, the Falcon logo. The Falcon is all about the Mars as well, and it's the Egyptian god of Mars is the falcon-headed Horus. Then he's got the starship, and the starship has a logo on Mars. Anyway, too many media tie-ins for this to be coincidental. But these tie-ins are more than just things from the culture that connect people to these things, but no, these are actually consistent Kabbalistically. It's magic. Commenter says, have you seen the UK version of Utopia? I started to watch it, but I mainly focused on the American version because it was specifically connected to 2020. It had way too many connections. Even the Bill Gates fake meat thing was brought up in this one. And they canceled it. And one more thing about Utopia. Utopia is about a comic book series called Utopia. And some of the main characters in the show, in the movie, or the series, they're noticing that these comics are predicting the future. Just like we're noticing how various things that we're seeing on Netflix seem to predict the future. So they're noticing predictive programming and they act on it. So they are looking at the unpublished edition of the newest issue to see what's happening next. And because they've seen pages from the new issue, now they are security threats. They know too much. You know, like the Men in Black. Well, they have this Men in Black type situation. They have a character named Arby who looks just like Mark Sargent. Let me see if I can bring up Arby, Raisin Boy, who basically has to get rid of anybody who's seen the latest edition because, of course, they know too much. And here's Arby. Very unassuming looking person, but brutal psychopath. So if you've read too much into the predictive programming, I mean, imagine if you knew what was going to happen in 2020 the year before. Of course, they would just call you disinformation and they would call you dangerous misinformation, malinformation, and ban you for hate speech, but in the movie they killed you. Let's see here, going through comments. Look, A. Woodward says, has anyone not got their text alerts? There haven't been any. I've been distracted with work, but I am no longer working for anyone but the Infinite Plane Society. Dr. Fuster Cluck says, in Utopia, I love how both opposing sides agree wholeheartedly that humanity needs to be sterilized. Yeah, that's the end of the movie. I mean, the whole point of the movie, Utopia, is that there's too many people on the earth. So they need to come up with a way to get humanity to sterilize itself. So how do they do it? This Bill Gates-like character with his fake meat has a flu outbreak at his meat plant or whatever, and it infects the youth. And so they push to get the youth vaccinated, and they use crisis actors. In the movie, they hire an actress to fake like she has the sickness, then she gets the vax and she comes out cured. So they use crisis actors to sell a vax to get the public to go along with an agenda that ends up sterilizing the human race for 2 generations to save the earth. So it's got a happy ending. They saved the planet. I mean, that's the main thing, right? We're joined by Art of Thinking Out Loud, Live, Common Sense Analytics. Oh, I also want to point out that we have a few new live listening locations. We're now live 24/7 on Telegram, on Rumble. You can also find us 24/7 on Twitch, and we're on several YouTube channels. So we are expanding. I watched a pretty good review on Level, or rather the Next Level New Flat Earth video, if anybody here has checked it out. I wouldn't really call it a documentary, to be honest. It's kind of a misnomer. And it's also kind of weird that the company that produced it, Hibbler, uses a black sun as a logo. Like, well, here's a black sun is the Nazi symbol, a sun wheel employed in Nazi Germany, and later it's used now by neo-Nazis and some Satanists. So it's like, we want this idea to be mainstreamed, so let's stick a Nazi satanic symbol on top of it. Right. Right. That's going to help. That's going to help it go down. And this is right after Kelly Weil comes out with her book that basically says Flat Earth is just a place for rapping neo-Nazis. Now, speaking of neo-Nazis, and when I say neo-Nazi, what are we supposed to say? You know, it is what it is. I think it's interesting that, here it is, Owen Benjamin got kicked off Rofkin, or he left Rofkin. And apparently this is creating some kind of a conflict, because some people associate free speech with bad manners, or just being deliberately provocative or unfunny. And you know, free speech is your ability to say what you want without the government stopping you. It doesn't mean that platforms have to tolerate everything that you say. But how many times does somebody have to be kicked off a platform and drag a lot of people with them before you can just call out a provocateur for what it actually is? And so this is I'm not going to play it because I'll get my channel kicked off, but basically what you'll see if you listen to Owen Benjamin these days is a lot of humor that focuses on blacks and Jews, basically. And it's just typical white nationalist stuff. And I don't think that he's being censored. I don't think he's being censored at all. I think what we're looking at here is a deliberate attempt to sabotage more than anything. So I have a few comments. Someone sent this to me. Do we take sides on this argument about Owen Benjamin over Rofkin? That was asked by Lynn. So I guess what happened, though, is he was live, and I have a link here. This is from Nathan Stoltman. He said, I'm listening to Owen on Rofkin, and he's saying he's staying on the network if he agrees to curtail his speech, but he can't make jokes about... I don't even like reading this stuff. says here he considers himself to be a free speech absolutist. And I kind of don't think so. There's something just self-destructive about these consistent foot bullets. And I've also noticed that a lot of the neo-Nazis today are kind of cry-bullies, where they like to say the specific things that get them kicked out, and they flail and cry about how they're being censored. So I don't really think it's a legitimate case of censorship, and I think one reason why they may be kicking him off the platform is just being unfunny. It may just come down to that. Let's see, Becca Shine says, you only have a short time to get right with your Creator. You must believe in Christ and the salvation He brings. Zareth says, Orwellian definition, free speech is censorship. War is peace, hate is love. People just eat it up and the script gets flipped without any pushback. Well, yeah, sure, but my point is this. Your free speech isn't being infringed if you get kicked off a platform for breaking their rules. No shirt, no shoes, no service. But to me, it's more about the principle of free speech. That has already been lost. But now, as far as like, is it a loss to Rofkin? I don't necessarily think so. I mean, I've watched some of this stuff, and I just don't buy that paradigm. I don't believe that their worldview is like kind of like the Mendoozled. They live in their own little world. The mainstream media believers live in their own universe. The neo-Nazis live in their own little universe as well. And I think their main thing is they believe in this particular bad guy that's weaponized these bad guys against these good guys. And the good guys are being censored. Right. Okay, let's move on here. Now, Brian Stavely did make sense on this one. He said, I will not be leaving Rofkin because Owen allegedly got censored. LOL. Why is it always the ex-Hollywood guy who platforms seem to kick off permanently with all this hoopla? The story stunk to high heaven the last couple of times. Yeah, I think it's an operation. Do you remember when you had the Flat Earth Conference hosted by, first it was Logan Paul, and then it was Owen Benjamin? Well, when it was Logan Paul, I thought, why would you have Logan Paul host the most, a conference for one of the most controversial and bannable ideas out there, when Logan Paul was really the reason why Google started censoring all its videos, because he was tasering rats and filming dead people. Just seemed like it was a sabotage act. Like, let's put this in front of, let's put this in this Flat Earth punch bowl and see what happens. So I thought, okay, Logan Paul faked everybody out with his documentary, and he brought with him all his baggage. Then they bring in Owen Benjamin. I'm like, okay, so he's not even a flat earther necessarily. And he's going to bring in jokes that are basically going to be construed as racist or anti-Semitic. How do you think the media is going to take it? And Kelly Weil was there, and she's Jewish. So she's like at a flat earth conference, and she's hearing these jokes. And of course, what does this have to do with the shape of the world? Nothing. It's all a negative branding operation, and it worked very well. I would say mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. I mean, I'm sure they could have found somebody better to have hosted a Flat Earth conference, like Nick Cruz. Couldn't Dearth have gotten Nick Cruz? Doesn't he have any Fed contacts in the in that wing of the PSYOP entertainment complex? Hey, can I get one of these bowl cuts to host a Flat Earth conference? That's a good look for us. David Pryor says, such an obvious setup. Oh, there are so many setups, though. When you really get into it, you can see that there's mainstream media tentacles, even at the Flat Earth conferences. I mean, it really shouldn't be a surprise to find out that the very first Flat Earth conference organizer was actually dating Jimmy Kimmel's sister. I mean, talk about being in bed with the enemy. Look at this cover of The Economist. No safe place. It's got some penguins on a chair floating in the middle of the ocean. Is that a threat against us? No safe place? Linda says the lady was saying that Owen cheated people out of money on his donations for Bertaria. I don't know about that. I had to look into it because I was following the story, and the Daily Beast was suggesting that Bertaria was going to be the next Ruby Ridge. So maybe it's a good thing they didn't actually go through with it. TJ Jones, this is a comment I found on Twitter. He said he heard that Robin Williams and Jonathan Winters are going to return to expose the truth in a comedy special. Just put those on the list of death fakers that will be resurrected to bring back JFK Jr. Robin Williams will be back, apparently. We briefly touched on the magical bed for zombie JFK. The group believes that John F. Kennedy is alive and youthful and attributes his longevity to the curative power of medbeds. Apparently medbeds are a thing. I've heard about this. I heard this early on from the very first QAnoners that reached out to me, that there are these medbeds that can reverse aging, and I don't know. It just sounds like you got the bad guys drink adrenochrome, the good guys use medbeds in order to look young. And the adrenochrome apparently works, by the way. Have you seen Madonna? She does. I don't even think she's legal anymore. She turned 16. Zaret says the oceans haven't risen an inch since they started the story of the melting ice. You know, it's been 33 years since global warming started. That's why I think there might be something to it. And the end of the Batman movie had a flood. In fact, Batman says 11/6 Gotham is underwater. I'm like, 11/6, isn't that kind of an inverted 9/11? Kind of like 6/11, which is a very significant date to the white neo-nationalists, which would correspond to the Riddler and his crew. 6/11 was the date that they executed 33-year-old Timothy McVeigh, inspired by the Turner Diaries. You know, the author of the Turner Diaries happened to be born on 9/11, 1933. P. Trippa says, hey Tim, IPS is the last bastion of good knowledge for me. Yes, this is a think tank, so it's not just me. For new people, if there are any new listeners, we have a pool here. We've got a meme pool, a reservoir, dammed up, dam is cracking, and it's going to spill over. But there is a collection of minds here. You know, we have almost 500 people in the Discord server. I think once we hit 500, we reach critical mass. And I know there's some perks that DLive will also open up for us. So if you haven't joined the Discord server, go to infiniteplainsociety.com, $2 a month, and I think you get a 17% discount if you pay for a year in advance, but it's the cover charge that gets you into the think tank. It's not an echo chamber. We always allow people from outside in. We have media spies, we have feds, we have all kinds of interesting people there. So infiniteplainsociety.com, join for $2 per month. Okay, let us continue. Also, you'll find a lot of interesting penguin art in the Discord server. I think this one was created by, this is it says Fepe Pipscotch, art by Pippi Langstruff. We talked about Elon Musk, who is really Pope Musk. He's part of the space papacy. I mean, this is brilliant what they've done. You have the right-wingers who are smart enough to see, oh, climate change is a communist hoax. Obviously, environmentalism is just a stalking horse for growing government. Yeah, obviously it's watermelon Marxism. Green on the outside, red on the inside. But we trust Musk. We'll go to Mars. I'm sorry, but Mars is nothing more than the environmentalist ideal realized. It's about the sustainable business model. Everything recycled, including you. Astrocrete. Look it up. Astrocrete ground up humans, or just blood, donated blood. I mean, when they say donated blood, what do they mean? They're going to put your blood in a bucket with some moon dust or some Mars dust and mix it up into bricks. That's what they're saying they're going to do. But anyway, they're using Musk to sell capitalists on Gulag life. Go live as a space communist on Mars or on the moon. So you managed to sell capitalists on communism by tricking them into thinking that it's progress facilitated by market-driven technology. No, it's all a ruse. It's all CGI. Space is CGI. I mean, either we live in a simulation, and if you go above 62 miles, you pass the Kármán line, it becomes pixelated, or it's all just a movie up there, or even a cartoon. Kurt4822 says, long time Tim, good hearing you. Battery79 says, what did Tim mean by DLive perks? Oh, I meant Discord. Sorry, Discord has perks. Once we get 500 people in there, there's some things that open up. Not sure quite what. It mostly has to do, I think, with, I think there's some kind of live streaming feature and a few other features, but it just gets better. The Discord server is where we post all of our leads, we do our research, and most of the stuff that I find, most of what we discuss here is brought up there first. Non-stop debunkings. By the way, Tom Cruise announced the name of the next Mission Impossible. It's Dead Reckoning. Do you remember last fall when Tom Cruise was in the sky hanging from a bi-wing plane? You know, he was just like, and this is after we were really breaking down the significance of his name. You know, Tom means twin, Cruise means cross, twin cross, and the symbol of the twin cross represents the second coming, a resurrection. So here we are talking about Tom Cruise, how he plays this 33-year-old who dies and is resurrected in the movie Vanilla Sky. And then we see this. He's up in the sky on a twin cross, a bi-wing plane. Well, now we have some context for that. The 8th installment of the film series Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 will hit theaters this summer. And this is Tom Cruise, quote, "Hi everyone, I wish I could be there with you," he said, seated atop an open cockpit bi-wing or biplane flying thousands of feet above a canyon. So that was a scene from the next Mission Impossible. Again, Top Gun returned with a sequel 33 years after. So this is from 2019, July. Cruise took to Twitter to share a trailer with a cryptic, "Maverick is back. Hashtag Top Gun update." Cruise returns with Top Gun sequel after 33 years. Now, what is the significance here? Well, Top Gun and then Top Gun sequel 33 years apart. This correlates to even the Twin Towers. So you have twin guns, twin towers. Twin Towers were 33 when they were pulled. All of this definitely correlates to Tom Cruise's world stage role as the Christ of the Scientology cult, which does relate to the space religion, to NASA. It explains why he's going into space, why he's going to the space station. In fact, after 9/11, which was directed by Stanley Kubrick, if you didn't know, for the most part, after 9/11, the very first Oscars was hosted by Tom Cruise, and he shouts out Kubrick, of all things. Vanilla Sky, the movie that came out right after 9/11, had a number of 9/11 references, even a coronavirus reference. You know, the opening scene of Vanilla Sky is a quarantined, shut down New York, and then Tom Cruise faking sick with his girlfriend. I'm going through some comments. Into the Break says recycling is a scam. Say that while you can. Now, what recycling really is, it's religious worship. It's the earth god. You know, the earth god that gets mad if you don't recycle, the one who doesn't like your carbon footprint. But he'll forgive you if you have a massive carbon footprint, if you've got tiny actual footprints. So Leonardo DiCaprio gets a pass. But really what you're looking at is the god of the earth god, also known as Gaia, which is why the World Economic Forum 666 has brought forth Gaia, the global AI initiative. It's all about this worship of the earth, sustainability. That's why they're bringing about climate lockdowns as the next pretext for locking everybody down. But anyway, to my point here, the original green god, the vegetation god, Osiris, is represented, I would say, by the recycling symbol, the symbol of death and resurrection, or recycling of souls. When you look at the symbol itself, it contains within it, in the negative space, a six-pointed star, symbol of Saturn, Osiris, the earth god, the god of death, resurrection, recycling, vegetation, the harvest, etc. You could even correlate with this, I would say, the hexagram gives you a cube on the inside, or rather a two-dimensional cube. And of course, the cross is merely an unfolded cube. So you look at your recycling bin, which is a big cube with this symbol on it, and you also have the three arrows, which would correlate to the three nails, which are used whenever they have the impaled, dying and resurrecting sun god. So yeah, it's all earth worship. And if you keep recycling and you keep paying taxes to the priesthood, the earth won't flood you. You don't have to get into your space arcs. And this is 100% the truth. I mean, look at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Sounds just like NOAA. Their logo is a dove, just like NOAA. Their symbolism is all about, I mean, if you look at their website, it's a flooding world. Yet, there's an ark. And they're warning us. If you look at NOAA, N-O-A-A, and you search floods, you'll constantly see that NOAA's saying, we're going to have a flood. You got to change your behaviors. You got to cut back on your everything. But if we don't listen to NOAA, what's going to happen? Well, what happened in the Bible? This is just another example of the powers that be appropriating stories, major archetypes out of the Bibles for the purposes of influencing people. It's all just a big influence operation. It's a major psyop. There's an article here from uncancelled.news. Engineered supply chain shutdowns are clot shots against the global economy, designed to cause a debilitating stroke across human civilization. This is why I brought up Alex Jones earlier. I'm like, has anybody checked on his neighbors? And I actually do have a direct quote from him. I'm starting to have to think about eating my neighbors. I mean, he really went there. But this is an article that is about how, yes, there does appear to be a lot of conspicuous fires on these various food distribution centers, these plants, and it just seems like planes are landing on them. It says the International Energy Agency is calling for climate lockdowns to reduce fossil fuel usage, realizing that since the COVID lockdowns didn't crush the economy, they need another excuse for lockdowns. Yep. You know, this was pretty obvious that this was the agenda even before the COVID lockdowns. Frozen, the movie Frozen, I think ties into this idea, because even in 2017 you can find places where Bezos was talking about freezing civilization to save the planet. This Greta reset, this great reset, is all about this green world order. And by green, yeah, it's green. Osiris, the earth god, it's all about this sustainability as the ultimate ideal. And that's the real purpose to the Mars program. If they can get you to agree, yeah, the perfect way of life is to live under a dome where we never leave, everything is through a screen, and we all live as basically potato farmers. You know, if they can convince you that an agrarian revolution is necessary to save the world, then sure. If you can justify living that way on Mars, why couldn't you justify living that way here on Earth? as Earth as it is on Mars. I mean, this is utopianism at its finest. We will be live later to take calls. It's a big weekend coming up, by the way. May Day. May Day is always huge for the commies. Also, tomorrow evening is Witches' Night. Well, Purge's not. Beltane. So expect some kind of... I imagine there'll be some kind of psyop commensurate with the season, this holiday. It's bigger than Halloween. The veil is thin. All of the witches and warlocks do their thing. This is when the Church of Satan had its founding. It's also the birthday of Travis Scott, I believe, isn't it? Let me see his birth. I believe Travis Scott's birthday, April 30th. Yes. So happy birthday, Travis Scott. And there's a documentary coming out about Astroworld. Major league psyop. This thing was totally fake. Nobody got crushed to death. All the people chanting "I can't breathe" are suing. I believe that Benjamin Crump is even representing them. And by the way, he was wearing a shirt on a video called Escape Plan that aired before the Astroworld event where the people got crushed. The shirt he was wearing was from the Landslide, the Rockslide Festival, where Pearl Jam was performing, where 9 people got crushed in an audience of 50,000. Identical. Astroworld, 9 people crushed, audience 50,000. But he was wearing the shirt from a previous crushing concert. So his new documentary is called Concert Crush. The whole thing was amazing. It was fake as can be. Pretty funny though. I mean, overall, as far as the crisis actors, nothing realistic about it. Astroworld documentary. But anyway, his birthday happens to be it relates to the Church of Satan's birthday, and I believe that this sacrifice or this concert happened, it was some 666 months from the date of the church's founding. I mean, it was really down to the day. All kinds of sixes. All kinds of occult signatures, which we'll revisit that one very soon for sure. Also, there was a small business meeting at the White House yesterday, and this should be big news, but it's not. At the White House yesterday, Biden was meeting with small business, and on the RSVP list was Q. Q himself was there, as in George News, and he posted this on his Telegram, where you can actually see that he RSVP'd. He actually attended this event. You can see his name, georgenews.org, George News DC. In fact, I thought this was kind of funny what he did here. He's almost taunting the Biden. Actually, he's taunting everyone at the White House. Like, I'm here at the White House letting my 300,000 Telegram followers know. So the person who's behind George News, who is behind the Q drops, was literally in the presence of Biden. So I called the White House and I asked for Secret Service, and I got the number for the head of Secret Service, and I called them this morning and I left a message. And I'm going to be calling them again because there is a very questionable character stalking around, and the guy's got a key to the White House. And I'm involved in a lawsuit against this person, and the sooner I can bring him into the public spotlight, the sooner the collection process will begin. I have a pretty awesome damage complaint ready to claim. No trial necessary. Statutory damages in New York are immense. We're talking 36 plus stolen domains, possibly treble damages. It'll do a lot for this channel. I'll never have to drag another body across the desert without enough gas in my van ever again. A. Woodward says, isn't the correspondence dinner tomorrow? Is JFK Jr. going to jump out of the cake? Yeah, we'll be checking. We'll be following. Tomorrow should be big. Again, it's May Day on Saturday, and that's usually when the communists pop off. So if there's going to be any kind of riots, I would expect it to kick off this weekend. Thanks everyone for joining. We'll be back later on today, no doubt. I just wanted to kind of catch up on a few things. We'll do open phones tonight. We'll probably do, like I've been doing, mornings and evenings. It'll be far more consistent since I don't have any distractions. Again, I want to say thanks to everyone who's pitched in on this channel, super chats, anyone joining our Discord, and of course everyone who's buying the art. I do have a website. You go to www.timosman.win, W-I-N, and I am posting a lot of NFTs. So if you like the Cthulhu Gwyn or the red pill binging penguins, and also a lot of decals. These are all designed by X-Pac, who's designed a lot of the artwork for the channel. And there still are a few shirts left and a few decals left. And I'll put a link. I'm going to restock the store this weekend with a lot of the new artwork I've been working on. I'm trying to do stuff that's related to what we talk about, as in Metascript related art, and I have a lot of ideas that I'll put into the canvases here in the coming days. All right, thanks everyone for joining. This is Chief Crow, Auto Hoax, or GTFO. After this, I'm going to turn it over to the 24/7, and then replays will be later.
System of lies ever born into. To keep you in fear is the role that they wage on you. Just part of the system of lies ever born into. To keep you in fear is the role that they wage on you. You see them rising in the media. It's a need for control. The story we're told, waging forever the war is done. Where will you go?
Harsh conditions now fueling infernos across the region, making the fires bigger and more destructive.
The sea level's rising, and the media dying. It's a means for control. The story we're told, waging forever the war is done. Where will you go?
Okay, sorry about that. I had to cut off the live stream and reboot it. I guess YouTube capped it. We were live for like a week and a half straight. Anyway, let me open up phones right away, and I'll put a list of topics on the screen. Thanks everyone who showed up early. I'm actually like 30 seconds early. Text message notifications should have gone out. There's intro music. We had Chief Crow playing just a minute ago. I'll put a link if anybody wants that track. Edge is in your mind. Didn't mean to cut it off rudely like that. Let me go ahead and put a link in the chat. Okay. And if you look on the top left, you can see it says live or replay, depending on what our whether we're replaying something or we're actually taking calls. So right now we are indeed taking calls. I'll put the number on the screen as well in case anyone here doesn't know. It's 833 311 1984. 1984 started on 311 in its most overt form, but it's always been 1984. Okay, a couple of the topics though. I did watch the new Flat Earth documentary. Eric Dubay wasn't in it, which is kind of strange. It was called Next Level, so we may discuss that one a little bit. Also, I think we can talk about the Jeff Bezos, his Tower of Babel, and The Man Who Fell to Earth is another thing as well. The Man Who Fell to Earth story, or movie, starring David Bowie is now a Showtime series. And I watched the trailer, and there's a number of things about it that stood out. So if you look at the various composites that when we're looking at the space papacy, the space popes, you got Musk, you got Bezos. These are composites. We often speak about how Musk is a composite of Wernher von Braun, Willy Wonka, and Tony Stark. Well, Bezos is a mashup of Dr. Evil and The Man Who Fell to Earth. And there's a few storylines that connect the two, including Bezos' space program, and we'll get into all of this. But the newest iteration of the new movie, The Man Who Fell to Earth, the sneak preview, has a lot of interesting references in here. In fact, at one point, the individual who's basically a Martian describes himself as having raised himself from the dead, like Lazarus, which is a very significant tie-in to David Bowie, who released a track and a play, Lazarus, just before he fake died, which seems to be about the man who fell to Earth's return, or his ascension after his descent. And I think this character, who's in the new version of A Man Who Fell to Earth, appears to be a combination of Musk, Bezos, and Tom Newton from The Man Who Fell to Earth. A lot of nods to Bowie here. I'll play a few seconds of the trailer.
Cosmic shape of every choice we've made. Would it look like a straight timeline? A staircase?
Well, it looks like a good movie. I'll probably check it out, but you know, it starts off with the stuff you would usually expect, which is disaster. They ruined their planet, probably because of capitalists or something. But another thing I noticed here quite early on is in the intro, they actually show the main character as a Burning Man, with all this talk about being reborn, being like Lazarus. And I'll pause on one of these clips. I don't want to get a copyright strike. This is protected propaganda, but I will be watching it and reviewing it. But the symbol of the Burning Man or the Phoenix is something I was talking about today. Here's the clip, if you can see it. It's kind of small, but you see him as he's burning while he's talking about being born again. And this reiterates the meaning of the Phoenix and the reset, and even how they use these repeated themes, like the man who set himself on fire in DC a couple of days ago. Was that just yesterday? His name was Wayne Bruce, like Bruce Wayne, a very Batman-esque thing, but this is very similar to after the Joker movie. He had the Joaquin Phoenix burning like a phoenix. We have the guy in the Ellipsis, also in DC, setting himself on fire. On the anniversary of the Burning Man festivals, Kanye West set himself on fire. So this is not a coincidence here. And these stories all do tie together, and the symbolism is very consistent throughout. Again, it's The Man Who Fell to Earth premieres actually tonight on Showtime. I'll play a few seconds so you can get an idea of the tone here, where he's talking as this CEO. Let me give you some background from Wiki, and you'll see the obvious Bezos overlap. This was a 76 science fiction film based on a 63 novel. It follows an extraterrestrial who crash lands on Earth, seeking a way to ship water to his planet that's suffering from a drought. And of course, he has to deal with the rich, the greedy, the capitalists, and all this stuff, because this is a recurring theme. The whole space program has always gone along with the environmentalist narrative, the fragile Earth that needs to be saved from the parasite humans. So the story is about Thomas Newton, an alien, and that's played by David Bowie, who lands in New Mexico. So this is a tie-in to Jeff Bezos, who also is a humanoid alien, possibly. But anyway, he arrived in New Mexico. So if you look into the characters, and this is where I want to show some of the overlap, the trajectory of their lives is what I'm kind of looking at too, because the guy who falls to Earth, this Martian, here we go, born in Albuquerque, New Mexico, January 1964, January 12th, okay. What was David Bowie's death date? Does anybody have that? I know he shares a birth date with Elvis Presley. January 10th was his date of death. Okay, I'm just looking into that just in case there's anything of note here. But the main point is this. He lands on Earth, and then he uses his knowledge of advanced technology from his home planet to patent inventions. And he acquires tremendous wealth. And he heads the World Enterprise Corporation. So the World Enterprises Corporation is basically Amazon, is my point. And then this corporation is what's needed to construct a space vehicle to send water back to his home planet. Then there's a couple of other things. He has these reptilian-like eyes, so he's got to wear contact lenses. So if you go through the images of David Bowie, not just in this movie where he's obviously playing some kind of an alien, and here's an example in the film. You can see he's got the reptoid eye that he's putting the cover over. But in real life, they always made it a point to emphasize that one of his eyes has a dilated pupil and seems to be off color. And this to me is all just symbolism. It's part of the character. Another thing about David Bowie is you cannot separate this character from the space program or from Space Odyssey and David Bowman. And the story of that character and his merging with the monolith and becoming a star child has everything to do with David Bowie, his music in the space program, the first music video. Musk sent the Tesla Roadster with Starman. So the Starman, Star Child, these are both New Age thelemic concepts that also tie into Space Oddity. And Space Odyssey, and again, this David Bowman, David Bowie overlap. So I'm just pointing this out that these are world stage characters that have some overlap. And just as Willy Wonka and Tony Stark lend some character to Musk's persona, there's a bit of Man Who Fell to Earth in Bezos, in addition to Nimrod, which we'll get into. Again, David Bowie pictures, just note the asymmetry in the eye. And now look at shots of Bezos, which isn't so much anymore since his recent cosmetic upgrades, but if you note, there does seem to be an emphasis on his left eye, and it's a very consistent thing. And I thought, does he have some kind of tech, an AVR lens? Something going on here? Lasers? Kind of reminded me of Dr. Evil. Maybe that's part of building that persona. And another part of Bezos, the Bezos construct, is in fact Dr. Evil. Like it's no joke. It's not. I mean, it's not insignificant that his rockets are notably now designed to resemble, you know, well, I don't know. It depends on what you want to give him artistic license, I guess. It's just aerodynamic. But there's no denying that Dr. Evil literally has rockets that look like dongs. So the comparison between Bezos's rocket and Dr. Evil, yeah, people make fun of it, but I'm saying maybe he doesn't have plausible deniability. Maybe this is in fact intentional. And I would actually suggest that the use of dead sun gods and all the phallic symbolism go hand in hand. So I think it's more likely than not that this is an inside joke. But the resemblance between Bezos and Dr. Evil, the bald head for sure, but also Dr. Evil has a scar on one eye. And he does this gesture where he puts his pinky on his lip, which might be another way of signaling the 666 if you look at it. You know, instead of with the middle ring and pinky pointed up, you could do this way as well. And I've seen, anyway, let's go through your comments. I don't want to get too far ahead. Joined by again D3342, a Lori Borealis, AK All Day 2323, that SOB, a Woodward, Zinvalis G Reg 85, looking in, A Garcia, Lando Rock, Truth Hurts 21 asks, does Dubé drink his own pee also? You know, I don't know. Dubé is kind of mysterious. I can tell you one thing about Dubé that hasn't been discussed in any of these documentaries. Eric Dubé knows who Q is, which this is a fact, and I can prove it. And he's been busted, not busted, but rather exposed as having, yeah, a pretty open line of communication with the MGTV, now known as George News, aka Q. So that's kind of noteworthy. It's also noteworthy that he's conducted interviews in mainstream publications like Forbes under a different name. The name Eric Dubé uses when he's not Eric Dubé, Jay DeCaspy. Jay DeCaspy. He actually deepfakes as some kind of Los Angeles-based underwear model. Okay, let's continue. Ellen Crooks is here. Battery 79 says, was fed the fake flat earther in next level? If by fed, because I think they might all be feds, I think you mean Flat Earth Dave. I wouldn't say he's a fake flat earther, but you know what I noticed about this new documentary is they didn't say the word dome once. They didn't mention the Bible. The flat earth in the past has always been constrained by this notion that we live beneath a dome and there's no more land, there's nowhere to go, and you might as well just sit around and go to Sunday school and study the Bible literally. And that's where it went. They just buried the topic as best they could. But now apparently they've all done a 180, and now they're all talking about more land as the best explanation for a deception in the first place, as though it just now occurred to them. It occurred to us on this channel. We were already going down this line of discourse in 2016, 2017. This was pretty much the main topic was, why would you assume there to be a dome? Like that's, or even a wall. You have a bunch of lost sheep, apparently. So they send out these feds, this is the theory, to convince the lost sheep that there's a wall around them. No, there's nowhere to go anyway. There's an ice wall. Might as well just study the Bible and make friends. There's a dome, nowhere to go. But now they've changed the topic for some reason to what's out there beyond the edge. And I think it's a good development, to be honest. I noticed too, they don't say infinite. They have a weird euphemism, like infinite outer space area, or not finite plane, or they really don't want to say the word infinite. I don't know why. I'm not really sure. Thanks, Battery 79. I'm not sure why the Godzilla noise isn't happening. Usually you hear the cracking in the background. Not sure. Anyway, appreciate the support, Battery 79. I actually have the night off work. I'm sort of like, kind of on call, and I don't know for sure, until about 10 o'clock p.m., maybe 9. We've been talking about gorilla deniers, the ice wall, Meme-ageddon. Jeff Bezos' Tower of Babel has been green-lighted, so that's been kind of the main topic of the day, because I've been looking into the character of Nimrod, who builds, and here's another parallel for you that goes along with this way that Bezos flaunts his wealth. He's on his mega yacht, showing off his lavish lifestyle, and he's kind of like, if you look at Nimrod, there's a reason why I used him in the thumbnail. It's like he's flaunting his wealth, but not only that, the modern day replacement for the vengeful God that floods the world, that judges man for his worldly ways, is global warming. So by even having a mega yacht, by even being a billionaire, which is unsustainable, he's basically challenging God, the globe. He's saying, I don't care global warming, I'm going to do my thing. Daring the globe to strike him down, daring some kind of retribution. And this is what Nimrod did by building his tower. And this is a reoccurring theme in a number of the recent movies and films, like Don't Look Up. The main theme there is just, these are the modern Noahs, these scientists. We have to listen to them and not to these people who are just trying to make themselves even richer. So I'm looking at this also as just symbolic. I don't think Jeff Bezos is actually going up into space, but I think it's all very symbolic. But he did launch on the day that man landed on the moon. And that's a significant day. I mean, think about the phrase, one small step for a man, one giant leap for all mankind. This giant leap for all mankind, I think, has to do with man collectively going from Earth and becoming, spacefaring, but going into the heavens, which is an incursion into the heavenly realms. And this is what triggers the whole thing being toppled. And the foreshadowing is built into this because he did launch at 9:11 a.m. on the day of Apollo 11. And so these two dates, or these two events and dates and timestamps, I think positively connect it to Kubrick as the common director of 9/11 and Apollo 11. And moreover, it's been heavily foreshadowed in Kubrick's work that the space station is going to come down, that is going to be the Tower of Babel falling. And so Bezos launching at 9/11 does correlate, I think, to Richard Branson as well, sending his space plane up on the anniversary of Skylab falling. The 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling, Branson sends a space plane which launches between these twin planes called the White Knight 2. And again, this would connect to the space plane that visually resembles the plane striking the Twin Towers. So there's a bit of, I would say, scripting here suggesting that what we're seeing with Bezos and his Helix Tower that's going to be opening up in Virginia, we're seeing that he's being presented to us as Nimrod, the builder of the tower that allows man to invade heaven. And again, the final point on this is that Netflix has the show called Inside Job, which is all about conspiracy theorists. Again, Alex Jones started the Inside Job meme. And on Inside Job, Bezos is devoured by a kraken. So let me play that clip, because the mega yacht symbolizes the Titanic, which is another way of representing this Tower of Babel concept.
The Coast Guard said they can tow your yacht into shore. I got a better plan. Look. Is that a kraken? Hell yes. I'm about to collect on my yacht insurance policy.
Hey, has anyone seen Jeff Bezos?
Is the fight over, guys? This is why I don't allow bathroom break!
So there you have it, the kraken. And when you really get into the kraken symbolism as it's been presented to us, a lot of it does tie in geographically to Seattle in particular, which is kind of noteworthy because Amazon and Seattle, and even though he stepped down from Amazon on the 33rd day of the year 2021, joined by AJ206, Dang, Pippi Langstruff, Enslaved by Truth. Battery 79 asks, didn't Bowie play the main role in Omnicron? And he also did the soundtrack. Salty Siren, Penguin Doctor's here. Yes. Oh, someone mentioned intimate plane. Look, I was approached, or rather contacted, by one of the main conference organizers from the Flat Earth conferences, and he said, there's no way we live on an infinite plane. We live on an intimate plane. So what they were trying to do is they were trying to convince anybody who thought the globe might be something of a lie, a misrepresentation. They wanted them to think smaller and to join a small community, become part of a cult, rather than, I don't know, mass exodus. So I look at the whole thing with the dome concept as something of a containment operation. So it's kind of interesting that, yeah, this new Flat Earth documentary has no mention of any kind of domes. And we may go through some aspects to that documentary. There were some interesting things in there. I thought it was somewhat conspicuous that SODD TV was posing in front of some handguns with some MAGA-style hats. And I'm like, why would some flat earther on a documentary by Black Sun Productions, and look up Black Sun. Okay, this is really interesting too. So the whole time that Hibbler from Hibbler Productions was being interviewed by Alex Jones, or they're hanging out and talking. So Hibbler's on with Alex Jones and Eddie Bravo, and here's a clip here. Hibbler ruined the podcast with Alex Jones. Tinfoil hat. Okay, here we go. Anyway, Alex was constantly calling him, or mixing Hibbler and Hitler, and he kept saying, "Hail Hibbler."
Representing the people who believe we live on a ball. To know him is to love him. Alex Jones, how are you, Alex?
That's right, Team Ball. No. I think we all live in Eddie.
So, I mean, this is a really good podcast, by the way. I mean, I thought it was pretty funny all around. But my point is,